Chapter 1. Mysterious. As the bell rang for the end of class at Spring City High School Number 3, the classroom of Class 7, Grade 10 erupted with excitement. Damn, did you guys see this video? Jiang Yichen held up his phone like it was a decree. This person can light a fire just by rubbing their fingers, smoother than a lighter. It must be fake, right? Li Ming at the front desk pushed up his glasses. The special effects are so advanced now. Special effects my ass. Jiang Yichen slammed his palm on the desk, causing the chalk dust to jump 3 times. This video was posted this morning and was gone by noon. If it were really special effects, why delete it so quickly? Jiang Yichen leisurely stuffed his physics homework in his backpack, listening to the rising debates around him, his mouth twitching. These people were more excited discussing supernatural powers than they had been last week, discussing the school beauty's new dress. Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Yichen suddenly thrust his phone in front of him, the screen showing a blurry silhouette gathering a water ball in their palm. Use your eyes to see, Jiang Yichen replied, picking up his backpack. By the way, the homeroom teacher said there will be a surprise check on the full recitation of the Red Cliffs tomorrow. Jiang Yicheng's face immediately fell like a crushed soda can. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? May Buddha have mercy, Jiang Yichen said, pressing his palms together. You should worry about your Chinese homework first. As he walked out of the school gate, the setting sun stretched Jiang Yichen's shadow long. He kicked at small stones by the roadside, but his mind replayed the videos he had recently seen. To be honest, those videos were indeed strange. Some people could suspend in the air for 3 seconds. Others could make coins float. And the most outrageous was a video where a middle-aged man somehow made a vending machine spit out drinks just by looking at it. If it were really supernatural powers. Jiang Yichen looked up at the chattering sparrows on the utility pole. I wonder if it could make homework finish itself? Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a WeChat message from his mother popped up. We're out of soy sauce. Bring a bottle back, preferably high Tian brand. Jiang Yichen sighed and turned into a small supermarket he often visited. Uncle Wang, the owner, was leaning against the counter watching short videos on his phone, with exaggerated commentary coming from the speaker. This is the 7th suspected supernatural incident this month. Experts say it might be mass hysteria. Uncle Wang, high Tian soy sauce. Jiang Yichen tapped on the glass counter. Oh, shout Jiang. Uncle Wang pointed at the shelf without looking up. Get it yourself and scan to pay. Jiang Yichen grabbed the soy sauce and caught a glimpse of video on Uncle Wang's phone where a girl in a school uniform floated half a meter above the playground, with screams filling the background. That if this is real. Uncle Wang suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with excitement. Do you think the government would form an Avengers-like alliance or something? They would have to solve the housing issue first, Jiang Yichen said as he finished scanning. Even the Avengers have to consider where their kids go to school, right? Walking out of the supermarket, it had already grown dark. Jiang Yichen swung the soy sauce bottle while his mind felt tangled like a mess of yarn. Those videos were deleted too quickly, as if someone was desperately trying to cover up a secret that was about to be exposed. Suddenly, a loud honk pierced the air, and Jiang Yichen turned around sharply. A taxi came rushing at him like it was drunk. The tires screeched against the ground, making a sharp noise, and the headlights blinded him. Damn! Jiang Yichen's mind went blank. Time seemed to stretch as he clearly saw the driver's terrified and twisted face, smelled the burning rubber, and even counted the wiper movements on the windshield 3 times. Just as the front of the car was less than half a meter away from him, a sudden wave of heat surged in his chest, as if someone had stuffed a piece of red-hot coal inside his clothes. Jiang Yichen instinctively clutched his chest, and with a blur bang, the taxi inexplicably veered to the right, crashing into the roadside greenery, its front plowing a deep groove through the bushes. Hey, are you okay? The driver stumbled out, his face pale. The brakes suddenly failed. Jiang Yichen stood frozen, the soy sauce bottle still firmly in his hand. He looked down at his chest, the school uniform intact, but the warmth lingered like a fire smoldering beneath his skin. I'm fine, he stammered, his heart racing as if it were about to burst through his ribs. Bystanders gradually gathered, chattering away. Luckily, the driver reacted quickly. What if it had crashed? The insurance company will cover it. No one noticed Jiang Yichen's pale face and slightly trembling hands. This is really creepy, the driver muttered while checking the front of the car. Jiang Yichen quietly stepped back 2 paces and then took off running. When he got home, his mother was in the kitchen chopping potatoes. Did you get the soy sauce? She asked without looking back. Yeah, Jiang Yichen placed the soy sauce on the edge of the stove, his voice a bit distant. What's wrong? You look pale. It's nothing, but just almost got hit by a car on the way back. The kitchen knife clattered onto the cutting board. What? His mother grabbed his shoulders. Did you get hurt? Did you go to the hospital for a checkup? Really? I'm fine, the car didn't hit me. Jiang Yichen forced a smile and go to do my homework. He dove into his bedroom, locked the door, and tossed his backpack onto the bed. Outside, the streetlights flickered on, casting dappled shadows on the curtains. Jiang Yichen stared at his palm, recalling the strange feeling from that moment. Could it be that he swallowed hard, mimicking a pose from a movie, extending his hand toward the desk lamp? Move. The lamp remained still. Float. The math test paper lay quietly on the desk. Catch fire. Jiang Yichen sneezed. The air conditioning was too cold. After half an hour of futile attempts, nothing unusual happened. He collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The warmth in his chest had faded, and that moment's strange sensation felt like just an illusion. Jiang Yichen thought for a moment, changed his approach, and called out deeply, "Homework, finish yourself." Still, no response. TSK, I knew I was overthinking it. He scratched his head and plopped down on the bed. But how did that taxi veer off? He pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then opened the browser and typed, "What to do if you suddenly awaken superpowers." Online, urgent, Chapter 2, Health Check Turmoil. Jiang Yichen stared at his phone screen, his eyes nearly crossing from strain. He searched for 3 whole hours for what to do if you suddenly awaken superpowers. But all that popped up were unreliable things. Shocking. Young man claims to breathe fire, ends up setting the neighbor's barbecue grill on fire. A folk expert demonstrates telekinesis. Netizens say this special effect is worth 50 cents. Beginner's Guide to Immortality. Starting from zero to cultivate chi, building a foundation in 30 days is not a dream. Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched. What the hell is all this? The most ridiculous was an ad that read superpower crash course, guaranteed to teach you. Full refund if you can't learn. Have scammers become this competitive? They can even teach superpowers now? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes and casually reported the 8D at T2 a.m. Jiang Yichen finally couldn't hold on any longer. His phone thudded against his face. His eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep. He didn't notice that after he fell asleep, a faint blue glow began to emerge from his chest, flickering slowly like breathing, lasting for a few minutes before quietly fading away. The next morning, Jiang Yichen, if you don't get up, you'll be late. His mother's voice, accompanied by the sound of spatula hitting the side of the pot, pierced through the door, directly bombarding Jiang Yichen's eardrums. I'm up. Jiang Yichen groggily climbed up, rubbing his eyes. Last night's superpower research had made no progress, and his dark circles were even deeper. He went through the motions of washing up, eating, and packing his backpack, as if nothing had happened. Walking on the way to school, Jiang Yichen was still recalling the strange taxi from yesterday. Could it be that I was just seeing things? He looked down at his hands. Or could it be that I'm actually a hidden lucky person, with luck so high that cars can't hit me? Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped, looked around to make sure no one was watching, took a deep breath, and boldly stepped into the middle of the road. Beep! A speeding motorcycle whizzed past, barely missing his nose, and the driver yelled back angrily, "Are you trying to die?" Jiang Yichen shrank his neck, chuckled awkwardly, "Sorry, just testing my luck." The driver cursed and rode away, while Jiang Yichen touched his chest, feeling nothing. Indeed, yesterday was just an accident. He sighed and continued walking to school. Soon as Jiang Yichen entered the school gate, he sensed something was off. On the originally empty playground, several white tents had been set up at some point, and a group of people in white lab coats were coming in and out, holding various instruments. At first glance, it looked like a research team had suddenly invaded the school. What's going on? The school is switching to research? Jiang Yichen muttered. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was struck by the lively atmosphere. Did you see the tents on the playground? I heard they are screening for superpowered individuals. Zhang Hao was standing on a desk, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Nonsense, it's definitely just a routine physical examination. Chen Ming adjusted his glasses, remaining calm as always. Does a routine check require blood tests? So many instruments? Zhang Hao argued. It could also be for infectious disease screening. Chen Ming replied calmly. Jiang Yichen silently walked to his seat, and just as he set down his backpack, Zhang Hao dashed over, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Old Jiang, do you believe we are about to enter the era of superpowers? Jiang Yichen felt dizzy from the shaking and helplessly said, I believe, just let go first. I'm about to throw my breakfast. Only then did Zhang Hao release him, excitedly saying, I just sneaked over to take a look. Those instruments in the lab coat's hands are super advanced. They must be testing some special energy. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Maybe they're testing IQ. You're in the late stage of middle school syndrome and would score negative. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, walked into the classroom and tapped the blackboard. Quiet. Today the school is organizing a physical examination. Everyone will go to the playground in order of student numbers. No absences allowed. A student raised their hand and asked, Teacher, why is the physical examination such a big deal all of a sudden? Mr. Li adjusted his glasses and replied seriously, It's arranged by the city's education bureau. They say it's a health check for teenagers. I'm not sure of the specifics. The class immediately started discussing. Health check? What a joke. It's definitely testing for superpower potential. It's written like that in novels. Maybe tomorrow someone will come to announce. XXX, congratulations on being admitted to the Superpower Academy. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but retort. Have you all read too many novels? If they really wanted to test for superpowers, they could just send a flying teacher to deliver admission notices. Why go through all this trouble? The class fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. The physical examination process turned out to be simpler than expected. Height, weight, vision, blood pressure. All the standard items were included, but they also added a blood test and took 3 full vials. Taking so much blood, are they trying to clone me? Jiang Yichen looked at the test tubes in the nurse's hand and couldn't help but ask. The nurse glanced at him and replied flatly, Don't worry, cloning you would require good genes. Jiang Yichen. That after the physical examination, the students returned to the classroom, and the topic continued to revolve around superpower testing. Do you think they'll suddenly announce a list tomorrow, stating who has potential and who doesn't? I think it's possible. My cousin studies in a nearby city. Their school is also doing physical exams. A nationwide awakening of superpowers? That's too exciting. Listening to their discussions, Jiang Yichen felt inexplicably anxious. If superpowers really existed, then maybe what happened yesterday wasn't just a coincidence. After school, Jiang Yichen walked home slowly, his mind a mess. When he got home, his mom had already prepared dinner, and his dad was sitting on the couch watching the news. Recently, all the schools in Spring City are doing physical exams. Yours too, right? His dad asked casually. Jiang Yichen nodded. Yeah, just finished a blood test today. I heard other cities are doing the same. It's quite strange. His dad frowned. Could it be some infectious disease? His mom came out of the kitchen holding dishes and glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Eat your food. Jiang Yichen lowered his head to eat, but he had a vague premonition that this physical examination might really be different. In the evening, after finishing his homework, Jiang Yichen slumped in his chair and casually clicked on an episode of Naruto to relax. On the screen, Naruto was raising his Rasengan high and smashing it down on the enemy. So cool. Jiang Yichen sighed, subconsciously mimicking Naruto's motion, gripping his right hand as if he were about to shout, Rasengan. The next second, buzz. A ball of blue energy suddenly appeared in his palm, and the high-speed, rotating airflow even messed up his bangs. Jiang Yichen. He widened his eyes, staring at the genuine Rasengan in his hand, completely stunned. What's going on? He quickly flicked his hand, and the Rasengan poofed into thin air as if it had never existed. An illusion? No. Wait, Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before mimicking Kakashi's pose and shouting, Chidori! Zzz, the sharp sound of electricity filled the air as his right hand was instantly enveloped in blue and white lightning, resembling 1,000 chirping birds. Jiang Yichen was completely dumbfounded. He trembled as he canceled the Chidori, his mind racing. Wait, if I can use Naruto's skills, what about skills from other anime? He took a deep breath, struck a pose like Goku from Dragon Ball, and yelled, Kamehameha! A dazzling wave of energy burst forth from his palm, shooting directly out the window. Whoa! Jiang Yichen quickly pulled back his hand, and the energy wave dissipated just before hitting the glass. He collapsed onto the floor, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out of his chest. I really awakened a superpower? Moreover, this ability seems to allow me to copy skills from all anime. Jiang Yichen looked at his hand and suddenly broke into a grin. This time, the world is really about to change. Chapter 3: The emergence of the awakened Jiang Yichen had been feeling very conflicted these past few days. Ever since he discovered he could replicate anime skills, he had been secretly practicing in his room every night. From Naruto's Rasengan to One Piece's Rubber Rocket, from Bleach's Getsuga Tench to Dragon Ball's Kamehameha. He even tried out the nin abilities from Hunter x Hunter. But the problem was, he didn't dare to use them outside. What if he was captured and taken for research as an anomaly? Jiang Yichen muttered to himself while copying his English homework, or worse. What if he got caught and ended up as a human generator? Thinking of this made him shiver, and he decided to continue lying low. Jiang Yichen, stop daydreaming. It's time for the exam. The furious shout from their homeroom teacher, Old Lee, jolted Jiang Yichen back to reality. He then realized that the classroom had quieted down, and the students in the front row were passing back the test papers. This monthly exam was very important. Take it seriously. Old Lee adjusted his glasses. I know many of you have been fantasizing about unrealistic superpowers lately, so this exam is to help you recognize reality, unless your fantasies can help you score full marks. The whole class erupted in laughter. Zhang Hao turned around and whispered, if we had superpowers, we wouldn't be taking this exam. We'd be out saving the world. Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly, thinking, no, I can save the world now, but I still have to take the exam. When the test papers were handed out, Jiang Yichen took a glance and was immediately overwhelmed. Oh no, I was too busy practicing moonwalk last night and didn't review. He steeled himself and began answering the questions. But when he reached the third question, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the next class. Fire! Fire! Look! Wang Ming's hands. Then came the sound of overturned desks and chairs, followed by a chorus of screams. Jiang Yichen's class erupted in chaos as everyone craned their necks to look out the window. Just as Old Lee was about to maintain order, there was a loud bang, and the glass of the neighboring class's window shattered from the heat, sending a wave of warmth toward them. Everyone be quiet. Stay in your seats. Old Lee's face changed drastically, but he still tried to maintain his composure. However, who was still listening to him at this point? The students rushed out, and Jiang Yichen was swept along with the crowd into the hallway. What he saw left him dumbfounded. In a neighboring classroom, a boy was looking at his hands in terror. Flames were erupting from his palms, and the desk in front of him was charred black. Even more frightening was that the flames were spreading uncontrollably. I didn't mean to. The boy cried, I just couldn't solve the questions, and I panicked. Wang Ming, calm down. Don't move. The homeroom teacher tried to approach, but was pushed back by the heat wave. Jiang Yichen could see clearly that the fire coming from Wang Ming's hands was definitely not a special effect, because his school uniform sleeves had already burned off. But his arms were completely unharmed. Damn, someone really awakened their powers. Zhang Hao exclaimed excitedly beside him. I told you this day would come. The entire hallway was in disarray, with people screaming, taking photos, and some attempting to grab fire extinguishers. But the strangest part was that the flames on Wang Ming's hands seemed to fluctuate with his emotions. The more panicked he became, the larger the flames grew. Everyone get back. A stern voice came from the stairwell. The principal, accompanied by 4 men in black, hurried over, and the crowd parted to make way. Jiang Yichen noticed that all 4 men in black were wearing special black gloves and had silver badges pinned to their chests, with a character engraved on them. The 4 men moved skillfully to disperse the crowd, and one of them pulled out a metal cylinder from his waist and pointed it at Wang Ming, pressing a button. Whoosh! A blue beam shot out, and upon contact with the flames, it formed a transparent membrane that enveloped both the flames and Wang Ming. Don't be afraid. Take a deep breath and relax, said the man in black in a steady voice. This is a normal phenomenon. We will help you. Strangely enough, as Wang Ming slowly calmed down, the flames indeed began to shrink, eventually disappearing completely. Take him away. The leading man in black waved his hand, and the other 2 immediately stepped forward, escorting Wang Ming away. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to the onlooking students, shouting, return to your classrooms. Continue the exam. No one is allowed to speak of today's events. Back at his seat, Jiang Yichen noticed his hand were trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. So the authorities had known about the existence of superpowers all along, and there was a dedicated management department. He pondered silently that silver badge. Hey, did you see that? Zhang Hao leaned over and whispered, the gear that man in black used. It's definitely specialized for dealing with superpowered individuals. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. You've watched too many movies. It could just be a high-tech fire extinguisher. Impossible. Zhang Hao insisted confidently. I observed it closely. That cylinder had a serial number. It's definitely standard equipment. What does this mean? It means there are enough superpowered individuals to require a specialized force to manage them. Jiang Yichen's heart stirred. Although Zhang Hao was a bit delusional, this speculation actually made some sense. Quiet. Continue the exam. Boldly wrap the blackboard. Also, some students don't think about using this opportunity to show off. Have you finished your test paper? On the way home from school, the students were still enthusiastically discussing what had happened during the day. What do you think Wang Ming will be taken? Definitely to a secret base. They might give him special training. I'm more curious about why so many people are awakening all of a sudden. Maybe it's been happening all along, but now it can't be hidden anymore. Jiang Yichen listened silently, not participating in the discussion. His mind was filled with thoughts of that silver badge and the special gloves. We got home. His parents were watching the news. To his surprise, the television was reporting on the unusual phenomena occurring in various parts of the country. Recently, there have been reports of adolescents exhibiting sudden abnormal abilities, and experts suggest this may be a new type of puberty stress response. Jiang Yichen spat out his drink. Puberty stress response? Is this expert joking? Kids these days have too much pressure. His dad sighed. Back in our day, we just lost some hair at most. Now they're breathing fire. Jiang Yichen. After dinner, he returned to his room and locked the door. The first thing he did was turn on his computer. He first searched for superpowered individual management, but only a bunch of novels and game links popped up. Changing the keyword to silver badge, and he finally found something new on an obscure forum where someone had posted about seeing a similar organization. But the post was quickly deleted, leaving only snippets in a snapshot. It seemed the authorities were deliberately controlling the information. Jiang Yichen pondered, but since it had already been publicly reported, it indicated that they were close to not being able to hide it anymore. He turned off the computer, lay on his bed, and opened an anime. Tonight, he decided to learn a few more skills for self-defense. The domain expansion from Jujutsu Kaisen, the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer. Never mind, I probably can't learn that one. As he watched and tried out the skills, he quickly mastered several new techniques. What surprised him the most was that he discovered he could not only replicate skills, but also make certain improvements. For instance, the shadow clone technique for Naruto originally required hand seals, but he simplified it to just a snap of his fingers to create clones. And the Shuanpa from Bleach, he combined it with the Soru from One Piece to create a more energy-efficient way of moving. Aren't I invincible now? Jiang Yichen thought happily. As long as I watch enough anime, my skill library is infinite. But soon he realized a problem. Using abilities too much would lead to exhaustion. After continuously using his skills a dozen times, he was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back, and he had to sneak into the kitchen to steal some food. The abilities consumed physical strength. This setting was quite reasonable. While gnawing on a chicken leg, he thought to himself that he needed to be more cautious in using them. Back in his room, Jiang Yichen suddenly thought of a question. How did Wang Ming awaken? Was it due to the pressure of exams? What about other awakeners? He recalled the videos he had seen recently. Most awakeners seemed to suddenly gain their abilities during moments of intense emotion. Emotion is the key? Jiang Yichen pondered. So when I got hit by the car, was it also out of fear? Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly vibrated. The class group chat was in an uproar. Someone had posted a blurry photo showing Wang Ming being taken away in a black business car. The caption read, "Breaking news. Wang Ming has been sent to a research institute on the outskirts of the city. My cousin works there and saw it." The group chat immediately exploded. Is this true? Will he be subjected to dissection for research? If I awaken, I need to choose a low-profile ability. Are there still exams tomorrow? Jiang Yichen looked at these messages and suddenly realized one thing. The era of abilities has truly arrived, and he might be the one most prepared for it. Chapter 4. Qinyuan class at 1 o'clock a.m. When Jiang Yichen was studying new skills, his phone vibrated on the bedside table like it had Parkinson's disease. He had to pause a certain scientific railgun and reached out to grab his phone. What were these people doing awake at this hour? The moment he unlocked the screen, dozens of messages cascaded down like a waterfall. Jiang Yichen squinted at the screen for a long time, finally extracting the key information from the sea of exclamations and question marks. Chunqing is going to establish the Qinyuan class. Zhang Hao's messages were the most eye-catching, with him sending over a dozen voice messages, each lasting 60 seconds. Jiang Yichen casually clicked on one and was immediately startled. Old Jiang. Big news. My second aunt's husband's neighbor's cousin works at the Education Bureau and said that the higher-ups are going to establish a class specifically for cultivating ability users. It's called the Qinyuan class. They have already secretly screened a group of qualified students. The list might be announced tomorrow. We might. Jiang Yichen quickly turned off the voice message and replied, Your second aunt's husband's neighbor's cousin? This relationship is more complicated than a spider web. Is the news reliable? The group immediately exploded with replies. Absolutely true. My cousin's classmate has already been notified. I heard the testing standard is based on the last physical examination data. Oh no. I had a cold that day, and my blood test results were abnormal. What abilities do you think we'll get? I want to fly. I want to be invisible. Evil laugh. You upstairs, there is something off about you. Jiang Yichen watched as the conversation spiraled further off track and couldn't help but send a panda emoji, captioned, "Wake up. Have you finished your homework?" The group fell silent for 3 seconds before collectively spamming, "Shut up." The next morning, as soon as Jiang Yichen entered the classroom, he felt an unusual atmosphere. Usually, at this time, the class would be filled with students napping, but today everyone was energetic, discussing something in groups of 3 or 5. Zhang Hao was even more exaggerated, wearing a full set of Taoist robes and holding a plastic peachwood sword. What kind of outfit is this? Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched. Are you planning to become a Maoshan priest? Zhang Hao said seriously, you don't understand, this is to increase the awakening rate. According to the Spirit Chi revival theory, I researched all night, specific clothing can make you the coolest guy in school. Jiang Yichen interrupted him. Just a friendly reminder, Oli hates weird outfits the most, you might as well wait for your death. Zhang Hao's expression changed, and he quickly took off the robe and stuffed it into his backpack. Sure enough, as soon as the morning study bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Old Li, walked into the classroom with a dark expression. But unexpectedly, he was followed by a man in black who looked just like the ones who took Wang Ming away yesterday. The classroom instantly fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Old Li cleared his throat. Students, I have an important announcement. According to higher-ups arrangements, our school will establish the Qinyuan class specifically for cultivating students with special qualifications. He paused and looked at the man in black beside him. This is the homeroom teacher for the Qinyuan class, Instructor Lin. The man in black stepped forward, and Jiang Yichen could finally see his appearance. About 30 years old, crew cut, with a shallow scar on his left cheek and eyes sharp as knives. My name is Lin Zhan. The man in black spoke in a low, powerful voice, cutting straight to the point. The students I call out, pack your things and follow me. The whole class held their breath. Lin Zhan pulled out a list from his pocket, and Jiang Yichen noticed that his gloves were specially made, just like those of the men from yesterday. Lu Zixuan, a boy with glasses, jumped up excitedly, almost knocking over his desk. Chen Yutong, a girl with a ponytail, covered her mouth, her eyes instantly turning red. Zhang Hao, I knew it. Zhang Hao jumped up and hugged Jiang Yichen tightly. Old Jiang, I got in. I really got in. Jiang Yichen was nearly suffocated. Let go. Are you trying to murder a classmate? Lin Zhan continued reading. Li Jiqiang, Wang Shui, Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen froze. Although he had long known he was different, when his name was actually called, his heart skipped a beat. Above 6 students, you have 5 minutes to pack your things. Lin Zhan glanced at his watch. Starting today, you will undergo special training. The classroom instantly erupted. Students who were not called out wailed, while the 6 selected students became the envy of everyone. Why them? My physical exam results were great too. If Jiang Yichen can get in, then what about me? Oh, I want superpowers too. Quiet. Old Li knocked on the podium. This is a decision made by higher-ups based on scientific assessments. Students who were not selected should not lose heart. There may be opportunities in the future. Zhang Hao leaned over to Jiang Yichen and whispered excitedly, Old Jiang, we're going to become superheroes. Do you think we'll have cool uniforms? Do you think we'll have a secret base? Will we eliminate you, the chatterbox, first? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, but was already starting to calculate in his mind. Qinyuan class, ability training, official organization. This meant 2 things. First, there were so many ability users that systematic management was needed. Second, he probably wouldn't be able to hide his abilities for much longer. 5 minutes later, the 6 selected students stood at the classroom door. Lin Zhan glanced at them and suddenly said something strange. Hand over your phones. Huh? Everyone exchanged glances. This is a regulation. Lin Zhan took out a metal box from his pocket. All communication devices will be temporarily kept by us. Although reluctant, the 6 still obediently handed over their phones. Jiang Yichen noticed that the metal box seemed to have a special structure. Once the phones were placed inside, there was no signal at all. Follow me. Lin Zhan turned and walked away, and the 6 hurriedly followed. As they walked through the corridor, Jiang Yichen noticed that other classes were undergoing the same selection. At least 20 or more students from the entire grade were selected, all being led by the men in black. It seemed the scale was not small. He murmured to himself. Zhang Hao leaned in excitedly, his voice trembling. Old Jiang, what do you think will be taken? Will it be an underground base? Or a training camp deep in the mountains? Just as Jiang Yichen was about to make a sarcastic comment, Lin Zhan, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned back, quiet. From now on, Private communication is prohibited. His gaze swept between Jiang Yichen and Zhang Hao, and the two immediately shut their mouths. The group arrived at the school playground, which had been empty just yesterday, but now 3 black buses were parked there, their windows tinted so dark that one couldn't see inside. What caught Jiang Yichen's attention even more was that 2 fully armed guards stood by each bus, their waists bulging, clearly equipped with weapons. "Get on the bus," Lin Zhan commanded briefly. Jiang Yichen followed the line toward the middle bus. The moment he boarded, he felt a slight warmth in his chest, similar to the day when the taxi crashed into him. Interesting. He touched his chest thoughtfully as he stepped into the vehicle. Chapter 5 Manifestation System. The suspension system of the black bus must have been made with bricks. Jiang Yichen was jolted so much that his buttocks went numb, and he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is this bus for transporting livestock?" Sitting next to him, Zhang Hao sat up straight, looking serious. "Don't talk nonsense. This is definitely an armored vehicle. Look at the thickness of the glass, the steel plates. Whether it's armored or not, I don't know." Jiang Yichen rubbed his numb tailbone, but it definitely doesn't cushion the bumps. The other students in the bus were also swaying from side to side. Suddenly, a girl in the front row made a gagging sound and turned pale. "If you're going to vomit, go to the trash can in the back," the driver shouted without turning his head. Jiang Yichen then noticed that there was indeed a stainless steel trash can at the back of the bus, with a note on it, "For vomiting only, violators will be fined." The preparation is quite thoughtful. 40 minutes later, the bus finally came to a stop. The door opened with a hiss, and Lin Zhan stood outside, expressionless, looking at them. "Get off." Jiang Yichen was the first to jump off the bus, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Looking around, they had been brought to a group of buildings halfway up a mountain. This used to be the Nanshan Vocational School in the Jiutai district of Spring City. But after the school relocated, the site had remained vacant. However, it was clearly renovated now. The surrounding wall had been raised by 2 meters and topped with electric fencing. The main building's exterior was painted dark gray, and the windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass. The basketball hoops on the playground had been dismantled, replaced by various strange training facilities. "Damn," Zhang Hao gaped. "This renovation is more secure than a prison." Lin Zhan's ears twitched, and his sharp gaze immediately swept over Zhang Hao 10 laps around the playground. Zhang Hao, questioning the training base's facilities, adds 5 more laps. Lin Zhan added. Zhang Hao's expression instantly fell, but he didn't dare to talk back and ran off to do laps, looking dejected. Jiang Yichen secretly rejoiced that he hadn't spoken out and noticed that other buses were arriving one after another. Soon, nearly 100 students, all around 15 or 16 years old, gathered in the open area. "Listen up." Lin Zhan stood on the steps, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. "I am Lin Zhan, a Level 3 Special Agent of the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau, and also your chief instructor for the Qianyuan class. From today onward, you will undergo a 3-month special training here." A murmur rose from the crowd. Jiang Yichen keenly caught the unfamiliar term Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau. "Silence," Lin Zhan barked, and everyone immediately quieted down. "I know you have many questions. Now, follow me to the auditorium, and I will answer some of them." The auditorium was much more modern than he had imagined. Holographic projectors, surround sound, and even every seat was equipped with VR glasses. Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. This setup was a level above their school. Lin Zhan walked to the center of the podium, and the projection screen behind him lit up, displaying the emblem of the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau, a silver shield with the character Dark in seal script at its center. "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the preliminary selection," Lin Zhan stated directly. "You are all special talents with awakening potential. Before explaining further, I need you to sign a confidentiality agreement." Staff members began distributing documents. Jiang Yichen glanced over. It was densely packed with over a dozen pages, with the core content being a single clause. Those who leak confidential information will have their memories erased and face legal consequences. This agreement, a girl next to him whispered, will signing it get us silenced? Jiang Yichen shrugged. "Don't worry, if they wanted to silence us, they wouldn't go through all this trouble to bring us here." After signing the agreement, Lin Zhan's expression seemed to soften a bit. "Now, I can tell you some truths." The projection switched to show a historical footage. The Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau was established in the 1950s. Lin Zhan's voice took on a solemn tone. "Our duty is to investigate and handle all supernatural phenomena, maintaining national security." The screen flashed various blurry images, unidentified creatures in deep mountains, anomalous light clusters above cities, special equipment in laboratories, The resurgence of spiritual energy did not just start recently. Lin Zhan continued. In fact, the awakening of supernatural abilities has been ongoing globally for decades, but has always been kept under tight control. Jiang Yichen pondered. No wonder those videos were deleted as soon as they were uploaded. The authorities had known about it all along and have been managing it. But in the last 3 months, the global concentration of spiritual energy has suddenly skyrocketed. Lin Zhan's expression turned grave. The number of awakeners has increased exponentially, and the existing control systems are overwhelmed. The projections switched to a world map dotted with red points. Currently, there are over 100,000 confirmed awakeners worldwide, with about 20,000 in our country. This number is still rising rapidly. Lin Zhan surveyed the crowd. The Qinyuan class was established against this backdrop. We need to quickly train a batch of qualified supernatural beings to cope with the upcoming changes. The auditorium fell silent. Jiang Yichen felt a chill run down his back. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. All right, that's the end of the theoretical lesson. Lin Zhan suddenly switched topics. Now we will conduct ability tests. Staff members pushed in a strange device that looked like a crystal ball, its surface flowing with colorful lights. This is the attribute detection device. It can determine your supernatural attributes, Lin Zhan explained. Common attributes include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. 9 types in total. Each person will come up to test according to their student number. The testing process was quick. The first boy stepped up and placed his hand on the crystal ball, which instantly turned fire red. Fire attribute, not bad. Lin Zhan nodded next. Jiang Yichen observed for a while and noticed that most people's attributes were quite singular. Occasionally, when someone displayed dual attributes, it caused a small stir. When it was Zhang Hao's turn, the crystal ball turned a pale blue with flickering electricity inside. Thunder attribute. Rare quality, Lin Zhan said, showing a rare hint of approval. Good potential. Zhang Hao smugly winked at Jiang Yichen, as if saying, look how impressive I am. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes and stepped forward. The moment he placed his hand on the crystal ball, buzz. The crystal ball suddenly shook violently, and its colors began to change wildly. Red, blue, green, gold, purple. Finally, it turned transparent. Lin Zhan frowned and pressed his hand on the side of the device. The crystal ball slowly stabilized, but remained transparent. Manifestation system. Lin Zhan looked at Jiang Yichen deeply. Very rare. The auditorium instantly buzzed with discussion. Jiang Yichen heard someone whisper, what is the manifestation system? I've never heard of it. Silence. Lin Zhan tapped the podium. The manifestation system is a special mutated attribute that can simulate the abilities of other attributes. Its advantage is its versatility, but the downside is that each simulated ability is about 20 weaker than the original. Jiang Yichen appeared calm on the surface, but a storm was brewing inside. His ability could clearly replicate perfectly, so why was it judged to be a weakened version? Unless this device couldn't detect his true level. All right, the test continues. Lin Zhan gestured for Jiang Yichen to return to his seat. Although the manifestation system was rare, it was still within the normal mutation range. Next, Jiang Yichen returned to his seat, deep in thought. Zhang Hao immediately leaned over. Old Jiang, what kind of divine attribute is this? It sounds so impressive. Just average. World third, Jiang Yichen casually replied, while calculating in his mind. The manifestation system. This explanation provided him with a great cover. In the future, even if he used various anime skills, he could pass it off as manifestation abilities, and it wouldn't raise too much suspicion. But the problem was, his abilities were clearly more than that. The crystal ball's detection probably only scratched the surface. After the test, Lin Zhan announced the class allocation results. Jiang Yichen and Zhang Hao were both placed in Class 1 of Year 1, with a total of 50 students. Most of them had single attributes, with only 3 dual attributes and Jiang Yichen having a manifestation system. Official training starts tomorrow. Lin Zhan said at last, rest well tonight. The dormitory is in Building B. Dismissed. The dormitory was a 4-person room, unexpectedly spacious and comfortable. Besides Zhang Hao, Jiang Yichen's roommates were 2 unfamiliar boys. One named Li Jiqiang with a fire attribute, and the other named Wang Yin with an earth attribute. Bro, what's it like having a manifestation system? Li Jiqiang asked curiously. Can you really manifest all attributes? Jiang Yichen shrugged. Probably, I haven't tried it yet. Awesome. Wang Yin gave a thumbs up. Doesn't that make you like a human Swiss Army knife? Zhang Hao suddenly jumped up from his bed, striking a pose. Manifestation. Lightning slash. Have you hit your head? Jiang Yichen was speechless. Can't you imitate? You should try the lightning attribute. Zhang Hao said excitedly. Let's see if you can unleash my signature skill. Jiang Yichen sighed, thinking this guy must have been brainwashed by anime. But then he thought it was a good opportunity for an experiment. He pretended to strike a pose, then deliberately made a faint spark of electricity appear in his hand, making it intentionally unstable. Wow, it really works. Zhang Hao was excited like a 200-pound child. But your electricity, why does it look like a leaking power bank? Jiang Yichen secretly laughed, but on the surface, he looked helpless. Didn't the instructor say that manifestation systems are 20 weaker than the original? That's still pretty strong. Li Jiqiang said enviously, I can only spit fire and can't control it well. I almost set the dormitory on fire yesterday. The few of them were chatting enthusiastically when suddenly there was a knock at the door. When they opened it, there was a girl wearing glasses. The instructor asked me to inform you that you need to gather at the playground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you're late, you'll have to run 20 laps. 6 o'clock. Zhang Hao wailed. That's even harsher than school. The girl adjusted her glasses. Just a reminder, there are cameras in the dormitory, so don't do anything sneaky at night. After saying that, she left. Jiang Yichen looked thoughtfully at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. It seemed that the regulations here were stricter than he had imagined. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Yichen lay on his bed, listening to his roommates snoring, and quietly stretched out his hand. A pure blue flame quietly burned in his palm, with not a hint of heat leaking out. 20 weaker? He smiled silently, realizing that the crystal ball was not very accurate. Chapter 6, Global Awakening and the Return to the Void at 5:50 in the morning. Jiang Yichen was jolted awake by the piercing sound of a whistle. Beep, beep, beep. The noise was like someone setting off firecrackers right next to his ear, causing him to bounce straight out of bed. What the hell? Enemy attack. Zhang Hao attempted to spring up like a carp, but instead rolled onto the floor. Li Jiqiang, rubbing his eyes in confusion, asked, Is there a fire? Should I breathe fire to save myself? Breathe fire my foot. Jiang Yichen glanced out the window at the still dark sky. It was the assembly whistle. Hurry up and get dressed. The four of them hurriedly put on their training uniforms, rushing out without even brushing their teeth. The corridor was already a chaotic scene, with some people wearing their pants backward, others having both feet stuck in the same pant leg, and one unfortunate soul tripping over his shoelaces and rolling down the stairs. The quality of this batch of ability users is concerning. Jiang Yichen muttered as he ran. At 5:58, they barely managed to form a crooked formation on the playground. Lin Zhan stood at the front, hands behind his back, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. At 6:01, step out. A dozen sleepy students trembled as they stepped forward. 20 laps, starting now. Lin Zhan's voice was as cold as ice. Next time you're late, it'll be doubled. The few unfortunate souls began to run with sorrowful faces, while the others were silent as mice. All present. Warm-up exercises begin. For the next hour, Jiang Yichen experienced what it meant to feel worse than death. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 2 laps of frog jumps around the playground, 20 sets of shuttle runs. By the time they reached the duck walk, he could no longer feel his thighs. Instructor. Zhang Hao gasped like a bull. Aren't we ability users? Why do we have to train our physical fitness? Lin Zhan sneered. Do you think abilities are magic? Just wave your hand and you can shoot fire or electricity. Let me tell you, all abilities depend on physical fitness. The stronger your fitness, the greater the power of your abilities. He walked over to a boy doing push-ups and stepped on his back. Make your movement standard. Do you think this is military training? This is to save your lives. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth and persevered, suddenly noticing a strange phenomenon. Although he was exhausted, the energy within him seemed to be slowly increasing. Could it be that pushing physical limits really stimulates abilities? He pondered. At 7 o'clock, the hellish training finally ended. Everyone collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, not even wanting to move their fingers. 30 minutes to wash up. Assembly at the cafeteria at 7:30. Lin Zhan glanced at his watch. Those who are late will have extra training at noon. This sentence was more effective than any stimulant. The students who had just been half dead instantly sprang to their feet, rushing toward the dormitory. The food in the cafeteria was surprisingly good. Braised beef, steamed fish, garlic greens, seaweed, egg drop soup, and various fruits. Each meal tray also came with a small cup of milky liquid. What is this? Milk? Zhang Hao picked it up and sniffed it. Why does it smell medicinal? Nutritional supplement, explained a girl wearing glasses beside him. My cousin works at headquarters and says it's special. It can accelerate physical recovery. Jiang Yichen took a sip. It tasted like yogurt mixed with mint, and after drinking it, he immediately felt warmth in his stomach, significantly alleviating his fatigue. Awesome. Zhang Hao downed it in one go. I feel like I'm alive again. Li Jiqiang stared blankly at his meal tray. For the first time in my life, I think cafeteria food is so delicious. Of course, Jiang Yichen picked up a piece of beef. If the cafeteria at your previous school had this standard, even the director of the Education Bureau would come to inspect it. After finishing their meal, at 8 o'clock, everyone was taken to a lecture hall. Lin Zhan was already waiting at the podium, with the distribution of global ability forces projected behind him. Sit tight, we're starting the theory class. Lin Zhan tapped the podium. First, you need to understand that abilities did not just appear recently. Every country in the world has its own secret organizations. They're just now starting to come to light. The projection switched to a world map marked with different colored areas. United Kingdom's Round Table Council specializes in mental abilities. France Rosicrucians, masters of elemental manipulation. Russia's Winter Bear Brigade, primarily focused on physical enhancement. Jiang Yichen listened intently. These names sounded like they had jumped out of a novel, yet they existed in reality. Pay special attention to these countries. Lin Zhan highlighted several areas: Japan Shinto, adept at summoning Shikigami; India's Brahma Society, skilled in illusions; America's Area 51, a combination of technology and abilities. Zhang Hao raised his hand to ask, "Instructor, what about our Huaxia?" Lin Zhan's lips curled slightly, showing a hint of pride. The Dark Domain Special Adjustment Bureau, established in 1953. We are the world's earliest national institution systematically researching abilities. The projection switched to a badge with a silver shield engraved with the dark characters. The highest leader in the bureau is Director Xiao Yinshuan, code Name Lanting Marquis. Lin Zhan's tone carried respect. No one has seen his ability. Yet he ranks among the world's top with just his swordsmanship. A blurry side profile appeared on the projection, a man holding a pitch-black long knife, exuding a fierce aura like a sword drawn from its sheath. Political Commissar Lin Yanxiu, ability Mirror Heart, can perceive emotions and memories. The 7 deputy directors each have their strengths. The screen switched to show 7 photos in succession. Lu Jinghong controls thunder. Su Hechuan creates cold waves. Pei Jin manipulates dark blue flames. Jiang Yenzhou can revert targets to a state 3 seconds prior. He Qin Yuan changes endlessly. Gu Qinya combines poison attack and healing. Lu Yinxia, code name Iron Fan Princess, controls wind and fire. What the hell? The classroom erupted in exclamations. Jiang Yichen also gasped internally. The abilities of these big shots were more outrageous than the last. Next came the key points. Lin Zhan tapped the blackboard, qualification and level classification. The projection switched to a table. Qualification, B, C, D, E, F, A being the highest level. Internationally recognized AF, each level divided into upper or middle and lower tiers. Currently, the strongest in the world is B upper. No one has reached a level yet. Lin Zhan paused. Our bureau chief is 35 years old and is the youngest B upper in the world. The classroom instantly erupted. 35 years old and at the top of the world? What kind of freak is this? Silence. Lin Zhan's voice was stern. Qualification is innate, but levels can be improved through hard work. Now, we will distribute cultivation resources. Staff brought up a metallic box, and upon opening it, dozens of crystalline stones were neatly arranged inside, emitting a faint glow. Spirit stones, which can accelerate ability cultivation. Lin Zhan explained, each person will receive them monthly based on their qualification, so use them sparingly. When it was Jiang Yichen's turn, he received 2 thumb-sized spirit stones, feeling smooth like jade, with what seemed to be liquid flowing inside. Now, we will teach the basic cultivation method, return to the void. Lin Zhan signaled everyone to sit properly. This is a universal cultivation method developed by headquarters. Today we will teach you the parts below sea level. For more advanced techniques, you will need to report to Kyoto and pass the assessment. Jiang Yichen immediately perked up. This was a genuine cultivation method, not some random thing he had been figuring out on his own. Sitting cross-legged, palms facing the sky, Lin Zhan demonstrated a meditative posture, holding the spirit stone in his palm, feeling the energy within. Jiang Yichen followed the instructions and closed his eyes. At first, he felt nothing, but gradually, he sensed a warm flow entering his palm from the spirit stone, coursing through his body along his meridians. Guide the energy to circulate along the run and do meridians. Lin Zhan's voice seemed to come from a distant place. Don't rush, proceed step by step. Jiang Yichen tried to control that strand of energy, only to discover that it was surprisingly obedient, much smoother than when he practiced aimlessly. Even more astonishingly, it seemed that the anime skill library within him was also absorbing this energy, becoming more active. Suddenly, a scream came from beside him. Jiang Yichen opened his eyes and saw Zhang Hao's head sparking with electric sparks, his whole body glowing. Control it. Don't waste energy. Lin Zhan rushed over, pressing down on Zhang Hao's shoulder. Take a deep breath, slowly bring it back. Other students also began to exhibit strange phenomena. Li Jiqiang's palms were on fire. Wang Yan's feet caused the ground to tremble slightly, and a girl had hair that moved without wind. Jiang Yichen looked down at himself and saw that he had no reaction at all. It shouldn't be like this. He muttered to himself, did I practice incorrectly? But when he looked inward again, he found that the energy was being absorbed at an astonishing speed, just without any outward manifestation. Even stranger was that he felt his replication ability seemed to upgrade. That's it for today. Lin Zhan looked at the time, afternoon practical training, now dismissed for a break. The students left the classroom in groups, excitedly discussing their recent experiences. Jiang Yichen deliberately stayed behind, waiting for everyone to leave, then quietly opened his palm. One spirit stone had turned into gray powder, while the other had also dimmed considerably. This absorption speed, Jiang Yichen's pupils constricted. It seemed to be much faster than theirs. He recalled Lin Zhan mentioning that the manifestation type was 20 weaker than the original version. In the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, it seems that the test result has a lot of discrepancies. Chapter 7. The beautiful boy and the gifted freak. On the third day of clothes management, Jiang Yichen finally figured out the rules of the base. He was woken up at 6 in the morning by the whistle and sent back to the dorm at 10 at night by the instructor. The time in between was either spent training or on the way to training. The only good news was that there was a public phone booth on the first floor of the dormitory building. Hey, Mom. Jiang Yichen wedged the receiver between his ear and shoulder, holding a book titled Basic Theories of Abilities in his hand. Yes, I'm doing well here. The food is better than at home. On the other end of the line, his mom's signature loud voice came through. Who asked about the food? I'm asking if anyone is bullying you. Are those instructors fierce? Jiang Yichen glanced at Lin Zhan, who was punishing students by making them do push-ups not far away, and swallowed. Not fierce, very kind, like a kindergarten teacher. Don't talk nonsense. You think I haven't seen military training documentaries? His mom cut straight to the point. Don't put on a brave face. If you can't take it, come home. We want to starve to death if you don't become some kind of ability user. Got it. Jiang Yichen felt a warmth in his heart. What about Dad? Your dad? There was a cold snort from the other end. After he found out you went to the special training class, he locked up your collection of figurines in the safe overnight, saying, what if my son awakens the ability to reorganize matter and turns my limited editions into nothing? Jiang Yichen. After hanging up, Jiang Yichen walked back to the dorm with mixed feelings. His parents' attitudes made him feel both touched and amused. Other parents would be celebrating if their child awakened abilities. His family was quite the opposite. His mom worried about him getting bullied, while his dad fretted over the safety of his figurines. This is what real parents are like. He sighed. The training intensity indeed increased day by day. From the initial 5-kilometer morning run to the current 10-kilometer weighted run, from 100 push-ups to 300 pull-ups, Lin Zhan seemed determined to squeeze every bit of energy out of their bones. This is called extreme breakthrough method. Lin Zhan stood under the sun, watching a group of students collapse on the ground like dead dogs. If you don't push your limits, how can you stimulate your potential? Zhang Hao lay on the ground, tongue out. Instructor, I feel like my limits have already broken through to the underworld. 20 more push-ups. Lin Zhan didn't even blink. Jiang Yichen gradually adapted to this intensity. What surprised him even more was that, as the training deepened, the energy within him was indeed steadily increasing. Now, when he used the spiral sphere, he didn't feel nearly as exhausted as he did the first time. After training that day, Lin Zhan gathered everyone in the classroom. Now I will announce the qualification assessment results. He held a list in his hand. 1A rank, 3B ranks, 20C ranks, and 26D ranks. The classroom instantly fell silent. Jiang Yichen noticed that the girl in the front row, Lin Wanyue, who had always kept to herself, straightened her back slightly. A rank. Lin Wanyue. As expected, the cold girl merely nodded slightly, her face showing no signs of emotion. But Jiang Yichen clearly saw her fingers resting on her knees tremble slightly. Berang, Bang Yan, Li Ziqiang, Zhang Ao. Whoa, I got a B rank. Zhang Hao jumped up, only to be pressed back down by Lin Zhan's glare. C rank, Jiang Yichen, Lu Zixuan. After reading through the list, some were happy while others were worried. Jiang Yichen was not surprised by his C rank. After all, on the surface, he was just a weakened version of a materialization type, and getting a medium rank was already quite good. Qualification does not determine everything. Lin Zhan looked around. There are many historical examples of low qualification individuals overcoming high qualification ones. The key lies in effort and luck. When he said the word luck, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant. The next morning, Jiang Yichen was, as usual, awakened by the whistle. But when he yawned and walked into the classroom, he noticed something was off. Everyone was whispering to each other, their eyes constantly glancing toward the podium. On the podium stood Lin Zhan next to A. Beauty. Silver short hair, delicate oval face, amber eyes, long figure wearing a specially made training uniform. The whole person looked like a character from manga. Whoa! Zhang Hao's drool was almost about to hit the floor. This girl, incredible. Jiang Yichen was also stunned. This person was so beautiful it felt unreal, and had a peculiar charm that could attract both men and women. Quiet. Lin Zhan tapped on the podium. This is our new classmate, Yu Fuyao. He will be joining our class from today. The beauty smiled slightly, her voice cold and pleasant. Hello everyone, I am Yu Fuyao. After a pause, she added, by the way, I'm male. The classroom fell silent instantly, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 3 seconds later, an ear-splitting uproar erupted. Male? Impossible. This is even harder to accept than being an ability user. Yu Fuyao seemed to have long been accustomed to such reactions, standing calmly with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yichen observed closely indeed. Although Yu Fuyao's features were exquisitely beautiful, the Adam's apple on his neck was still faintly visible. Moreover, if one listened carefully, the voice, while clear, was indeed male. Find your seats. Lin Zhan said to Yu Fuyao. The silver-haired beauty nodded, scanning the classroom before directly walking toward Jiang Yichen. Hello. Yu Fuyao sat down in the empty seat next to Jiang Yichen, emanating a faint scent of cedar. You're the materialization type, right? I've long heard of you. Jiang Yichen was taken aback. You know me? Materialization types are rare. Yu Fuyao smiled. By the way, I'm AB rank, and my ability is illusion shape. Only then did Jiang Yichen notice that Yu Fuyao's name tag indeed indicated B rank. Welcome to Hell Training Camp. Jiang Yichen joked. Hope you can take a beating. Yu Fuyao blinked. Don't worry, my escape skills are top-notch. In the afternoon's practical training, Yu Fuyao indeed demonstrated astonishing agility. Although his strength was not as great as the others, his movement patterns were strange and varied, as if he could predict all of his opponent's actions. This guy isn't simple, Jiang Yichen observed while secretly assessing. That illusion shape ability was probably not as simple as just disguising. After training, Jiang Yichen discovered a paradise, the entertainment room. Although he still couldn't use his phone, there were actually more than 20 computers in the entertainment room. While they could only connect to the internal network, movies, anime, and games were all available, and there was even a dedicated database for abilities. This is what life should be like. Jiang Yichen was moved to tears and immediately opened the latest episode of Naruto. Watching the cool ninjutsu battles on the screen, the energy within him unconsciously began to simulate those techniques. What was even more miraculous was that this time he clearly felt that the replication speed was much faster than before. It seems that the 10,000 phenomena returning to the void technique is indeed useful. Jiang Yichen thought thoughtfully. He needed to find opportunities to learn more skills. Just as he was engrossed in watching, he suddenly heard Yu Fuyao's voice behind him. Do you like Naruto? Jiang Yichen nearly jumped out of his chair. You walk without making a sound? Yu Fuyao chuckled lightly, casually pulling a chair to sit down. The materialization type ability is to mimic the abilities you see, right? Jiang Yichen's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. Pretty much, but they are all weakened versions. Interesting. Yu Fuyao rested his chin on his hand. Then can you copy abilities from anime? Jiang Yichen felt a chill on his back. This guy's intuition was too accurate, right? He thought too much. He pretended to be relaxed and shrugged. If that were the case, I would have already replicated myself into the Sage of Six Paths. Yu Fuyao gave him a meaningful glance, didn't ask further, and instead opened up One Piece. In the following days, Jiang Yichen noticed that Yu Fuyao always appeared near him. Whether it was during training in teams, at the dining hall as his table mate, or even running into him in the entertainment room. What was even stranger was that this seemingly aloof, pretty boy was actually a chatterbox and a gossip enthusiast. Did you know? Instructor Lin is actually afraid of cats. The cafeteria lady was a ballet dancer when she was young. Zhang Hao talks in his sleep and calls her name. Jiang Yichen was annoyed. Young master you. Can you be quiet for a bit? Yu Fuyao blinked his big eyes. What, you dislike me? Not all. Jiang Yichen raised his hands in surrender. Just curious why you always cling to me? Yu Fuyao smiled mysteriously. Because you are very interesting. Jiang Yichen. Thus, amidst the daily training and Yu Fuyao's disturbances, Jiang Yichen's abilities steadily improved. Now he could easily replicate most skills from Naruto and One Piece. And even started trying out Kido from Bleach. The only thing confusing him was that every time he practiced secretly, he always felt like someone was watching him from the shadows. But when he looked back, there was nothing. Could it be the Fuyao guy? Jiang Yichen remained on guard, or could it be Lin Zhan is monitoring me? Chapter 8: Home and Robbery. When the training whistle blew on Friday afternoon, the students of Qianyuan class seemed to hear a heavenly sound. The weekend was here with a 2-day break, and they had to return to school by 9 o'clock on Sunday night. Lin Zhan stood on the playground with his hands behind his back, watching the group of students in front of him, their eyes shining like refugees seeing relief supplies. No trouble, no misuse of abilities. Violators know the consequences. 50 laps around the playground. Zhang Hao interrupted impatiently. Lin Zhan narrowed his eyes. 100 laps. Zhang Hao. Jiang Yichen had already packed his backpack, just waiting for the dismissal call. After a week of intense training, he now found the cafeteria aunt to be quite pretty, not to mention the braised pork made by his mother at home. Old Jiang. Zhang Hao grabbed Jiang Yichen, who was about to run away. Are we going out this weekend? I heard a new buffet opened. Not going. My mom called me home for dinner. Jiang Yichen shook off his hand and ran away faster than a rabbit. Behind him, he heard Yu Fuyao's soft laughter. What a good baby of his mom. Jiang Yichen flipped her off without looking back. The evening rush hour in Spring City was still so congested that it made one question life. Jiang Yichen sat on the bus, looking at the familiar streets outside, feeling as if he had been away for a long time, even though it had only been a week. Young man, could you give me your seat? An elderly woman patted his shoulder. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to stand up, he suddenly thought of something and blinked. Annie, I'm an ability user. I just finished training, my legs are weak. The woman's expression instantly changed from righteous to fearful. Oh, I'm so sorry. You sit. Thank you for your hard work, ability user. Everyone on the bus turned to look at him, some with curiosity, some with awe, and a few young girls secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Jiang Yichen. I miscalculated. After getting off the bus, he deliberately took a detour for 2 streets, confirming no one was following him before heading home. On the way, he passed by the supermarket at the entrance of his community, where the owner, old Lu, was squatting outside smoking. Upon seeing him, his eyes lit up. Hey, little Jiang is back. I heard you went to that ability training class? Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Lu, you sure are well informed. Of course, everyone in the neighborhood knows we have an ability user now. Can you show me a fire-breathing trick? I'm an embodiment type, not a circus act. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Besides, misusing abilities could get him caught. Old Lu looked disappointed. How about a magic trick? Go to hell. Jiang Yichen waved his hand as he walked home. My mom's waiting for me to eat. As soon as he pushed the door open, the rich aroma of food rushed over him. Jiang Yichen felt a pang in his nose and almost cried. The so-called nutritious meals he had eaten for a week, while tasty, were nothing compared to his mom's cooking, which was simply gourmet. Son, Zhang's mother rushed out of the kitchen, spatula in hand, looking him up and down. You've lost weight. You definitely didn't eat well. Jiang Yichen thought to himself that he had eaten more than a cow that week. But he still replied, the cafeteria food can't compare to what mom makes. Go wash your hands. Today is all your favorites. Zhang's mother beamed. The dining table was indeed filled with hearty dishes. Braised ribs, oil-braised prawns, steamed base, garlic hollow vegetable. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, feeling like he could eat a whole cow. Zhang's father put down his newspaper and adjusted his glasses. Was training hard? Not too bad. Just the physical training was a bit tiring. Jiang Yichen picked up a piece of rib, feeling so happy that tears almost streamed down his face. The instructor said we made great progress. Did he get beaten? Zhang's mother asked anxiously. Mom, we went for training, not a juvenile detention center. The family chatted while eating. Jiang Yichen shared what he could about the training, funny stories from classmates, and the cafeteria food. As for the spirit stones and the myriad forms returning to Ruin's technique, those confidential topics, he didn't mention a word. By the way, Zhang's father suddenly put down his chopsticks. There's news every day about ability users on TV. The situation abroad is chaotic. Zhang's mother sighed. Exactly. The news said yesterday that in America, someone who can control metal moved an entire ATM home. It's better here. Zhang's father served his son a bowl of soup. Our controls are strict, and there haven't been any major incidents for now. Jiang Yichen nodded. He understood deeply that the response speed and control of the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau were indeed impressive. For instance, regarding Wang Ming's incident, from discovery to control and public opinion suppression, it took no more than 2 hours. But Zhang's father shifted the topic. People with superpowers can easily lose their balance. When some suddenly gain power, they can't control themselves. Just then, an emergency news broadcast suddenly interrupted the TV. At 3:27 p.m. today, Liao City Commercial Bank was robbed by 3 ability users. Surveillance shows that the suspects possess the abilities to control flames, manipulate earth and stone, and turn their bodies into metal. The screen switched to surveillance footage. 3 masked individuals rushed into the bank, one creating a firewall to block security, another raising the ground to form a shield, and the third smashing open the vault door with a metallized arm. Several police officers were injured, and the suspects are still at large. The police remind citizens. Jiang Yichen stared at the screen, his brows involuntarily furrowing. The 3 acted in perfect coordination. Their movements swift and decisive, clearly well-planned. Something really happened. Jiang's mother looked at her son with worry. Are you going to have to confront these bad guys in the future? Jiang's father shot her a glare. What nonsense are you talking? Our son has only been training for a few days. Jiang Yichen shoved some rice into his mouth and mumbled, Don't worry, people like us won't be on the front lines. Though he said that, he knew that with the current speed of spiritual energy recovery, such incidents would only increase. No matter how capable the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau was, they couldn't keep tabs on every awakened individual. After dinner, Jiang Yichen volunteered to help wash the dishes. Jiang's mother was cutting fruit beside him, hesitating several times before finally asking, Son, what exactly is your ability? Like, Jiang Yichen paused while wiping a plate. I can mimic other people's abilities, but they're all weakened versions. He didn't dare mention that he could perfectly replicate anime skills. He was afraid it would scare his mom into a heart attack. Oh. Jiang's mother nodded, as if she understood. Can you make a flower appear? Jiang Yichen. Mom, I'm not a magician. Can you make a rabbit? Can't. How about breathing fire? I can, but would set the kitchen on fire. Then what use is your ability? Jiang's mother looked disappointed. Jiang Yichen twitched his lips. So, you're disappointed that your son didn't become a circus performer, right? Jiang's mother retorted confidently. What else? I saw online that there's a girl abroad who awakened a healing ability and is now a living bodhisattva at the hospital. And a little boy who can conjure water out of thin air. His family does great business whenever the neighborhood runs out of water. Jiang Yichen facepalmed. Mom, abilities aren't for making a fortune. Why not? Jiang's mother put her hands on her hips. Does that training class help with job placement? What is the salary? Does it have 5 insurance and 1 fund? Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that compared to Lin Zhan's devilish training, his mom's soul-searching questions were the real test. After showering and returning to his room, Jiang Yichen felt as if he had traveled through time. The neatly arranged comics on the bookshelf, the unfinished Gundam model on the computer desk, and the old Naruto poster stuck by the bedside. All of it was exactly the same as a week ago, but he had already changed completely. He lay in bed, operating the wandering back to the void technique, feeling the energy circulating within him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was Zhang Hao sending a message in the group. Breaking news. There is new progress in the bank robbery case in Liaoshi. The police have released photos of 3 suspects. Everyone below were several screenshots of wanted notices. Jiang Yichen clicked to open it and immediately frowned. The faces of these 3 people looked somewhat familiar. He suddenly sat up, opened his computer, and searched for Liaoshi ability user registration. Soon, he found the answer in a news report. All 3 were registered legal awakened ones, originally working in a construction company, a fire brigade, and a steel mill. From ordinary workers to bank robbers, Jiang Yichen murmured to himself, is this the inflation brought by power? Just as he was thinking, his phone rang again. This time it was a private message from Yu Fuyao. Did you see the news? The combination of abilities of those 3 is quite interesting. Fire, earth, and metal. It's like a moving metallurgy factory. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. So what? Are you going to send them a resume? Yu Fuyao. Oh, don't be so cold. I just want to say, this combination is not easy to deal with. The police are probably going to have a headache. Winky face. Jiang Yichen. Not my problem. I'm not a cop. Yu Fuyao. But we are future Special Investigation Bureau members. Who knows when it might be our turn? Looking at this message, Jiang Yichen suddenly had a bad premonition. He recalled what Lin Zhan had said. You are not training for fun. You are preparing for the chaos that is about to come. Outside the window, the night view of Spring City was still brightly lit, calm as usual. But Jiang Yichen knew that beneath this calm, dark currents had already begun to surge. Chapter 9. Pursuing the criminal in the dark night. Jiang Yichen had barely lain down for 5 minutes when he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest. What is going on? Did I eat too much? He rubbed his belly and turned over. Just then, a strong wave of spiritual energy surged from the northwest, like someone blasting heavy metal music through a high-powered speaker, causing his head to throb. Damn! Jiang Yichen sprang up like a fish out of water. This spiritual energy fluctuation was so intense that it seemed to be begging for attention. He tiptoed to the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain. The night sky in the northwest was faintly glowing with an abnormal red light, as if someone had started a large fire there. Curiosity clawed at his heart like a cat's paw. Rationality told him to go to sleep and return to school on time tomorrow. But another voice urged him to take a look. After all, with his ability from hunter, no one would notice him. Just one peek, Jiang Yichen mumbled, quickly forming hand seals, absolute. This was a technique he replicated from Hunter x Hunter, capable of perfectly hiding his presence and aura. Theoretically, as long as he didn't expose himself, even standing in front of others wouldn't draw attention. He pushed open the window, and the night wind rushed in. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, recalling the movements of the ninjas in Naruto, and leaped. Ouch! He almost fell headfirst into the flower bed below. Luckily, he adjusted his posture with a moon step at the crucial moment and landed safely. It looked so easy in the anime. Jiang Yichen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nearly dying before even starting. After getting into the right state, he dashed toward the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. Along the way, he continuously switched skills, using the Shuinpa from Bleach for short-distance dashes, the Soru from One Piece for linear acceleration, and chakra attachment from Naruto to walk on walls as if they were flat ground. 10 minutes later, he approached the scene of the incident in the old industrial area of Chun City, where a series of abandoned factories stood. Most of the buildings were constructed in the 70s and 80s, now long deserted, turning into a paradise for homeless people and stray cats. Jiang Yichen hid on the top floor of an abandoned office building, observing the situation below through a broken window. To his shock, the 3 bank robbers reported in the news earlier that day were being chased by 7 men in black. And those 7 men were clearly wearing uniforms of the Special Investigation Bureau. Wow, those 3 fugitives are fast. Jiang Yichen clicked his tongue. They were in Liaoshi in the afternoon, and now in Chun City at night. What surprised him even more was that the one leading the pursuit was actually Lin Zhan. At that moment, Lin Zhan had changed from his usual instructor demeanor, wielding a standard long sword with movements as sharp as a different person. The 3 fugitives were retreating while fighting, clearly not wanting to engage. The fire ability user continuously shot firewalls to block their pursuers, while the earth ability user manipulated the ground to create obstacles. The muscular man who could metalize was carrying a large bag, presumably filled with stolen money. Jiang Yichen quietly sensed the energy fluctuations of both sides. All 3 fugitives were E-rank, and the Special Investigation Bureau was about the same. By rights, 7 against 3 should be a guaranteed win, but the fugitives cooperated seamlessly, resulting in a stalemate. Something's not right. Jiang Yichen frowned. The escape route of these 3 was too purposeful. Sure enough, when both sides chased into an open abandoned square, the situation suddenly changed. The 3 robbers, who had been passively fleeing, turned to counterattack. The fire ability user clasped his hands together, unleashing a blazing white flame vortex. The earth ability user stomped his foot, causing the ground to rise and form an encirclement. Most astonishingly, the muscular man suddenly surged in energy, directly jumping from E-rank to D-rank. Hiding their strength, Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. The Special Investigation Bureau clearly hadn't anticipated this. The first 2 special agents were directly hit by the flames, their uniforms singed. Another was toppled by the suddenly raised ground. Although Lin Zhan managed to block in time, he was still knocked back several meters by the metallized man's punch. Form a formation, Lin Zhan shouted sharply, and the remaining special agents quickly gathered, crossing their swords to form a defensive stance. The metallized man sneered and cracked his neck. Special Investigation Bureau's lackeys, is that all you've got? His voice sounded like 2 pieces of iron scraping against each other, making one's teeth ache. As his words fell, his skin completely transformed into a dark silver color, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Jiang Yichen hid in the shadows, his eyes shining brightly. He frantically replicated the various abilities on the battlefield: flame manipulation, earth and stone control, metallization, especially that metallization, which could even hide one's strength. This technique was incredibly useful. The battle below grew increasingly fierce. Although the Special Investigation Bureau was well-trained, they were powerless against the suddenly appearing D-rank. The metallized man was like a human tank, rampaging through, with the agent's swords only sparking against him. Ha ha ha. Is this all you got? This? The muscular man laughed wildly, sending one special agent flying with a punch. Aren't you here to catch me? Come on. Lin Zhan's expression was as dark as water as he suddenly pulled out a metallic cylinder identical to the one he had used when capturing Wang Ming. Whoosh! A blue beam shot out, but this time the muscular man was well prepared, dodging to the side and countering with a cement slab thrown at Lin Zhan. Small tricks. The muscular man spat. Is that all the Special Investigation Bureau can do? Just as he finished speaking, a police siren suddenly blared from afar. Immediately after, a loudspeaker announced, "Listen up inside. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately." Jiang Yichen turned to look and nearly burst out laughing. Dozens of armored vehicles surrounded the factory complex, with hundreds of armed police officers, and even 2 helicopters hovered above, searchlights illuminating the entire square as if it were daytime. Wow, this setup. Jiang Yichen shrank his neck. No wonder the Chinese police are so efficient. The 3 robbers turned pale. Awakened individuals below C rank can't withstand firearms. That's common knowledge. Retreat. The metallized man decisively shouted, grabbing the money bag and running toward the nearest abandoned factory. The fire ability user and the earth ability user followed closely, one throwing a fireball to obstruct their pursuer's vision, while the other raised a dirt wall to hinder their chase. Just as Lin Zhan was about to pursue, he suddenly felt something and looked up toward Jiang Yichen's hiding spot. Jiang Yichen was so frightened that he quickly held his breath and pushed absolute to its limit. Fortunately, Lin Zhan only glanced in that direction before retracting his gaze and leading the agents in pursuit. Jiang Yichen let out a long breath, only then realizing that his back was completely soaked. Is this instructor radar? He muttered softly, almost getting caught. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to follow along. After all, such an opportunity for real combat observation was too rare, and since he was already here, using the concealment of absolute and various displacement skills, Jiang Yichen silently trailed behind both sides. The 3 robbers eventually hid in a 5-story abandoned factory, while the Special Investigation Bureau and the police quickly surrounded the building. Listen up inside. Surrender immediately. The police's voice echoed through the night sky. This is the final warning. Inside the factory, it was eerily quiet with no response. But through his spiritual energy sensing, Jiang Yichen could clearly see the 3 robbers hiding in a workshop on the 3rd floor, with the metallized man rapidly setting something up. Something's off. Jiang Yichen squinted. This setup doesn't look like they intend to surrender. Chapter 10. Accidental exposure. These sons of bitches definitely didn't hold back. Jiang Yichen squatted on the water tower opposite the abandoned factory, watching the 3 robbers sneaking around, feeling uneasy. The metallized, muscular man's eerie smile sent chills down his spine, and he felt something was off. Bang! Bang! A few muffled sounds echoed as the police began tossing tear gas into the factory. White smoke quickly billowed out of the windows like a steamer on fire. Attention inside. This is the final warning. Surrender immediately. The police loudspeaker made a sound that pierced the eardrums. All the guns were aimed at the building, and the scene was terrifyingly quiet. Jiang Yichen could even hear his own heartbeat thumping. Thump, thump, thump. Shouldn't he? Boom! A loud bang as a large hole was blown in the back wall of the factory. The 3 robbers rushed out holding a steel plate as thick as a door, resembling 3 Spartan warriors holding shields. Open fire. Hot, 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 hot. Bullets poured out like a rainstorm, but they were all blocked by the steel plate, sparking in a series of flashes. The metallized muscular man led the way, followed closely by the fire and earth ability users, forming a moving steel fortress. Damn, this coordination. Jiang Yichen stared in disbelief. They must have rehearsed a lot before robbing the bank, right? The police quickly adjusted their formation, encircling from both sides. Although the steel plate had strong defense, it was too heavy, and the robber's speed was akin to a turtle's crawl. As the encirclement grew tighter, the metallized muscular man suddenly sneered. Sorry, brothers. Before the other 2 could react, the muscular man abruptly released the steel plate, grabbing his companions by the back of their necks like picking up chicks, pulling them in front of him. What are you doing? Bang, 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 bang. The dull sound of bullets hitting flesh echoed. The 2 robbers barely had time to finish their last words before they were riddled with bullets, their eyes frozen in disbelief. You beast! Jiang Yichen couldn't help but curse. However, the metallized muscular man took advantage of this gap, rolling behind an abandoned vehicle, then shot forward like a cannonball, running straight towards Jiang Yichen's hiding spot. What the hell? Jiang Yichen's scalp tingled. Is this guy GPS enabled? Why is he heading straight for me? Just as he was about to change positions, he heard a loud crash as the muscular man smashed through the brick wall onto the water tower. And amidst the flying debris, their eyes met. The air suddenly fell silent. Jiang Yichen forced out an awkward yet polite smile. I was just passing by. You believe me? The muscular man's expression changed from shock to a sinister grin in just a second. Little brat, you're looking for death. His iron fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, came straight for Jiang Yichen's face. Jiang Yichen could even see the metallic cold light glinting on the fist. In a split second, a scene from X-Men flashed through Jiang Yichen's mind where Magneto manipulated metal. Almost instinctively, he clenched his right hand and shouted, "Kneel!" Crack! The sound of metal twisting painfully rang out. The muscular man's fist, which was halfway through its swing, suddenly deformed, followed by his entire arm, torso, and legs, like it can being crushed by an invisible giant hand. The muscular man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. My ability. What have you done to me? Jiang Yichen was also stunned. He knew he could replicate Magneto's ability, but he didn't expect it to be this domineering. After all, the other party was a D-class awakener. In the distance, chaotic footsteps and shouts could be heard as the police and special operations personnel were closing in. Oh no! Jiang Yichen broke out in a sweat. If he was discovered, he would be invited for tea tomorrow. In a moment of desperation, he mimicked the Hulk throwing Loki's classic move, grabbed the now humanoid iron pancake muscular man, swung him around, and smashed him into the ground. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the ground was smashed into a half-meter deep pit. Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to activate his instant step and vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. 5 seconds later, Lin Zhan arrived on the scene with the special forces, only to find a twisted humanoid metal block embedded in the pit, still twitching slightly. A special forces member crouched down to examine it. The full body metallization had been forcibly reversed, bones and organs severely compressed. Still alive, but needed urgent medical attention. Lin Zhan looked around, frowning deeply. The energy fluctuation just now was at least sea level. Could it be a passing civilian master? Another special forces member speculated. A civilian master? Lin Zhan scoffed. Anyone who could easily crush a D-class metallized person was no more than 5 C-class registered in the entire Spring City, and I know each one personally. He crouched down, picked up a piece of debris from the edge of the pit, and found it still retained a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. Check. Pull up all the nearby surveillance footage. Lin Zhan's voice was as cold as ice. I want to see who's been observing in the dark. Jiang Yichen ran wildly, specifically choosing alleys without surveillance. To be on the safe side, he even used the transformation technique from Naruto to turn himself into a black cat. Damn it, that scared the life out of me. The black cat version of Jiang Yichen crouched on a trash can, panting, almost meeting his end there. He didn't expect Magneto's ability to be so effective against metallized awakeners. Logically speaking, the other party was D-class, and he was F-class on the surface. So he should have been easily beaten. Could it be that the replicated ability isn't restricted by level? Jiang Yichen pondered, or is it that my real level isn't F at all? Just as he was thinking, sirens could be heard in the distance. Jiang Yichen jolted and hurried home. As he climbed through his window, he nearly bumped into his mom, who was getting a glass of water. Jiang's mother looked at the window in confusion. Didn't a black cat just jump in? Jiang Yichen dispelled his transformation, poking his head out from behind the wardrobe. Mom, it's me. How'd you get in? Jiang's mother widened her eyes. I came back from a walk, and the window was closer. A walk? At this time of night? Jiang's mother looked suspicious. You brat, you're not sneaking off to meet a girlfriend, are you? Jiang Yichen. This thought process, no wonder she's his biological mother. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Jiang Yichen's mind replayed the battle from earlier. The last look the metallized, muscular man gave him was like he had seen a ghost. Is Magneto's ability really this broken? He opened his palm, trying to manipulate the metal alarm clock on his bedside table. The alarm clock wobbled and floated up, then crashed down on his face. Ouch. Looks like I need to practice my control precision. Chapter 11. Brain Domain Awakening at 3:17 a.m. Jiang Yichen suddenly sat up in bed, cold sweat covering his forehead. He had that dream again. The body of the metallized strong man twisting and deforming, those eyes filled with terror. And that sentence, "What have you done to me?" Damn. Jiang Yichen wiped his face and grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside. Gulping down a few mouthfuls, the icy liquid slid down his throat, but couldn't extinguish the restlessness within. He opened his palm, trying to summon Magneto's ability. The metal alarm clock on the nightstand trembled slightly, then fell over with a clatter. The control wasn't enough. Jiang Yichen frowned. What was that explosive state from last night? Closing his eyes, he began to replay the details of the battle. When the metallized strongman's fist came at him, He instinctively mobilized a certain, different energy operation method than usual. It was like the computer suddenly switched to a higher permission administrator mode. Could it be that my ability has a hidden mechanism? Suddenly, Jiang Yichen remembered something and began to operate the wandering into the abyss technique. The usually gentle energy flow became unusually active today, like a child who had discovered a new toy, eagerly rushing toward a certain area of his brain. Jiang Yichen took a sharp breath. His temples throbbed, and countless fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Professor X's psychic induction from X-Men. The scene of Lucy developing her brain domain in Lucy, and Saitama breaking his limiter in One Punch Man. These images sped up, eventually merging into a blinding white light. Boom! Jiang Yichen felt something explode in his mind. In the next second, the world became completely different. He could see his mother downstairs turning over, hear the cries of wildcats 3 streets away, and even sense the flow of spiritual energy in the air. This is brain domain development? Jiang Yichen looked at his hands in shock. It wasn't just a simple enhancement of the 5 senses, but a comprehensive upgrade of cognition. It was like suddenly jumping from 480p to 4K ultra clear. The entire world became vividly visible. What was even more amazing was that he found he could simultaneously invoke multiple replication abilities without conflict. Chakra from Naruto flowed in his left arm. Haki from One Piece gathered in his right arm, and the spiritual pressure from Bleach converged in his chest. Holy crap! Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. This was a bit over the top. He tried to activate the Rasengan and Chidori simultaneously, and the blue-white electric light and azure energy sphere formed in his hands without any repulsive reaction. So that's how it is. Jiang Yichen suddenly realized that his ability wasn't just simple replication, but understanding and reconstructing. Just like a programmer who can modify source code once they understand it. He could not only perfectly replicate the supernatural abilities he saw, but also analyze their essence and optimize combinations. Amidst the excitement, Jiang Yichen suddenly thought of a question. How long can this state be maintained? As if answering his question, a sharp pain shot through his temples, and warm liquid flowed from his nose. He raised his hand to touch it, finding it covered in bright red. TSK, there really are side effects. Jiang Yichen quickly stopped the operation of his ability and grabbed a few tissues to plug his nose. It seemed that this brain domain awakening state put a tremendous burden on his body and couldn't be maintained for long. Nevertheless, even so, it was a trump card level secret weapon. Outside the window, the east was already lightening. Jiang Yichen glanced at the clock. 5:40. In 20 minutes. He would have to get up and return to school. Forget it. No more sleep. He got up and walked to his desk, opening his computer to search for theories related to brain domain development. Unexpectedly, there are actually quite a few research papers. One titled The Correlation Between Spiritual Energy Revival and Human Brain Domain Evolution caught his attention. The author was the research center of the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau, xianxia. One of the deputy directors? Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. It seemed the authorities had already researched this direction long ago. The paper mentioned that spiritual energy revival could cause mutations in the brains of some awakened individuals, resulting in a supercognitive state. In this state, the awakened individual's understanding and control over their abilities would increase geometrically, but the duration would depend on the individual's physique. What caught Jiang Yichen's attention the most was the last paragraph. It is worth noting that a very small number of awakened individuals may exhibit a complete analysis phenomenon, capable of deconstructing and reconstructing the essence of supernatural abilities. These individuals are extremely dangerous and require close monitoring. The phrase close monitoring sent a chill down Jiang Yichen's neck. He quickly closed the webpage and cleared his browsing history. It seemed he had to be careful with its use. Jiang Yichen muttered to himself, if the Special Investigation Bureau found out, he might end up being taken for dissection research. When he went downstairs for breakfast, Jiang's mother had already made pancakes. Upon seeing her son with tissues stuffed in his nose, she was immediately alarmed. What happened? Are you having a heat stroke? It's nothing. I might have caught a chill kicking off the blanket last night, Jiang Yichen mumbled, grabbing a pancake and stuffing in his mouth. Jiang's father peeked out from behind the newspaper. Something happened last night in the old industrial area of Spring City. I heard they caught the leader of the bank robbers from Liaoshi. Jiang Yichen's hand shook, causing the crispy layer in the pancake to fall onto the table. Really? How did they catch him? He forced himself to calm down. The news didn't clarify. Jiang's father adjusted his glasses. They said a mysterious person helped, injuring the criminals severely. Jiang's mother poured a cup of soy milk for her son. If you ask me, all these awakened individuals should be registered and certified. Look at how chaotic it is now. Mom, We're not appliance repairmen, Jiang Yichen said, both amused and exasperated. After breakfast, Jiang Yichen packed his bag and prepared to return to school. Just before leaving, his mother suddenly called out to him, "Son, your superpower? You haven't used it for bad things, right?" Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat. "Of course not. I'm a law-abiding good youth." "That's good." Jiang's mother patted his shoulder. "Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. That's what Spider-Man says." Jiang Yichen. "Mom, your viewing habits are quite diverse." On the way back to school, Jiang Yichen kept testing the newly discovered brain domain awakening state. Although he didn't dare to fully activate it, just slightly activating it allowed him to feel the energy fluctuations of people around him. The old man selling pancakes at the intersection was F-level low rank. The bus driver was an ordinary person. Among the few middle school students in uniform, 3 were F-level. It seemed that awakened individuals were becoming increasingly common. Jiang Yichen thought to himself. As he approached the school, a familiar energy fluctuation caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw Yufuyo leaning against the ginkgo tree at the school gate, her silvery short hair particularly striking in the morning light. Unlike usual, today Yufuyo was not wearing training clothes, but a black motorcycle outfit, accentuating her tall figure. Seeing Jiang Yichen look over, she lazily waved her hand. Jiang Yichen instinctively scanned her with the brain domain awakening state and was instantly stunned. Yufuyo's energy fluctuation was off. It wasn't a matter of strength, but of structure. The energy flow of ordinary awakened individuals resembled a small stream, while Yufuyo's was like a web, intricately complex to an astonishing degree. Even stranger, certain nodes of this web highly matched the operation route of the wandering into the abyss technique. "Good morning." Yufuyo walked over and casually tossed a can of cola to Jiang Yichen. "How did you sleep last night?" Jiang Yichen caught the cola, the cold sensation bringing him back to his senses. "Not bad." "Who are you waiting for here?" "Waiting for you." Yufuyo tilted her head with a smile. "Instructor Lin asked me to especially look after the manifestation genius in our class." The emphasis on especially look after was heavy, and a mischievous glint sparkled in her amber eyes. Jiang Yichen felt a chill run down his back, suddenly having the illusion of being targeted by a hunter. Chapter 12. Kyoto Secret Order. The lights in the Spring City Special Investigation Bureau's branch shone all night. Lin Zhan stared at the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot. The screen displayed all the registered C-Class Awakeners in Spring City, totaling just 3 pages. "Old Zhao, has the military confirmed it?" He rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. "Confirmed." A special agent wearing glasses handed over a tablet. "Both C-Class Awakeners have never left the base. Surveillance and testimonies from comrades can prove it." Lin Zhan threw the tablet onto the desk. "That leaves only Director Zhou." Director Zhou went to Kyoto to report. He was still at headquarters in a meeting yesterday. Old Zhao chuckled bitterly. "Besides, Director Zhou's ability is wind speech, which has nothing to do with metal manipulation." The meeting room fell into dead silence. A dozen special agents looked at each other, then all turned to Lin Zhan in unison. "Keep investigating." Lin Zhan tapped the table and expanded the surveillance radius to nearby cities, focusing on metal manipulation and force fields. Team Leader Lin, a female special agent, raised her hand timidly. "Is it possible that it's an unregistered Wild C-Class?" This statement hit like a bomb, making everyone's scalp tingle. An unregistered C-Class? That is far more dangerous than a bank robber. The official records show there are only a little over 200 C-Class Awakeners in the entire Huaxia, each one being a key monitoring target. Suddenly having a wild one appear right in Spring City. Report to headquarters. Lin Zhan sighed deeply. "We can't handle this internally." Kyoto, 4 nachts. In an inconspicuous alley, a breakfast vendor just set up his stove. He yawned as he poured oil into the pot, completely unaware that a confidential meeting was taking place at 70 meters below his feet. The conference room was small, decorated in a minimalist and almost shabby manner. An oval conference table, 7 chairs, and a wall hanging a map of Huaxia. The only decoration was a potted plant in the corner, which on closer inspection turned out to be a crystalline spiritual artifact. Director Xiao Yinshuan sat at the head of the table, his dark long knife casually resting against the back of his chair. He wore a simple black Zhongshan suit, looking handsome and no older than 30, yet his eyes betrayed a depth of experience that belied his youth. "Let's begin." Xiao Yinshuan tapped the table. Political Commissar Lin Yinxiu pressed the record button. After some static noise, a young male voice came through clearly. I was just passing by. Do you believe that?" Followed by the furious roar of a metallized robber, then a series of grating metallic distortions. The recording was short, But the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense. Voice analysis is complete. Lin Yinxiu adjusted his glasses, aged between 16 to 20, Spring City accent. With a distinct student tone, Deputy Director Lu Jinghong suddenly stood up. What kind of joke is this? A high school student can crush D-class metal with bare hands? Calm down. Su Chuan held him back. Don't forget, the director also made a name for himself as a youth. The problem is, Pei Jin is playing with a ball of bluish-black flame. Why would such a genius hide among the common people? Does he have an organization behind him? Jiang Yichen suddenly spoke up. The recording is 1 minute and 17 seconds long. Pay attention to the background noise. Lin Yinxiu adjusted the playback speed. Amidst the robber-esque screams, a faint voice could be heard demanding someone to kneel. Foreign language? He Qinyuan frowned. No, it's an imperative sentence. Gu Qinya tapped the table lightly. Combined with the metal transformation situation, it's likely some kind of word spirit ability. Xiao Yinchuan had remained silent until everyone finished discussing. Then spoke. 2 questions. First, find him. Second, confirm his stance. I'll go. Lu Yinxia suddenly said. The deputy director, codenamed Iron Fan Princess, wore a qipao today, exuding a mature charm mixed with competence. With the Suzaka Mountain ruins about to open, they needed a B-class to oversee things. Several male deputy directors instinctively averted their eyes. The beauty and temperament of this big sister were proportional. She was not to be trifled with. Xiao Yinchen nodded. All right. Remember, approach him first. Don't scare the kid. Got it. Lu Yinxia smiled sweetly. I'm best at dealing with little boys. As the meeting concluded, everyone left one after another. Xiao Yinchuan stood alone in the office, staring at the map of Huaxia on the wall. On the desk behind him lay a file, with a corner revealing a photo of Jiang Yichen, marked with qualification assessment, suspected to be above grade A, pending confirmation. The Spring City Special Investigation Bureau's search yielded nothing. All surveillance failed to capture the mysterious person's face. The residual spiritual energy at the scene was too chaotic to lock onto any characteristics. Even the metallized robber, who had been crushed, could only vaguely recall that the attacker looked very young, like a student. Useless. Lin Zhan slammed the table. A D-class awakener was beaten like this, and he can't even remember what the attacker looked like. Team leader Lin, old Zhao, wiped his sweat. That guy is still lying in the ICU, with 32 fractures all over his body. It's a miracle he can even speak. Keep investigating. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth. Go through all the registration data for the past 3 months, focusing on male awakeners aged 16 to 20. Meanwhile, at the Qianyuan class training ground, Jiang Yichen was doing basic physical training when he suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. Who is cursing me? He rubbed his nose, feeling a chill on his back. Classmate Yu Fuyo appeared out of nowhere, handing him a bottle of water. Training so hard. Huh? Jiang Yichen took the water, eyeing him suspiciously. Did you take the wrong medicine? Why are you suddenly so attentive? Just caring about a classmate. Yu Fuyo blinked, by the way. Spring City was quite lively last night. I heard a mysterious C-class beat up a bank robber into a metal pancake. Jiang Yichen's hand trembled, nearly dropping the water bottle. Really? I didn't notice. What a pity, Yu Fuyo sighed. I wanted to ask if you've seen that C-class, after all. The incident happened quite close to your home. Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm facade. Oh? How do you know where my home is? Student records. Yu Fuyo smiled innocently. I'm the class monitor, after all. Only then did Jiang Yichen remember that Yu Fuyo had indeed been appointed as the temporary class monitor by Lin Zhan. But why was he checking out his home address? Could it be, all gather? Lin Zhan's shout interrupted their conversation. The students quickly lined up, and Lin Zhan stood next to a strange woman in a red qipao, her figure curvaceous and appearing to be in her 30s, with a captivating yet authoritative demeanor. This is Director Lu, Lin Zhan introduced. She will be the principal of Qianyuan class from today. Lu Yinxia smiled slightly, her voice soft yet commanding. Hello, students. Just call me Teacher Lu from now on. The boys stared in awe, while the girls secretly compared their figures. Jiang Yichen, however, noticed that when Teacher Lu's gaze swept over him, it lingered for 0.5 seconds longer. Oh no. He felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that she is coming for me? Lu Yinxia's next words confirmed his suspicion. I heard there's a little genius in our class specializing in manifestation. Which one of you is Jiang Yichen? The entire class turned to look at him. Jiang Yichen, feeling the pressure, raised his hand. Report, teacher. I don't dare to call myself a genius, just an ordinary C-class. Is that so? Lu Yinxiao walked up to him, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. But I've heard that the manifestation system has great potential. She reached out to pat Jiang Yichen's shoulder, but he instinctively took half a step back. This action made a glint of amusement flash in Lu Yinxia's eyes. Feeling shy? She chuckled lightly. Don't worry, teacher doesn't tease people. The whole class burst into laughter. Only Yu Fuyo watched the interaction between the two with a thoughtful expression. After the dissolution, Jiang Yichen was immediately called to the office by Lu Yinxia. Sit. She pointed to the sofa while elegantly crossing her legs. Do you know why I called you? Jiang Yichen shook his head, his palms slightly sweating. Something happened in Spring City last night. Lu Yinxia said slowly as she brewed tea. A wild C class emerged, and the Special Investigation Bureau was quite busy. The tea was poured into the cup, releasing a fragrant aroma. Jiang Yichen stared at the teacup, not daring to look up. Speaking of which, Lu Yinxia suddenly leaned closer. That C class's voice sounded a bit like yours. Jiang Yichen abruptly raised his head, and their eyes met. Her gaze was both playful and enigmatic. Chapter 13. Lu Yinxia's test. That C-level voice sounded a bit like you. Lu Yinxia's words were like a small knife, gently pressed against Jiang Yichen's throat. The office was filled with the fragrance of tea, but it couldn't mask the invisible sense of oppression. Jiang Yichen blinked, showing a perfectly timed look of confusion. Huh? What did you say, teacher? I went to bed early last night and didn't hear anything. Really? Lu Yinxia took a sip of tea, leaving a faint mark on the cup's rim. But your home is only 2 streets away from the crime scene. 2 streets? Jiang Yichen slapped his thigh. I definitely wouldn't have heard anything. There's a barbecue stall downstairs that's noisy until the early morning. I even wear earplugs to sleep. Lu Yinxia looked at him with a half smile. What a coincidence. Of course, Jiang Yichen said indignantly. That broken stall produces so much grease smoke. My mom has complained several times. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, going from the barbecue stall to the wild dogs that always pee on his bicycle tires, and then to the neighbor who always occupies his parking space, looking like a high school student tormented by life. Lu Yinxia raised her eyebrows slightly. She had seen too many liars, but it was her first time encountering someone like Jiang Yichen who could take the topic all the way to Siberia. All right. She waved her hand to interrupt Jiang Yichen's lengthy discourse on the unreasonable classification of trash bins in the community. You can come to me anytime if needed. The manifestation system is rare and worth cultivating. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Yichen stood up and bowed, but by the time he turned around, his back was already damp. As he reached the door, Lu Yinxia suddenly spoke again. By the way, do you like watching anime? Jiang Yichen stumbled slightly, almost bumping into the doorframe. I watch it occasionally. Have you seen X-Men? Magneto is pretty cool. Lu Yinxia said casually, her fingers lightly tapping on the teacup. Jiang Yichen's heart raced to 180 beats per minute, but his face remained as calm as a dog. I've seen a bit, but I prefer SpongeBob SquarePants. Patrick is the real man. Lu Yinxia. Stepping out of the office, Jiang Yichen let out a long breath. This woman is too dangerous. Every word is sharp. Every sentence hides a knife. I'll avoid her as much as I can in the future. The following days were calm. Training, classes, meals, sleep. The daily life of the Qianyuan class was monotonous yet fulfilling. Every morning at 6, Lin Zhan's whistle sounded on time, accompanied by friendly greetings from the others waking up. At 7, physical training, at 8, breakfast, and at 9, theory classes. The schedule was even fuller than during the 3rd year of high school. Jiang Yichen gradually adapted to this rhythm. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary C-level manifestation student, occasionally displaying some weakened version of replication abilities. Behind the scenes, he studied various anime movies every night to enrich his skill set. Old Jiang, look quick. During a training break, Zhang Hao approached mysteriously. I've learned a new move. He rubbed his hands together, and a small arc of electricity danced in his palm. Awesome. Jiang Yichen clapped in cooperation. What's this move called? Shock you a bit? Nonsense. It's called Palm Thunder. Zhang Hao said proudly. Instructor Lin said that when I reach E-level, I can unleash real lightning. Not far away. Yu Fuyao leaned against the horizontal bar, her silver short hair shimmering slightly in the sunlight. She was wearing loose training clothes today, but still couldn't hide her slender waist. You too, Yu Fuyao said lazily. If you keep slacking off, I'll report you to Instructor Lin. No. Zhang Hao shivered. Last time he made me run laps until my legs cramped. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Class leader, can you show some humanity? Yu Fuyao jumped down from the bar and walked over cat-like. Want some humanity? Suddenly pinching Jiang Yichen's face. Call me sister, and I'll let you go. Jiang Yichen. Zhang Hao stood by dumbfounded. Old Jiang, so you too. Get lost. Jiang Yichen swatted Yu Fuyao's hand away. This guy's just a cross-dressing master. Yu Fuyao took pride in it, deliberately striking a flamboyant pose. What? Jealous that I'm prettier than you? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. Ever since their conversation in the office, Yu Fuyao's attitude towards him had become increasingly strange, sometimes close and sometimes distant, like an elusive cat. During lunch, Jiang Yichen sat in his usual corner. After just a couple of bites, a person sat down across from him. Lin Wanyue, the ice-cold beauty with A-level qualifications. Is the seat taken? She asked, her voice as cold as mountain spring water. Jiang Yichen looked around. There were clearly many empty seats. No. Lin Wanyue sat down and quietly ate. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was so awkward it could twist water out. Jiang Yichen tried to break the silence. What type is your ability? Lin Wanyue looked up, her black and white eyes staring straight at him. Ice type. Oh, that's nice. Jiang Yichen chuckled dryly. You want to need air conditioning in the summer. Lin Wanyue. Another silence ensued. Lin Wanyue suddenly spoke. What were you doing that night in the industrial area? Jiang Yichen nearly dropped his chopsticks. What industrial area? Nothing. Lin Wanyue lowered her head to continue eating, as if it was just a casual question. But Jiang Yichen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. This meal made his stomach ache. That night, in the boys' dormitory, old Jiang, want to play together? Zhang Hao burst in with his laptop. The entertainment room has installed League of Legends. Jiang Yichen was wearing headphones watching Jujutsu Kaisen and waved his hand. Not going, catching up on anime. Watching anime again? Zhang Hao leaned over. How old are you still watching this? Jiang Yichen thought to himself, you wouldn't understand. This is my martial arts manual. But he said, you don't get it. This is called artistic appreciation. Zhang Hao pouted and went off to play by himself. Jiang Yichen then focused on the screen, especially the part where Satoru Gojo unleashed Unlimited Void, watching it back and forth 7 or 8 times. Theoretically, he mumbled softly, if I use Death Note's Shattered Moon and Naruto's Tsukuyami at the same time, wouldn't it achieve a similar effect? Just as he was pondering, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Yu Fuyao. What is little Jiang up to? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. None of your business, Yu Fuyao. Oh, don't be so fierce. I'm just reminding you. There's a practical test tomorrow, and Teacher Lu will be supervising. Jiang Yichen's hand shook. What test? Yu Fuyao, ability assessment. I heard that those who perform will have the opportunity to go to the headquarters for further training. Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat. Headquarters? ISNT, that the lair of the Special Investigation Bureau. If I go 1T, I get skin alive? Thanks for the reminder. He replied perfunctorily, quickly flipping to One Punch Man to watch. If it comes to worst, I'll just perform a serious series of weakened versions tomorrow. In the dead of night, Jiang Yichen lay in bed, reviewing his recent gains. The replication degree of the domain expansion in Jujutsu Kaisen was 70, but the consumption was too high. The normal punch replication degree in One Punch Man was 90, but he didn't dare use full strength. The replication degree of Magneto's ability in X-Men was 100, but it was ineffective against non-metal targets. The most surprising was that the energy in Dragon Ball could not yet be emitted as waves, but he could use it to enhance his physical qualities. If only I could get more spiritual stones. Jiang Yichen stared blankly at the ceiling. The 2 stones the school issued every month were simply not enough. His current rate of progress was entirely reliant on his awakened brain domain. Outside the window, a bright moon hung high. What Jiang Yichen didn't know was that on the roof of the dormitory building, Lu Yinxia was standing against the wind, with a tablet in hand, displaying the energy fluctuation curves of all the students in the school. Among them, the line representing Jiang Yichen would occasionally jump strangely. Chapter 14 Practical Test. In the early morning light, the training ground of the Qianyuan class was already bustling with activity. Jiang Yichen rubbed his drowsy eyes, forcibly pulled from his dreams by the piercing sound of the assembly whistle. He squinted and saw Lin Zhan standing like an iron tower in the center of the playground. Next to him was the charming yet dangerous Lu Yinxia. Attention, everyone! Lin Zhan's voice rolled across the playground like muffled thunder, causing people's eardrums to ache. Today we will conduct a practical ability assessment. Those who perform excellently will receive extra Spirit Stone rewards. Jiang Yichen's pupils slightly contracted. Spirit Stones, which contain pure spiritual energy, are like accelerators for practitioners. He instinctively touched the 2 dim Spirit Stones in his pocket, which were his savings from the past half-month of frugality. Looks like there's going to be a good show today. Yu Fuyao appeared at his side without him noticing, her silver-white short hair gently swaying in the morning breeze, and a mischievous glint flickering in her amber eyes. Jiang Yichen subtly stepped back a half-step. Did you sneak out again last night? Guess? Yu Fuyao's lips curled into a mysterious arc as she gently tapped her temple with her slender finger. I know someone was still watching Jujutsu Kaisen at 3 a.m. Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to retort, a commotion interrupted him. Lu Yinxiao walked toward the makeshift competition stage in her high heels, her red sportswear hugging her graceful figure, each step seemingly stepping on the hearts of the boys present. The rules are simple. She clapped her hands, her voice charming, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Both sides will battle within a designated area. Any abilities can be used, but attacks on vital points are prohibited. I will score based on performance. She shook the transparent lottery box in her hand. Now, let's begin the first match. Jiang Yichen keenly noticed that when Lu Yinxia said this, her gaze subtly swept over his position. He secretly tensed his nerves. Today's practical test was likely not going to be simple. First match, Zhang Hao versus Wang Chong from Class 3. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately jumped up like he had been injected with adrenaline. A good start. Old Jiang, watch me put on a big show. Jiang Yichen looked at this lively roommate and shook his head helplessly. Just don't get beaten to tears. On the competition stage, Zhang Hao's opponent, Wang Chong, had already assumed his stance. This muscular boy exuded a beast-like aura with bulging veins on his thick arms, clearly a master of strength enhancement. Begin. As soon as Lu Yinxiao's voice fell, Wang Chong charged at Zhang Hao like a cannonball. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, as if a rhinoceros was rampaging. Jiang Yichen narrowed his eyes, clearly capturing the flow of spiritual energy within Wang Chong's body. The faint yellow energy was mainly concentrated in his legs and arms, forming a unique amplification loop. Thunder slash. Zhang Hao quickly formed hand seals, his movements clearly mimicking Kakashi from Naruto. A blue electric arc as thick as chopsticks shot out from his palm, accurately striking Wang Chong's chest. Crackle. At the moment the lightning exploded, Jiang Yichen's pupils slightly constricted. In his awakened brain domain state, he could clearly see the energy structure contained in that electric arc. Although weak, it was constructed quite intricately. He subconsciously began to replicate this skill in his mind while making subtle optimizations. Wang Chong trembled from the electric shock. His charging momentum immediately slowed, but he did not completely stop. A fierce glint flashed in his copper bell-like eyes, and his fist, as large as a cooking pot, smashed toward Zhang Hao's face with a whoosh. Damn it! Zhang Hao performed a lazy roll, narrowly dodging the blow. The punch brushed past his hair and smashed through a small tree behind him. Jiang Yichen frowned. With his superhuman perception, he could clearly judge that Wang Chong's punch was already close to the full F-class level. If it hit directly, Zhang Hao's relatively handsome face would likely turn into a flat design. The ensuing battle was brutal. Zhang Hao darted around the stage like a flea, occasionally shooting out arcs of electricity. However, these attacks were merely tickles for the tough-skinned Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong was incredibly strong, he could never catch the slippery opponent, which infuriated him. Is that all you can do? Wang Chong roared, smashing a fist into the ground. Instantly, the ground within a 5-meter radius rippled like a wave, causing Zhang Hao to stumble and nearly fall. Good opportunity. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. In his dynamic vision, although Wang Chong's strike was impressive, there was a clear opening at his lower back, a node in the spiritual energy cycle, if it was interfered with. As if they were on the same wavelength, Zhang Hao suddenly performed a side flip, bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, aiming for Wang Chong's lower back. Lightning finger. A bolt of electricity, several times more solid than before, shot out and accurately struck its target. Wang Chong trembled violently, like a beast that had its spine pulled out, and crashed to the ground. Zhang Hao wins. Lu Yinxia announced the result, giving a meaningful glance at Zhang Hao's finger still smoking. Good on-the-spot adaptability, but your control over the lightning needs improvement. Jiang Yichen quietly noted down this tactic. In his analysis, every practitioner had weak points in their energy cycle. Finding these vital points could lead to defeating stronger opponents. Next match, Lin Wanyue versus Li Xiang from Class 5. The ice-cold beauty stepped onto the stage slowly, her silver training suit gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Her opponent was a tall, skinny boy, with pale blue air currents swirling around his wrists. He was a wind manipulator. Begin. Li Xiang took the initiative, waving his hands to unleash 2 crescent-shaped wind blades. Wherever the wind blades passed, the air was cut with clear traces, emitting sharp howls. Lin Wanyue remained motionless, merely raising her right hand. In an instant, a crystal-clear ice wall shot up from the ground, half a meter thick. The wind blades crashed into the ice wall, leaving only shallow dents. Ice thorns. She opened her red lips, her voice as cold as the polar wind. Suddenly, Countless sharp ice thorns erupted from the surface of the ice wall, spreading towards Li Xiang like living creatures. These ice thorns grew at an astonishing speed, covering most of the competition stage in the blink of an eye. Li Xiang's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly summoned a gust of wind to try to block them. But those ice thorns seemed to have a life of their own, adjusting their angles in the wind and continuing to advance. I concede. Seeing he was about to be turned into a sieve, Li Xiang quickly raised his hand in surrender. Lin Wanyue snapped her fingers, and all the ice crystals instantly vaporized, leaving no trace of water behind. The entire competition stage returned to its original state, as if the icy landscape just now was merely an illusion. Lin Wanyue wins. Lu Yinxia nodded slightly, precise control, but lacks adaptability in practical situations. Jiang Yichen's pupils slightly expanded. With his superhuman perception, he could clearly see the unique energy flow trajectory within Lin Wanyue's body. The pale blue energy circulated according to some mysterious rule, and with each completed cycle, the temperature around her would drop sharply. What surprised him even more was that Lin Wanyue's control over the ice crystals had reached a microscopic level. The internal structure of those ice thorns was a work of art. Interesting. Jiang Yichen secretly noted this energy operation method. In his skill library, he happened to have the ice abilities of Hitsugaya T-Shur from Bleach, if he could combine Lin Wanyue's techniques. Are you mesmerized? Yu Fuyao had somehow leaned into his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Do you want me to help you make a connection? Jiang Yichen jolted, nearly jumping up. Get lost. The subsequent matches were dazzling. A girl with a ponytail showcased her shadow manipulation ability, her shadow moving like a living thing across the stage, sometimes turning into ropes to bind her opponent, and, at other times, transforming into spikes to launch attacks. Jiang Yichen noticed that her shadow glowed slightly with a purple light when launching an attack, clearly mixed with some special energy. Another boy, wearing glasses, showcased a rubber-like ability. His limbs could stretch and shrink at will, like a low-budget version of Luffy. The most astonishing part was that he could inflate his body into a ball shape and crash down on his opponent from a height. Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched at the sight. This guy must have watched a lot of One Piece. Next up, Yu Fuyao versus Zhao Taizhu from Class 2. Yu Fuyao stretched lazily, his silver short hair shimmering under the sunlight. He walked onto the stage with cat-like steps, his posture elegant, as if he were attending a dinner party rather than preparing for a fight. His opponent, Zhao Taizhu, was a sturdy boy with a simple demeanor, his skin displaying an abnormal earthy yellow, a characteristic of Earth-type defense users. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he encased himself in a layer of rocky armor, making him look like a small fortress. Begin. Without saying a word, Zhao Taizhu approached Yu Fuyao with heavy steps. His fists, wrapped in rock, were as big as cooking pots. A casual strike could crack mountains. However, Yu Fuyao stood still, merely tilting his head to observe the other, his gaze like he was looking at an interesting toy. When the two were less than 3 meters apart, he suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Illusion form, 1,000 faces. With this whispered incantation, Yu Fuyao's figure twisted bizarrely, like a reflection in water being disturbed. When it became clear again, there were actually 3 identical Yu Fuyos on the stage. An illusion? Zhao Taizhu was taken aback, then shouted, "I'll smash them all." He swung his rock fist to the nearest Yu Fuyao, but it went straight through. Indeed, an illusion. The other 2 Yu Fuyos seized the opportunity to sneak behind him and kicked out simultaneously. Ouch! Zhao Taizhu jumped up, clutching his backside. The rocky armor clearly didn't provide adequate protection for that area. Jiang Yichen narrowed her eyes. From her unique perspective, she could see that those illusions were not simple optical projections, but constituted by some special spiritual energy. Even more bizarre, there was a subtle connection between this energy and Yu Fuyao's real body, as if it was a clone. Jiang Yichen suddenly understood. Yu Fuyao's ability was not to create illusions, but to perform a genuine clone technique. Those clones had substance. They were just cleverly disguised as illusions. The subsequent battle was humiliating. The number of Yu Fuyao's clones kept increasing, eventually reaching 7, completely toying with Zhao Taizhu. Whenever the sturdy boy attacked one clone, the others would sneak in from various tricky angles to poke his sides, kick his shins, and even tug at his belt. Stop. I concede. Zhao Taizhu finally broke down, holding onto his nearly torn-off pants, on the verge of tears. Yu Fuyao dismissed his clones and elegantly bowed. Thank you for your guidance. Yu Fuyao wins. Lu Yinxia announced with a smirk, the application of abilities is very creative but not very elegant. Jiang Yichen watched Yu Fuyao bounce back to her side. and her heart rang alarm bells. This seemingly carefree guy likely had strength far beyond what he displayed. The coordination of those clones was too perfect. Definitely not the work of a novice. How about it, handsome? Yu Fuyao winked proudly. Bullying honest people isn't a real skill, Jiang Yichen scoffed, while secretly noting down the energy structure of the clone technique. In his skill library, he happened to have information on the shadow clone technique for Naruto. Perhaps he could. Jealous? Yu Fuyao suddenly leaned in, close enough to count his eyelashes. Don't worry, I won't do that to you. Jiang Yichen was about to retort when he heard Lu Yinxia's voice ring out again. The last match, she drew a slip of paper, her red lips slightly parted. Jiang Yichen versus. The entire arena fell silent. Jiang Yichen felt everyone's gaze fixated on him, especially Lu Yinxia's seemingly amused eyes, as if she could see through all his secrets. Chapter 15. Fancy Skills. Jiang Yichen versus Zhou Yi from Class 3. As Lu Yinxia's voice fell, the entire training ground fell silent for a second before erupting into intense discussions. Everyone stretched their necks, their gazes focused squarely on Jiang Yichen. The manifestation abilities were already well known, but there were few who had actually seen them in person. Go, Lao Jiang. Show them what a skill library looks like. Zhang Hao shouted excitedly from the sidelines, waving his fists. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the fighting platform, while quickly calculating which skills he would showcase. Zhou Yi was already standing opposite him, lean and sharp-eyed, exuding a seasoned combat aura. He was a speed enhancement type, rated as upper-level C, and had already won 3 consecutive matches in previous competitions, boasting a wealth of combat experience. Prepare to start. Lu Yinxia's voice had barely faded when Zhou Yi's figure suddenly blurred, leaving only an afterimage in place. How fast? Jiang Yichen's pupils constricted, instinctively sidestepping. Boom! A whip kick nearly grazed his cheek, the fierce wind from the kick stinging his skin. Zhou Yi's attacks came like a violent storm. When one strike missed, he turned and instantly circled behind Jiang Yichen, elbow poised like a knife, aimed directly at his back. Instant step, Jiang Yichen shouted, unleashing his spiritual energy, activating the high-speed movement technique from Death Note. He shifted 3 meters like a ghost, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. What speed is this? The manifestation type can even mimic teleportation? Zhou Yi frowned, clearly taken aback by Jiang Yichen's quick reaction. However, he did not hesitate. With a push of his foot, he transformed into another afterimage, relentlessly pursuing like a shadow. Jiang Yichen smiled slightly, crossing his arms over his chest as his internal spiritual energy operated like Luffy's rubber fruit abilities from One Piece. Rubber balloon. His chest instantly inflated like a balloon. Zhou Yi's fist struck hard against it, but felt as if he had hit a highly elastic rubber, absorbing all the force. Then boom, a powerful rebound suddenly erupted, catching Zhou Yi off guard, sending him flying back several meters and stumbling to the ground. What kind of ability is this? Zhou Yi shook his numbed arm, a hint of shock in his eyes. Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to create some distance, quickly forming hand seals with both hands, channeling fire attribute spiritual energy to his throat, mimicking the chakra technique from Naruto. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! A blazing fireball with a diameter of 1 meter roared out. Although he deliberately suppressed its power to F level, the momentum was still fearsome. The fireball soared through the air, causing rippling heat waves that distorted the surrounding air. Zhou Yi's expression changed slightly. He dared not take it head-on. His figure flickered, sidestepping like a leopard. The fireball grazed his clothing and exploded against the energy barrier behind him, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks. Not done yet. Jiang Yichen's right hand grasped the air, lightning attribute spiritual energy rapidly gathering in his palm. A piercing bird-like cry suddenly rang out. 1,000 birds. Blue-white electric arcs twisted around his palm like living creatures, the arcs leaping and crackling, sending chills down spines. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted, instinctively grabbing a nearby iron rod and thrusting it into the ground. Zzz. The lightning from 1,000 birds was redirected by the iron rod. The violent current surged through the metal into the ground. Although Zhou Yi avoided a direct hit, he was still jolted by the residual energy, his arm going numb, and the iron rod glowed red-hot from the electric charge. How many abilities does this guy have? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by shock. Jiang Yichen did not give him a moment's respite. He lowered his body, hands clawed, channeling demonic energy to simulate Inuyasha's soul-scattering iron claw from Inuyasha, his fingertips gleaming with a chilling light. Soul-scattering iron claw. He charged forward fiercely, claw winds sharp, directly targeting Zhou Yi's throat. Zhou Yi hurriedly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, but his training outfit was still torn with 3 slashes across his chest. Wooden sword thrust. Jiang Yichen continued his assault, his right hand grasping, spiritual energy coalescing into a wooden long sword, mimicking Sakata Jintoki's sword technique from Gintama, thrusting straight at Zhou Yi's chest. Zhou Yi sidestepped, but Jiang Yichen smirked, the blade's momentum suddenly changing to a horizontal slash. Boom! Zhou Yi was struck in the side, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back several steps. He rubbed his aching ribs, his fighting spirit ignited. Interesting, he shouted, his speed exploding once more, moving around Jiang Yichen like a phantom, searching for weaknesses. Jiang Yichen's gaze sharpened, suddenly kneeling on one knee, right hand pressing to the ground, his spiritual energy operating like the summoning technique from Soul Land. Suju, Dianwei, boom! 2 massive phantoms suddenly appeared, one on each side of Jiang Yichen. Su Chu wielded a giant hammer, while Dian Wei held crossed dual blades. Though they were merely spiritual energy manifestations, their might was formidable. The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? Summoning type? Isn't this supposed to be manifestation type? This is an all-rounder type. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically, retreating sharply. But Su Chu's giant hammer was already crashing down. Boom! The ground was smashed into a shallow pit. Zhou Yi barely dodged, but Dian Wei's dual blades were sweeping in. He hurriedly crossed his arms to block, but was still knocked back several meters, his arms numbed. Jiang Yichen did not pursue the attack, but instead recalled the summoned figures. Pretending to be exhausted as he panted dramatically, his acting rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. What? You're tired already? Zhou Yi squinted, testing him. Jiang Yichen wiped non-existent sweat and grinned. Just one last move to determine the victor. He placed both hands at his waist, channeling his spiritual energy like Goku's Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, compressing it frantically. Kamehameha. The entire venue held its breath, everyone widening their eyes, anticipating a world-destroying energy wave to erupt. However, a gentle stream of air puffed from Jiang Yichen's palm, blowing Zhou Yi's bangs. The entire venue fell silent. Zhou Yi. Jiang Yichen awkwardly scratched his head. I'm not in good shape today. The energy didn't gather. Pataha. Zhang Hao was the first to burst out laughing. Lao Jiang, are you kidding me? The laughter seemed to flip a switch, and the entire venue erupted in laughter. Even the usually serious Lin Zhan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Zhou, he was momentarily stunned by this comical scene, but he quickly reacted, seizing the opportunity, his figure darting like lightning towards Jiang Yichen. Just kidding. Jiang Yichen suddenly revealed a cunning smile, raising his right hand, binding road number 1. Restrain. The low-level Kido from Bleach activated, and Zhou Yi's feet were suddenly bound by an invisible force, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Jiang Yichen strolled over leisurely, crouching beside him with a smile. Do you admit defeat? Zhou Yi struggled a couple of times, realizing he couldn't break free, and finally raised his hand helplessly. I admit defeat. Jiang Yichen wins. Lu Yanxia announced, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Jiang Yichen's performance was filled with various skills. Although none had great power, they were all highly creative, leaving the audience dazzled. Asom, Lao Ziyang. Zhang Hao rushed over for a bear hug. When did you learn so many skills? This is called being exceptionally talented. Jiang Yichen raised his head proudly, while secretly observing the reactions of those around him. Yu Fuyao leaned against the railing, her silver short hair casting a slight shadow over her eyes, which were narrowed in a half-smile. Lin Wanyue stood not far away, her gaze thoughtful, while Lu Yanxia shot him a flirtatious wink. Jiang Yichen felt a chill run down his back, sensing he was being seen through. After the match, the winners each received a spiritual stone as a reward. Jiang Yichen's was particularly large, personally handed to him by Lu Yanxia. She performed well, leaning close to Jiang Yichen's ear, her breath fragrant, but her acting was a bit over the top. Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Yanxia chuckled lightly, said no more, and swayed her hips as she walked away. In the evening, in the principal's office, Lu Yanxia lazily leaned back in the genuine leather chair, her fingertips lightly tapping on the desk. Zhou Yi stood opposite her, looking serious. Report, Director. The target can indeed replicate multiple supernatural abilities, but the power is generally weak, meeting the F-grade standard. Have all the skills been analyzed? Yes. Zhou Yi handed over a document, A total of 17 different systems of supernatural abilities have been replicated, each lasting no more than 30 seconds, with a noticeable power decline. It should be an inherent flaw of the manifestation system. Lu Yinxia glanced at the report, her red lips curling slightly. Do you think he is hiding his strength? Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment. Not really. He almost got hit by me several times, and the binding technique he used was very basic. I could feel that he was trying his best. Is that so? Lu Yinxia lightly tapped her fingertips on the desk. Then why can he always use the most suitable skill when pushed to the brink? Too many coincidences stop being coincidences. Zhou Yi was taken aback. What do you mean? Little fox. Lu Yinxia chuckled lightly, continuing to observe. Next time, increase the difficulty of the test. Yes. Zhou Yi saluted and turned to leave. Lu Yinxia walked to the window, gazing at the campus in the night, murmuring to herself. Jiang Yichen, oh Jiang Yichen, are you a genius or a monster? Chapter 16, The Relic, will open the training life of the Qianyuan class gradually got on track. Like robots programmed to wake up at 6 in the morning with the sound of a whistle, run until they vomited at 7, scramble for eggs at breakfast at 8, and doze off in theory class at 9. Jiang Yichen had become accustomed to this painfully regular life. He even developed a set of lazy training techniques, including, but not limited to, pretending to tie his shoelaces to skip 5 push-ups, using Shadow Clone for Naruto to replace himself in running laps, and using the transparent fruit ability from One Piece to sneak off to the toilet and slack off. Old Jiang, you're slacking off again. Zhang Hao shouted angrily while doing frog jumps. Did we agree to be useless together? Who agreed to that? Jiang Yichen lay under the shade of a tree, munching on an apple. I'm just rationally distributing my energy. Yu Fuyao appeared behind him at some point, her silver short hair shimmering in the sunlight. Little Jiang. Instructor Lin is looking for you. Wow. Jiang Yichen jumped up abruptly, but ended up straining his waist. Ouch, that hurts. You're kidding me, right? Yu Fuyao shrugged and handed him a bottle of red flower oil. Believe it or not. It turned out that Yu Fuyao was not lying. That afternoon during the spiritual power test, Jiang Yichen, Yu Fuyao, and Lin Wanyue all broke through to E level, becoming the first batch of students to advance in the Qianyuan class. Not bad. Lin Zhan rarely praised them, but immediately returned to his poker face. Everyone else, extra training. Especially you, Zhang Hao. You haven't even reached upper F level. Zhang Hao looked miserable. Instructor, I feel like I'm hitting a bottleneck. Bottleneck? Lin Zhan sneered. What you have is not a bottleneck. It's the bottom of a well. The whole class burst into laughter. Jiang Yichen secretly observed his spiritual power changes. On the surface, it was indeed low E level, but in reality, if he fully unleashed his power, he estimated he could touch the edge of D level. After all, sneaking an anime to learn skills every night wasn't in vain. When he returned home for the weekend, Zhang's parents were pleased to see that their son had grown taller again. The school food must be good. Zhang's mother pinched Jiang Yichen's arm. You've got muscles now. Of course, Jiang Yichen proudly flexed his biceps. I can now punch through. Punch through what? Zhang's father raised his head suspiciously. A piece of paper. Jiang Yichen quickly corrected himself and picked up a newspaper from the table to demonstrate a bare-handed paper tear. Zhang's mother rolled her eyes. What a promising son. During dinner, the television was reporting on various supernatural crime incidents. Zhang's father said with concern, things are getting more chaotic outside. Just behave at school and don't show off. Got it. Jiang Yichen scooped rice, thinking to himself, your son can crush D-level awakeners into pancakes. On Monday morning, as soon as Jiang Yichen entered the classroom, he sensed something was off. Lin Zhan stood at the podium with 3 people wearing white helmets and silver uniforms, their faces so gloomy they could drip water. Wang Ming stepped forward. Lin Zhan said coldly. A skinny boy stood up trembling. Instructor, one of the white helmets took out a document. Wang Ming, suspected of leaking confidential information from the Special Investigation Bureau. You are being taken away for investigation under Article 17 of the Special Ability Management Regulations. The whole class was in an uproar. Wang Ming collapsed on the ground. I just boasted to my friends. It turned out that over the weekend, Wang Ming had shown off the training content of the Qianyuan class at a classmates' gathering, even displaying a few pages of the Special Investigation Bureau's internal materials. What he didn't know was that one of his friends had secretly recorded a video and posted it online. Take him away. Lin Zhan waved his hand, and the white helmets dragged the crying Wang Ming out of the classroom. Once the door closed, the classroom fell silent. Did everyone see that? Lin Zhan scanned the crowd. This is the consequence of not being able to control your mouth. The secrets of the Special Investigation Bureau are secrets because they relate to national security. He slammed the podium heavily. From today on, all communication devices will have monitoring programs added. You must report your itinerary every week when going home. If there are any similar incidents, you will be expelled and have your memories wiped. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. Although Wang Ming brought this upon himself, the scene was still a bit frightening. He secretly glanced at Yu Fuyao, who was looking thoughtfully at him. What are you looking at? Jiang Yichen lowered his voice. Nothing. Yu Fuyao twirled a pen. Jiang Yichen. The following days were calm. Jiang Yichen followed the training routine during the day and continued to catch up on various anime movies at night. Recently, he became obsessed with Attack on Titan and was particularly interested in the 3D maneuver gear, even secretly creating a simplified version using alchemy from Fullmetal Alchemist. In theory, he lay on his bed gesturing. If combined with Spider-Man's web shooter, it should achieve a similar effect. Just as he was pondering, the dormitory loudspeaker suddenly blared with Lu Yinxia's voice. Attention, all students. Immediately gather on the playground. Repeat, immediately gather on the playground. Jiang Yichen jumped up. Glancing at the clock, it was 10:30 at night, and gathering at this hour was definitely unusual. On the playground, all the students stood in line. Lu Yinxia, dressed in a red combat outfit, looked stunning under the spotlight. Due to a notification from headquarters, her voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The Zhuke Mountain relic is about to open. Everyone, go back and pack your bags. We will depart promptly at 5 tomorrow morning. A wave of whispers erupted among the crowd. Silence. Lin Zhan shouted sternly. Details will be explained on the way tomorrow. Now disperse. On the way back to the dormitory, Jiang Yichen pulled Yu Fuyao aside. What the heck is the Zhuke Mountain relic? Literally, Yu Fuyao flicked her silver short hair. It's an independent space left over from ancient times, likely containing heavenly treasures. The most important thing is the Formation Eye artifact. Seeing Jiang Yichen's confused expression, she patiently explained. Before the relic opens, it will release rich spiritual energy, which is very beneficial for cultivation. This time we should only be training on the outskirts. We won't go inside. That's the battlefield for the big shots. Jiang Yichen pondered. Is the Formation Eye artifact really powerful? Of course, Yu Fuyao rolled her eyes. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Yichen packed his bags while pondering. Relics, artifacts, ancient legacies. Why did it all sound so much like a cultivation novel? But since there was a chance to soak in spiritual energy, it would be foolish not to go. He secretly stuffed a few spirit stones into his pile of socks. Those were his private stash, which he usually didn't dare to use. He also checked the anime USB drive hidden in his clothes pocket to ensure everything was in order. Old Jiang. Zhang Hao leaned over. Do you think there will be elixirs in the relic? The kind that can directly promote you to A level? Wake up. Jiang Yichen stuffed his toiletries into his backpack. If there really was such a thing, it wouldn't be our turn. What if? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. I don't ask for much. I just want to help me grow some hair. Jiang Yichen. Is this guy's focus a bit off? In the dead of night, Jiang Yichen lay in bed, listening to his roommates snoring, but his thoughts drifted to Zhuke Mountain. Relics, artifacts, rich spiritual energy. Everything felt mysterious and dangerous. I have a feeling, he murmured, this trip won't be peaceful. Outside the window, a blood moon quietly rose, casting an ominous hue over the impending journey. Chapter 17. Under Zhuke Mountain at 4:30 in the morning. The students of the Qianyuan class were rudely awakened from their beds by a piercing whistle. Assemble in 5 minutes. Those who are late will run 20 kilometers with a weighted pack today. Lin Zhan's voice echoed through the dormitory like thunder. Jiang Yichen, with a swift leap, successfully used the body flicker technique from Naruto to dash into the washroom. He brushed his teeth in 3 seconds, washed his face in 5 seconds, and even took a quick bathroom break. Old Jiang, help me get my socks. Zhang Hao yelled from the upper bunk. Get yourself. Jiang Yichen shouted back as he rushed out, lifting Zhang Hao's blanket as he passed by. If you don't get up, you'll be waiting to run naked. On the playground, 20 coaster minibuses were ready to go. Lu Yinxia, dressed in a red combat uniform, stood at the front, her beauty mixed with a sense of solemnity. Everyone listen up. Her voice, though not loud, was clear enough to reach every ear. Zhuke Mountain is currently under level 1 alert. Once we arrive, no one is allowed to leave the team without permission, no probing into military deployments, and no flaunting abilities. Violators, she paused, her red lips slightly parted, will face military law. Those 3 words sent a chill down everyone's spine. No matter how much chaos they caused at school, the worst punishment was just running laps. But military law was different. It meant going to military court. After getting on the bus, Jiang Yichen noticed Yu Fuyao already sitting by the window, staring blankly outside. Her profile under silver short hair was soft with impossibly long eyelashes. "What are you looking at?" Yu Fuyao replied without turning her head. "Just admiring your beauty," Jiang Yichen teased as he plopped down beside her. Yu Fuyao turned her head, her amber eyes fixed on him. "Little Jiang, your courage is growing by the day." "Huh?" Just as Jiang Yichen was about to retort, the bus suddenly started moving, and he lost his balance, crashing onto Yu Fuyao's shoulder. "Throwing yourself at me?" Yu Fuyao raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this moving too fast?" "Get off." Jiang Yichen quickly sat up straight. "It was inertia. Do you understand physics?" As the bus drove out of the city, the scenery outside gradually turned desolate. Jiang Yichen noticed military vehicles stopping at intervals along the road, with fully armed soldiers patrolling vigilantly. This setup, he muttered softly, anyone who didn't know would think we're about to go to war. Yu Fuyao lightly replied, "It's more troublesome than going to war. The opening of the ruins will attract all kinds of superpowered individuals from around the world, both light and dark." 3 hours later, the convoy arrived at Zhuke Mountain. The sight before them stunned everyone. At the foot of the mountain, layers of checkpoints were set up, with armed soldiers forming a human wall. Searchlights swept back and forth halfway up the mountain. Not even a mouse could hide. Drones patrolled overhead, buzzing incessantly. "Damn." Zhang Hao leaned against the car window. "This is a military-restricted zone, right?" What was even more alarming was that all the soldiers' defensive positions were oriented outward. Gun barrels, cannon muzzles, and even tank cannons all pointed down the mountain. What were they guarding against? Lin Wanyue asked, rarely taking the initiative to speak. "Foreign forces," Yu Fuyao replied calmly. "Every time the ruins open, there are people who want to take a share of the pie." After multiple checks, the convoy finally entered the camp. The open space was filled with military tents, and the cooking team was preparing lunch, with aromas wafting far away. Soldiers were busy sweating, some reinforcing fortifications, others transporting ammunition, and still others adjusting some large equipment. "Everyone get off." Lin Zhan directed, "Line up by class." When distributing tents, Jiang Yichen noticed a detail. The soldiers' tents were small and old, while the ones prepared for them were brand new military tents, even equipped with moisture-proof mats. 2 tents per class, separated by gender. Lin Zhan shouted, "Unpack your bags and get ready for dinner." Just as Jiang Yichen set down his backpack, he heard the whistle signaling that food was ready. His classmates rushed towards the food truck, but were stunned by the scene before them. Dozens of soldiers were sitting neatly to one side, their eyes clearly hungry, yet they remained motionless, waiting for the students to eat first. Jiang Yichen was taken aback. A military tradition? Yu Fuyao stood behind him without him noticing. Civilians eat first, soldiers go first in danger. The classmates exchanged glances. Usually, at school, they prided themselves on being future superheroes, shouting about maintaining world peace all day long. But now, looking at those soldiers with dusty faces yet still standing tall, they realized who the real guardians were. "How about we let the soldiers eat first?" A girl suggested softly. Lu Yinxia shook her head. "If you really care about them, then hurry and eat. They can only eat comfortably after you finish." That statement struck everyone like a whip to the heart. They silently formed a line to get their food, no longer laughing or joking. Jiang Yicheng approached the cook. "Thank you, chef." The man, with a face full of soot, was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. "What for? It's what we should do. Eat more, young man." The food was plentiful. Braised pork, beef stew with potatoes, garlic stir-fried bok choy, and each person even got a big chicken leg. Jiang Yicheng found an empty spot to sit down, just about to eat when he heard a complaint from beside him. "No stools? How are we supposed to eat?" Turning his head, he saw a boy named Wang Xian, looking displeased as he kicked at the stones on the ground. A nearby soldier, hearing him, silently stood up and handed over his folding stool. "Where have you been?" Wang Xian snatched the stool with a nasty tone. Only now remembering? The soldier said nothing and silently returned to sit on the ground. Jiang Yicheng watched this scene, suddenly feeling that the braised pork in his mouth lost its flavor. He set down his plate and slowly stood up. His classmates fell silent in unison, as they had never seen Jiang Yicheng with such a terrifyingly calm expression. "Get up!" Jiang Yicheng walked in front of Wang Xian, his voice low yet firm. Wang Xian looked up, disdainful. "What is it to you?" Slap! A loud slap echoed. Wang Xian fell to the ground, stool and all, half of his face swelling visibly. The entire area fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Usually playful Jiang Yicheng actually hit someone? And so hard. "You!" Wang Xian covered his face, shocked and angry. Jiang Yicheng looked down at him, not saying a word. Wang Xian wanted to say something else, but Lin Zhan had already rushed over upon hearing the noise. After understanding the situation, He only had someone take Wang Xian to the infirmary, saying nothing else. When Jiang Yichen returned to his seat, he found Yu Fuyao looking at him with a new expression, a mix of admiration and softness. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Yichen said irritably. "Nothing." Yu Fuyao picked up her untouched chicken leg and placed it on his plate, "A reward for you." Jiang Yichen was taken aback. "Aren't you eating?" "Dieting," Yu Fuyao said casually. Jiang Yichen glanced at her delicate wrist, then at the 2 chicken legs on his plate, and decisively chose to stay silent and eat meat. After the meal, xianxia called everyone for a meeting. Several military officers stood behind her, their expressions serious. According to the reconnaissance report, she pointed at the model of Zhuke Mountain on the sand table. "The ruins will open in 7 days. During this time, the concentration of spiritual energy will rise sharply, greatly benefiting cultivation." A red dot marked the mountaintop on the model, surrounded by several concentric circles. "Your activity range is here." She pointed to the outermost circle. "Absolutely forbidden to cross the second warning line. Inside is a real battlefield, not something you can participate in." An officer added, "We have already discovered traces of foreign superpowered individuals. If conflicts arise, everyone must retreat to the air raid shelter immediately." "Understood?" "Understood," the students replied in unison. After the meeting, Jiang Yichen walked alone to the edge of the camp. From here, the distant main peak of Zhuke Mountain can be seen, glowing with an eerie red light under the sunset. "What are you thinking?" Yu Fuyao's voice came from behind. "I was thinking." Jiang Yichen looked at the peak. "Those soldiers are clearly ordinary people. Why are they standing in front of us?" Yu Fuyao was silent for a moment. "Because that is their duty. Just like what? Just like when you slapped Wang Xian." Yu Fuyao chuckled lightly. "Isn't that also a reflex?" Jiang Yichen shook his head. "It's different. I just can't stand that bastard acting all high and mighty." "Is that so?" Yu Fuyao looked at him meaningfully. Yu Fuyao stretched and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back to sleep. Starting tomorrow, there will be a lot to do." As night deepened, the searchlights in the camp illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. Jiang Yichen lay in the tent, listening to the footsteps of soldiers patrolling outside, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He vaguely felt that this trip to Zhuke Mountain would probably not be so peaceful. Chapter 18. The gatekeeper of the nation on the northern grasslands. The night wind cut like a knife. Xianxia, dressed in black, stood at the national border line, his clothes motionless in the wind, as if he had merged with the surrounding world. With his eyes closed, he appeared like a scholar. Yet the sounds of insects and birds within a 10-mile radius had vanished, and even the wind that brushed past him became cautious. In the distance, the roar of engines approached, and 3 off-road vehicles broke through the night, screeching to a halt 100 meters from the borderline. 7 people jumped out of the vehicles, led by a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, with a full beard and a double-headed eagle badge on his chest. "Lan Ting Ho." The burly man spoke in Russian, his voice grating like sandpaper. "The ruins belong to all humanity. Do you Huaxiao want to monopolize them?" Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, stars seeming to swirl within them. He spoke in Chinese, perhaps. "I'm just here to discuss a principle with you. No need to be nervous." The burly man frowned and gestured for his translator. After hearing the translation, he asked gruffly, "What principle?" "Those who intrude into the national border without permission." Xianxia placed his right hand on the hilt of his black long knife. "Die." At the moment the last word left his mouth, the temperature on the grasslands dropped by 10 degrees. The burly man's face changed drastically, and a layer of metallic sheen suddenly covered his body. It was the B-grade lower-level metallization ability. His companions also brandished their weapons. Some gathered flames in their palms, while others spread frost across the ground. However, Xianxia merely drew his knife lightly. The long knife Lan Ting was completely unsheathed. Strangely, the blade did not reflect a glimmer of light. Instead, it swallowed the surrounding light like a black hole, even distorting the moonlight. The burly man's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Retreat." Too late. Xianxia simply swung his knife. Lan Ting has drunk blood for 30 years, unwilling to return until he sees the blue sky. If you ask where this knife is good, it is only after slaying the enemy chief that one knows the cold. There is no dazzling flash of the blade. No defining explosión. Only a thin black line, as fine as a hair, sliced through the night sky. Wherever it passed, the blades of grass fell silently in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. The burly man's metallic body froze in place. He struggled to look down, seeing a thin line appear on his chest, slanting from his left shoulder to his right waist. "Good knife," he murmured in Russian before his body slowly slid down along the diagonal line, splitting in half and crashing onto the grass. The remaining 6 were terrified and turned to flee. One person just jumped into the vehicle when he suddenly realized that his legs were still standing in place while his upper body had already fallen into the driver's seat due to inertia. Jiang Yichen sheathed his knife and turned to leave. Behind him, a scar 1,000 meters long appeared on the grassland, the turf neatly cut open, revealing the black soil beneath, as if the earth had been combed. On the northern slope of Mount Everest, an altitude of 800 meters, Lu Jinghong sat cross-legged on a protruding rock, electric snakes dancing around him, evaporating the falling snowflakes into mist. He wore a thin Special Bureau uniform and showed no sign of discomfort in the minus 40-degree extreme cold. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards the southern slope. A black dot was scaling the peak at an incredible speed, reaching the northern slope in just a few leaps. The newcomer was wrapped in a white cloak, almost blending into the snow, with only a pair of glowing green eyes standing out. The ruins of Huaxia. We Indian practitioners have the right to participate, the cloaked figure said in broken Chinese. This is the will of Lord Shiva. Lu Jinghong dug at his ear. Get lost. The cloaked figure's expression darkened, and he took out a string of bone prayer beads. Don't think that you Special Bureau can do as you please. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground beside the cloaked figure without warning, exploding into a cloud of snow and mist. Lu Jinghong finally stood up, his eyes filled with lightning. When I tell you to leave, it's for Shiva's sake. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. In an instant, the clouds over Mount Everest began to swirl, forming a massive vortex. Countless electric snakes danced within the clouds, illuminating half the sky. Even more terrifying was that the snow that had originally slid down the mountain began to flow back up, surging towards the peak like a reversed waterfall. This was Lu Jinghong's lightning ability manipulating the electromagnetic field, changing the physical rules of the entire area. The cloaked figure turned pale, the prayer beads in his hand snapping loudly, bone beads scattering everywhere. Without a word, he turned and fled, moving so fast that he left an afterimage, disappearing back over the southern slope in the blink of an eye. Lu Jinghong smirked and dissipated the thunderclouds. He took out his satellite phone. Boss, the mouse in the south has been scared away. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yichen's voice was calm. In the monitoring room of the Spring City Special Bureau branch, the duty personnel nervously stared at the dozens of split screens, each showing real-time images of various points along the national border. Report: 5 members of an external organization have been repelled in the northeast direction. In the South China Sea, an external organization's ship has been frozen and forced back by Director Su. Western border. Lu Yinxiao leaned against the doorframe, playing with a red folding fan in her hand. Upon hearing the report, her red lips curled slightly. It seems the big fish can't get in, but the small fry are bound to slip through. Director Lu, a young special agent, asked worriedly, will there be danger on Zhuke Mountain? Danger? Lu Yinxiao unfolded her fan with a swish, the flames embroidered on it flickering. On Huaxia's territory, they're the ones in danger. Zhuke Mountain Camp. Taiwanats. Jiang Yichen was startled awake by a series of urgent whistles. Groggy, he sat up and found the others in the tent, looking equally bewildered. Emergency assembly. Line up on the playground in 5 minutes. Lin Zhan's voice echoed through the camp. Jiang Yichen used the body flicker technique from Naruto to get dressed in 3 seconds and rushed out of the tent, nearly colliding with the equally hurried Yu Fuyao. What happened? Jiang Yichen asked while running. Yu Fuyao's silver short hair glimmered under the moonlight. The spiritual energy tide has started early. On the playground, Lu Yinxiao had been waiting for a while. Uncharacteristically, she wasn't wearing red today, but a black combat uniform, looking capable and dangerous. Everyone pay attention. She pointed towards Zhuke Mountain. The concentration of spiritual energy is rising, and the cultivation effect is triple the usual. Each class leader will lead their team to the designated area. Remember, absolutely no crossing the warning line. As the team moved towards the mountain, Jiang Yichen noticed that the number of soldiers in the camp had at least doubled since yesterday. Heavy weapons had also been uncovered, their dark muzzles aimed straight down the mountain. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Hao muttered softly. Does anyone dare to come and steal the ruins? Yu Fuyao laughed lightly. For those foreign rogue ability users, the treasures in the ruins are worth risking their lives for. Upon reaching the designated location, Jiang Yichen immediately felt the difference. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense, it was almost visible, swirling around the mountains like a thin mist. Each breath felt like sipping an energy drink, making every cell in his body cheer with excitement. Sit cross-legged and operate the wandering in the void technique, Lin Zhan ordered. Hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy. As soon as Jiang Yichen settled down, he heard a loud bang from below the mountain. Following, there was a cacophony of gunfire and explosions, and he could faintly see flashes of fire. Enemy attack. A soldier shouted, 3 o'clock. The students immediately stirred. Lin Zhan barked, focus on your cultivation. That's not something you should worry about. Jiang Yichen forced himself to calm down and began to operate his technique. As the spiritual energy flowed into him, he felt the energy within his body becoming increasingly active, and his brain domain awakening state unexpectedly activated automatically. In an instant, his perception range expanded tenfold. He could see the battle below the mountain. A dozen people in black were exchanging fire with the defending troops, 3 of whom had already broken through the defense line and were charging up the mountain. Wow! Jiang Yichen's eyes shot open, just in time to meet Yu Fuyao's thoughtful gaze. What's wrong? Yu Fuyao asked in a low voice. Jiang Yichen hesitated for a moment. Someone has broken through the defense line at the foot of the mountain. 3 of them, all Class C. Yu Fuyao's pupils narrowed. How do you know? I guessed. Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Isn't that how it's portrayed in movies? Yu Fuyao gave him a deep look and didn't ask any more questions. But Jiang Yichen noticed that her hand was already resting on her waist, where it seemed she was hiding some weapon. In the distance, the gunfire was getting closer. Chapter 19. A day in the army, the gunfire from the mountain lasted for about 20 minutes before suddenly stopping, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The night fell silent again, leaving only the sound of the mountain wind rustling through the treetops. Is it over? Zhang Hao stretched his neck to look down the mountain, only to be hit on the forehead by Lin Zhan's knuckle. Focus on your training, Lin Zhan said with a dark face, even if the sky falls. A tall person will hold it up. It's not your group of rookies to worry about. Jiang Yichen quietly activated his brain domain awakening state and sensed that the 3C level energy fluctuations down the mountain had disappeared, replaced by several squads of patrolling soldiers. Those foreign ability users who attempted to force their way in are probably now in a military prison singing tears behind iron bars. Truly impressive, the Chinese army. Jiang Yichen thought to himself, taking down sea levels was as easy as slicing vegetables. As spiritual energy continuously flowed in, the energy within him became increasingly abundant. And finally, around 4 in the morning, he broke through to E-level intermediate. Surrounding voices of surprise began to ring out, indicating that many others had also achieved breakthroughs. Old Jiang, I'm E-level now. Zhang Hao excitedly rushed over, a thicker arc of electricity sparking from his palm. Look, Jiang Yichen, congratulations. You can finally electrocute mosquitoes. Yu Fuyao appeared behind the 2 of them at some point. Little Jiang, you also broke through? Not bad. Jiang Yichen feigned calmness. Just a bit faster than someone. Really? Yu Fuyao suddenly poked his waist. Then why is your spiritual power fluctuation so much stronger than an ordinary E-level? Jiang Yichen jumped and dodged. Men and women should not touch each other. No, men should not touch each other either. Yu Fuyao smiled silently, as if saying to keep pretending. When the dawn light brightened, the training came to a temporary pause. The students dragged their tired bodies back to the camp, only to be stunned by the sight before them. Dozens of military trucks were parked neatly in the open space, and hundreds of students in different uniforms jumped down from the vehicles. They also looked exhausted, but their eyes were filled with excitement. Other city Xinyuan classes? Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. Yu Fuyao nodded. It seems the headquarters has called in elites from nearby cities. The scale of the spiritual energy tide at Zhuke Mountain is larger than expected and must not be wasted. The new students lined up in an orderly manner, receiving tents and instructions. The entire process was devoid of chaos, as if an invisible hand was precisely controlling everything. Look at their discipline, Zhang Hao said sourly. Much better than we were back then. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to retort, his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Let us go. Yu Fuyao couldn't help but chuckle. If we don't hurry to the cafeteria, someone's stomach is going to revolt. A long line had formed at the breakfast supply point. Jiang Yichen, bored, counted the heads in front of him, and suddenly noticed the cook from yesterday waving at him. Young man, come here. The cook's loud voice drew the attention of those around. Jiang Yichen walked over in confusion. Cook, what's the matter? I saw you didn't eat enough yesterday, the cook said without waiting for a response, adding 2 eggs to his plate and a large scoop of braised pork. Young man, you're still growing. Eat more. Thank you, cook. Jiang Yichen was pleasantly surprised. A boy behind him immediately raised his plate. Cook, I'm not full either. The cook glanced at him. Why do you eat so much? The boy, while carrying a plate piled high with food back. A little soldier caught up to Jiang Yichen and handed him a folding stool. "Comrade, this is an extra. You can use it." Surrounding students immediately cast envious glances. Jiang Yichen finally realized this was a continuation of yesterday's event. It seems good deeds are rewarded. He happily munched on the egg, suddenly noticing that Yu Fuyao had hardly touched his plate. "Aren't you eating?" Yu Fuyao placed a chicken leg in his bowl. "Dieting. You're about to become a twig, and you're still dieting?" Jiang Yichen complained verbally, but his hands honestly accepted the chicken leg. "Mind your own business." Yu Fuyao propped his chin and watched him devour his food. "Little Jiang, do you know what you look like right now?" "What?" "A hamster hoarding food for winter in Animal World." Jiang Yichen. After the meal was free time. Jiang Yichen originally wanted to return to the tent to catch up on sleep, but Yu Fuyao pulled him to a small hillside at the edge of the camp. "I'll show you something good," Yu Fuyao said mysteriously. The hillside had a wide view, allowing them to overlook the entire camp. Hundreds of soldiers were practicing, their movements synchronized, and the sounds of battle cries were deafening. Further away, engineers were setting up some large equipment, their actions swift and orderly, cooperating as if they were one person. "Do you see that?" Yu Fuyao pointed at the soldiers. "This is true discipline." Jiang Yichen nodded. There were no abilities, no flashy skills, just ironclad will and a strict adherence to orders. Such an army indeed deserves the title of the world's #1 army. "By the way," Yu Fuyao suddenly asked, "how did you know someone broke through the defense line yesterday?" Jiang Yichen's heart tightened, but he kept a calm exterior. I guessed. Isn't that how movies portray it? The villains always like to launch sneak attacks." "Really?" Yu Fuyao squinted. "So you knew that 3 people broke through the defense line, and they were all sea level?" "Just a lucky guess." Jiang Yichen shrugged. "It can't be 2 or 4, right?" "That's too unlucky." Yu Fuyao. The two fell silent for a moment, and Jiang Yichen suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of which, who exactly are you? You seem to know too much about the Special Investigation Bureau." "Guess." Yu Fuyao blinked. "Guess correctly, and there's a reward." "What reward?" "Another chicken leg?" Yu Fuyao kicked him angrily. "Go eat your chicken leg." The afternoon training was even more grueling than the previous night. The concentration of spiritual energy continued to rise, reaching 5 times the usual level. Many students absorbed too quickly, showing symptoms of energy overload. Nosebleeds were mild, and one unfortunate soul even spewed out rainbow-colored spiritual energy mist. "Control the pace." Lin Zhan patrolled among the crowd. "You can't bite off more than you can chew." Jiang Yichen carefully adjusted his absorption speed. In the brain domain awakening state, he could clearly see the flow of spiritual energy within his body, arranging each thread of spiritual energy precisely like playing Tetris. "Old Jiang." Zhang Hao asked with his nose stuffed with tissue, "Why are you fine?" "I've had 3 nosebleeds. Maybe I'm exceptionally gifted." Jiang Yichen casually replied. "Come on." Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. "You definitely brought some treasure secretly. Share some with me." Just as Jiang Yichen was about to refute, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation coming from down the mountain. This time it was closer, no more than 2 kilometers away. "Here we go again?" He frowned secretly. "Is this never-ending?" Sure enough, a few minutes later, a piercing alarm rang out in the camp. All students were urgently gathered into the air raid shelter, while soldiers quickly took their combat positions. Inside the air raid shelter, the new students were somewhat flustered, while the students from Spring City's Qianyuan class remained relatively calm after having experienced it once. "Quiet." Lu Yinxia stood at the front, her voice steady. "It's just a routine alert. There's no need to panic. Continue training." The energy fluctuation suddenly disappeared when it was about a kilometer from the camp, as if it had been intercepted by someone. An hour later, the alarm was lifted. When the students returned to the surface, they found several unfamiliar black SUVs in the camp, their bodies marked with bullet holes. "It seems someone broke in," Yu Fuyao said softly. During dinner, Jiang Yichen received special treatment from the kitchen, not only getting 2 extra chicken legs, but also a complimentary bottle of cola. Wan Xin, who had previously complained about not having a seat, looked as dark as a pot bottom upon seeing this. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yichen deliberately chewed on the chicken leg in front of him, wanting to eat what he earned. Wang Xian walked away, gritting his teeth. Yu Fuyao laughed so hard she trembled. "Little Jiang, you look so cute when you bully others." Jiang Yichen, "Can you be normal? I'm scared." Late at night, Jiang Yichen lay in the tent, listening to the footsteps of patrolling soldiers outside. Today's experience made him deeply realize one thing. In this era of recovering spiritual energy, the stability of Huaxiao relies not on superheroes, but on these ordinary people who contribute silently. In a few days, the ruins will officially open. He looked at the top of the tent, murmuring to himself. Wondering what else would happen? Chapter 20. Spiritual Rain Transformation at Midnight. Jiang Yichen was awakened by the commotion outside the tent. It was raining. No, it wasn't ordinary rain. Someone was shouting outside. Jiang Yichen crawled out of the tent and was instantly stunned by the sight before him. What fell from the sky wasn't rainwater, but strands of faint blue light, like countless tiny shooting stars streaking across the night sky. These light strands didn't disappear upon landing. Instead, they flowed across the ground like mist, enveloping the entire camp in a dreamlike blue glow. Spiritual Rain. Yu Fuyao appeared beside him at some point. Her silver short hair covered in blue light spots, the spiritual energy so dense it had materialized. The camp instantly erupted in excitement. The students, disregarding their raincoats, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. Even the soldiers on duty took turns switching shifts, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy. Everyone pay attention. Lu Yinxia's voice echoed through the camp via a loudspeaker. The duration of the spiritual rain is uncertain. Make the most of every second. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to sit down, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. What a waste it would be to only cultivate during such a great opportunity. He recalled an anime he had watched a few days ago called Wu Dong Qiankuan, which featured something called the Devouring Talisman that seemed capable of absorbing large amounts of spiritual energy. Let's give it a try. He stealthily hid behind a large tree and quickly formed hand seals. A pitch-black rune array took shape in his palms, slowly rotating and emitting a strange pulling force. It worked. Jiang Yichen was so excited he almost jumped up. But then he realized a problem. Such a large devouring talisman floating in the air would be seen by anyone. He needed a way. His eyes flicked, and he replicated the invisibility effect from Hunter x Hunter, covering the surface of the devouring talisman. With the double skill combination, the devouring talisman became completely invisible. Jiang Yichen controlled it to slowly float toward the direction of Zhuke Mountain, finally stopping just 100 meters from the relic's warning line. Time to eat, he silently thought. In an instant, centered around the devouring talisman, a 10-meter diameter vortex of spiritual energy formed. The surrounding spiritual rain was crazily sucked in, even altering the trajectory of the rain. A portion of the spiritual energy was fed back to Jiang Yichen through an invisible link, while another part was stored inside the talisman. Holy crap! Jiang Yichen felt his spiritual power soar like a rocket, breaking through the threshold of E-level intermediate in the blink of an eye. The excess spiritual energy even crystallized on the surface of his skin into a layer of blue crystals, making him look like a glowing avatar. Little Jiang. Yu Fuyao's voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you sneaking around doing? Jiang Yichen jolted, almost scattering the devouring talisman. I'm contemplating life. Yu Fuyao looked at the blue light on him with suspicion, then glanced at the noticeably thinner spiritual rain in the distance, suddenly showing a look of realization. Oh, I see. What do you mean, oh? Jiang Yichen shouted nervously. I warn you not to guess randomly. Yu Fuyao just smiled and poked the spiritual crystal on his face. It's pretty, like an LED face mask. Jiang Yichen. Just as the two were bickering, the mist at the top of Zhuke Mountain suddenly began to churn violently. The fog wall, which had been slowly spreading, seemed to be on steroids, expanding down the mountain at a visible speed. This isn't right. Yu Fuyao's expression changed drastically. The spreading speed is too fast. The alarm from the mountaintop observation post pierced the night sky. Lu Yinxia's figure instantly appeared in the center of the camp, her red combat uniform particularly eye-catching against the blue light. Everyone pay attention. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Discard all supplies and descend the mountain as fast as possible. The trained soldiers immediately sprang into action. There was no panic, no pushing, as each team orderly executed the evacuation plan. The cooking team even remembered to carry away the gas canisters, while the engineers quickly dismantled important equipment. In contrast, the students were much slower to react. Some wanted to go back to their tents to grab things, some stood dazed, and one fool even wanted to live stream with his phone. Run. What are you waiting for? Jiang Yichen grabbed Zhang Hao and dashed down the mountain. The devouring talisman no longer cared about hiding, transforming into a black light and flying back into his body. After running a few hundred meters, Jiang Yichen suddenly felt a chill on his back. Looking back, he saw the eerie mist had already reached the edge of the camp, and several slower students were swallowed up in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Yu Fuyao, Jiang Yichen shouted, but found that the silver-haired figure had somehow run ahead, moving faster than a rabbit. This heartless. Just as he cursed under his breath, he suddenly felt his feet give way. The mist had caught up with him. The world spun. Jiang Yichen felt like he had been thrown into a washing machine or was riding on a roller coaster without safety measures. Countless bizarre images flashed before his eyes. A shattered ancient city, inverted peaks, and a burning black sun. Bang! He crashed heavily onto a patch of grass, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn, this broken relic doesn't even have an airbag. Jiang Yichen rubbed his backside and looked around. An endless grassland stretched before him. The sky a strange purplish red, and in the distance a pyramid-shaped structure could be faintly seen. The air was filled with an ancient and decayed scent. But the concentration of spiritual energy was shockingly high. Where's everyone? Jiang Yichen tried calling out a few times, but the only response was the rustling of the wind through the grass. Suddenly, his hair stood on end. That was the instinct of being targeted by a beast. Jiang Yichen instinctively rolled to the side. Crack! A rusty iron axe landed where he had just been standing. The wielder was a humanoid skeleton, with eerie green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Holy crap! Jiang Yichen sprang up like a carp. Is this a crossover with Minecraft? The skeleton tilted its head, seemingly confused by the reaction of this living person. Then it slowly raised the axe, its jaw opening and closing with a clattering sound, as if it were laughing. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, instinctively assuming the Kamehameha starting pose. Big brother, can we negotiate? My bones aren't tasty. How about I give you some calcium tablets? The skeleton obviously wasn't buying it and swung the axe straight at him. Chapter 21. Survival in the Ruins. Click-clack. The jaws of the skeleton soldier opened and closed, making an eerie sound, as if mocking Jiang Yichen's turtle-style energy attack stance. It swung its rusty iron axe, attacking with a standard power cleave posture. Jiang Yichen rolled sideways to dodge, mentally cursing. What the hell is this? Am I in the Guasha Chronicle or the Tomb Robber's notes? The axe struck the ground, sending up a spray of grass clippings. The skeleton soldier stiffly pulled out its axe, the green fire in its eye sockets burning even brighter. Big brother, Jiang Yichen said while retreating cautiously. How about we have a chat? You've been dead for so many years. You must have a lot of life insights, right? The skeleton soldier was clearly not a good listener. It raised its axe again, this time performing a 360-degree spin, nearly throwing out its own lumbar disc in the process. So you want to play hard to get, huh? After confirming that there was indeed no one around, Jiang Yichen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then don't blame me for not respecting my elders. He quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball 2 meters in diameter roared out, engulfing the skeleton soldier. The flames crackled with explosive sounds, like firecrackers during the new year. When the fireball dissipated, only a pile of charred bones and the intact iron axe remained. Huh. Jiang Yichen picked up the axe and was surprised to find that it had no burn marks at all. It was made of good material. Just as he was about to examine it closely, he suddenly heard rustling sound around him. Turning to look, he saw several earth mounds nearby wriggling, one of which had already extended a bone-chilling arm. What the hell? Are they teaming up to farm me? Without hesitation, Jiang Yichen took off running. After running about 100 meters, he glanced back and saw that the mounds had returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Interesting. Jiang Yichen pondered. Could it be that these skeletons have territorial awareness? This discovery excited him. If no one was watching in the ruins, wouldn't that mean he could train freely? If he got lucky and found a formation eye, wouldn't he hit the jackpot? Thinking of this, Jiang Yichen decided to follow the purplish-red sun, though he wasn't sure if it was a real sun. It was better than going in circles. Along the way, he deliberately chose paths with earth mounds to lure out skeleton soldiers for practice. First, he used the shadow clone technique for Naruto to dodge their attacks, then used the rubber rocket launcher from One Piece to smash the skeletons, and finally bound the bones together using the binding spell from Bleach. Click-clack. A particularly tenacious skeleton soldier was still struggling even after being tied up like a dumpling. Jiang Yichen squatted down and knocked on its skull with the axe handle. Brother, your dedication is commendable. How about you tell me where the formation eye is, and I'll let you go. Skeleton, click-clack. Fine, don't say it. Jiang Yichen brought down the axe. Remember to be a more talkative skeleton in your next life. Thus, while walking and fighting, he collected 5 axes, 3 rusty swords, and a bone spear. Although these weapons looked old, they were surprisingly sturdy and durable, not dulling no matter how much he chopped. If he took these out to sell, Jiang Yichen's eyes turned into the shape of spirit stones. Wouldn't he each sell for 10 or 8,000? Just as he was dreaming of getting rich, he suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual energy ahead. Following the sensation, the sight before him made his stomach twist. 3 student corpses lay in a pool of blood, their chests pierced by sharp weapons, their faces frozen in expressions of terror. From their uniforms, they appear to be students from other city Xinyuan classes. Jiang Yichen crouched down to examine the wounds and found corrosion marks on the edges. This wasn't done by skeletons. There are other things in the ruins. He silently closed the eyes of the deceased, feeling a sudden pang in his heart. What about the soldiers who were pulled in? They don't have any abilities. What will they do if they encounter danger? Damn it. Jiang Yichen cursed under his breath and quickened his pace forward. Not far ahead, a cry for help rang out. Jiang Yichen hesitated for a moment, but still rushed toward the sound. In an open area, 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers were chasing 5 or 6 students. These skeletons had no weapons, but their speed was astonishing, and 2 students had already been knocked to the ground. Help! A girl cried, her leg caught by a skeleton, and she was about to be dragged away. Jiang Yichen sighed. You guys are lucky. He dashed into the battlefield, swinging his axe with great vigor. The eagle vision from Assassin's Creed, combined with Dante's swordsmanship from Devil May Cry, made him feel like he was in a realm of his own. Crack! Crack! Skeleton heads flew one after another, the green fire extinguished. In less than a minute, all the skeleton soldiers had turned into true dead things. Thank you. The rescued girl sobbed. Jiang Yichen waved his hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to team up with these people in the ruins. Sometimes, human hearts are more dangerous than skeletons. Wait, a boy caught up. Let us team up. There's strength in numbers. No thanks. Jiang Yichen didn't look back. I'm used to being a lone wolf. After walking quite a distance, he could still hear those people discussing. What with the attitude? Just because he has some skills, he thinks he is amazing. Wait, he took all the skeleton weapons. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, weighing the axe in his hand. You don't know the value. These are all antiques. On the following journey, he defeated a dozen waves of skeleton soldiers and collected a large bundle of weapons. For convenience, he replicated the backpack space from World of Warcraft and stuffed all these weapons inside. When he gets out to open a weapon shop, Jiang Yichen happily thought, the name will be Skeleton King Weapon Store, and I've even thought of the slogan, weapons that have killed, prices that have killed. Just as he was dreaming of getting rich, the scene ahead suddenly changed. At the end of the grassland appeared a ruin, and among the broken walls, the skeleton of some huge creature could be faintly seen. More striking was an altar in the center of the ruins, with a crystal ball floating above, emitting a ghostly blue light. Could it be? Jiang Yichen's heart raced. The formation eye? Just as he was about to step forward to take a look, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, and the spot where he had been standing was pierced by a shadow. It was a monster he had never seen before. Its upper body was human-shaped, while its lower body was that of a spider, with 8 compound eyes gleaming with a cruel light. Sorry to interrupt. Jiang Yichen slowly backed away. I think I walked into the wrong scene. You carry on. The monster let out a piercing screech and lunged at him. Chapter 22, Transformation Hiss. The human-faced spider emitted a piercing shriek, its 8 compound eyes locking onto Jiang Yichen simultaneously. Its half-human, half-spider body was covered in bizarre patterns, and its abdomen continuously secreted a thick, thread-like substance. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. Spider-Man, can we discuss this? You go your way, and I'll take my crystal ball. What answered him was a rapidly shot silk thread, moving so fast it made a whooshing sound. Damn! Jiang Yichen rolled away like a lazy donkey, narrowly avoiding the thread that struck the ground he had been standing on, corroding a bowl-sized pit into it. So you're playing with biochemical weapons? Jiang Yichen was furious. Then don't blame me for summoning people. He slammed his hands to the ground. Guardian Spirit Summon. The spiritual energy fluctuations from Soul Street swept out, revealing 4 towering figures in the light. Su Chu, the tiger crazy general, wielding a giant hammer, engulfed in flames. Dian Wei, the ancient evil come, crossing his dual halberds, exuding murderous intent. Xiahou Dun, the one-eyed wolf, with a spear that resembled a dragon, imposing and fierce. Xiahou Yuan, the swift leopard, drawing his bow with an arrow ready to fire. Your humble servant pays respects to the Lord. The 4 generals shouted in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. Jiang Yichen almost laughed out loud at the display. This was even more impressive than the homeroom teacher checking the dorm. Beat up. He pointed to the human-faced spider. Hit it hard. Your humble servant obeys. Su Chu charged forward, his giant hammer smashing towards the spider's head, enveloped in roaring flames. Dian Wei crossed his dual halberds, sealing off its escape route. Xiahou Dun thrust his spear straight at its vital abdomen. Xiahou Yuan, meanwhile, stood at a distance, drawing his bow, aiming for the compound eyes. Hiss! The human-faced spider cried out in pain, frantically waving its forelimbs. Its steel-like claws clashed with the weapons of the guardian spirits, sparks flying. Jiang Yichen wasn't idle, either. He hid in the back and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing, Wind King S.I. Tier, Crescent Moon, Sky Charge, Turtle School, Kamehameha. Various anime-style moves were unleashed without restraint. Although the human-faced spider had strong defenses, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of attacks. It was being pushed back, its body covered in charred wounds. "Watch out, my lord!" Dian Wei suddenly shouted. Jiang Yichen's scalp tingled, and he instinctively activated Instant Step to dodge. He saw the human-faced spider's abdomen swell up suddenly, shooting out a mass of spider silk that wasn't ordinary, but glowed with a ghostly blue light. Binding Wei no. 81, Break the Void. In a rush, Jiang Yichen cast a high-level Kido from Bleach, barely blocking most of the web. But a few strands still stuck to his left arm, causing it to lose all sensation instantly. Is it poisonous? Jiang Yichen's face changed drastically as he quickly used the alchemical circle from Full Metal Alchemist to force the toxin out. Taking this opportunity, the human-faced spider suddenly changed direction, heading straight for the crystal ball on the altar. Not good. It wants to swallow the treasure. Jiang Yichen panicked. Xiahou Yuan. Shoot it. Whoosh. An energy arrow shot through the air, hitting the spider's hind leg accurately. The human-faced spider stumbled, its speed slightly reduced. Suzhu, Dian Wei, prepare your big move. Jiang Yichen clasped his hands together, combining their techniques. Flame Prison, Unmatched Strike. This was a move he had stolen from the Soul Street anime. Su Chu's giant hammer and Dian Wei's dual halberds ignited in blazing flames, merging into a fire vortex that engulfed the human-faced spider. Amidst its screams, the spider's shell began to crack, green bodily fluid splattering everywhere. Jiang Yichen seized the opportunity, pulling out the bone spear he had picked up earlier. Using Yi Xiu's dragon lifting technique from the king's avatar, piercing it into the spider's most vulnerable compound eye. Thoof! The spear tip protruded from the back of its head, and the human-faced spider convulsed violently a few times before finally going still. Jiang Yichen slumped to the ground, the four guardian spirits also dissipating due to their exhausted spiritual energy. This was tougher than the final exam. After resting for a moment, he eagerly climbed onto the altar. The ghostly blue crystal ball looked even more enchanting up close, as if a galaxy was swirling within, beautiful enough to captivate anyone's gaze. It's not a formation eye, but definitely a treasure. Jiang Yichen rubbed his hands together. Jackpot. He cautiously reached out to touch the surface of the crystal ball. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the crystal shell suddenly cracked. Before Jiang Yichen could react, a blue light shot out from the crack, directly drilling into his forehead. A sharp pain instantly engulfed his body, and Jiang Yichen felt as if thousands of needles were stirring in his brain. He fell to the ground, rolling frantically, veins bulging on his forehead, his vision blackening. Damn! Is this soul-snatching or enlightenment? He hugged his head, feeling as if a million steel needles were stirring in his mind. Countless unfamiliar images flashed before his eyes. Ancient battlefields, strange runes, shattered stars. Ugh! Jiang Yichen rolled on the ground in pain, his nails scratching bloody trails on the ground. This pain far exceeded the physical level, as if his soul were being torn into pieces. He didn't know how long it had been, but the pain gradually subsided. Jiang Yichen lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Jiang Yichen lay on the ground like a dead fish, completely soaked in sweat. Not dead. He weakly touched his forehead, it seemed. He even gained something? Damn it, he weakly cursed. This broken ruin even lacks an instruction manual. Closing his eyes and looking inward, he found that his brain domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The originally blurry perception was now as clear as 4K ultra-high definition, and the scanning range had expanded more than tenfold. He could even see the flow of spiritual energy in the air. This is a super radar? Jiang Yichen tried to scan the surroundings, and to his surprise, he could penetrate the walls of the ruins and see an ant nest 10 meters underground. Even more astonishing was that he could now observe the microscopic operation of his own energy. For instance, when he used the Rasengan, he could see how the spiritual energy formed a vortex in his palm. When using Instant Step, he could see how the energy flowed through the leg meridians. Awesome. Jiang Yichen jumped up excitedly. This is basically a cultivation cheat, right? He tried to mobilize the spiritual energy stored in the Devouring Ancestor Talisman, combining it with his new abilities for precise control. The previously rough energy manipulation now flowed smoothly, and when he executed the thousand birds technique, the lightning condensed as if it were a physical object. This wave is not a loss, Jiang Yichen thought happily, although his strength didn't directly increase. His potential had grown tremendously. Overjoyed, he decided to thoroughly search this ruin. A place that could give birth to such a treasure might hold other good things. If he found a few more crystals, wouldn't that be a trip to heaven? Chapter 23. The true nature of merchant Jiang Yichen turned the ruins upside down, not even sparing the crevices in the ground. Just when he was about to give up, his enhanced perception suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual hidden compartment beneath the altar. It's well hidden. He rubbed his hands together and used the techniques he learned from tomb raiding notes, which he actually picked up from a TV series, to fiddle with it for a while. And finally, with a click, he opened the mechanism. Inside the hidden compartment lay a bronze sword box, its surface covered in mottled rust. But the exquisite patterns of Tao-Dai could still be seen clearly. Jiang Yichen cautiously lifted the lid. Buzz! A flash of blue light passed by, and inside the box lay a 3-foot-long bronze sword. The blade was long, exuding a cold, eerie light, and a dark red gemstone was embedded in the guard, resembling a closed eye. Striking it rich, Jiang Yichen reached out to grab it, but nearly threw out his back. This sword was ridiculously heavy, weighing at least 50 or 60 pounds. What material is this? He struggled to lift the sword and found 2 ancient seal characters carved on the spine. Qingming. Jiang Yichen gasped. Although he had never heard of this name, he could feel that it was definitely not an ordinary item. This was a huge win. He happily hung the bronze sword at his waist, though walking with it felt like carrying an anvil. After leaving the ruins, Jiang Yichen released his consciousness to scan the surroundings. His enhanced perception range reached an astonishing kilometer, and he quickly spotted Yu Fuyao as figure. That silver hair was too recognizable in the crowd. Half an hour later, Jiang Yichen caught up with the main group. There were about 40 to 50 people, mostly students from various school Xinyuan classes, along with a few special agents from the Special Investigation Bureau and soldiers. Everyone looked dirty and weary, with many sporting injuries. Yu Fuyao looked the worst. Her silver hair was covered in dust, and her usually treasured sword had broken into 2 pieces, leaving only the hilt in her hand. Hey! Jiang Yichen approached with a sly grin. Isn't this our glorious class leader? How did you end up like this? Yu Fuyao looked up, and her previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Jiang, you're still alive. How are you talking like that? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. People like me can at least live to 99, okay? Through their conversation, Jiang Yichen learned that Yu Fuyao and the others had been transported to a stone forest, where they encountered numerous skeleton soldiers and a few humanoid spiders. They had fought hard for a day and night to break through, suffering losses of over 10 people. Condolences. Jiang Yichen sighed. Then his eyes brightened. That's right, I have a batch of excellent weapons here, no deception. Yu Fuyao. In the following journey, Jiang Yichen perfectly embodied the meaning of a survival king. When encountering ordinary skeletons, he pretended to be dead. When facing tougher enemies, he hid behind and shouted 666. But once he discovered an enemy wielding a weapon, he would immediately rush to the front like he had been injected with adrenaline. Watch out! There are 3 with axes on the left. Someone shouted. Jiang Yichen sprang out in a single leap, faster than a rabbit, combining the leap of faith from Assassin's Creed with the Royal Guard style from Devil May Cry. He quickly dismantled the skeleton soldiers into pieces and then happily stuffed the axes into his backpack. The crowd. At first, everyone was shocked by his flashy moves, but soon they got used to it. It even developed to the point where whenever they saw an enemy with weapons, they would automatically clear a path. Boss Jiang, please. As evening approached, the team found a relatively safe open area to set up camp. As soon as Jiang Yichen sat down, someone couldn't help but ask, Jiang, what are you collecting all these weapons for? Jiang Yichen was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. That is a great question. He whipped out a piece of rag and laid it on the ground, then like a magician, displayed over 20 pieces of weaponry. Axes, long swords, bone spears, meteor hammers. There was even a humanoid spider's fawn. Don't miss out. Ancient relics unearthed. Divine weapons. He shouted. These can be traded for military merit, used to ward off evil at home, or keep your girlfriend safe. The crowd fell silent. Yu Fuyao covered her face, her shoulders trembling. A boy who looked like a rich second generation raised his hand timidly. How much for each? This gentleman has an eye for quality. Jiang Yichen rubbed his hands and approached. Looking at your full forehead and square jaw, this spider fang is perfect for you. Not 998, not 888, just 3 spirit stones. 3. The rich second generation screamed, "Are you robbing me? Too expensive?" Jiang Yichen pulled out a rusty sword like a magician. This ancient divine sword is only one spirit stone. Plus, it comes with a tassel. The crowd. After some haggling, the trading gradually became lively. The rich kids exchanged their luxury items for weapons. Designer watches, gold necklaces, jade pendants. Even a girl traded a limited edition lipstick for a dagger. "This lipstick is limited to 500 globally," the girl declared earnestly. Jiang Yichen sniffed it. Death Barbie pink. Indeed limited. The special agents and soldiers stood on the outskirts, watching eagerly. They didn't have anything valuable to offer, so they could only stare. Finally, a young soldier mustered the courage to step forward. "Comrade, this watch I bought when I enlisted is worth over 5,000. Can I trade for something cheaper?" Jiang Yichen looked at the heavily worn domestic watch, then at the soldier's calloused hands, and suddenly grinned. "Military comrade, pick whatever you want." "No charge." The soldier was stunned. "This. Don't be polite." Jiang Yichen directly picked out a sword and handed it to him. "You guys are risking your lives on the front lines, so we can count money back here." The scene erupted in an uproar. The rich kids were upset. What did they get for free? Just because they protect you spoiled brats with their lives. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, not satisfied. "You try standing guard at the border for 2 years. Everyone fell silent. After the trading concluded, Jiang Yichen had a dozen luxury watches hanging from his wrist and a bunch of gold chains around his neck, looking like a nouveau riche. He happily counted his spoils when he suddenly noticed Yu Fuyao sitting in the distance, dazed, still clutching the broken sword. "Hey!" Jiang Yichen walked over and shoved the bronze sword Qing Ming into his arms. "This is for you." Yu Fuyao was taken aback. "This? Don't get me wrong," Jiang Yichen quickly explained. "I just think that broken sword looks too shabby. It affects our class's image." Yu Fuyao looked down at the bronze sword, his fingers gently brushing over the patterns on the blade. For some reason, he felt no resistance in accepting what Jiang Yichen offered, as if it were only natural. "Thank you," he said softly, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yichen waved his hand. "It's nothing. I can't get used to something this heavy anyway." In the dead of night, most people were asleep. Although Jiang Yichen had his eyes closed, his consciousness was still extended. This new ability was equivalent to 24-hour panoramic surveillance. Around 2 in the morning, a special agent from the Special Investigation Bureau, who was on night watch, suddenly sneaked out of the camp. Jiang Yichen squinted his eyes and quietly followed him. Chapter 24. The traitor and the skeleton. See Jiang Yichen trailed behind the special operative like a shadow. His enhanced perception allowed him to navigate the dark forest as if it were daylight. The operative, clearly well-trained, paused frequently to survey his surroundings. Yet he failed to notice the player who had activated invincibility just 20 meters away. The operative approached an ancient tree, cautiously scanning the area before quickly carving a strange symbol into the trunk that resembled a combination of the letters S and K, with an eye drawn in the center. A mark of foreign forces? Jiang Yichen squinted. This guy's a spy. With a quick thought, he suddenly deactivated his invisibility and walked over boldly, deliberately stepping on a few branches. "Who?" The operative spun around, his hand already on his weapon at his waist. You scare me." Jiang Yichen feigned panic. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" The operative's expression fluctuated. I'm on patrol. And you?" "I'm desperate for a bathroom," Jiang Yichen said innocently. "The camp's restroom is too far, so I thought I'd define a tree to solve my problem." "Hey, what's this drawing on the tree?" Before the operative could stop him, Jiang Yichen had already approached the tree and began poking the symbol with a bone spear he had just picked up. "This pattern is quite unique. Is it some kind of art?" "Stop." The operative's face turned green. This is a secret mark of the Special Investigation Bureau." "Oh." Jiang Yichen feigned realization, then accidentally scratched the symbol into shambles with the spear. Saw thee. I am clumsy. How about I help you redraw it?" He started to carve a turtle onto the tree. The veins on the operative's forehead bulged. "No need. Just go back to sleep." "Don't." Jiang Yichen threw an arm around the operative's shoulder. "The night is long, and I'm not in the mood to sleep. Can you tell me some stories about the Special Investigation Bureau? How much do you guys get paid? Do you have 5 insurances and 1 fund? Is there overtime pay? Let go." The operative could no longer tolerate it, and suddenly elbowed Jiang Yichen in the throat. The move was quick and fierce. An ordinary student would surely have been incapacitated. But Jiang Yichen had long anticipated such a move. Using the shadow clone technique from Naruto, his real body had already shifted 3 meters away. "Oh dear," he sighed, shaking his head. "Are you that anxious? Your mental fortitude is lacking, comrade." The operative's expression changed drastically as he realized he had revealed himself. He quickly drew a dagger, its blade glinting with a strange blue light, clearly poisoned. Kid, you're asking for death. The dagger struck like a venomous snake with a sharp and tricky angle. Yet, Jiang Yichen dodged effortlessly as if strolling through a market. Chatting casually. Hey, nice dagger. Where did you buy it? Free shipping on Taobao? That move is pretty cool. Did you learn from Assassin's Creed? Oh, your zipper is down. The operative became increasingly alarmed. How could a mere student be so slippery? Gritting his teeth, he launched his ultimate move, causing the dagger to split into 3 illusory images, sealing off all escape routes. Game over. Jiang Yichen suddenly stopped smiling, his right hand forming a virtual grip. Universal attraction. The signature technique of pain from Naruto activated. And the operative immediately felt a tremendous force pulling him forward. Before he could react, a bone spear had already pierced through his heart. You. The operative stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Remember this in your next life. Jiang Yichen whispered in his ear, being a spy in Huaxia is a dead end. After dealing with the body, Jiang Yichen carefully inspected the tree, confirming that the symbol had been completely destroyed before quietly slipping back to the camp and diving into his sleeping bag to pretend to sleep. The next morning, during the team assembly, they discovered one person was missing. Where's Zhou Ming? The team leader, an official from the Special Investigation Bureau, frowned. Who saw him last night? The group exchanged glances. Jiang Yichen raised his hand. Report. I saw him go into the woods in the middle of the night. He said he was going on patrol. The operative captain's expression changed immediately, and he led a search party. However, after searching all morning, they found no trace. Given the dangers in the ruins, they had no choice but to temporarily abandon the search. Continue moving. The captain ordered everyone stay alert. In the following journey, the number of skeleton soldiers noticeably increased. There were not only humanoid ones, but also beast-shaped, flying ones, and even a few skeleton knights riding skeletal horses. It felt like they had entered the lair of a necromantic disaster. Jiang Yichen hid in the middle of the group, occasionally shooting cold arrows, focusing on conserving energy, until they spotted armed skeletons ahead. Scout shouted, 10 with swords, 5 with spears. Boss Jiang, after you. Everyone immediately cleared a path, and some even gestured for him to go first. Jiang Yichen rubbed his hands and rushed out. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. Using Dante's sword skills from Devil May Cry, parkour from Assassin's Creed, and the brutal aesthetics of Kratos from God of War, he effortlessly dismantled the skeleton soldiers into pieces in the blink of an eye. All done. He happily stuffed his loot into his backpack space, only to turn around and find everyone staring at him with expressions of disbelief. What's wrong? Jiang Yichen asked, confused. Agel viacli inquirit. Why were you so bad against the ordinary skeletons? Jiang Yichen replied seriously. That's called strategic power saving. Besides, I have a collection obsession with weapons. Is that not allowed? Everyone. The operative captain walked over, patted him on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. Next time I find someone with a weapon, I'll notify you in advance. Jiang Yichen was moved to tears. Thank you for the organization's nurturing. Yufuya facepalmed beside him. There's no saving him. In the evening, the team arrived at an open area. In the distance, a black pyramid-like structure could be vaguely seen, surrounded by dense fog. Is that the core of the ruins? Someone asked quietly. The captain's expression was grave. Everyone, rest in place. Wheel. Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless skeletal hands burst from the earth, and in an instant, over 100 skeletons emerged. What was even more terrifying was that these skeletons were wearing tattered armor and wielding fine weapons, their eyes glowing a bright red, clearly far stronger than the previous ones. Form a defensive formation. The captain shouted sternly. Jiang Yichen stared at the glimmering weapons, his eyes lighting up. I'm going to get rich. Chapter 25. After the wind, strange doors the earth trembled. The unsettling vibrations under Jiang Yichen's boots felt as if thousands of horses were galloping beneath the ground. He looked down to see the cracked soil surface bizarrely bulging with lumps, fine soil particles dancing like boiling water. Alert! Everyone be on guard. The Special Investigation Bureau captain's roar pierced the tense air. The well-trained Special Operations personnel instantly formed a defensive formation, shielding the ordinary trainees in the center. Jiang Yichen noticed the captain's gun hand trembling slightly, blue veins bulging. Even this battle-hardened veteran was gripped by fear. Crack! The sound of a bony hand breaking through the ground sent chills down their spines. Grayish-white finger bones pierced the surface, followed by a second, a third. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters stood up with countless bony hands like a hedgehog. Those finger joints moved eerily, gripping the ground for leverage as complete skeletons were pulled out from beneath. Shit! Zhang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. Do we poke a skeleton's den? Jiang Yichen squinted. These skeletons were entirely different from those encountered before. They were clad in rusted bronze armor, their joints entwined with dark red energy threads, and instead of ghostly green flames, their eye sockets glowed with a strange crimson light. Most unsettling was the rhythmic clattering of their bones, which oddly formed a battle song. Legion-level undead. Yu Fuyao had somehow appeared beside Jiang Yichen, her silver hair flying wildly in the inexplicable wind. Judging by the armor's style, it was at least from a period of ancient elite soldiers. As if to confirm her words, an exceptionally tall skeleton suddenly leapt out of the ground. It wore a damaged crown, dark golden chains coiling around its spine, and held a 2-meter-long bronze greatsword, its blade covered in dark red grooves. A skeleton general. Yu Fuyao's voice suddenly tensed, E-level peak, close to D-level. Jiang Yichen's pupils contracted slightly. He could feel the oppressive aura radiating from the skeleton general, akin to facing a predator poised to strike. Worse still, skeleton soldiers were pouring in from all directions, completing the encirclement. The front line consisted of shield-bearing heavy armored skeletons, their shields carved with menacing ghost faces. In the middle were spear formations, the tips of their bone spears glowing with an eerie blue light. On the flanks were cavalry, riding skeletal horses, their bloodless steeds' eye sockets flickering with crimson flames, and their hooves thundered against the ground, creating a deafening roar. Form a circle, the special operations captain shouted hoarsely. Espers form a circle on the outside. Ordinary people retreat to the center. Hurry! The team immediately began to contract. Jiang Yichen saw several girls had collapsed in fear, being dragged along by their companions. A bespectacled boy had wet his pants but still clutched his talisman tightly. Further away, a soldier was shielding an injured comrade, despite his own calf being a bloody mess. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. The first wave of bone arrows rained down like a storm, their tips entwined with dark green energy. Defense. Various attribute barriers lit up in an instant. Firewalls, ice shields, wind barriers. A colorful mesh of esper light intertwined. Most of the bone arrows were intercepted, but a few still penetrated the defenses. One bone arrow pierced the student's shoulder, and a strange green hue immediately spread from the wound. The student fell straight down before he could even scream, his face turning pale at a visible rate. Highly toxic. Yu Fuyao warned sharply, don't get scratched. Jiang Yichen's gaze turned icy. He stepped forward to the front line, hands still in his pockets, his back appearing exceptionally thin amidst the rain of arrows. Old Jiang, come back. Zhang Hao shouted in terror. The first bone arrow aimed at Jiang Yichen suddenly froze half a meter away from him, as if hitting an invisible wall. The shaft quivered violently, the tip slowly twisting and deforming, and eventually snapped in two. Then came the second, the third. Dozens of bone arrows hovered eerily before Jiang Yichen, as if a pause button had been pressed on a film. This is... The special operations captain's eyes widened. Telekinetic barrier? Someone speculated. Jiang Yichen smirked slightly. He slowly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! All the hovering bone arrows exploded into dust, grayish-white bone powder swirling under the sunlight like a snowfall. Damn! Zhang Hao's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. Old Jiang, when did you learn this trick? Watching X-Men too much naturally teaches you. Jiang Yichen replied without looking back, his eyes fixed on the charging skeletal cavalry. The ground trembled. Over 30 skeletal cavalry formed a wedge formation, bone spears raised, like a sharp knife aimed at the weakest point of the human formation. The thunder of hooves stirred up dust, forming a gray-yellow curtain. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath. Kneeling on one knee, his right palm pressed against the ground. He could feel the energy flowing through the earth, like countless intertwined rivers. Enhanced perception from his brain domain allowed him to clearly see the direction of every energy vein. Open strange doors. With a soft shout, a massive 100-meter diameter bagua array suddenly lit up on the ground. The array pattern was composed of deep blue energy, with 8 trigrams arranged according to the positions of the innate bagua, each symbol slowly rotating. The moment the array formed, the light in the entire space distorted, as if observing the world through a fisheye lens. The charging skeletal cavalry suddenly veered off course. They were clearly rushing straight ahead, but their actual trajectory strangely drew an arc, ultimately turning their spears back towards their own infantry formation. Spatial distortion? Yu Fuyao's pupils contracted slightly. No, this is stage door escape. Jiang Yichen maintained his position, his forehead already beaded with fine sweat. I have altered the spatial orientation. To them, we are the allies. The skeleton legion was thrown into chaos. The heavy infantry was smashed to pieces by their own cavalry, shields shattered and bones scattered. But more skeleton soldiers continued to surge in, stepping over the remains of their comrades, their crimson eye flames showing no sign of wavering. Don't just stand there. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth and shouted, "Output now." Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. Fire-type espers unleashed flames from both hands, turning the front row of skeletons into torches. Ice-type users summoned countless ice spikes that rained down like arrows. Wind-type awakeners created small tornadoes, lifting the skeletons into the air and smashing them down hard. Jiang Yichen stood at the center of the array, his hands forming seals like a butterfly through flowers. The Bagua array continuously changed with his gestures. Lee position, fire meteor. The Lee position of the array suddenly lit up, and dozens of basketball-sized fireballs whistled out, exploding into brilliant fireworks among the skeleton horde. The skeletons hit were instantly vaporized by the high temperature, leaving not even ashes behind. Camp position, ice roar. The camp position emanated a brilliant blue light, and a chilling current swept across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the movements of the skeleton soldiers slowed, ultimately freezing them into ice sculptures. A gust of wind blew by, shattering the ice sculptures into glimmering fragments. Gen position, earth dragon swims. The ground suddenly heaved up several earthen dragons, pulling the skeleton soldiers underground. Faintly, the sound of cracking bones could be heard from beneath. The situation in the battle seemed to be turning in their favor, until that skeleton general let out an ear-splitting roar. Although no one knew how a skeleton could make a sound. As the sound wave passed, the flames in the eye sockets of all the skeleton soldiers suddenly changed from red to purple, their movements instantly quickening by more than double. Rage mode. Yu Fuyao's expression changed drastically. Be careful. 5 or 6 axe-wielding skeletons broke through the firepower net and charged towards the injured area. Their axe blades were entwined with dark green energy, clearly laced with deadly poison. Jiang Yichen's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands together. Chaos golden bell. The flow of time suddenly changed. The movements of the skeletons became as slow as snails, with their raised axes taking an eternity to fall. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Yichen rushed forward, perfectly replicating Dante's swordsmanship from Devil May Cry, executing the moves of the rebellion with fluid grace. Swish clang. The first strike slashed diagonally, severing the right arm of the axe-wielding skeleton. Whoosh crack. The second strike cut horizontally, bisecting the skeleton's body. Snap boom. The final upward thrust sent the skeleton's head flying dozens of meters into the air. The entire sequence flowed like water and took less than 3 seconds. When the flow of time returned to normal, the skeletons had turned into a pile of shattered bones. Beautiful. Zhang Hao couldn't help but cheer. But Jiang Yichen's expression grew increasingly serious. There were simply too many skeletons, and the skeleton general had yet to take action personally, only directing from the back. Worse still, he felt that maintaining the wind after Strange Gate was consuming far more energy than expected, and his spiritual power was rapidly dwindling. He had to capture the king to catch the thief. Jiang Yichen muttered to himself. At that moment, the skeleton general seemed to sense his intentions. It suddenly raised its bronze giant sword, and the blood grooves on the blade glowed with a blinding red light. A wave of blood-colored energy swept across the battlefield, instantly healing all the skeleton soldiers that were hit, even regrowing severed limbs. Jiang Yichen almost cursed. Was there even a healer among them? The situation took a sharp turn. The resurrected skeleton army launched an even more ferocious assault, and the human defense line began to collapse. A special operations officer was pierced in the thigh by a spear, screaming as he fell. 2 students bled from their mouths and noses due to overexerting their powers. The defensive circle was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yichen knew he could not delay any longer. He took a deep breath, drawing circles with his hands in front of his chest, as his spiritual power surged wildly toward his palms. The energy stored in the devouring ancestral talisman was also mobilized, surging through his meridians like a raging river. Turtle-style energy wave. A dazzling blue light gathered in his palms, the energy fluctuations so strong that they distorted the surrounding space. The debris on the ground began to float, and the air buzzed under the unbearable weight. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, with only Yu Fuyao barely squinting, catching glimpses of Jiang Yichen's figure flickering in the blinding blue light. Wave. a massive energy beam shot out, carving a 3-meter-wide trench into the ground wherever it passed. The skeleton soldiers in the front row had no chance to react before they were vaporized. Those in the middle row were lifted high into the air by the shockwave, while the back row caught fire from the intense heat, turning into human-shaped torches. The skeleton general finally moved. It held its sword up in front of itself, the blood grooves on the blade glowing brightly. At the moment the energy beam collided with the giant's sword, a blinding white light erupted, temporarily blinding everyone. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the shockwave expanded in a circular fashion, sending all skeleton soldiers within 100 meters flying. When the light faded, everyone saw that half of the skeleton general's body had vanished, the remaining part slowly regenerating. Not dead yet, Zhang Hao exclaimed in shock. Jiang Yichen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. This strike had nearly exhausted all his spiritual power, making it difficult to even stand. Worse still, the wind after Strange Gate formation began to flicker due to insufficient energy, at risk of collapsing at any moment. The remaining skeleton soldiers, seeing this, began to stir again. Although the skeleton general was severely injured, it still raised its giant sword, letting out a silent roar. Just at this critical moment, a silver figure dashed across the battlefield like lightning. Yu Fuyao made her move. The bronze sword Qingming in her hand revealed its true power for the first time. The dark red gem at the guard of the sword glowed with an eerie light, and the ancient patterns on the blade pulsed like veins. As she swung the sword, a crescent-shaped sword aura howled out, cutting down the skeleton soldiers like wheat. Most remarkably, the skeleton slain by Qingming did not resurrect. This sword, Yu Fuyao was also taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, the others unleashed their final strength. The standard-issue swords of the Special Operations Team crackled with electricity, each slash sending bone fragments flying. Zhang Hao exerted all his strength to release bolts of lightning as thick as arms, charred skeleton soldiers. Even the injured students struggled to rise, using the most basic fireball technique to contribute firepower. When the last skeleton fell apart, everyone collapsed onto the ground, not even wanting to move a finger. The battlefield was littered with bone fragments and weapons, glinting with an eerie sheen in the sunset. Is it over? A girl asked, her voice trembling. But Jiang Yichen stared at the distant black pyramid, his brow furrowed. I'm afraid. It's just begun. Chapter 26. The ruins marketplace. After resting for about 2 hours, the team set off again. The closer they got to the black pyramid, the more bizarre the surroundings became. There were no insect chirps, no bird calls, and even the wind had stilled, as if all life had been devoured by that structure. This place felt more oppressive than a final exam site. Zhang Hao muttered softly. Jiang Yichen nodded in agreement. His enhanced perception allowed him to clearly see the spiritual energy in the air continuously flowing toward the pyramid, like rivers converging into the sea. After walking for half a day, voices suddenly emerged from ahead. Turning around a grove of strange rocks, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. In the clearing in front of the pyramid, at least 2,000 to 3,000 people were densely gathered. There were students from the Qianyuan class, special agents from the Special Investigation Bureau, military personnel, and even a few civilian supernatural beings dressed in robes. They clustered in groups, some healing, some exchanging supplies, resembling a large shelter. Wow! Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. This isn't a ruins exploration. It's a spring festival travel scene. A sense of safety instantly surged. Everyone immediately scattered to find their familiar classmates and colleagues. Jiang Yichen perked up his ears, capturing the conversations around him. Thanks to Lin Wanyue, we wouldn't have made it here otherwise. Her ice-type supernatural ability is so overpowered, the skeletons freeze to pieces just by getting close. It's just that she is too cold. She hasn't said much along the way. Following the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yichen saw Lin Wanyue sitting in a corner. The Ice Queen still exuded an aura that kept people at bay, with no one daring to approach within 3 meters. And even the ground was covered in a thin layer of frost. This cooling effect, Jiang Yichen clicked his tongue. How wonderful it must be to team up with her in summer. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard people discussing him. That Jiang Yichen from the Qianyuan class in Spring City is the real freak. Yes. Single-handedly taking on a skeleton army. What was that move of his called? Science? Jiang Yichen felt secretly pleased, preparing to show off, when he suddenly realized that the people discussing him were all staring blankly because the spot he had just occupied was now empty. Where'd he go? At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the center of the area. Jiang Yichen, not knowing where he had procured a flat stone as a stage, was busy arranging a pile of weapons on it, Long swords, short knives, bone spears, meteor hammers, even a few spider fangs, creating a dazzling display like a small weapons shop. Don't miss out. Limited edition divine weapons from ancient ruins. He shouted hoarsely, looking like a market vendor, claiming they could be exchanged for military merits, used as house charms, or given to girlfriends for protection against perverts. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. This guy's amazing. Even at a time like this, he is thinking about doing business? Wait, those weapons actually look pretty good. Soon, curious onlookers gathered around. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses picked up a bone sword and waited. Classmate, how much is this? Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. This discerning customer has great taste. This white bone sword is made from the leg bone of a millennium-old skeleton king. Cuts through iron like mud, and is only 3 spiritual stones or equivalent items. 3. The glasses boy nearly dropped the sword. Why don't you just rob someone? Robbery is illegal, classmate. Jiang Yichen lamented. We're doing legitimate business here. How about this spider fang dagger? Only 2 spiritual stones, with a free detoxification formula. The onlookers were both amused and exasperated. Someone heckled. Your prices are too steep, right? Steep? Jiang Yichen picked up a rusty long sword. Do you know what this is? From the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Last week, it would be worth this much in the antique market. He extended 5 fingers. 500? 5,000? 50,000. Jiang Yichen wore a look of disdain at their ignorance, and only accepted famous brands. Jewelry is hard currency. Cash, bank transfers, and Alipay were all not accepted. A wealthy second-generation kid squeezed forward. I have a Rolex green water ghost worth over 80,000. How about trading it for that bronze short sword? Jiang Yichen took the watch, pretended to inspect it. The condition is decent, but I can only trade it for this spider fang. The bronze sword requires extra payment. The rich kid's face turned green with anger. My watch retails for 90,000. Really? Jiang Yichen flipped the watch over. What does made in Vietnam mean on the back? The crowd burst into laughter. The rich kid scurried away, followed by a chorus of boos. The trading gradually became lively. A girl wanted to exchange an LV bag for a dagger, and Jiang Yichen flatly refused. Sister, we're escaping, not on a runway. A bag can't protect you. Another boy pulled out the latest iPhone, and Jiang Yichen didn't even look. Does this thing have a signal in the ruins? Better to trade for a Nokia. It can smash skeletons. The funniest was a guy trying to fish in muddy waters, who insisted on trading a string of plastic pearl necklaces for a long sword. Jiang Yichen took the necklace, suddenly shouted, Everyone look, this necklace is glowing. The guy was thrilled. Really? Fake. Jiang Yichen tossed the necklace to the ground. If plastic could glow, that would be a ghost. The whole place erupted in laughter. The guy left, red-faced, and thus a legend of the Plastic Brother was born in the martial world. People from a special investigation bureau also joined in the fun. A young special agent fumbled for a long time and finally pulled out a military compass. Comrade, I have this. For free. Jiang Yichen immediately handed him the best sword. Military comrade, take your pick. This. The young special agent was so touched that his eyes turned red. Don't mention it. Jiang Yichen patted his shoulder. You guys are fighting on the front lines so we can prosper in the rear. Build our country. This differential treatment sparked a round of good-natured teasing. A civilian supernatural being protested. Why do they get it for free? Just because they risk their lives to protect us. Jiang Yichen retorted confidently. If you're not satisfied, go enlist now. The guy was instantly silenced. The trading lasted for a full 2 hours. Jiang Yichen had over 20 luxury watches hanging from his wrist and was draped in gold chains around his neck, looking like a moving jewelry store. Just as he was happily counting his spoils, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Yu Fuyo standing behind him, staring at him with a look of amusement. What are you looking at? Jiang Yichen guarded his treasures, claiming these were all his hard-earned money. Yu Fuyo face-bombed. You truly are a genius? A freak. Jiang Yichen took pride in his shame and pulled out a diamond-studded hairpin from his backpack. Here, this is for you. Yu Fuyo paused for a moment and, almost unconsciously, accepted it and pinned it in her silver short hair, which surprisingly suited her quite well. Thank you, she said softly, then suddenly realized, wait, you didn't swindle this from some girl, did you? Jiang Yichen. Am I that kind of person? Yu Fuyo, yes. Jiang Yichen. All right, I admit it. As the two were bickering, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the Black Pyramid. Everyone stood up, nervously looking in that direction. Chapter 27. The Special Investigation Bureau's meeting the vibrations of the pyramid lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Everyone nervously stared at the black building. fearing it might suddenly explode or unleash some ancient monster. Jiang Yichen, however, was unfazed and was busy organizing his spoils. He wore 17 luxury watches on his wrist, including Rolex, Omega, Cartier, and even a Patek Philippe. Around his neck hung more than 20 gold chains that jingled as he walked. All 10 fingers were adorned with rings, making him look like a nouveau riche. Old Jiang. Zhang Hao hesitated. You might get robbed walking around like that. What's there to fear? Jiang Yichen proudly shook his wrist. This outfit is worth at least 2 million. I mean, Zhang Hao pointed to the only axe left at his waist. What do you have to defend yourself with? Just as Jiang Yichen was about to respond, a middle-aged man in a Special Investigation Bureau uniform approached. Jiang Yichen? Yu Fuyao? Please come with me. There's a temporary meeting at the Special Investigation Bureau. Called me? Jiang Yichen looked confused. I'm not even part of the Special Investigation Bureau. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw another officer inviting Lin Wanyue. The three exchanged glances and instantly understood that they were summoning high-powered students. Following the officer through the crowd, Jiang Yichen's jewelry attracted countless gazes. Some pointed and whispered, while others stifled laughter until their faces turned red. A girl quietly told her companion, "Is this the legendary profiteer? He is actually quite handsome." Jiang Yichen winked at her. "Beautiful lady, would you like to see my collection?" The girl immediately turned beet red. Yu Fuyao facepalmed beside him. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" The meeting was set in an open space near the pyramid. A dozen Special Investigation Bureau instructors were already waiting, and in the center stood a man in his 30s, dressed in a black trench coat with a stern expression. Jiang Yichen felt a jolt. This man's aura was too strong. He didn't intentionally exert pressure, yet he gave off an overwhelming presence. His enhanced perception told him this was definitely a C-grade big shot. "Let me introduce," one instructor began. "This is Officer Mo Yun, sent by the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau, C-level low rank, temporarily responsible for exploration work." Montak Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three. He slightly nodded at Lin Wanyue, raised an eyebrow at Yu Fuyao, and when he saw Jiang Yichen, this student, Mo Yun's mouth twitched. "Are you here to attend the auction?" Only then did everyone notice Jiang Yichen's exaggerated outfit, and they burst into laughter. "Report, instructor." Jiang Yichen stood up straight. "These are all spoils I earned with my life." "With your life?" Mo Yun looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure it wasn't through deception?" Jiang Yichen. Mo Yun shook his head, seemingly doubting the overall quality of the Qianyuan class. "Deputy Director Liu will only arrive at night. Before that, we need to conduct preliminary exploration around the pyramid. You three." He glanced at Jiang Yichen. "No, you two are responsible for standing by outside the warning line." Jiang Yichen was unhappy. "Instructor, I can help." "Help?" Mo Yun pointed at his jewelry. "With you like this, jingling as you walk, are you going to alert the enemy?" Another round of laughter erupted. Jiang Yichen pouted and stopped arguing. After the meeting, the three were assigned to stand by on the east side of the pyramid. The view here was wide, allowing them to see the Special Investigation Bureau personnel busy at the pyramid's entrance, setting up various instruments. "That Mo Yun," Yu Fuyao whispered, "is a dual wind and thunder system, very famous at headquarters." Jiang Yichen looked at her in surprise. "How do you know?" "Just a guess." Yu Fuyao blinked. Lin Wanyue remained silent, occasionally glancing at the jewelry on Jiang Yichen with a hint of disdain. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Jiang Yichen tried to lighten it up. "How about we played Odiju? I have playing cards." Lin Wanyue. Yu Fuyao. Just as Jiang Yichen was considering whether to perform a magic trick, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. A team was approaching from the west, led by Lu Yinxia. Today's deputy director, Lu, looked completely different from usual, her dark green qipao accentuating her perfect curves, with an emerald hairpin in her bun, and her iconic fan gently swaying in her hand. The elements of wind and fire flowed around her, like a fairy from mythology. What caught even more attention was her slightly protruding belly, which not only didn't look bulky, but added a touch of mature charm. "Wow!" Jiang Yichen was stunned. "Is that Teacher Lu?" Yu Fuyao pinched him hard at the waist. "Your eyeballs are going to fall out." As Lu Yinxia approached, the first person she noticed was none other than the blinged-out Jiang Yichen. The usually charming deputy director froze, forgetting to wave her fan. "Jiang Yichen." Lu Yinxia enunciated each word, veins slightly visible on her forehead. "What kind of get-up is this?" "Report, teacher." Jiang Yichen quickly stood at attention. "This is performance art." "Performance art?" Lu Yinxia sneered. "I see you're asking for a beating." She raised her fan as if to strike, and Jiang Yichen quickly ducked behind Yu Fuyao. "Teacher, spare me." I wore this for convenience in carrying spoils. Spoils? Lu Yinxia squinted. Do you think this is a game? Seeing the deputy director about to explode, Mo Yin quickly stepped in to mediate. Director Lu, the exploration data is ready. Would you like to take a look first? Lu Yinxia shot Jiang Yichen a fierce glare before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she looked back. 8 p.m., all hands meeting. Jiang Yichen, if you dare show up in this getup. She didn't finish her sentence, but her expression said it all. Once Lu Yinxiao walked away, Jiang Yichen let out a long sigh. That scared me. Yu Fuyao smirked. Serves you right. Lin Wanyue rarely spoke. So embarrassing. Jiang Yichen. By evening, the camp gradually quieted down. Jiang Yichen finally took off all his gear and put in his backpack. Yu Fuyao watched him cautiously and couldn't help but ask, what are you saving up all this money for? You wouldn't understand, Jiang Yichen said mysteriously. Once the spiritual energy fully recovers, this hard currency will be king. Spiritual stones will depreciate, but gold will last forever. Yu Fuyao. Just as they were talking, a sudden scream came from afar. At the pyramid entrance, the instruments were flashing wildly, and the ground began to shake again. Everyone pay attention. Mo Yun's voice echoed through the camp via the loudspeaker. The ruins are about to open. Repeat, the ruins are about to open. Jiang Yichen and the others immediately stood up, nervously looking toward the pyramid. They saw the patterns on the surface of the black building gradually light up, emitting an eerie purple glow. Even stranger was that Jiang Yichen suddenly felt the devouring ancestral symbol in his arms and the blue energy in his brain both stirring at the same time, as if responding to something. Chapter 28 Night, Raid, and Underflow. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem like it could drip water. The camp surrounding the pyramid was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional beeping of instruments. Purple light patterns flowed slowly on the black stone wall, like living veins pulsating. Mo Yun stood in front of the monitoring device, his brows furrowed, lightly tapping the edge of the screen with his fingertips. The energy readings remained stable at the critical value. He murmured, his voice tinged with gravity. The expected activation time is 3:12 a.m. Inside the conference tent, the dim light cast ambiguous shadows on Lu Yinxia's delicate features. She leaned against the makeshift conference table, her dark green qipao cinching at the waist to create a breathtaking curve. Her slender fingers toyed with the iconic banana leaf fan. The elemental winds and flames reflected on her fingertips like high-quality mutton fat jade. The Indian Brahmin society had truly invested heavily this time. She spoke with her red lips slightly parted, her voice lazy yet carrying a hint of danger. 7 sea levels. That's almost all of their high-end combat power. The air in the tent seemed to freeze for a moment. The members of the Special Investigation Bureau instinctively straightened their backs. Even their breathing lightened. Lu Yinxia's fan gently flipped, stirring a wisp of air with sparks. What a pity to run into me. Her tone was casual, as if discussing the moonlight tonight. And they should now understand what the passerby dies means. Jiang Yichen huddled in the corner, secretly using his phone's calculator to tally the value of today's spoils. Upon hearing this, his fingers paused slightly. Although he usually had a carefree demeanor, he was well aware of what 7 sea levels meant for a country. This was nearly a crippling loss for India's extraordinary realm. However, Lu Yinxia's voice suddenly turned cold. We also lost one. Her gaze swept over everyone present. Chen Mo, sea-level medium, shadow escapability user, died in the interception. The tent was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Jiang Yichen noticed that Mo Yun's knuckles had turned white from clenching. So, Lu Yinxia snapped her fan shut. Everyone, stay sharp tonight. Her gaze was like a knife, cutting across each person's face. I don't want to see any more accidents. After the meeting, Jiang Yichen stealthily slipped over to Lu Yinxia's side like a nimble cat. His movements were light, but Lu Yinxia had already noticed, choosing to pretend not to. Teacher. He lowered his voice, leaning in mysteriously. Lu Yinxia shot him a sidelong glance. What? Want to tell me how much you made today? No. Jiang Yichen said with righteous indignation. I have important intelligence. He quickly recounted the encounter with the spy, including details about the other party's attempts to silence him. At critical points, his fingers gestured unconsciously, the watch on his wrist gleaming under the light. After hearing him out, Lu Yinxia suddenly smiled. She took a step forward, close enough for him to smell the faint blood and sweat on him. Her long fingers gently lifted his wrist, guiding his palm to rest on her slightly protruding abdomen. Jiang Yichen's breath caught in his throat. Through the thin fabric of the qipao, he could clearly feel the soft curve and warm body temperature. Lu Yinxia's red lips brushed against his ear, her breath fragrant. Not bad. You'll get a good reward when we get back. Jiang Yichen's ears turned visibly red. He froze in place, afraid to move his fingers, terrified of touching where he shouldn't. After Lu Yinxia swayed away, he stood there dazedly. He pinched himself hard, frantically repeating in his mind, "This is a sugar-coated shell. This is a beauty trap. Must hold on to my heart." The camp gradually quieted down in the late night. Lin Wanyue sat alone on a flat rock, the moonlight casting a silver edge around her. Her eyelashes cast fine shadows on her face, her breath steady as if merging with the night. Jiang Yichen stole a glance at her, the blue energy in his brain quietly fluctuating. Ice-type ability analysis complete. Replication progress 100. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he thought. Now I want need to buy air conditioning for winter. You look disgusting when you smile. Yufuyo's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Jiang Yichen almost jumped up. Can't you walk without making a sound? Yufuyo rolled her eyes at him and sat down beside him. The two chatted aimlessly, the topic shifting from today's harvest to possible treasures in the ruins, then to the Special Investigation Bureau's food. Gradually, Yufuyo's voice became softer, her head unconsciously tilting toward Jiang Yichen's shoulder. Jiang Yichen stiffened. Under the moonlight, Yufuyo's profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Silver hair cascaded onto his shoulder, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, her breath even and long. Jiang Yichen could even smell the faint fragrance in her hair, like a mix of cedar and some floral scent. His heart suddenly raced a bit faster, and he screamed in his mind, "Can't bend. Absolutely cannot bend." To distract himself, he began silently reciting the periodic table. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. At 2:40 a.m., in the shadows at the edge of the camp, 6 figures moved like ghosts. Their footsteps were as light as felines, even their breathing controlled to the faintest frequency. The lead figure in black made a hand signal, and the 6 of them stealthily approached the entrance of the pyramid. Just as the person in front was about to step into the purple light range, in such a hurry to meet the king of hell, Lu Yinxia's voice echoed behind the 6 like a ghost. The 6 froze, slowly turning around. They saw Lu Yinxia standing 3 meters behind them, her qipao hem fluttering gently in the night breeze. She wore a lazy smile, the banana leaf fan swaying leisurely in her hand, the sparks dancing on the fan's surface particularly vivid in the darkness. "Scatter!" the leader shouted in a low voice. Lu Yinxia let out a light sigh. Why bother? Her wrist gently flipped, the fan tracing a graceful arc. In an instant, a violent surge of wind and fire elements swept out, sending 5 heads soaring. The wounds sealed by high temperatures before they could even spew blood. The last person was about to bite down on the poison pouch in his mouth when Lu Yinxia had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Her icy fingers gripped his chin, the force strong enough to almost crush his bones. "Want to die?" She leaned in close to his terrified eyes. "Have you asked my fan?" However, the next second, black blood trickled from the corner of the black-clad man's mouth, his pupils rapidly dilating. Lu Yinxia frowned and released her grip, the body slumping to the ground. She crouched down, pulling out a metal badge from the corpse's inner pocket. In the moonlight, the number 51 on the badge was clearly visible. "Heh!" Lu Yinxia stood up, gazing at the increasingly bright pyramid. "They even sent mercenaries, how interesting." Her voice was light, yet it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire camp by several degrees. "Everyone!" Lu Yinxia's voice suddenly rose. "Prepare to enter the ruins." Chapter 29. The battle inside the pyramid. The darkness before dawn enveloped the camp, and the purple patterns on the surface of the pyramid grew brighter, resembling an ancient beast about to awaken. Mo Yun stood on a makeshift platform, holding a megaphone, his voice echoing throughout the camp. "Everyone, pay attention. Those with weapons stand on the left, and those without weapons stand on the right." The crowd immediately stirred. Jiang Yichen touched the axe at his waist, the last weapon he had exchanged for at the relic market. He had sold everything else. Just as he was about to walk to the left, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Yu Fuyao. "Where's your Qingming sword?" Yu Fuyao patted the scabbard on her back. "It's here." "Then let's go." Jiang Yichen gestured to the left. However, Yu Fuyao remained still, her silver hair fluttering slightly in the night breeze. "Instructor, Mo asked me to stay." Jiang Yichen was taken aback. "Why?" "I don't know. Maybe he thinks I'm too weak." Yu Fuyao shrugged. Jiang Yichen stared at Yu Fuyao for a few seconds, feeling something was off. This person was clearly extraordinarily strong. Why pretend to be weak? Moreover, Mo Yun's attitude towards her was also strange, as if he feared her. Before he could figure it out, Mo Yun had already walked over. "Jiang Yichen, what are you daydreaming about?" Hurry and regroup. Jiang Yichen had no choice but to follow the main group to the left, turning back to Yu Fuyao with a wink. Wait for me to come back, little beauty. Yu Fuyao. Lin Wanyue stood not far away, casting a cold glance at Jiang Yichen, her expression seeming to say idiot. Soon, the teams were formed. Over 300 people stood on the left with weapons, while a few dozen without weapons remained on the right. Mo Yun scanned the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Next, we will enter the pyramid, which is extremely dangerous inside. Those without weapons will stay outside, protected by Yu Fuyao. Jiang Yichen's ears perked up. Yu Fuyao is in charge of protection? This person is indeed problematic. Lu Yanxiao walked over and whispered a few words to Mo Yun. Mo Yun's expression changed slightly. Then he solemnly nodded. Director Lu, rest assured, I will guard the outside well. Jiang Yichen eavesdropped, vaguely hearing Mo Yun say, so many spies have appeared this time. It's my dereliction of duty. Lu Yanxiao waved her hand. Let's drop this for now. This is not the time to assign blame. Mo Yun looked gratefully at Lu Yanxia, then turned to organize other matters. Jiang Yichen thought to himself, it seems that Mo Yun is the head of the Spring City Special Administration Bureau. With so many spies appearing, he must be under a lot of pressure. However, it's surprising that Teacher Lu didn't pursue the matter. Prepare to set off. Lu Yanxia's voice interrupted Jiang Yichen's thoughts. The group of over 300 began to move towards the pyramid. Jiang Yichen walked in the middle, glancing left and right, and noticed Lin Wanyuan not far away. She held an ice blue short sword, the blade radiating a chill, clearly not an ordinary item. What a wealthy person. Jiang Yichen clicked his tongue in envy. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the pyramid. It was a pitch-black opening, like a giant beast's gaping maw. The purple patterns flickered around the entrance, giving it an eerie feeling. Stay alert, form groups of 3, and move forward slowly, Lu Yanxiao ordered. Jiang Yichen initially wanted to team up with Lin Wanyue, but when he turned around, he found her surrounded by several members of the Special Operations Bureau. He frowned and had to randomly find 2 seemingly reliable Special Operations members to team up with. The moment he stepped into the pyramid, Jiang Yichen felt the devouring ancestral talisman in his arms tremble violently, and the blue energy in his mind domain began to stir. He felt a chill. There was definitely something wrong inside. The passage was narrow, allowing only 3 people to walk side by side. The walls were covered in strange runes, faintly visible in the purple light. Jiang Yichen tried to sense these runes with his mind domain energy, but as soon as he made contact, he felt a sharp pain, as if he had been electrocuted. Hiss, he gasped, quickly retracting his perception. What's wrong? Asked a nearby Special Operations member. Nothing, just stepped on a stone. Jiang Yichen casually. After walking for about 10 minutes, the passage suddenly opened up and everyone arrived in a huge circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a dozen statues, each vividly lifelike, some holding swords, some wielding axes, and some even riding war horses. These statues, Jiang Yichen squinted. Why do they seem so alive? As soon as he finished speaking, several stone doors around the hall suddenly rumbled open. At the same time, the eyes of those statues glowed with a crimson light. Stand guard, Lu Yanxia shouted sternly. In the next moment, the statues moved. They swung their weapons and charged toward the crowd. From the open stone doors, countless skeleton soldiers poured out, their numbers overwhelming, akin to a tidal wave. What the hell? Jiang Yichen cursed loudly and swung his axe at the nearest skeleton soldier. Crack! The axe struck the skeleton soldier's neck accurately, and the bone snapped in response. But to Jiang Yichen's shock, the skeleton's head fell to the ground and rolled back beside its body, reattaching itself. This thing has self-repair capabilities? Jiang Yichen was dumbfounded. The hall was instantly thrown into chaos. Over 300 people clashed with an uncountable number of skeleton soldiers, the sounds of battle, weapon clashes, and bones shattering echoing throughout. Lu Yanxia stood above, waving her fan, releasing a fire tornado that instantly cleared a large area of skeleton soldiers. But soon, more skeleton soldiers poured out from the stone doors, filling the gaps. Lin Wanyue also refused to be outdone, swinging her ice blue short sword, causing the temperature around her to plummet, instantly freezing a dozen skeleton soldiers into ice sculptures, which she then kicked to pieces. While fighting, Jiang Yichen observed that these skeleton soldiers seemed to fear fire and ice. Suddenly, he had an idea. Do these skeleton soldiers count as ghosts? He recalled a zombie movie he had seen before, where there was a plot about using blood to draw symbols to exorcise ghosts. Let's give it a try. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth, slicing his finger with the axe blade, then quickly drew a crooked symbol on the axe's surface. He didn't really understand symbols. just randomly drew a pentagram with a few circles. An amazing thing happened. The blood symbol on the axe suddenly glowed with a faint red light, and the nearby skeleton soldiers recoiled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? It really works? Jiang Yichen was stunned. He took a step forward, and the skeleton soldiers immediately retreated 3 steps. He took another step, and the skeleton soldiers turned and fled. In an instant, a large area around Jiang Yichen cleared out. The other special operations members were dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were these skeleton soldiers suddenly afraid of this student? Jiang Yichen realized he was too conspicuous and quickly coughed, trying to appear fierce. Where do you think you're going? Then he actively charged toward the area with the most skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were nearly in tears. We're avoiding you, and you still chase us? Is there any justice? Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. Jiang Yichen chased a group of skeleton soldiers around the entire hall, while the skeleton soldiers desperately dodged him, even willing to rush into the crowd of special operations members rather than approach Jiang Yichen. This kid, xianxia, stood above, watching everything clearly, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Interesting. The battle continued for nearly an hour. With Jiang Yichen's help, the special operations members finally cleared most of the skeleton soldiers. The remaining statues were also burned to ashes by xianxia's fire tornado. The hall was littered with broken bones, the air filled with a charred smell. Everyone, panting heavily, sat on the ground to rest, looking at Jiang Yichen with a mix of awe. This kid single-handedly chased dozens of skeleton soldiers, too fierce. Lin Wanyue walked up to Jiang Yichen and coldly asked, "How did you do that?" Jiang Yichen smiled mysteriously. "Gifted, Lin Wanyue." At that moment, the ground in the center of the hall suddenly began to sink, revealing a downward staircase. A chilling aura surged up from below, sending shivers down one's spine. Xianxia put away her fan and said in a deep voice, "Rest for 5 minutes, then we move on." Jiang Yichen looked at the dark entrance, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. Whatever was down, there was likely far more terrifying than these skeleton soldiers. Chapter 30. Battle in the Underground Palace. As the break time ended, Xianxia stood at the entrance of the steps, gently waving her banana fan, the firelight illuminating her delicate profile. "Everyone pay attention. The situation below is unclear. Maintain formation, and do not act without permission." Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Jiang Yichen rubbed his sore arms. Although he had relied on blood talismans to gain an advantage in the previous battle, the physical exertion was still considerable. He glanced at Lin Wanyue beside him. She appeared calm, though her breathing was slightly rapid. "What are you looking at?" Lin Wanyue noticed his gaze and asked coldly. "Just admiring your beauty." Jiang Yichen grinned. "How about we team up? I'll handle the jokes, and you can take care of the fighting." Lin Wanyue. She turned around and walked towards the steps, too lazy to even roll her eyes at him. Jiang Yichen shrugged and was about to follow when he suddenly felt someone poking him from behind. Turning around, he saw a bespectacled special agent looking at him with admiration. "Bro, the way you chased after that skeleton soldier earlier was so cool. Can you teach me?" The bespectacled man exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yichen lowered his voice mysteriously. "That's a family secret. It'll cost you." The bespectacled man. The group gradually descended the steps. The cold and damp air, carrying a decaying scent, hit them. As Jiang Yichen stepped onto the stone slab of the second level of the underground palace, he suddenly felt a heavy pull downwards. Instinctively, he reached out to support himself against the wall, his knuckles turning white from the effort, barely stopping himself from kneeling. "Wow, this gravity." He grimaced, trying to lift his leg, feeling as if someone had tied 2 lead balls to his ankles. Looking around, he saw that the other special agents were also looking serious, with a few of the weaker ones already bending over and gasping for air. Lin Wanyue stood 3 steps away, her ice blue short sword planted in the ground to support her body. Sweat soaked the strands of hair on her forehead, sticking to her pale cheeks. Yet she stubbornly straightened her back. "Hey, do you need help?" Jiang Yichen winked at her. 50 for a hand, 100 for a princess carry. "Get lost." Lin Wanyue didn't even bother to look at him. Xianxia stood at the front of the group, her dark green chi-pao remaining perfectly still in the strange gravitational field. The banana fan in her hand glowed with a crimson light, illuminating the entire space. Jiang Yichen squinted, seeing the cold light reflected from the 12 metal statues in the center of the underground palace. The statues were clad in scaled armor. Even the warhorses wore face veils. Their long spears pointed towards the ground, as if ready to charge at any moment. "Yinming, Iron Cavalry." Xianxia's voice carried a rare seriousness. "Everyone pay attention. These are Her words were suddenly interrupted by a mechanical noise. Dozens of hidden compartments in the ceiling opened simultaneously, and wooden puppets fell like dumplings. Jiang Yichen watched as one puppet landed in front of him, its sandalwood-carved face displaying a strange smile, the bronze gears at its joints clicking as they turned. Thousand machine puppet. Spread out. Chaos erupted in an instant. The first puppet to hit the ground swung its blade at him. Jiang Yichen dodged to the side. The axe blade grazing the puppet's neck, but only shaving off a piece of wood. The puppet's neck stretched and twisted like rubber, and it opened its mouth to spray a barrage of poisonous needles. Kamehameha. Jiang Yichen focused the blue light in his palm, and the shockwave sent the poison needles flying. Seizing the opportunity, he slid behind the puppet, and with the eagle vision from Assassin's Creed, he accurately located the core mechanism. Amidst the flying with shavings, a greater crisis was already descending. The 12 Yiming Iron Cavalry awakened simultaneously, their scarlet eyes scanning the crowd like searchlights. The lead cavalry raised its spear high, hooves striking sparks on the stone slabs as they charged directly at xianxia. "Teacher, be careful," Jiang Yichen instinctively shouted. Xianxia sneered, drawing a circle with the banana fan in midair. 7 fiery dragon whirls erupted, weaving into a red net. The moment the cavalry charged into the fire web, their armor turned bright red, but their speed increased rather than decreased. The spear tip was only 3 feet away from Xianxia's throat. In a moment of desperation, an idea flashed in Jiang Yichen's mind. He quickly formed hand seals, and beneath his feet, a bagua formation with a diameter of 10 zhang suddenly appeared. The 8 trigrams lighting up in blue one by one. Wind behind strange doors. 8 doors, transport. The space twisted bizarrely for an instant, and the charging cavalry, along with their horses, suddenly appeared 20 meters away, their spears missing. Xianxia seized the opportunity, her banana fan sweeping horizontally, a crescent-shaped fire blade directly cutting the cavalry in half. Nice! Just as Jiang Yichen cheered, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He instinctively ducked, and 3 flying axes grazed his scalp, pinning the attacking 1,000 machine puppet against the wall. Lin Wanyue had appeared at his side, without him noticing, her short sword dancing with a flurry of ice crystals. Her breathing was already erratic, yet she coldly said, "What are you dazed for? Isn't this waiting for a beauty to save the hero?" Jiang Yichen quipped, continuing his movements. His left hand maintained the bagua formation, while his right hand suddenly changed seals. Kuan character, Earth River Vehicle. The ground shook violently, and 3 earth dragons burst forth from the stone, dragging 5 or 6,000 machine puppets into the ground. But more puppets fell from the ceiling. One even rode on the shoulders of another, the 2 puppets combining into a 3-meter-tall giant, wielding a door-sized cleaver. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Jiang Yichen saw a special agent not far away get pierced through the shoulder by the cavalry spear, blood spraying onto the stone slab, which was immediately absorbed by the strange surface. Even more horrifying, the shattered puppet parts were automatically reassembling. "Teacher, these things can revive," he shouted as he changed his hand seals again. The character Firefly Flowing Light. Hundreds of blue fireballs rose from the bagua formation, accurately hitting the puppet parts that were assembling. But the Yiming Iron Cavalry had already reformed their ranks, the remaining 8 cavalry splitting into 3 routes to encircle them. Xianxia suddenly leaped into the air, her banana fan fully unfurling. Everyone retreat. The fan surface revealed a phoenix pattern, and scorching white flames transformed into tangible wings. Just as she was about to unleash her ultimate move, the most robust cavalry suddenly threw its spear, the shaft entwined with purple arcs aiming straight for her heart. Can character, Water Bullet. Jiang Yichen hastily changed his tactic, and a high-pressure water column deflected the spear by 3 inches. Xianxia's flame phoenix simultaneously dove down, engulfing 3 cavalry. But the remaining cavalry had already broken through the fire web, their spears forming a thorny death trap as they charged toward the crowd. "Damn it, let's go for it." Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth, the bagua formation rapidly expanding to its limit. He crossed his hands into the treasure vase seal, veins bulging on his forehead. Qian character 100 Flowers in Chaos. Kuan character Earth Dragon Swimming. Chaotic Golden Hammer. 3 spells erupted simultaneously. Dozens of Jiang Yichen's afterimages appeared around the cavalry, and the ground turned to quicksand, trapping their hooves. Most importantly, the flow of time was forcibly altered, slowing the cavalry's movements by 10 times. "Now's the time," Jiang Yichen roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Wanyue transformed into blue lightning, darting past, her short sword puncturing each of the 8 cavalry's necks. Extreme cold seeped through the seams of their armor, and at the moment the flow of time returned to normal, all the cavalry turned into ice sculptures simultaneously. Liu Yinxia's firestorm swept through at the right moment, the icy flames creating a duality of heaven and earth, causing the cavalry to explode into metal fragments. The last 1,000 machine puppet attempted to sneak attack, but was blown to pieces by Jiang Yichen's Naruto spiral sphere. He slumped to the ground, realizing that the stone slabs within the Bagua formation had all turned to dust. This was the backlash from overusing wind behind strange doors. Not bad. Liu Yinxia landed beside him, the hem of her qipao singed in places. Have you learned all of Wang Ye's signature moves? Jiang Yichen wiped his nosebleed and grinned. Teacher, does this count as a hero saving a beauty? Should I consider it a merit you've earned? Liu Yinxia interrupted his banter, handing him a small jade bottle. Recovery pill, don't die. Lin Wanyue silently walked over, the short sword making a crisp clink as she sheathed it. Looking at the devastation around them, she suddenly said softly, that move just now was impressive. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. Oh, even the ice-cold beauty can give compliments? Should I? But the action looked quite awkward. After Lin Wanyue finished speaking, she walked away without looking back. Jiang Yichen. Just then, the circular platform suddenly cracked open, revealing a downward spiral staircase. A chillier aura than before surged up, sending shivers down one's spine. Liu Yinxia stood at the staircase entrance, her brows tightly furrowed. The core area should be below. Jiang Yichen looked into the bottomless darkness and suddenly had a thought. Could this pyramid be a nesting doll? One layer after another, never ending. Take a 10-minute break. Liu Yinxia ordered, then continued forward. Jiang Yichen slumped to the ground, looking at the scattered metal fragments and puppet remains, suddenly missing Yu Fuyao. If that guy were here, he might be able to figure something out. But then he thought, that guy is so mysterious, he might be even more dangerous than this pyramid. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the devouring ancestral talisman in his arms tremble again, this time more intensely than ever before. What is down there? Jiang Yichen gazed at the pitch-black staircase, murmuring to himself. Chapter 31. The ghostly treasure hunt. The spiral staircase wound downwards, seemingly leading to the underworld. Jiang Yichen took each step cautiously, his fingers brushing against the cold stone walls, feeling the subtle patterns on them. These patterns seemed to contain some sort of order, vaguely forming a strange image in his awakened perception. 364, 365. When Jiang Yichen counted to the 365th step, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A gray, dim space appeared before everyone. In the distance stood a sinister, ancient mansion. The black tiles and red walls glimmered with an eerie sheen in the dark light, and various stone beasts crouched at the eaves, each appearing lifelike, as if they would pounce at any moment. This decoration style. Jiang Yichen smacked his lips, but his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. It must be worth at least 1 billion in the mortal realm. But why do these stone lions look so terrifying? Surely, before he could finish his thought, the mansion's door suddenly swung open with a loud bang. The dull sound echoed in the empty space, vibrating his eardrums. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves approached, distinct and rhythmic. A skeleton general clad in pitch-black armor rode out on horseback. This general stood 3 meters tall, and the horse beneath him had purple flames flickering in its eye sockets, kicking up eerie blue sparks with each stomp. The most striking feature was the black dragon crescent blade in his hand, which was 2 meters long, entirely black, with a vividly lifelike black dragon coiled around it, its eyes glowing crimson. Those who trespass into this general's mansion. The skeleton general slowly raised the crescent blade, pointing its tip directly at the crowd. As the blade cut through the air, it emitted a sharp whistle, and the black dragon on the blade seemed to come to life, its scales quivering slightly. D. The last word fell, and a synchronized marching sound suddenly echoed from within the mansion. 300 armored soldiers lined up, each donned in sturdy armor that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, the heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Kill! The 300 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices thunderous, enough to make one's eardrums ache. Jiang Yichen felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. He quickly activated his brain domain energy to protect his eardrums, which made him feel a bit better. Liu Yinxia's eyes sharpened, and her qipao billowed without wind. She quickly unfurled the palm leaf fan in her hand, and the flame patterns on its surface lit up with a blinding red light. Form the array. Defend. But it was already too late. The skeleton general squeezed his horse's belly, causing it to rear up and let out a cry. The sound was not like that of a living creature, but rather like the screech of metal grinding against metal. In the next second, the horse's hooves struck the ground, charging forward with the force of thunder. Boom! The two forces collided violently. The shock wave sent debris flying from the ground, and several soldiers positioned at the front were thrown back, spitting blood. Lu Yinxia moved in a flash, directly confronting the skeleton general. Her movements were so fast they were almost imperceptible, leaving only a red afterimage in the air. At the moment the fan collided with the crescent blade, a blinding flash of fire erupted. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and the shock wave from the collision sent several nearby soldiers flying. The hem of Lu Yinxia's qipao was lifted by the shock wave, revealing her fair calves. She used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing steadily on the ground. The flame patterns on her fan glowing even brighter. The skeleton general's horse staggered back a few steps, its hooves plowing deep grooves into the ground. But soon, it adjusted its stance and charged again. Jiang Yichen was scattered at the edge of the battlefield. One soldier thrust a spear towards him, the tip glowing with eerie blue light. He hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it while swinging his axe to block. Crack! The axe blade collided with the spear, numbing his hand. These soldiers were a bit weaker than the upper-tier cavalry, but they made up for it with their numbers and coordinated attacks. 3 soldiers quickly surrounded him, forming a triangular formation to trap him. Damn it, I have to bleed again. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth, slicing his finger with the axe blade and quickly drawing a crooked pentagram on the blade surface. Blood seeped into the axe, emitting a strange red glow. Buzz! The axe let out a low hum, and the red light surged. The surrounding soldiers seemed to see something terrifying, retreating 3 steps in unison. He scared, huh? Jiang Yichen triumphantly swung the axe, chasing the soldiers around the battlefield. He deliberately darted into areas with more soldiers, causing them to scatter in all directions, instantly creating chaos. On the other side, Lu Yinxia's battle with the skeleton general had reached a fever pitch. The 8 styles of heavenly fire, Fire Phoenix scorching the plains. With a delicate shout, Lu Yinxia swung the palm leaf fan fiercely. The flame patterns on the fan fully illuminated, and a vividly lifelike Fire Phoenix flew out from its surface. The phoenix spread its 3-meter-long fiery wings, charging towards the skeleton general with the heat to incinerate everything. The skeleton general did not dodge. He swung the crescent blade horizontally. The black dragon on the blade suddenly came to life, stretching out from the blade to become a 10-meter-long black dragon. The giant dragon opened its mouth and spewed forth a black demonic flame, colliding with the Fire Phoenix in midair. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, both the Fire Phoenix and the black dragon were simultaneously annihilated. The shock wave sent all soldiers within a 30-meter radius flying. The ground was blasted into a 5-meter-wide crater, with debris scattering everywhere. Lu Yinxia took the opportunity to retreat. Her peripheral vision scanning the battlefield, with the Special Operations Bureau personnel had been divided into several small groups, fighting individually. Lin Wanyue was surrounded by 7 soldiers. Although she was not losing ground for the moment, she was beginning to struggle. Other special agents were in dire situations. We must first eliminate these minions. Her mind raced, and she waved the palm leaf fan 3 times. 3 fiery whirlwinds howled out, sweeping across the battlefield in a triangular formation, instantly clearing a group of soldiers. Dozens of soldiers were engulfed in flames, letting out desperate screams, and in an instant, they turned to ashes. The skeleton general noticed her intentions and suddenly let out a sharp shriek. The sound was as grating as nails scraping glass, disorienting everyone. Amidst the shriek, his horse suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, it charged right in front of Lu Yinxia. The crescent blade came down with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Lu Yinxia hastily raised her fan to block. With a loud crash, she was knocked back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The skeleton general, seizing the advantage, pursued on horseback. The crescent blade transforming into a curtain of black blades, enveloping Lu Yinxia. Teacher, Jiang Yichen saw from a distance, his heart tightening. But he soon realized that although Lu Yinxia appeared to be in a difficult position, her steps remained steady. Every dodge was perfectly timed, and the palm leaf fan always managed to block the fatal strikes. On his side, he was rather relaxed, relying on the deterrent power of the blood symbol. The soldiers ran away upon seeing him. Jiang Yichen chased while observing the battlefield, suddenly feeling the devouring ancestral talisman in his arms tremble violently, shaking even more as he got closer to the mansion. There must be good stuff inside the mansion. Jiang Yichen's eyes turned, a plan forming in his mind. After all, no one was paying attention to me right now. He pretended to pursue the soldiers while slowly moving towards the mansion's door. Every time a soldier attacked, he exaggeratedly shouted and yelled, while subtly retreating towards the door. Just when he was about 10 meters away from the door, an exceptionally tall soldier suddenly turned around, sweeping his spear towards him with a whooshing sound. This strike was powerful and heavy, obviously different from ordinary soldiers. Jiang Yichen hurriedly raised his axe to block. With a dull thud, he was knocked back several steps, his arm going numb. But this hit was just what he needed. He used the momentum to perform a backflip, exaggeratedly shouting in the air, "Oh no!" Thud! Jiang Yichen dramatically tumbled through the mansion's door, rolling several times upon landing. Perfect performance. He patted the non-existent dust off himself, thinking the Oscars owed him a little golden statue. The interior of the mansion was even larger than he had imagined. The front yard was paved with bluestone slabs, and on both sides were oddly shaped plants. The plants were pitch black all over, their branches twisted like ghostly claws. Jiang Yichen cautiously advanced, listening intently with every step. After passing through 3 moon gates, the scene suddenly changed before him. A delicate 3-story building appeared, guarded by 8 armed soldiers. These soldiers were even taller than those outside, their armor engraved with intricate runes, and their long spears glowed with a ghostly blue light. There must be treasures. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. He hid behind a rockery to observe, noticing that the soldiers remained completely motionless, like sculptures. However, their positioning was very strategic, guarding the entrance of the building tightly. Upon spotting the intruder, the soldiers immediately thrust their spears forward. Since he had been discovered, Jiang Yichen grinned and decided to settle things quickly. He took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. The energy within him flowed along a specific route and soon reached a critical point. Guardian Spirit, summon. Boom! 4 towering figures appeared out of thin air, each exuding an astonishing aura. Dian Wei wielded twin halberds, his muscles bulging, and his bronze skin covered in scars. His eyes flashed like lightning as he shouted, "I am Dian Wei, willing to serve my lord till death." Su Chu carried a giant hammer the size of a door, his tiger-like eyes wide open and his beard standing on end. He slammed the hammer into the ground, causing cracks to spread. "I am Su Chu. Who dares to fight me?" Xiahou Dun, with his cold single eye, wielded a spear like a dragon. The spear tip gleamed coldly, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. "I am Xiahou Dun, awaiting orders." Xiahou Yuan bent his bow and knocked 3 arrows, electricity flickering at their tips. "I am Xiahou Yuan, ensuring that the enemy has no return." "Block them." Jiang Yichen pointed at the soldiers. Yes, the 4 guardian spirits charged like fierce tigers, instantly engaging the 8 soldiers in battle. Dian Wei swung his halberds, each strike carrying the force to split mountains and crack stones. A soldier raised his spear to block, but was cleaved in half along with his weapon. Su Chu swept his giant hammer, sending 3 soldiers flying, their armor dented and unable to rise. Xiahou Dun's spear moved like a dragon, striking out with stunning speed, piercing through the helmets of 2 soldiers in the blink of an eye. Xiahou Yuan stood at a distance, his bowstring twanging, each arrow precisely hitting the soldiers' eye sockets, the electric sparks instantly shattering their skulls. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Yichen rushed towards the building, kicking open the intricately carved wooden door. In the center of the room floated a pitch-black 9-story exquisite tower. The tower was only a foot tall, but emitted a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Purple patterns coiled around the tower, flowing as if alive. Most bizarrely, as Jiang Yichen stared at the tower, he faintly heard the wails of countless ghosts coming from within. The Tower of 10,000 Ghosts? Jiang Yichen looked at the inscription carved at the base of the tower, his heartbeat quickening. He could feel the devouring ancestral talisman in his arms trembling wildly, seemingly resonating with the tower in some way. Just as he reached out to grab it, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "You little brat! Dare you touch this general's treasure?" The skeleton general had somehow broken free from Lu Yinxia and was charging towards him with a menacing aura. His warhorse galloped, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The black dragon on the crescent blade came alive, lunging towards Jiang Yichen with bared fangs and claws. At the critical moment, Jiang Yichen grabbed the exquisite tower. Boom! The entire ruins shook violently. The walls began to collapse, and the ground cracked open. The skeleton general's eyes bulged with rage as he swung down the crescent blade with earth-shattering force. "You say to let go, and I let go?" Jiang Yichen tucked the tower into his embrace and twisted his body in a bizarre manner, narrowly dodging the strike, thinking to himself how embarrassing it would be. The blade energy cleaved a 10-meter-long ravine in the ground, but did not harm Jiang Yichen in the slightest. The next moment, the entire space began to distort, and everyone's figures became blurry. The ruins vanished. Chapter 32. The return. Jiang Yichen's consciousness seemed to surface from the depths of the sea. At first, he was met with a blur of white light, followed by blinding sunlight that forced him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. He gasped, feeling as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled and reassembled, aching terribly. Am I out? He blinked, and his vision gradually cleared. He was surrounded by a familiar forest at the outskirts of Zhuke Mountain. In the distance, he could see the temporary tents set up by the Special Investigation Bureau, which were now in complete disarray. While he was dazed, a sudden strange feeling surged within him. The ghostly tower of 10,000 spirits transformed into a black light and directly merged into his dantian. What the hell? Jiang Yichen was startled and quickly turned his attention inward. Inside his dantian, a mini version of a 9-story black tower quietly floated, with purple patterns on its surface slowly flowing and occasionally emitting a chilling aura. He tried to touch it with his consciousness, and the black tower quivered slightly, as if responding to him. More surprisingly, he felt that he could summon it at any moment. Could this thing be the Formation Eye? Jiang Yichen murmured to himself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. They're out. Everyone's out. Look, it's the students from Xianyuan class. My son. Where's my son? Jiang Yichen turned to see a multitude of figures appearing on the hillside. All members of the Special Investigation Bureau and students from Xianyuan class who had previously been trapped in the ruins. Some were still in combat stances, looking bewildered. Others were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. And some were holding the bodies of their comrades, crying uncontrollably. Lin Wanyue stood not far away, her ice blue short sword already sheathed. She looked relatively calm, although her face was terrifyingly pale and her clothes were stained with blood and dirt. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to greet her, he was suddenly interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. Wang Ming! Wang Ming, wake up! A girl knelt on the ground, cradling a lifeless boy in her arms. The boy had a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest, his eyes wide open as if unable to close them in death. Jiang Yichen recognized him as a student from Xianyuan class, usually quite low-key. He never expected. Similar cries began to resonate around him. Some special agents were holding their heads and weeping for their fallen comrades. Some students were kneeling on the ground vomiting, clearly having never witnessed such a horrific scene before. Others stood dazed, as if their souls had been lost. This isn't a dream. Jiang Yichen clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Suddenly, a larger commotion arose at the foot of the mountain. A throng of parents was surging up the hill. Make way. Clear the way. My son is inside. Wan, mommy is here. Soldiers, please let me through. I just want to take a look. Since the ruins appeared, parents from Spring City and surrounding areas had flocked here. The hotels and inns at the foot of Zhuke Mountain were already full, with some parents even sleeping in their cars for half a month just to wait for their children to come out. Soldiers quickly set up a cordon, using loudspeakers to maintain order. Please do not push. All students will return home safely. One at a time. It was then that Jiang Yichen remembered his phone. He pulled it out from his pocket and saw an astonishing 99 missed calls, with texts overflowing. The latest message was sent 10 minutes ago. Son, Mom and Dad are at the foot of the mountain. Are you out yet? Jiang Yichen's nose tinged with emotion, and he quickly dialed the number. Hello, Mom. I'm out, I'm fine. Before he could finish, his mother's wailing came through the phone, and his father was choking back tears, asking questions. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged couple broke through the crowd, running towards him like mad. His mother's eyes were swollen like peaches as she hugged Jiang Yichen tightly, starting to check him over. Let me see. Where are you hurt? Why is there so much blood? Mom, I'm fine. This is all someone else's. Jiang Yichen hurriedly explained. His father, red-eyed, seemed to want to say something but swallowed it back, finally just giving Jiang Yichen's shoulder a heavy pat. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. While the family of three was talking, Jiang Yichen saw Lu Yinxia directing several members of the Special Investigation Bureau to arrange the next steps. The deputy director looked exhausted, her chi pao stained with blood and dirt, yet she maintained an elegant demeanor. At that moment, a member of the Special Investigation Bureau approached Jiang Yichen to briefly report the situation, after which he could go home with his parents. Jiang Yichen nodded, repeating the pre-prepared statement, of course omitting the part about the ghostly tower of 10,000 spirits. The person seemed to harbor no suspicions, merely giving him a meaningful glance. Go home and rest well, he waved his hand, adding, the Special Investigation Bureau has work to do now. Indeed, so many people had died, and the aftermath would be a huge project. Jiang Yichen could even imagine the scenes to come. Press conferences, comforting the families, international public opinion. After bidding farewell to the Special Investigation Bureau, Jiang Yichen walked down the mountain with his parents. Along the way, there were families embracing and weeping, but there were also many parents anxiously searching for their children, some even showing photos and asking one by one, "Have you seen my daughter? Her name is xianxia. She is this tall. Comrade, my son is from Qinyuan class." Jiang Yichen couldn't bear to look and quickened his pace to leave. The scene at the foot of the mountain was even more heartbreaking. Some parents cried tears of joy upon finding their children. Some fainted on the spot upon receiving bad news, and others stubbornly waited, convinced their children would emerge. On the way back to the city, Jiang Yichen's mother held onto his hand tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, her son would disappear. His father drove, occasionally glancing at him in the rearview mirror. "Son," when the light turns red, his father suddenly said, "How about, we don't have you attend that Xianyuan class anymore." Jiang Yichen smiled. "Dad, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides," he looked out the window, as the setting sun bathed the entire spring city in gold. The streets were bustling with people and cars. Everything felt so peaceful and beautiful. Some things someone has to do. The car fell into silence. After a while, Jiang Yichen's mother wiped her tears and said, "When we get home, I'll make you some braised ribs." Jiang Yichen nodded with a smile. But deep down he knew the Special Investigation Bureau wouldn't let him off so easily. The secret of the ghostly tower of 10,000 spirits and the mystery of Yu Fuyo's identity were waiting for him to unravel. But at this moment, he just wanted to enjoy a good home-cooked meal and get a good night's sleep. After all, who knows what might happen tomorrow? Chapter 33, The Secret of the 10,000 Ghost Tower. The table of the Jiang family was filled with an abundance of delicious dishes. The braised pork ribs were steaming, and the sweet and sour fish emitted an enticing aroma. Beside them was a plate of stir-fried greens specially prepared by Jiang's mother. Although it didn't look appealing, Jiang Yichen still picked up a large chopstick full and stuffed it into his mouth. "Eat slowly, no one is fighting you for it," Jiang's mother said, her eyes still red. But seeing her son wolfing down the food, she finally showed a hint of a smile. Jiang's father opened a bottle of aged white wine, pouring a small cup for himself and his son. "Come, drink with Dad." Jiang Yichen raised his glass, and the two clinked them gently. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, and he couldn't help but grimace. "Dad, this wine is too strong. What's wrong with a real man drinking a little?" Jiang's father laughed and scolded, then turned serious. "Tell me, what's the situation in the ruins?" Jiang Yichen put down his chopsticks and chose his words carefully. "Actually, it's not that dangerous, just some skeleton soldiers and stuff." "Skeleton soldiers?" Jiang's mother's voice suddenly rose. "Isn't that just like the zombies in the movies?" "Mom, it's not that exaggerated." Jiang Yichen hurriedly explained, "It's just like playing a game. I just hide in the back and use my skills." He intentionally downplayed it. But Jiang's mother still felt a chill when she heard that her son was surrounded by 3 skeleton soldiers. The chopsticks in her hand fell onto the table with a clatter. "So," Jiang's mother's voice trembled, "why don't we withdraw from that Xianyuan class? You're my only son." Jiang Yichen opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He looked to his father for help. Jiang's father put down his glass and sighed softly. "Your mother, an eagle must go through wind and rain to soar in the sky. Our son has potential. This is a good thing. But," Jiang Yichen held his mother's hand, "I promise to be extra careful in the future. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. Besides, I have superpowers now. Ordinary people can't hurt me." Jiang's mother looked into her son's determined eyes and finally sighed. "You must promise me, if you encounter danger, run away and never act tough." "Definitely. I promise." Jiang Yichen nodded repeatedly. "I can run really fast. Even teacher Lu can't catch up with me." This joke finally lightened the atmosphere a bit. The 3 of them chatted for a long time, until Jiang's mother began to yawn, and then they each went back to their rooms to rest. As soon as he entered his bedroom, Jiang Yichen immediately locked the door, and the relaxed expression on his face disappeared in an instant. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, and attempted to summon the 10,000 Ghost Tower. "Come out." A sharp pain shot through his palm, followed by a surge of black light. The exquisite 9-story tower slowly materialized, hovering 3 inches above his palm. The tower was still as black as ink, but the purple pattern seemed to shine even brighter, emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. "It really can be summoned." Jiang Yichen swallowed hard and cautiously reached out with his consciousness to touch the black tower. In the next second, the world spun around him. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing in a strange space. The surroundings were gray and misty, and the ground was a cold stone floor. Right in front of him stood a gigantic black mansion, just like the one he saw in the ruins. Is this the space inside the tower? Jiang Yichen took a step forward and suddenly heard the sound of synchronized footsteps. A squad of skeleton soldiers emerged from around the corner and immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing him. "Welcome, master." "Whoa." Jiang Yichen almost jumped up. "You can talk." The leading skeleton raised its head, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering. "After the master took control of the 10,000 Ghost Tower, our intelligence has been restored." Jiang Yichen then noticed that these skeleton soldiers were somewhat different from those he encountered in the ruins. Their bones were more translucent, resembling jade, and the soul fire in their eye sockets was a light blue instead of bright red. Curious, Jiang Yichen continued to explore. He discovered that the space inside the tower was far larger than he had imagined. Each floor was like a separate small world. The first floor was filled with ordinary skeleton soldiers, numbering in the thousands. The second floor had armored skeleton warriors, clearly stronger. The third floor featured cavalry riding skeleton warhorses. The higher he went, the stronger the guards became. By the 8th floor, he even saw dozens of skeletons dressed in wizard robes, gathering elemental energy in their hands, and they bowed respectfully upon seeing him. If I could take these out to fight, wouldn't I be unstoppable? Jiang Yichen thought happily. Finally, he arrived at the familiar mansion on the 9th floor. The door opened automatically, and a tall figure rode out on horseback. It was the skeleton general wielding the black dragon crescent blade. Jiang Yichen instinctively took a step back, ready to run at any moment. The skeleton general dismounted and knelt on one knee. This subordinate, Meng Tian, greets the master. Meng Tian? The one from the Qin dynasty? Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. Indeed, this subordinate. The skeleton general raised its head, the purple soul fire in its eye sockets flickering. Since being confined in this tower, it has been over 2,000 years. Jiang Yichen gasped. Wow, this tower is filled with antiques. Meng Tian stood up and gestured for him to enter. Master, please follow this subordinate into the mansion, and allow me to explain the wonders of this tower in detail. The furnishings inside the mansion were identical to those in the ruins, but with a bit more vitality. Meng Tian led Jiang Yichen to the main hall, where a huge map hung on the wall, detailing the situation on each floor of the tower. The 10,000 Ghost Tower has a total of 9 floors and can accommodate millions of souls. Meng Tian's voice was powerful. Anyone confined within the tower is under the master's command and retains their strength from life. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. So those who died in the ruins have all entered the tower. Meng Tian nodded. However, new souls are weak and need to cultivate within the tower to recover. As Meng Tian explained, Jiang Yichen gradually understood the terrifying aspects of the 10,000 Ghost Tower. Not only could it house souls, but it could also allow them to cultivate and grow stronger within the tower. Even more outrageous was that time flowed differently inside the tower. 1 year inside the tower equaled 1 day outside. Wait, Jiang Yichen suddenly thought of a question. You said your original strength was greater? Meng Tian's soul fire dimmed for a moment. Indeed, this tower has been silent for 1,000 years, and its spiritual energy has been depleted. Our strength is only a fraction of what it once was. If we were at our peak. He didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Yichen was already covered in a cold sweat. The skeleton general in the ruins that almost wiped them out had less than 10% of its strength. How strong would it be at its peak? B class? A class. Master need not worry. Meng Tian seemed to see his thoughts. Now that the tower has recognized its master, we only need to nurture it with spiritual energy, and our strength will gradually recover. After leaving the 10,000 Ghost Tower, Jiang Yichen sat on his bed in a daze. The amount of information he received tonight was overwhelming, and he needed time to digest it. I have to keep this secret to myself, he murmured. If the Special Investigation Bureau finds out I have such a heaven-defying treasure, who knows what kind of trouble it would cause? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. The devouring ancestral symbol can store spiritual energy, right? Can it? Without hesitation, Jiang Yichen summoned the 10,000 Ghost Tower again while activating the devouring ancestral symbol within him. The moment the two treasures met, they actually resonated. This is promising. He carefully guided the spiritual energy from the ancestral symbol into the Black Tower. At first, it was slow, but as time passed, the flow of spiritual energy became smoother, eventually forming a cycle. The ancestral symbol absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world, transformed it, and injected it into the Black Tower. While the Black Tower, upon absorbing the spiritual energy, also fed back a portion of pure energy to the ancestral symbol. Perfect. Jiang Yichen excitedly pumped his fist. This way, even if he didn't actively cultivate, the two treasures could grow on their own. As spiritual energy continuously surged in, he felt the energy within him becoming more and more abundant. The blue energy in his brain domain began to boil, and finally, with a bang, it broke through a certain bottleneck. E-level upper. Jiang Yichen opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Although this expedition to the ruins was dangerous, the rewards were also immense. He glanced out the window. The eastern sky was already turning a fish belly white. Unknowingly, he had been busy all night. It was time to sleep. Jiang Yichen yawned, and just as he lay down, he suddenly sat up again. Wait, Meng Tian said that one could cultivate in the tower? Does that mean? A bold idea floated into his mind. However, he was too tired right now. It was better to wait until he woke up to think about it. He turned over and fell asleep, a mischievous smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, as if he had thought of some devilish idea again. Chapter 34. Undercurrents and Choices. Kyoto, early morning. The bluestone slabs in the alley were still damp with dew, and the sunlight filtered through the branches of an old locust tree, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A quaint Siyuan quietly stood at the end of the alley, its crimson gate tightly shut, with a plaque hanging above it bearing the words "Lanting in Gold" on a black background. In the courtyard, under an old plum tree, two rattan chairs were placed. Xianxia reclined in one of them, eyes closed in meditation. He wore a simple, white training outfit, the collar slightly open, revealing a gruesome scar at his collarbone. Beside him on a small table lay a jet-black long knife, its sheath wrapped in fine silver threads, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Lin Yinxiu sat in the other rattan chair, brewing tea by the hearth. The kettle on the red clay stove bubbled with steam, and the aroma of tea wafted through the courtyard with a rising vapor. The silver-white mirrored pattern on his forehead glimmered in the morning light as his long fingers gracefully scooped tea leaves into a purple clay pot. Try it. The newly arrived Wui Mountain Dahompo. Lin Yinxiu poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward Xianxia. Xianxia didn't open his eyes, but accurately reached out to take the teacup, taking a light sip. Not bad. What do you think about the relics? Lin Yinxiu casually asked while flipping through a thread-bound book. The array I wasn't retrieved. It might have been taken by spies. Only the sound of tea being poured into cups filled the courtyard for a moment. Xianxia still kept his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Lin Yinxiu was not in a hurry and continued leisurely. The threat from the spies has already been exposed. We must root them out. However, he paused. No one has seen the array I only heard that the ghost general shouted Ghost Tower of the underworld. Upon hearing the words Ghost Tower, Xianxia's eyelids twitched slightly, finally opening his eyes. Those eyes were as dark as ink, unfathomable. It's indeed a bit of a pity, he said softly, yet with undeniable strength, but fortunately, it hasn't affected the overall situation. Lin Yinxiu's eyes behind his glasses flashed with surprise. You seem to know a lot about the Ghost Tower? Xianxia did not answer directly, only said lightly. There are not many B-levels in India, and this time the C-levels were almost completely wiped out. The battle at the border has also deterred other countries. In the future, when the relics are opened, there shouldn't be many who dare to get involved. Speaking of this, Lin Yinxiu sighed, taking out a document from his sleeve. The casualty statistics for the Qianyuan class are out. 271 dead, 83 seriously injured. Xianxia's expression showed no sign of fluctuation. He merely tapped his fingers lightly on the knife sheath. Compensation should be given. Those who want to withdraw can withdraw. The Special Investigation Bureau is an organization for defending the homeland, and sacrifices may happen at any time. Those who only want to take advantage without wanting to contribute are not suited for here. He stood up, the long knife flying into his hand automatically. The current training is too gentle. It can't build combat effectiveness. Notify everyone that starting next month, the training mode will be upgraded comprehensively. Lin Yinxiu shook his head with a compensation. The funds are running low again. Go ask the Ministry of Finance for it. Xianxia walked towards the inner courtyard without looking back. Just say what I said. Spring City. A sunny morning. Jiang Yichen was sprawled on his bed, drooling, when his phone suddenly pinged, waking him up. Groggily, he grabbed his phone and saw a mass notification from the Special Investigation Bureau. Due to special circumstances, all Qianyuan class students will have a 2-week holiday. The specific return date will be notified later. Oh, a holiday? Jiang Yichen sat up with a start, realizing the Special Investigation Bureau must be busy. He hummed a little tune while washing up, dragging a large suitcase filled with luxury watches, gold chains, and other spoils from the relics out from under his bed. Time to make some money. At the entrance of the largest luxury goods recycling shop in Spring City, Jiang Yichen swaggered in, dragging his suitcase. The boss behind the counter looked up and nearly dropped his glasses. This kid had 7 or 8 gold chains around his neck, a dozen luxury watches on his wrist, and rings on all 10 fingers, looking like a walking jewelry showcase. Boss. The clerk stammered, "What do you want to sell goods?" Jiang Yichen slammed the suitcase on the counter, opening it to reveal a dazzling array of gold that nearly blinded the eyes. The boss wiped the sweat from his brow. Little brother, with so many valuable items, the source. Jiang Yichen was prepared and pulled out his Qianyuan class student ID, slapping it on the table. Special Investigation Bureau business, got it? The boss took one look at the ID and immediately put on a smiling face. Got it. Got it. I'll appraise it right away. 2 hours later, Jiang Yichen walked out of the shop with a satisfied smile, a bank card in hand with over 2 million added. He had long thought about it. Cultivating was an expensive affair, and this money could be used to buy spirit stones or equipment. Better safe than sorry. In the following days, Jiang Yichen lived quite comfortably. During the day, he accompanied his parents shopping and dining, and at night, he curled up on the sofa watching anime and dramas, while conveniently copying skills from them. The Rasengan from Naruto, the shave from One Piece, and the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. His skill bar grew richer and richer. Seeing her son stay at home all day, Jiang's mother felt relieved. At least he was safe. Until the evening of the 5th day, a phone call shattered the calm. All Qianyuan class students and parents, a parents' meeting will be held at the Zhuke Mountain base tomorrow morning at 9. Jiang Yichen hung up the phone, his brow furrowing. He opened the news on his phone and indeed saw several inconspicuous reports. Zhuke Mountain scenic area temporarily closed. Some parents gathered to protest, demanding a thorough investigation into the student deaths. Although mainstream media did not report extensively, there were already numerous photos circulating on social media. In the photos, heartbroken parents held banners demanding the return of their children and a thorough investigation into the truth. It seems something big is about to happen. Jiang Yichen murmured to himself. He walked to the window, the vague outline of Zhuke Mountain appearing in his mind. The temporary tent area at the foot of the mountain was still lit, and those parents who had lost their children would likely remain sleepless tonight. Jiang Yichen touched his chest where the mark of the ghost tower was. He suddenly recalled what Meng Tian had said, that the tower contained all the souls from the relics. Should he inform the Special Investigation Bureau? The thought emerged but was quickly dismissed. Innocent people suffer for the treasures of others. This secret must be kept to himself. Downstairs, John's mother called out, "Son, dinner's ready. I'm coming." Jiang Yichen tucked away his thoughts and turned to head downstairs. Tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow. The most important thing now was to have a good meal with his family. After all, who knew what awaited the Qianyuan class after this parents' meeting? Chapter 35. Parent-teacher meeting at 7:30 in the morning. Jiang Yichen stood in front of the wardrobe in a daze. Should he wear his school uniform or casual clothes? He held up 2 sets of clothing and pondered for a long time, finally chuckling to himself. It's not like he's going to school, so why bother? In the end, he chose a black sweatshirt paired with dark blue jeans, which was his least favorite combination because it looked too formal. But for today's occasion, it seemed inappropriate to dress too flamboyantly. "Son, it's time for breakfast." Zhang's mother's voice came from downstairs. The dining table was set with golden fried eggs, steaming millet porridge, and freshly fried youtiao, fried dough sticks. Zhang's father was already dressed, holding a tablet and reading the news, his brow furrowed. "Dad, what are you so serious about?" Jiang Yichen asked, nibbling on a youtiao as he leaned closer. The screen displayed the latest report on Zhuke Mountain, showing several parents holding banners with glaring red words like "Return my child" and "Thorough investigation of the truth." Zhang's father sighed and turned off the tablet. "Hurry up and eat. We're leaving at 8. As the car drove out of the community, the sun was just right. Jiang Yichen rolled down the window, letting the breeze blow on his face. The May wind carried a faint floral scent, and the newly grown, tender leaves of the sycamore trees along the roadside shimmered a transparent green in the sunlight. Passing by Spring City No. 1 High School, the sound of morning exercise music wafted over. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but look over at the playground, where students in blue and white uniforms were doing calisthenics. Some were slacking off and were pulled aside by the homeroom teacher for a talk. A few boys were playfully wrestling while the teacher wasn't looking. And groups of girls huddled together whispering, occasionally bursting into tinkling laughter. The sunlight bathed those young faces, pure and dazzling. Jiang Yichen stared for a moment. If he hadn't encountered that car accident, If he hadn't awakened his abilities, he should be among them now, worrying about the monthly exams. Feeling his heart race for the girl he had a crush on, debating where to hang out with his buddies after school. Envious? Jiang's father suddenly spoke. Jiang Yichen withdrew his gaze and shrugged. A bit, I guess. At least they don't have to fight skeleton soldiers. The car fell into silence. The navigation's prompt to turn right sounded particularly abrupt. So, Jiang's father suddenly broke the silence, his tone unusually serious. I have a rough idea about the content of this parent meeting. Jiang Yichen turned to look at his father. You don't have to worry about home. Jiang's father kept his eyes on the road, his voice firm. If you want to continue, no matter how dangerous it is, the family supports you. If you want to quit, he paused, suddenly shifting to a dramatic tone. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Jiang Yichen. This sudden passionate speech almost choked me. But looking at his father's hands gripping the steering wheel and the slightly reddened ears, something in his heart softened unexpectedly. Dad. Jiang Yichen held back his laughter. Did you secretly binge-watch Naruto last night? Jiang's father's face flushed. You little rascal. Can't you cooperate when your old man finally looks cool for once? The father and son exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. A long queue had formed in front of the checkpoint at Juke Mountain Base. After a strict identity verification, the vehicle was directed to a huge conference room. The parking lot was filled with cars, ranging from luxury vehicles to ordinary family cars, indicating that this parent meeting was quite large in scale. Outside the conference room, parents gathered in small clusters chatting. Jiang Yichen's sharp ears quickly picked up several keywords. The child from the Zhang family is gone, and the couple is still lying in the hospital. My best friend's son died in the ruins. I heard they didn't even find the body. There are still protests over at Juke Mountain, demanding the truth be revealed. Jiang Yichen quietly followed his father, feeling a mix of emotions. These conversations reminded him of the souls in the tower. He couldn't help but wonder what their families would feel upon learning the truth. Jiang Yichen? A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Wanyue was standing not far away in a white dress. This was the first time Jiang Yichen had seen her in a skirt, and for a moment, he was taken aback. What are you looking at? Lin Wanyue said coldly. Just admiring your beauty, Jiang Yichen retorted instinctively. What? Can I look at you in a dress? Lin Wanyue huffed and turned to walk towards her parents. Only then did Jiang Yichen notice that many students and parents were already seated in the conference room, but he still hadn't seen Yu Fuyao. At exactly 9 o'clock, Mo Yun strode onto the stage. Today he was dressed in a sharp military uniform, the stars on his epaulettes shining brightly. Let's begin the roll call. As names were called one by one, Jiang Yichen became increasingly certain that Yu Fuyao was absent. This mysterious silver-haired boy seemed to have always been a special existence from the very beginning. First, I want to explain the events surrounding the ruins incident. Mo Yun's voice was steady and powerful. Some students present had personally experienced that battle, but more details needed to be communicated to the parents. His narration was concise and clear, neither exaggerating the dangers nor concealing the casualties. When the number 271 was mentioned, a wave of sobbing erupted in the conference room. I demand that the Special Investigation Bureau guarantee that children will never be put in such danger again. A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. They are just students. Mo Yun's gaze swept over like a knife. Sir, you may have misunderstood our intentions. Standing straight, his voice resonated. If you are worried about your child's safety, you can withdraw right now. The Special Investigation Bureau will seal their abilities, and they will never be able to restart. The conference room was in an uproar. Mo Yun raised his hand for silence and continued. The world has changed, everyone. Want to live like ordinary people? Fine. Now is your chance to choose. But to enjoy the resources without bearing the risks? Why should that be allowed? His voice suddenly rose. Your children's lives are lives. Are the lives of those soldiers not lives? Firefighters, narcotics officers, and soldiers who sacrificed in the Special Investigation Bureau. Do their families not feel pain? These words struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts. Jiang Yichen saw his father clench his fists, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Some parents began to whisper among themselves. But Mo Yun didn't give them much time. This is not a market for bargaining. Those who wish to withdraw can register now. A bespectacled parent timidly raised his hand. Then, what about those who stay? Those who remain will formally join the Special Investigation Bureau, granted the status of military cadets, and enter the affiliated military academy for training. Mo Yun's voice was firm. They will enjoy the benefits of active duty soldiers and will be commissioned as second lieutenants upon graduation. Of course, they will also bear corresponding risks. The conference room fell silent. Jiang Yichen could hear his own heartbeat. He indeed envied the lives of ordinary students. But Mo Yun's words made him acutely aware that this world was one he could never return to. Can we have a bit more time to consider? A mother asked, choked up. Just then, Jiang Yichen suddenly raised his hand. I'll stay. All eyes turned to him, and Mo Yun looked at him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Jiang's father suddenly laughed and stood up, saying loudly, Our family supports my son's decision. This seemed to signal something. One after another, several more students raised their hands. After some parents whispered among themselves, they also nodded in agreement to the benefits of active-duty military status. The allure of a guaranteed job after graduation was indeed significant. And Mo Yun scanned the room. I will give everyone a week to consider. Next week at the same time, we will handle the procedures. After the meeting, Jiang Yichen and his father silently walked toward the parking lot. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, resembling two paths walking side by side. Have you thought it through? Jiang's father suddenly asked. Jiang Yichen nodded, revealing a mischievous smile. Since I'm just idle anyway, why not go and be an officer? In the future, you'll be the officer's dad. How impressive. Jiang's father laughed and playfully slapped the back of his head, but his eyes quietly became red. In the distance, the outline of Zhuke Mountain flickered in the twilight. There were still people crying for the lost lives there. And Jiang Yichen knew that the path he had chosen was destined to be bumpy. But at least he was not alone. Chapter 36 Oath this week passed unusually quickly. Jiang Yichen got up on time every day, carrying his backpack to school, as if he had returned to the days before awakening his powers. The classroom was still filled with familiar faces, the chalk writing on the blackboard was still crooked, and even the homeroom teacher, Old Li, scolding him felt so endearing. Jiang Yichen, you're sleeping again. Teacher, I'm meditating. Jiang Yichen rubbed his eyes and argued back. The whole class burst into laughter. Old Li was so angry that his beard stood up, punishing him to stand and listen to the lesson. Jiang Yichen wasn't annoyed. He leaned against the wall, smiling as he scanned every classmate in the room. He knew this might be the last time he experienced such a life. During the morning exercises, he stood at the back of the line, watching his classmates clumsily doing the radio calisthenics. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the phoenix tree leaves, casting mottled shadows on the cement ground. The girls in the front row swayed, their ponytails with the movements, a few boys secretly hiding behind a play on their phones, and some sneaking off to the snack shop while the teacher wasn't paying attention. So nice, Jiang Yichen sighed softly. On the way home from school, he deliberately took a longer route, passing through the busiest snack street in Spring City. The smell of fried skewers, the sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes, and the aroma of candied chestnuts mixed together, making his mouth water. He bought a little from each stall, eating as he walked, as if he wanted to engrave these flavors into his memory. When he returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. This week, she had been making all sorts of delicious food for her son. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish. The dining table was always filled to the brim. Mom, are you trying to feed me to be a pig? Jiang Yichen said, his mouth full of food, speaking indistinctly. His mother shot him a glare. Eat more. Once you go to the Special Investigation Bureau, you won't be able to eat my cooking anymore. As she said this, her eyes slightly reddened, but she quickly concealed it. Jiang father secretly told his son that Jiang mother had been hiding under the blanket crying alone at night. But during the day, she forced herself to smile, afraid of putting pressure on her son. Your mom is just stubborn. Jiang father patted his son's shoulder. But she supports you more than anyone. On the evening of the 7th day, Jiang Yichen walked home leisurely with his backpack. The sunset stretched his shadow long, and the anime merchandise hanging from his backpack swayed with his steps. Jiang Yichen. A cold voice came from behind. Jiang Yichen turned around and saw Yu Fuyao standing under the phoenix tree, her silver short hair shining with a golden glow in the sunset. She was still wearing her signature white uniform, with the Qingming sword hanging at her waist, looking as clean as if she had walked out of comic. Hey, isn't this our young master Yu? Jiang Yichen grinned and walked over. What, came specifically to see me? Yu Fuyao frowned slightly. I heard you've been attending classes at school this week, so I came to confirm if it's true. Absolutely true. Jiang Yichen spun around. How's the school uniform? Fits pretty well, right? Yu Fuyao stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly asking, have you thought about your choice for tomorrow? Joining? Of course. Do I even need to think about it? Jiang Yichen shrugged. It's a solid job, and my mom says it's good for finding a partner. The corners of Yu Fuyao's mouth lifted slightly. That's good. Come on, let us go to my house for dinner. Jiang Yichen threw his arm around Yu Fuyao's shoulder. My mom's braised pork is delicious. Yu Fuyao stiffened, but surprisingly didn't push him away. At the entrance of the house, Jiang mother happened to come out to take out the trash. Seeing her son hugging a beautiful girl, her eyes widened in shock. So, this is... Mom, this is Yu Fuyao, my classmate. Jiang Yichen introduced, nonchalantly a guy. Don't think too much. Jiang mother's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment, finally settling on awkwardness. Ah. I see. Please come in, please come in. At the dining table, Yu Fuyao sat upright, eating elegantly as if attending a state banquet. Jiang mother kept serving her food, but her eyes occasionally darted to Yu Fuyao's chest, seemingly still confirming her gender. Jiang Yichen held back laughter and leaned closer to Yu Fuyao, whispering, My mom might still be doubting you're a girl disguised as a boy. The tips of Yu Fuyao's ears instantly turned red, and the chopsticks in her hand snapped in half. I'm full. She stood up and fled in a hurry. Jiang Yichen laughed so hard he slapped the table, until Jiang mother pinched him hard. The atmosphere at the second parent-teacher conference was noticeably tense. The conference room at Zhuke Mountain Base was silent, with everyone sitting straight. Mo Yun stood on the stage, holding a list. Jiang Yichen. He called out the first name. Here. Jiang Yichen stood up, grinning and raising his hand. Joining or quitting? Of course joining. Jiang Yichen blinked. Such a good job. Only a fool wouldn't he want it. Light laughter echoed in the conference room, easing the tense atmosphere. Mo Yun's lips twitched slightly. In light of Jiang Yichen, Lin Wanyue, and Yu Fuyao's performance in the ruins, I hereby grant them the rank of lieutenant. Wow. Jiang Yichen dramatically clutched his chest. Does this mean I'm an officer now? Mom, your son is successful. Jiang mother laughed and cried at the same time, while Jiang father proudly straightened his back. The signing ceremony went smoothly. About 20% chose to withdraw, and they were taken to another room for power sealing. The remaining students and parents were asked to gather downstairs. On the playground, the national flag fluttered in the morning breeze. Lu Yinxia, dressed in a sharp military uniform, stood under the flagpole, a banana fan tucked at her waist, looking heroic. From today on, you're no longer students. Her voice clearly reached everyone's ears. You are soldiers, the shield and sword guarding this country. She spoke about the mission of the Special Investigation Bureau and the sacrifices that went unnoticed. Jiang Yichen learned for the first time that every year, dozens of members of the Special Investigation Bureau sacrificed themselves while on missions. Their names never made public, and their true causes of death not even engraved on their tombstones. Now, please raise your right hand and swear with me. Everyone's arms shot up like a forest. Jiang Yichen felt his heart pounding in his chest, his blood seemingly boiling. I swear, I volunteer to join the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau, using flesh and blood as a shield, using powers as a sword, to protect the lights of thousands of homes and defend our mountains and rivers. I will obey orders, keep secrets, fear no sacrifice, and not fear strong enemies. If I encounter demons, I will behead them. If I meet evil spirits, I will strike at their hearts. Even if I fall into the abyss, my soul scattered. I will not fail the star badge on my shoulder, nor the common people behind me. This oath, heaven and earth bear witness, life and death unchangeable. His loud voice echoed across the playground, startling a flock of sparrows. Jiang Yichen saw Yu Fuyao standing straight beside him, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. Lin Wanyue's eyes glistened with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Even the usually carefree classmates looked solemn at this moment. After the oath, many people's eyes were red. Jiang Yichen touched his chest, feeling something quietly changing within him. He still felt he wasn't the kind of hero who would sacrifice himself for others, but at this moment, he truly felt proud to be a part of this organization. Maybe one day he would leave, but before that, wouldn't life be too dull without fighting alongside these crazy people a few times? He muttered softly. Lu Yinxia finally announced that the officer certificates and other supplies would be distributed within half a month. Before dismissing everyone, she gave a meaningful look. Remember the words spoken under the national flag today. On the way home, Jiang Yichen was unusually silent. Jiang father and Jiang mother didn't disturb him, only glancing at him with occasional concern. Dad, Mom. Just before reaching home, Jiang Yichen suddenly spoke up. I might have really found what I want to do. Jiang's father was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, patting his son's shoulder hard. Good. This is my son. Jiang's mother wiped her tears, but also smiled. No matter what you do, Mom will support you. It's just, she suddenly lowered her voice. That Yu Fuyao, is she really not a girl? Jiang Yichen. As the sun set, the shadows of the three were stretched long, gradually merging into the city's lights. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. But at this moment, Jiang Yichen felt an unprecedented calm in his heart. After all, how could one face youth if they don't go a little crazy in life? Chapter 37, The Ordinary Path, when the phone vibrated. Jiang Yichen was dozing off with his head resting on the desk. Drool spread a small patch on the textbook, just enough to cover the math teacher's notes. Jiang Yichen. Old Li's furious roar accompanied by a piece of chalk hitting his forehead made him jump. If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. The whole class burst into laughter. Jiang Yichen rubbed his forehead and quickly pulled out his phone to glance at the official notification from the Special Investigation Bureau. The construction of 12 Special Ability Academies nationwide has begun, with the Spring City branch located in the area of the Zhuke Mountain Ruins, officially named the Huaxia Special Ability Research Academy, abbreviated as Wade Academy. Classes start in a month. He didn't read the rest, because Old Li was already storming towards him. Hand over your phone. Jiang Yichen swiftly stuffed the phone into his pants pocket, looking innocent. Teacher, my stomach hurts. I want to go to the bathroom. Before Old Li could react, he had already covered his stomach and dashed out of the classroom. The sunlight in the corridor poured in through the windows, warm and inviting. Jiang Yichen stretched lazily and strolled towards the bathroom. Of course, he had no intention of actually going. A month. He leaned against the corridor railing, watching the students running on the playground in the distance. He thought he might as well be an ordinary person for one more month. The bell rang, and students poured out of the classrooms. Wang Hao was the first to rush over, throwing his arm around Jiang Yichen's neck. Old Jiang, I heard you're transferring schools. Who said that? It's all over the school. Wang Hao said mysteriously in a lowered voice. They say your class is moving to Zhuke Mountain, and we won't see you anymore. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Had he been watching too many dramas? But he felt a slight tremor in his heart. Indeed, such a daily routine would come to an end in a month. After school, Jiang Yichen deliberately detoured to the small shop and bought the most expensive popsicle. He walked home slowly with the popsicle in his mouth, the sunset stretching his shadow long. Passing by the corner milk tea shop, a few girls in school uniforms were chattering about the new idol drama. An old man playing chess by the roadside was arguing red-faced over a piece. A delivery guy on an electric bike sped by, nearly crashing into a stray cat that suddenly darted out. These ordinary scenes suddenly became precious. At dinner, Zhang's father eagerly discussed the news about Zhuke Mountain Academy. I heard they're building 12 branches, one for each province. The Spring City branch is the largest because the ruins are here. Zhang's mother looked worried. So far away. Will our son be able to come home on weekends? Mom, I'm not going to prison. Jiang Yichen scooped rice on his plate. Besides, I'm a lieutenant now. Maybe I can even lead a few soldiers. Just you? Zhang's mother scoffed. Don't lead them astray. Suddenly, Zhang's father put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Son, what are your plans for this month? Jiang Yichen thought for a moment. Just continue going to school as a final commemoration. His parents exchanged glances and said nothing more. The next morning, Jiang Yichen arrived at school unusually early. He stood at the school gate, watching students enter in groups, suddenly feeling a strange sensation as if he were watching a movie about to end, and he was the only audience member. Excuse me. A cold voice came from behind him. Jiang Yichen turned around and almost bumped into a handsome face that was right in front of him. Yu Fuyao had somehow appeared behind him, his signature silver hair short, and he was actually wearing the Spring City No. 1 high school uniform. What the heck? Jiang Yichen jumped back in shock. You, how come? Transfer procedures. Yu Fuyao waved the documents in his hand, experiencing life. Jiang Yichen's mouth dropped open. Are you this free? Yu Fuyao ignored him and walked straight towards the teaching building. Under the sunlight, his profile was exquisitely sharp, and the blue and white uniform he wore gave off a strangely harmonious vibe. This is bad. Jiang Yichen muttered to himself. This is going to be a big deal. Sure enough, before the first class even started, Yu Fuyao's arrival caused a stir. He sat next to Jiang Yichen, instantly attracting the attention of all the girls in the class, and Jiang Yichen found himself bombarded with various gazes. Jiang Yichen, the class beauty stalked over, fuming. Who is this handsome guy? Your girlfriend? Yu Fuyao's face darkened instantly. Jiang Yichen quickly waved his hands. He's a guy, a pure man. Who are you trying to fool? The class beauty didn't believe it and reached out to touch Yu Fuyao's chest. Let me check. Swish. The Qingming sword was unsheathed, just 3 inches. Imanating ashidinyoha. The class beauty's hand froze in midair, her face turning pale. Touch again, and I'll chop your hand off, Yu Fuyao said coldly. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Yichen facepalmed. Dude, we're here to experience life, not to crack down on crime. All day long, Yu Fuyao sat there like an ice queen, scaring everyone away. Only Jiang Yichen occasionally poked him. Hey, do you know how to do this problem? Yu Fuyao glanced at him. A 2-variable linear equation. Even elementary school students can do it. Then you do it. When the school bell rang, Jiang Yichen stretched. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Special Investigation Bureau. But Yu Fuyao stood still. Walk with me. As the sun set, the two of them walked slowly along the moat. The river sparkled with golden waves, and the willow branches swayed gently in the breeze. Jiang Yichen kicked a small stone by the roadside and suddenly spoke. Yu Fuyao, why do you think people fight for others? Yu Fuyao turned to look at him. It's just, Jiang Yichen scratched his head. On the day of the oath, I actually felt an impulse to sacrifice for my country. How strange. I clearly hate this kind of hot-blooded plot. The river flowed quietly, reflecting their shadows. Look at those soldiers and police officers. The people they protect might never know their names in their lifetime. Jiang Yichen continued. When they die, they're just a number. How silly. Yu Fuyao suddenly stopped, his silver hair glowing warmly in the sunset. He reached out and pressed his hand on Jiang Yichen's shoulder, his voice soft as a sigh. Do what you want. Don't do what you don't want. You've always been that kind of person, haven't you? Jiang Yichen was taken aback. Moreover, Yu Fuyao's lips curled up slightly. Who says protecting others has to mean sacrificing? You can become strong enough to protect those you want to protect and still live well. That smile was too dazzling, leaving Jiang Yichen momentarily stunned. He hurriedly averted his gaze, silently repeating to himself 3 times, I'm a straight man. Let's go. He wrapped his arm around Yu Fuyao's shoulders, forcibly changing the subject. I'll treat you to some grilled skewers. The days that followed were ordinary, yet fulfilling. Jiang Yichen went to school during the day and replaced sleep with meditation at night. The spiritual energy stored in the devouring ancestral talisman was gradually absorbed by him, steadily improving his cultivation. One night, he sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness sinking into his dantian. The ghostly demonic tower floated quietly there, much more solid than before. The purple patterns on the tower flowed like living creatures, emitting a heart-pounding energy wave. It's time to add some more. With a thought, Jiang Yichen summoned the spiritual energy from the devouring ancestral talisman, which surged forth like a river, continuously pouring into the black tower. The tower trembled slightly, emitting a pleasant hum. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the space inside the tower seemed to slowly expand. Montian? Jiang Yichen's consciousness entered the tower, calling out. The skeletal general soon appeared, his armor shining even brighter than before, the purple soul fire in his eye sockets much more vigorous. What is your command, master? What level of recovery are you at now? About 30% of my power, Montian respectfully replied. If the master continues to nourish me with spiritual energy, I can return to my peak within 6 months. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but be astonished. With just 30% of his strength, he could have a back-and-forth match with Lu Yanxia. How terrifying would he be at his peak? Exiting his meditation, Jiang Yichen glanced at the clock. It was 3 in the morning. Outside, the spring city was immersed in slumber, with only a few scattered lights. He felt the surging spiritual power within him and nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he should reach D-level intermediate before school starts. He lay back down, staring blankly at the ceiling. In a month, his ordinary life would come to an end, and what awaited him would be a brand new challenge. But strangely, he did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt a hint of anticipation. To fight side by side, Jiang Yichen murmured, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. It didn't seem so bad. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silver line on the floor. In the distance, a few barks of dogs were heard, quickly returning to silence. On this ordinary yet tranquil night, the boy had an extraordinary dream. In his dream, he stood before countless people, with everything he needed to protect behind him. Chapter 38. E-Class Great Perfection in the Early Morning Light. The campus of Spring City No. 1 high school was still shrouded in mist. On the old locust tree at the school gate, a few sparrows chirped and hopped about, shaking off the dew that sparkled in the morning light. The duty student yawned as he pushed open the classroom door, and chalk dust slowly floated down in the sunlight, streaming through the glass window, resembling a miniature snow scene. Jiang Yichen rushed into the classroom just as the morning reading bell rang, his uniform jacket casually draped over his shoulders and his tie crookedly hanging around his neck. He hurriedly took 2 steps at a time to his seat, stuffed his backpack into the desk, and slumped into the chair. Almost late again. He panted, pulling out a still-steaming pancake roll from his pocket. Want a bite? Yu Fuyao sat beside him, his silver-white short hair neatly styled, and his blue and white uniform worn impeccably, with even the cuffs buttoned tightly. He frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the unevenly bitten pancake roll. No, thanks. TCH doesn't know how to enjoy. Jiang Yichen quickly finished his breakfast, satisfiedly licking the sauce from the corner of his mouth. Old Lee's class. Time to catch up on sleep first. Math teacher Li Jiangguo walked into the classroom with his lesson plan, and the chalk box thudded onto the podium, instantly quieting the class. Jiang Yichen skillfully propped up his textbook as a shield and began to doze off. Today, we're discussing trigonometric functions. Li's voice gradually faded into the background, and Jiang Yichen's consciousness began to blur. In his hazy state, he caught a whiff of osmanthus fragrance wafting in from the window, heard the rustling of classmates in the back row secretly opening snack wrappers, and the soft sound of Fuyo flipping through pages. These subtle sounds intertwined to create the most comforting white noise. Jiang Yichen, a piece of chalk accurately hit him on the forehead, pulling him back from the realm of dreams. Yes, he reflexively sprang up, almost toppling his chair. The whole class erupted in laughter. Li's goat beard bristled with anger. You tell me, how do you derive this formula? Jiang Yichen looked down at the open textbook, which was utterly clean, not even his name written on it. He then glanced at the blackboard, densely filled with formulas and diagrams that made him dizzy. He scratched his head and quietly elbowed Fuyo. Hey, which page? Fuyo kept his gaze straight ahead, his lips moving slightly. Page 38, second paragraph. Page 38. Second paragraph. Jiang Yichen replied loudly, full of confidence. Li adjusted his glasses, then recite the content. A few chuckles echoed from the back row. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, his brain racing. It's that, sine cosine one? A deathly silence lasted for 3 seconds, followed by an even louder burst of laughter from the class. Li's face turned as dark as a frying pan. This is the content from the first page. Jiang Yichen, come to my office after class. The bell for class ended just in time, rescuing Jiang Yichen from his predicament. He let out a long sigh, slumping in his chair and pretending to be dead. It's over, I'm gonna have to get my parents involved again. Fuyo closed his textbook and shot him a faint glance. You clearly could have done it. Jiang Yichen blinked, revealing a sly smile. You figured it out? He lowered his voice, but getting caught sleeping in class still needed to be pretended. That's called tactical weakness. Over the past month, Jiang Yichen seemed to have completely changed. He repressed all his spiritual energy fluctuations and lived like an ordinary high school student, sleeping in class every day, fooling around during breaks, cramming before exams, and even outsmarting the duty student to avoid cleaning duties. Want to play basketball during gym class? Wang Hao dashed over from the back row, throwing an arm around Jiang Yichen's neck. The guys from class 3 are saying they want to crush us again. Before Jiang Yichen could respond, Fuyo coldly interrupted. His ankle is injured. Huh? Wang Hao looked confused. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Jiang Yichen was also taken aback. Do I? Last Wednesday. Fuyo flipped through his textbook expressionlessly. You twisted it when you climbed over the wall to buy milk tea. Wang Hao's gaze shifted back and forth between the two, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile. Oh, I get it. You understand nothing. Jiang Yichen grabbed his textbook and smacked it on Wang Hao's head. Our pure des friendship is not something you can tarnish. In the sunlit corridor, students gathered in small groups. A few girls hid behind a pillar, secretly glancing at Fuyo in the classroom, whispering. Boys huddled together, discussing last night's basketball game. The duty student sluggishly wiped the blackboard, chalk dust glistening in the sunlight. Such an ordinary scene made Jiang Yichen somewhat entranced. He remembered the life-and-death struggles in the ruins a month ago, thought of the classmates who would never return, and recalled the surging blood in his chest during the oath. Yet now, he stood here, enjoying the most ordinary high school life. What are you looking at? Fuyo followed his gaze. Nothing. Jiang Yichen retracted his view, just felt. It looks pretty good. During lunch break, the classroom quieted down. Jiang Yichen rested his head on the desk, sunlight streaming through the window and warming his face. Fuyo sat beside him, his long fingers gently turning the pages of a book, occasionally stopping to jot down a few notes. Fuyo, Jiang Yichen suddenly spoke, his voice muffled in the crook of his arm. What do you think an ordinary person's life is like? Fuyo's fingers hesitated slightly, just like this. Yeah. Jiang Yichen lifted his head, squinting at the outside, classes, exams, dating, graduation work. Plain and simple, but also quite good. His voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. Fuyo turned to look at him, noticing a flicker of complex emotion in the boy's eyes. During gym class, Jiang Yichen still went to play basketball. He skillfully dribbled past opponents, executing a beautiful fake to shake off the defender, jumping up for a shot. Swish. The basketball arced perfectly, swishing through the net. Asom, Lao Ziang. Wang Hao rushed over, ready to give him a bear hug. Jiang Yichen nimbly dodged, raising an eyebrow in pride. Basic operation. Sit down. A scream erupted from the sidelines. A few girls, blushing, handed him mineral water, but their eyes kept darting toward Yufuyo. Thanks. Jiang Yichen accepted the water and promptly handed it to Yufuyo. Here, Ice Queen, have some water to cool down. Yufuyo shot him a cold glance, but still accepted the bottle. In the sunlight, his profile was strikingly exquisite, and his Adam's apple bobbed with each swallow, prompting another round of commotion from the girls. Such a pity. Jiang Yichen shook his head and sighed. Being good-looking is really an advantage. On the way home from school, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Jiang Yichen strolled leisurely, occasionally kicking a small stone by the roadside. Yufuyo followed, half a step behind, his silver hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. Tomorrow is the last day, Jiang Yichen suddenly said. Yufuyo replied lightly with an In this month, they attended school together, ate together, skipped classes together, though Yufuyo reported him every time, and stood in the corner together. It felt as if they were truly just two ordinary high school students. Yufuyo. Jiang Yichen stopped and turned to face him. Thank you for accompanying me in this nonsense for so long. Yufuyo frowned slightly. Why? Thank me. Because. Jiang Yichen scratched his head and suddenly smiled. Never mind, it's nothing. Just then, a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within him. The leaves around him danced in the wind, forming a small vortex centered on him. E-level perfection. Yufuyo's pupils constricted slightly. You surprised? Jiang Yichen blinked proudly. I've not wasted this past month. Although he had stopped cultivating his spiritual energy, his mindset had achieved an unprecedented enhancement. Those ordinary daily routines and simple life experiences had instead made him understand what he wanted to protect. The world is changing. Some people want to go to university, some want to date, and some just want to live a stable life. Jiang Yichen looked at the outline of the school in the distance and softly said, I hope these don't become regrets for everyone. Yufuyo listened quietly, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. So, Jiang Yichen stretched lazily. It's time to get to work. That night, Jiang Yichen received a WeChat message from Yufuyo. New ruins discovered in Chang'an. Want to go? The Special Investigation Bureau supports student participation. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, Yes, absolutely. I haven't spent the money I earned last time yet. Yufuyo. 10 minutes later, Lu Yinxia called. The application has been approved. Stay safe. Also, her voice carried a hint of amusement. The team leader this time is Deputy Director Gu Qinya. You two should hit it off well. Jiang Yichen was completely confused. Gu Qinya? You'll find out when you get there. Lu Yinxia chuckled, wishing you a good time. After hanging up, Jiang Yichen rubbed his hands in anticipation. New ruins, new treasures, new. He suddenly thought of something and quickly checked the Netherworld 10,000 ghost tower inside him. The spiritual energy nurturing during this time had made the tower's body more solid, and Meng Tian and the skeleton army inside had regained much of their strength. This time, they might really be able to make a big score. Jiang Yichen thought happily, completely unaware that he looked like a bandit preparing for a robbery. Outside the window, the moonlight poured in like water. Starting tomorrow, his ordinary high school life would come to an end. But Jiang Yichen did not feel regret, because he knew that some things must be done by someone, and he just happened to have that ability. Protecting the ordinary. The young man lay on his bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, sounding quite cool. Chapter 39 5-Star Ruins Survival Guide. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Jiang Yichen was sprawled out on his bed, a suspicious drool mark lingering at the corner of his mouth. The alarm clock on his phone had gone off for the third time, and in his grogginess, he reached out to touch it, only to slap the phone to the floor with a loud thud. Crap! This completely woke him up. Jiang Yichen sprang up like a carp, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He glanced at the phone screen on the floor, which displayed a dozen unread messages. The top one from Yufuyo. Are you awake? It was sent half an hour ago. Jiang Yichen hurriedly replied. Just woke up. Yufuyo responded instantly. Pig. Jiang Yichen. He ruffled his messy hair and shuffled into the bathroom. The boy in the mirror had 2 obvious dark circles under his eyes, looking like a malnourished panda. He was just staying up late to sort supplies. Jiang Yichen mumbled while brushing his teeth. Is it really necessary to call me a pig? Foam dripped down the corner of his mouth as he made a face at the mirror. This time, he was fully prepared for the Chang'an ruins. The previous experience of almost starving at Zhuke Mountain was still fresh in his memory, and this time, he was determined to be a refined ruins explorer. At the breakfast table, Zhang's mother served hot soy milk and fried dough sticks. Son, have you packed everything? Jiang Yichen mumbled with his mouth full of food. He certainly wouldn't tell his mom that he had moved half a supermarket's worth of supplies into the ghost tower yesterday. He also made a special trip to an outdoor supplies store, gathering tents, sleeping bags, and portable cooking equipment. Finally, he went to the pharmacy to stock up on commonly used medications. You kid, eat slowly. Jiang's mother looked helplessly at her son, who was wolfing down his food. No one is competing with you. Jiang's father put down his newspaper and adjusted his glasses. What time are we leaving? The afternoon train. Jiang Yichen gulped down a large mouthful of soy milk, joining Yu Fuyao. Jiang's mother's eyes brightened. Is that the silver-haired girl? Mom, she's a boy. Jiang Yichen almost choked on his soy milk. How could someone so pretty possibly be a boy? Jiang's mother muttered softly. In a private room at the Spring City International Hotel, the waitstaff stared in shock at this strange guest, a boy who looked like a high school student. Ordering 3 full tables of dishes but not eating a single bite, only taking pictures with his phone. Sir, would you like to pack it up? The head waiter asked cautiously. No. Jiang Yichen waved his hand. I'm just taking pictures to post on social media. Once the waitstaff left the private room, he immediately summoned the ghost tower. The black tower floated above the dining table, emitting a faint black light that absorbed all the dishes on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed base, Buddha jumps over the wall. Jiang Yichen happily counted. Now he could eat well in the ruins. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Lu Yinxia. Hello, teacher? Xiao Jiang. Lu Yinxia's lazy voice came from the other end. Are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal. Jiang Yichen's heart immediately alarmed. This deputy director always came to him for a reason, and it was never good news. I have to catch a train in the afternoon. Just at the CAF across from the school, 12 o'clock. Don't be late. Lu Yinxia didn't give him a chance to refuse and hung up. Jiang Yichen stared at his phone for 3 seconds and sighed. I'm going to be tricked again. At exactly 12 o'clock, Jiang Yichen pushed open the door to the CF and was immediately stunned by the sight before him. Lu Yinxia was wearing a wine-red qipao with her long, fair legs subtly visible at the slit. She leaned lazily against the armchair, gently waving a palm fan, the flame pattern on the fan glimmering in the sunlight. Teacher. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. What's this? What's wrong? Can't a teacher dress up a bit? Lu Yinxia smiled slightly. Sit. Jiang Yichen sat down cautiously, feeling cold sweat begin to form on his back. This deputy director was acting too unusually today. It was definitely a trap. The waiter brought 2 cups of coffee, and Lu Yinxia elegantly stirred hers with a small spoon. How's the preparation for the ruins going? It's going well. Jiang Yichen replied cautiously. Don't be nervous. Lu Yinxia chuckled lightly. Today is just a simple meal to reward you for discovering the spy and reporting in time last time. Jiang Yichen relaxed a little. It's nothing, really. I heard you have a good relationship with Yu Fuyao. Lu Yinxia suddenly changed the topic. Well, it's okay. Jiang Yichen's nerves tightened again. For the next half hour, Lu Yinxia seemed to chat casually, but each sentence was filled with hidden meanings. From experiences in the ruins to daily life, from training progress to future plans, the topics switched faster than a spinning top. Jiang Yichen remained on high alert, fearing he might inadvertently reveal the existence of the ghost tower. Time is almost up. Lu Yinxia glanced at her wristwatch. Shall I take you to the station? No. Jiang Yichen hurriedly waved his hand. Yu Fuyao is waiting for me. As they walked out of the CAF, Lu Yinxia suddenly leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant. Be careful of Gu Qinya. She loves boys like you. Jiang Yichen. He ran away without looking back, while behind him, Lu Yinxia's laughter rang like silver bells. The Spring City train station was bustling with people. Jiang Yichen dragged his suitcase through the crowd and soon spotted the striking silver-haired figure. Yu Fuyao was dressed in casual wear today, a white t-shirt paired with light jeans. Looking much softer than usual. Had he been waiting long? Jiang Yichen ran over, panting. Yu Fuyao glanced at him indifferently. 32 minutes. Lu teacher treated me to a meal, so I was delayed a bit. Jiang Yichen scratched his head. Let us go, it's time to check in. Their train tickets were for a sleeper car, and it would take over 10 hours to reach Chang'an. Jiang Yichen stuffed his luggage under the bed and plopped down on the small chair by the window. This time, we're not in a hurry. If we find any interesting places on the way, we'll stop and explore. Yu Fuyao nodded, pulling out a book from her backpack to read. The train slowly started, and the scenery outside began to retreat. Jiang Yichen was bored and fiddled with his phone, suddenly noticing a few peers in the opposite berth, openly sizing him and Yu Fuyao up. Hey, switch spots. A boy with dyed, yellow hair walked over, looking down at Jiang Yichen. My girlfriend, and I want to sit here. Jiang Yichen looked up at the guy who was half a head taller than him, then glanced at the heavily made-up girl behind him, suddenly breaking into a bright smile. Sure. He slowly stood up, pretending to pack his things. but accidentally knocked over his cup, spilling water all over the yellow-haired boy's shoes. Damn it! Are you blind? The yellow-haired boy exploded in anger. Oops, sorry. Jiang Yichen exaggeratedly apologized, flustered as he pulled out napkins, only to accidentally dump an entire bag of chips on the boy's pants. The yellow-haired boy's face turned a deep shade of green. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Qianyuan class. The train car immediately fell silent, and the surrounding passengers cast odd glances. The name of the Qianyuan class still held considerable weight among ordinary people. Jiang Yichen blinked, pulling out his officer's badge from his pocket and leisurely opening it. What a coincidence. I'm from the Special Investigation Bureau. The yellow-haired boy's face instantly turned from green to white, then from white to red, a spectacle like a palette of colors. He stammered an apology and dragged his girlfriend back to their berth, looking utterly defeated. Yu Fuyao kept her head down the entire time, only slightly raising the corners of her mouth. Childish. This is called punishing evil and promoting good. Jiang Yichen proudly put away his credentials and leaned over to see what book Yu Fuyao was reading. Illustrated Guide to Relic Creatures? Studying hard? Yu Fuyao shifted the book towards him. Species that may appear in the Chang'an ruins. I'm just getting a head start. Jiang Yichen looked at the bizarre illustrations of creatures in the book and suddenly felt that the potato chips in his mouth weren't so tasty anymore. These things. We shouldn't encounter them all, right? Hard to say. Yu Fuyao turned to the next page and pointed at a monster that looked like a giant spider. This burrow weaver loves to wrap its prey in cocoons and hang them from the cave ceiling to dry. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that the five-star hotel dishes he had prepared might not be useful after all. The train continued to move forward. The scenery outside the window changed from city to fields, and then from fields to mountains. As the sun set, golden rays of light spilled into the carriage, casting a warm halo over Yu Fuyao's silver hair. Jiang Yichen stared out the window in a daze, his thoughts drifting away. What would they encounter on this relic journey? Who is that mysterious deputy director, Gu Qianya? Most importantly, he touched his chest, where the mark of the underworld 10,000 Ghost Tower was located. Could he keep this secret? Yu Fuyao suddenly closed the book. Shall we go eat? Let us go. Jiang Yichen instantly threw his worries aside. I'll treat. The two walked towards the dining car, their silhouettes elongated in the sunset. The train whistled as it passed through a tunnel, heading towards the unknown distance. Chapter 40. Mask of the Celestial Shadow. Of all things, the train passed through a golden wheat field. The afterglow of the setting sun streaming through the window and casting a warm orange-red hue throughout the carriage. Jiang Yichen leaned against the window in the sleeper car, staring blankly at the scenery rushing past outside. In the distance, the mountains undulated in the dusk, resembling a sleeping dragon, while the occasional village with curling smoke created a scene of peaceful tranquility. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Yu Fuyao's cool voice pulled Jiang Yichen back to reality. He turned his head and saw her holding a thick compendium of relic creatures, her silvery hair cascading onto the pages, shimmering softly with golden light in the sunset. Her long fingers gently turned a page, the neatly trimmed nails reflecting a healthy pink sheen under the light. Suddenly feeling playful, Jiang Yichen lowered his voice mysteriously. Let me show you something good. Without lifting her head, Yu Fuyao replied, if it's a cockroach or a frog, I'll throw you out the window. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Yichen feigned a hurt expression but secretly reached into the inner pocket of his coat, pulling out a delicate lacquered food box like a magician. The box was adorned with exquisite cherry blossom patterns, with tiny mother-of-pearl inlays at the corners, sparkling with a pearly luster in the sunlight. Tajda. He exaggeratedly opened the lid, revealing 6 beautifully shaped wagashi neatly arranged inside. The pink cherry blossom-shaped sweets were sprinkled with gold leaf. The light green matcha-flavored ones were shaped like bamboo leaves, and the golden chestnut-filled sweets were molded into small chestnut shapes, each piece so exquisite that one hesitated to eat them. I just got them from the dining car, Jiang Yichen said proudly, winking. I heard they're a limited edition from a century-old shop in Kyoto, only 20 boxes sold per day. Finally, Yu Fuyao looked up, her glass-like eyes widening slightly. Did you steal them? This is called strategic supply transfer. Jiang Yichen corrected her with righteousness, pinching a piece of the pink cherry blossom wagashi and unceremoniously stuffing it into Yu Fuyao's slightly open mouth. Try it. I heard they use real cherry blossom honey. The moment the wagashi melted in her mouth, Yu Fuyao's eyes instinctively squinted. The outer layer was soft and delicate, the filling sweet but not cloying, with a faint cherry blossom fragrance, indeed a quality not found in ordinary shops. The sunlight filtered through her silver eyelashes, casting tiny shadows on her cheeks. and the slight upward curve of her lips appeared particularly gentle in the sunset. Jiang Yichen watched a bit entranced, almost dropping the food box in his hand. "Now pay up." Yu Fuyao swallowed the sweet and said coldly, but the slight pink filling on her lips lacked any intimidation. "TCH, stingy." Jiang Yichen snapped back to reality and, like a conjurer, pulled out a steaming paper box from the side pocket of his backpack. "How about this? Freshly made takoyaki." The golden balls were perfectly grilled, topped with flying bonito flakes, quivering slightly with the steam. The rich aroma of sauce mixed with the freshness of seafood instantly filled the entire carriage. Yu Fuyao's nostrils flared slightly, and she finally succumbed to temptation, accepting a bamboo skewer to poke one. The hot takoyaki burst in her mouth, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with plump pieces of octopus bouncing between her teeth and the delicious juice exploding in her mouth, prompting her to poke a second one unconsciously. Thus, along the way, Jiang Yichen seemed to have set up a mobile food stall, occasionally pulling out surprising treats from various unbelievable places, candied hawthorns hidden in his sleeves, bright red hawthorn wrapped in crystalline sugar, roasted sweet potatoes wrapped in foil from the inner compartment of his backpack, golden and oozing honey when broken, and even a few imported chocolates pulled from his shoe, which Yu Fuyao firmly refused, adding a disdainful eye roll. "Are you going on an adventure or a picnic?" Yu Fuyao finally couldn't help but ask as Jiang Yichen produced a box of stinky tofu from nowhere. The dark blocks of tofu, soaked in red oil, sprinkled with cilantro and chili, emitted an enticing aroma. "This is called being prepared." Jiang Yichen confidently picked up a piece, savoring it with delight despite Yu Fuyao's disapproving gaze. "Didn't I almost starve to death at the Zhuke mountain ruins last time? I lived on compressed biscuits for 2 whole days. I lost 3 pounds. Yu Fuyao shook her head helplessly, but as Jiang Yichen turned to admire the scenery, she secretly slipped a piece of osmanthus cake into her pocket. The cake was shaped like an exquisite lotus flower, exuding a faint osmanthus fragrance, which was her favorite. "Attention, passengers, we have arrived at Luoyang Station." As the announcement sounded, the train slowly pulled into the platform. The two exited the station with the crowd, greeted by the heavy historical atmosphere of the ancient capital. The city of Luoyang, under the setting sun, was ancient and tranquil, with ancient buildings harmoniously coexisting alongside modern skyscrapers. In the distance, the outline of Longmen Mountain could be vaguely seen, appearing particularly majestic in the twilight. "Shall we drop off our luggage at the hotel first, then go to the Longmen Grottos?" Jiang Yichen suggested, his eyes fixated on a street vendor selling a type of soup, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Yu Fuyao nodded, her silver hair shimmering in the sunset, attracting many passers-by to glance back. A few young girls even discreetly took out their phones to take pictures, whispering about how beautiful the silver-haired girl was. The Reserve Hotel was near the scenic area, transformed from a traditional Sihiyuan courtyard house. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden door, they found a modern-day core inside, perfectly blending ancient and contemporary styles. Jiang Yichen tossed his backpack onto the bed and immediately dove onto the soft mattress, comfortably rolling around. "Hurry up! If you keep dawdling, it will be dark soon." Yu Fuyao urged from the doorway, already changed into casual clothes, a white t-shirt paired with light-colored jeans, appearing much softer than when she wore her uniform. The grandeur of the Longmen Grottos exceeded Jiang Yichen's imagination. Along the cliffs on both sides of the Yi River, countless Buddha niches of various sizes were densely distributed. The largest, the Lushina Buddha, stood at 17 meters tall, its face solemn and compassionate, still vividly lifelike after enduring 1,000 years of wind and rain. Jiang Yichen stood in front of the Buddha, looking up at its calm and peaceful visage, suddenly feeling a strange resonance. "Do you think these Buddha statues possess faith power?" Jiang Yichen asked inexplicably, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the mark of the ghost tower on his chest. Yu Fuyao looked at him in surprise. "How did you think of that?" "Just thought of it suddenly." Jiang Yichen scratched his head, feeling inexplicably puzzled. "Look, so many people come to worship. The accumulated faith power over 1,000 years should be considerable, right?" The afterglow of the sunset bathed the Buddha statues, coating the solemn faces with a layer of golden light. In a daze, Jiang Yichen seemed to see the eyes of the statue slightly blink, but when he focused again, it returned to the stillness of stone sculpture. After visiting the grottos, the two indulged in the nearby snack street. Jiang Yichen held a bowl of non-flipping soup in his left hand, the thick white broth floating with golden egg flowers and vibrant green cilantro. In his right hand, He held freshly fried pot stickers, their bottoms perfectly golden and crispy. And with half a piece of peony cake stuffed in his mouth, the flaky pastry layers were distinct, and the filling was sweet without being cloying. This is delicious, he mumbled, recommending it with his mouth full, offering the half-eaten pot sticker to Yu Fuyao. You should try it too. Yu Fuyao took a step back in disdain. Mind your image. Can image be eaten? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes and was about to say something else when he suddenly overheard the conversation between two vendors nearby. I heard there's that market at the old place tonight. A middle-aged man wearing a straw hat said in a low voice. Sure, lower your voice. Another man with a bushy beard nervously looked around. But I heard there are good goods this time, even stuff used by awakeners. Jiang Yichen's ears perked up immediately. He quickly finished the food in his hands and excitedly tugged at Yu Fuyao's sleeve. Did you hear that? The black market. The awakener's black market. Yu Fuyao frowned, her silver hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. This ostentatious black market must be fake. But what if it's real? Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, like a fox that had discovered prey. Perhaps he could find a treasure. I made a fortune at Zhuke Mountain last time. Ultimately, under Jiang Yichen's persistent persuasion, Yu Fuyao reluctantly agreed to take a look. The two returned to the hotel for a short rest, and when night fell completely, they headed to the address they had gathered. The black market was quite hidden, located in an abandoned quarry at the foot of Longmen Mountain. After passing through several dim alleys and turning a few inconspicuous forks, they finally arrived at an open space surrounded by barbed wire. A few muscular men guarded the entrance and immediately became alert upon seeing unfamiliar faces. What do you want? The lead bald man asked gruffly, his muscular arms tattooed with a fierce tiger head design. Jiang Yichen's eyes darted, and he mysteriously lowered his voice. I heard you can buy special items here? The big man sized him up and suddenly grinned, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth. A student dares to come to a place like this? Fine. The entrance fee is 500 each. After paying, the two were let in. Passing through a simple iron gate, Jiang Yichen was greatly disappointed by the scene before him. The so-called black market was merely a bumpy open space with dozens of disorganized stalls, each vendor having shifty eyes, selling a hodgepodge of goods. Look, this sword is said to have been used by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, a pockmarked vendor enthusiastically promoted, holding up a rusty iron sword. Only 80,000. Jiang Yichen took the sword, swung it casually, and with a snap, the blade broke into two pieces, revealing a rough cast iron cross-section. Ah! The vendor awkwardly rubbed his hands. It might be too old. The subsequent scenes could be called a counterfeiting exhibition, a so-called invisibility tissue, just ordinary tissue soaked in a bit of fluorescent agent, glowing in the dark. A whistle that claims to summon a divine dragon. The sound it made was like flatulence, with a distinct garlic smell. Gloves touted to grant immense strength, but after wearing them, one couldn't even unscrew a bottle cap, and instead, they pinched the hands painfully. Yu Fuyao maintained a cold face throughout, but the slightly twitching corners of her mouth betrayed her urge to laugh. Halfway through, a wrinkled old woman mysteriously grabbed Jiang Yichen, pulling out a dirty cloth bag from her bosom. Young man, seeing your unique bone structure, I'll sell you this Real Divine Palm Manual at a discount. Jiang Yichen opened it to find it was a photocopy of a Shaolin Temple Introductory Fist Technique Illustrated, a pirated book priced at 20 yuan. I told you it was fake. Before leaving, Yu Fuyao finally couldn't help but comment, her silver hair shimmering with a cool luster under the moonlight. How could there be genuine goods in a place like this? Jiang Yichen kicked a stone dejectedly. What a waste of 1,000 yuan entrance fee. Just then, he caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous stall in the corner. The vendor was a scruffy old man with a tangled white beard, dozing against the wall, with a hodgepodge of scrap metal piled on a tattered cloth in front of him. However, one grayish mask inexplicably caught Jiang Yichen's attention. The mask looked ancient, its surface covered in cracks, as if it would fall apart at any moment, yet it faintly shimmered with a strange luster under the moonlight. Jiang Yichen's instincts told him this item was special. Boss, how much for this? He casually picked up a nearby copper bell, shaking it deliberately to produce a harsh sound. The old man was startled awake, rubbing his bleary eyes, instantly becoming alert. Young man, you have a good eye? This is an antique from the Shang dynasty. The soul-calling bell used by xianxia. Shake it to summon wandering souls within 10 miles. Jiang Yichen. After a fierce round of haggling, mainly Jiang Yichen exposing the old man's various outrageous lies, he finally bought 3 crudely made copper pendants for 200 yuan, and shamelessly got the old man to throw in the broken mask. What do you want with this junk? On the way back to the hotel, Yu Fuyao asked in confusion, the moonlight casting a silver edge on her hair. Jiang Yichen smiled mysteriously, carefully stuffing the mask into his backpack, just a hunch. As soon as they returned to the hotel room, Jiang Yichen couldn't wait to lock the door, draw the curtains, and sit cross-legged on the bed to study the mask. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, the mask looked even more worn, the surface's cracks resembling a spiderweb. But faintly visible were some strange patterns, like ancient runes. He first gently stroked the surface of the mask with his finger. It felt cool like fine jade. Then he tried dripping a drop of blood on it, but the blood slid down the cracks, showing no reaction. Next, he channeled his internal spiritual energy and slowly infused it into the mask, yet remained unchanged. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Jiang Yichen muttered dejectedly, casually pressing the mask to his face. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. Dazzling light burst forth from every crack in the mask, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Countless golden runes emerged from the surface of the mask, swirling and dancing in the air. Jiang Yichen felt a massive stream of information flooding into his mind like a tide. The mask of the celestial shadow can absorb the power of faith and merge with the essence of all things. This information contained the mask's origins, functions, and usage methods, complex and profound. Jiang Yichen was shocked as he absorbed this knowledge, and suddenly an idea struck him. He imagined himself transforming into the great sage equal to heaven. In a flash of golden light, his clothes transformed into a majestic golden armor, a phoenix wing purple gold crown atop his head, lotus silk cloud shoes on his feet, and a golden staff shining brightly in his hand. More remarkably, he felt an infinite power surging within him, as if he truly possessed the abilities of Sun Wukong. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Yichen excitedly performed 3 flips in the room, accidentally knocking the golden staff against the bedside table, which shattered with a loud bang. This was a huge profit. Immediately, there was a knock on the door from outside. Jiang Yichen, are you demolishing the room? Jiang Yichen hurriedly canceled his transformation, flustered as he hid the mask into the Tower of the 10,000 Ghosts, then went to open the door. It's nothing, just, practicing a new skill. Yu Fuyao suspiciously scanned the messy room and suddenly reached out to pinch Jiang Yichen's face. You seem a bit different. Where? Jiang Yichen took 2 steps back nervously, feeling Yu Fuyao's fingers were cool and soft. It must be the lighting. Yu Fuyao stared at him for a long time, finally snorting coldly and turning to leave. Jiang Yichen let out a long breath and, after closing the door, couldn't help but summon the mask and give it a kiss. This relic expedition just got more interesting, he thought happily, completely oblivious to the shadow that flashed by outside the window. Chapter 41. Night talk at Lishan. The morning in Luoyang carried a hint of coolness. Jiang Yichen stretched lazily, pushed open the window, and took a deep breath of fresh air. In the distance, the outline of Longmen Mountain appeared faintly in the morning mist, and the streets were already bustling with vendors pushing carts to sell breakfast. Fuyao, get up. He knocked on the door next door. If you don't get up, I'm going to finish your bowl of spicy soup. A muffled roll came from inside, followed by the sound of rustling clothing. Jiang Yichen grinned and turned to go downstairs to buy breakfast. Half an hour later, the two sat in the hotel lobby. Jiang Yichen held a steaming bowl of spicy soup, slurping it down, while Yu Fuyao elegantly sipped soy milk, occasionally casting a disdainful glance at him. Are we going to Chang'an today? Jiang Yichen asked. Yu Fuyao replied lightly. No rush. The ruins won't open for another 3 days. Then let's take our time. We can have some fun along the way. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. I heard the meat sandwich in Chang'an is a must-try, along with lamb soup and gourd chicken. Yu Fuyao, are you going for an adventure or for food? Jiang Yichen defended himself. Food is the priority for the people. On the train, Jiang Yichen and Yu Fuyao sat by the window, with the rolling Qinling Mountains outside, the lush forest glistening green in the sunlight. Hey, do you guys see those two? Aren't they a couple? A whisper came from the seat next to them. Jiang Yichen's ears perked up. He turned to see 4 young girls secretly observing them. One girl with a ponytail blushed when she caught him looking and quickly pretended to play with her phone. Jiang Yichen grinned. We're not a couple. We're brothers. Huh? The girls were taken aback. Then their eyes lingered on Yu Fuyao's exquisitely beautiful face for a few seconds before looking at Jiang Yichen, their expressions clearly showing disbelief. Yu Fuyao shot them a cold glance, and the girls immediately fell silent. But soon, they couldn't help but lean in to talk again. Are you going to Chang'an for tourism? The ponytail girl asked, mustering her courage. Sort of, Jiang Yichen replied with a smile. Also handling some business. Then, do you want to hang out together? Suggested another girl with short hair. We're also going for tourism. We can team up. Before Jiang Yichen could respond, Yu Fuyao said indifferently, not convenient. The girls suddenly felt awkward, and Jiang Yichen quickly smoothed things over. Don't mind him. That's just his personality. He's actually a nice guy. For the rest of the journey, the girls chatted enthusiastically with Jiang Yichen, discussing Chang'an's food, scenic spots, recent movies, and variety shows. Jiang Yichen's playful nature had them laughing uncontrollably, while Yu Fuyao kept a cold expression, staring out the window, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest at a faster pace than usual. Let's add each other on WeChat. Before getting off the train, the ponytail girl blushed and took out her phone. We can hang out together next time in Chang'an. Jiang Yichen readily scanned her code, and just as he added her as a friend, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Yu Fuyao staring at him, his gaze cold enough to freeze someone. Jiang Yichen felt inexplicably guilty. It's just making friends. Yu Fuyao snorted coldly and turned to leave. The evening in Chang'an was bustling, with crowds filling the streets and the aromas of various snacks wafting through the air. Jiang Yichen held a meat sandwich in one hand and a lamb skewer in the other, eating with grease dripping from his mouth. Yu Fuyao followed behind him, holding a cup of chilled sour plum soup, her expression still indifferent, though her gaze had softened somewhat. Shall we head to the ruins tomorrow? Jiang Yichen asked. Yu Fuyao nodded. First, we need to find a place to stay tonight. The two found a guest house close to Lishan and, after a brief rest, set off early the next morning for the ruins. At the northern foot of Lishan, the area near the unopened section of the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum was already cordoned off by the military. Armed soldiers patrolled outside the perimeter, and drones hovered above for surveillance. Nearby villagers had been temporarily evacuated, leaving only a few special bureau staff and disciples from various prominent families who had come for training. Stop. Military restricted area, no entry. A soldier blocked their path. Yu Fuyao calmly took out her officer's ID and introduction letter. After the soldier checked, he immediately saluted and let them pass. The camp was filled with tents, and in the central area stood a massive bronze door, about 30 meters high, intricately carved with reliefs of mythical beasts from the Shanhai Jing, appearing lifelike. A faint golden glow seeped through the gap in the door, radiating an unsettling energy wave. This is the entrance to the ruins? Jiang Yichen looked up at the bronze door, marveling. If this were sold, how much would it be worth? Yu Fuyao. They were assigned to a temporary tent. Just as they set down their luggage, they heard a commotion outside. Fuyoye. A clear, youthful voice rang out, followed by the tent flap being lifted as three young people entered. The leader was a boy about 18 or 19. Wearing a well-fitted black combat uniform with a short sword at his waist, his smile bright. Behind him were a sturdy boy and a petite girl, both with sharp gazes. Clearly not ordinary people. Yu Fuyao's expression darkened instantly. Lu Ming, what did you just call me? The boy named Lu Ming stiffened and quickly corrected himself. Fuyao, guh. Just a slip of the tongue. Jiang Yichen blinked, feeling something was off but didn't think much of it. Cheerfully greeting, hello, I'm Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You're the one who single-handedly faced the skeleton army in the Zhuke mountain ruins? Sort of. Jiang Yichen scratched his head. You're my idol. Lu Ming excitedly shook his hand. I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect to run into you here. The other two also showed admiration and introduced themselves. The burly one was named Zhou Yin, and the girl was Lin Xiaoyu, both disciples from prominent families in the capital. Here for training in the ruins. The group chatted excitedly, and Jiang Yichen's playful nature quickly had them laughing heartily. Lu Ming even patted his chest, saying, Jiang, if you come to the capital in the future, I've got your back. Yu Fuyao stood aside, watching Jiang Yichen blend in with them. A slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, but she quickly returned to her cold demeanor. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, she whispered to Jiang Yichen, these families have considerable influence in the capital. You might consider getting to know them. Jiang Yichen blinked. What about you? How's your family? Yu Fuyao paused for a moment before softly saying, if you want, you can join my family. Jiang Yichen laughed. Forget it. I'm using my freedom and can't stand those rules. Yu Fuyao nodded, as if she had anticipated his answer, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. That's true. If you agreed, you wouldn't TBU. As night fell, a bonfire was lit in the camp. Jiang Yichen sat cross-legged in the tent, closing his eyes to adjust his breathing, the spiritual energy within him flowing slowly, pushing against the D-level bottleneck. The Yuming Wang Gita floated in his dantian, continuously providing pure energy. Almost there, he murmured to himself. Just one more day, and I should be able to break through. Outside the tent, the moonlight spilled over the bronze giant door, the carved mythical beasts seemingly coming alive. appearing faintly in the night. In the distance, a slender figure stood in the shadows, crimson eyes watching Jiang Yichen's tent, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of their mouth. I found you. Chapter 42. Before the abyss, the camp, before dawn, was shrouded in tranquility, with only the occasional chirping of insects and the distant footsteps of patrolling soldiers breaking the silence. Jiang Yichen sat cross-legged in the tent, surrounded by faint waves of spiritual energy, as the energy within him surged like a tide, ultimately breaking through the shackles at a certain moment. D-grade lower tier. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through his pupils, before returning to normal. Clenching his fist, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him was several times denser than before, and the underworld ghost tower was slowly rotating in his dantian, emitting a dim glow. Finally, he had some self-defense ability. Jiang Yichen stretched lazily, lifted the tent flap, and stepped outside. The camp was gradually waking up, with smoke rising from cooking fires and the aroma of rice porridge and pickles wafting through the air. Yu Fuyao was sitting by the campfire, holding a bowl of hot porridge, his silver hair shimmering softly in the morning light. Breakthrough? He asked without looking up. Of course. Jiang Yichen leaned over proudly, plopping down next to him. D-grade lower tier, how about that? Impressive, right? Yu Fuyao replied with a nonchalant the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards, barely passing. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, about to retort when Lu Ming and the others approached with breakfast in hand. Brother Jiang, I heard you broke through? Lu Ming asked excitedly. D-grade? Low profile, low profile. Jiang Yichen waved his hand, but the pride on his face was evident. Just a little stronger than you guys. Zhou Yin and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Although they came from prestigious families, their abilities still hovered around E-grade, a considerable distance from D-grade. New news about the ruins has come in, Lin Xiaoyu said in a lowered voice. The bronze door is expected to open within 36 hours. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. So soon? Yes. The Special Investigation Bureau's detection instruments showed that the energy fluctuations are becoming more intense. Lu Ming nodded. It should be by tomorrow noon at the latest. The group chatted while eating, and Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to inquire about Gu Qinya. Deputy Director Gu? Lu Ming's expression changed instantly. He looked around to confirm no one was paying attention, then whispered, Brother Jiang, you'd better stay away from her. Why? Jiang Yichen became interested. She. Lu Ming swallowed hard, lowering his voice even further. I heard she once turned someone who offended her into a puppet and kept in her office, changing its clothes and combing its hair daily. Jiang Yichen. Some even say she likes to collect young and handsome male cultivators, slowly eroding their will with poison until they become puppets that only follow her orders. Lin Xiaoyu added, her face pale. Jiang Yichen felt a chill down his spine and instinctively touched his face. Am I in more danger because I'm so handsome? Yu Fuyao snorted coldly. Narcissistic. This is called self-awareness. Jiang Yichen retorted, but in his heart, he began to plan how to avoid that dangerous deputy director. Late at night, the camp gradually quieted down, with only the campfire crackling. Jiang Yichen tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so he got up to get some fresh air. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the bronze giant door, and the reliefs of strange beasts looked even more ferocious in the night. Jiang Yichen looked up and suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if being watched. Good evening, handsome, a sweet voice rang in his ear. Jiang Yichen froze, slowly turning around. In the moonlight, a woman in a black cheongsam was smiling at him. She looked to be in her late 20s, with skin so pale it was almost transparent, her crimson lips slightly upturned, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, adding a touch of seduction. The most chilling thing was that her pupils were an eerie purple, glowing faintly in the darkness. Gu. Deputy Director Gu? Jiang Yichen chuckled nervously, discreetly taking a step back. Oh, you know me? Gu Qinya covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her voice sickeningly sweet. Did Lu Yinxia mention me to you? I've heard a bit, just a bit. Jiang Yichen's forehead broke out in a sweat, ready to make a run for it at any moment. Gu Qinya stepped forward, almost pressing against him, her icy fingers gently stroking his cheek. I heard you performed well on Zhuke Mountain. I love young people with potential like you. Jiang Yichen's hair stood on end. You're too kind, Deputy Director. I'm just a rookie. Really? Gu Qinya narrowed her eyes, suddenly leaning close to sniff his neck. Your scent is very interesting. Jiang Yichen. If I get the chance, I really want to taste your flavor. She licked her lips, her tone disturbingly gentle. Jiang Yichen could no longer hold back, taking a step back to create distance. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. With that, he turned and ran, his speed rivaling that of the body flicker technique for Naruto. Behind him came Gu Qinya's tinkling laughter, particularly eerie in the night. The next day at noon, the energy fluctuations before the bronze door reached their peak. Staff from a special investigation bureau were busy making final preparations, and the young members of various families had gathered, waiting to enter the ruins. Jiang Yichen, Yu Fuyao, and Lu Ming stood in line, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Remember, ensure your own safety first before considering anything else once we enter, Jiang Yichen reminded in a low voice. The most dangerous things in the ruins weren't just monsters, but also people. Lu Ming and the others nodded seriously. I'll go scout ahead, Jiang Yichen said, stepping toward the entrance. Lu Ming grabbed him. Wait. Didn't we agree to go in together? Relax, relax, Jiang Yichen waved his hand. I'm tough enough, even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take me. With that, he waved goodbye to everyone and turned to step into the darkness. Yu Fuyao watched his figure disappear into the shadows, his grip on his sword unconsciously tightening. Let us go too. Zhou Yan took a deep breath. Since we're here, there's no reason to back down. Lu Ming suddenly smiled. To be honest, this is my first time making my own decision. Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously, what do you mean? In my family. Everything I do or don't do has already been arranged by the elders. Lu Ming looked at the bronze door with determination in his eyes. This time coming to the ruins is the first time I've defied my family's orders. Zhou Yan nodded. Me too. My family originally arranged for me to report back, but I refused. Lin Xiaoyu bit her red lip. I was brought here by my family, but this is the first time I'm doing it for myself, not for the family. The three exchanged smiles, their eyes shining with the same light, a desire to prove themselves. Yu Fuyao stood silently beside them, listening to their conversation. He suddenly recalled what Jiang Yichen had said before. Freedom is the right to refuse. Let us go, Yu Fuyao took the lead. Don't keep that merchant waiting too long. The four stepped through the bronze door one after another, disappearing into the profound darkness. Outside, Gu Qinya stood above, her golden-rimmed glasses reflecting a strange light. She watched the bronze door gradually close, a dangerous smile forming at the corners of her mouth. The game has begun. Chapter 43. The Lone Journey in the Tomb Mountain. The moment Jiang Yichen stepped into the giant bronze door, he felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. The wind howled in his ears, and his body felt as though it was being torn by some force, causing his internal organs to churn. This experience of spatial teleportation was far from pleasant, akin to being shoved into a washing machine and spun around for dozens of cycles, or like realizing the safety belt on a roller coaster had come loose. Damn it, here we go again. He instinctively tried to grab onto something, but found only emptiness. This sensation of weightlessness lasted for about 3 seconds, until his feet suddenly touched solid ground. Due to inertia, he stumbled forward, instinctively bracing himself with his hands to avoid a face-first fall. Can't teleport a bit more gently? Jiang Yichen rubbed his dizzy head, cursing as he stood up. He felt his stomach rolling and a sour taste in his throat, nearly vomiting up his breakfast. After a while, the golden stars in front of his eyes gradually faded, allowing him to finally take in his surroundings. Before him was a completely unfamiliar forest. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, so thick that it would take 3 or 4 people to embrace one. These giant trees, which had grown for who knows how many years, intertwined their branches and leaves overhead, weaving a dense green canopy that let only dappled light through. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching underfoot like stepping on a natural carpet. The air was filled with the damp smell of earth, mixed with a hint of decay, reminiscent of a long unopened basement or pickled vegetables left too long. In the distance, the sound of a stream could be faintly heard, but the surroundings were eerily quiet. Logically, such a primitive forest should be filled with the sounds of insects and birds, yet apart from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was no sign of life to be heard. This unusual silence sent chills down his spine, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. Yufuyo? Lu Ming? Jiang Yichen tentatively called out a couple of times, his voice echoing in the dense woods, sounding particularly jarring. The only response was the rustling of leaves in the wind, causing him to furrow his brow. Another random teleportation. He sighed, then excitedly rubbed his hands together. But at least he didn't encounter any skeleton soldiers right off the bat. Looks like luck is on my side. To confirm the safety of his surroundings, he closed his eyes and summoned his mental energy. Ever since breaking through to D rank, his perception range had expanded significantly. At this moment, his mental power rippled outward, meticulously scanning every corner within 100 meters. The feedback from his perception slightly reassured him, besides a few squirrels hiding in tree hollows. There were no signs of any living creatures. Those squirrels seemed to be in a state of extreme tension, curled up deep inside their hollows, trembling. Safe. Jiang Yichen grinned, pulling out a chilled bottle of cola from the ghostly phantom tower. The bottle was still covered in fine droplets of water, glistening enticingly in the dim forest. He eagerly twisted off the cap and gulped down a few swigs, the unique fizz of the carbonated drink rushing down his throat to his stomach, prompting a loud belch of satisfaction. Burp. With a flick of his wrist, he returned the empty bottle to the tower, as a well-mannered modern youth. He couldn't neglect his environmental consciousness, and began to contemplate his next course of action, looking up at the sky obscured by the tree canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled light spots, barely indicating that it was midday. Let us scout the way. He chose a relatively open direction to advance. Each step was taken cautiously, afraid of stepping on something he shouldn't. The leaves underfoot crunched loudly, echoing clearly in the silent forest, as if alerting potential enemies. After about half an hour of walking, the trees gradually thinned out. A ray of sunlight suddenly pierced through the canopy, shining directly on his face, making him squint. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, a vast valley appeared before him. The valley was bowl-shaped, surrounded by gentle slopes, with several broken stone statues standing in the center. These statues were much taller than a real person, standing over 3 meters high, arranged in a strange formation. Judging by their shapes, they resembled ancient soldiers. But the details were somewhat different. Their helmets were more ornate, their armor engraved with intricate patterns, and their facial expressions were vividly lifelike, some glaring, some smiling, and others furrowing their brows as if pondering some profound question. Terracotta warriors? Jiang Yichen curiously approached to observe. But the craftsmanship was far more exquisite than that of those in Xi'an. He circled around the nearest statue and couldn't help but reach out to touch its face. The texture was cold and rough, undoubtedly stone. But just as his fingers left the statue crack, a faint crisp sound echoed from within the statue, startling him into retracting his hand. What was even more shocking was that the statue's eyes suddenly moved, the irises shifting from a grayish hue to a strange green, staring intently at him. Holy crap, it's alive? Jiang Yichen was so startled he jumped back, tripping over his own feet and nearly falling flat on his face. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough, performing a backflip to steady himself, while instinctively assuming a defensive posture. At the same time, moss and dust fell off the statue, revealing a grayish-blue clay body beneath. It slowly raised its arm, the joints creaking painfully, gripping a stone spear that pointed directly at Jiang Yichen's chest. Boom! The statue took a step forward, shaking the ground beneath. Instantly, the other nearby statues also sprang to life, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 terracotta warriors surrounded Jiang Yichen. Although their movements were slow, each step carried immense weight, their spears and battle axes glinting coldly in the sunlight. This is getting interesting. Jiang Yichen, rather than being frightened, felt a surge of excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Ever since breaking through to D rank, he hadn't had the chance to properly test his strength. These moving terracotta warriors were practically the perfect sparring partners. Fire release, great fireball technique. He quickly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and natural. This was a technique he had learned from Naruto, and after repeated practice, he had become quite proficient. He felt his cheeks puff up, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, over 2 meters in diameter, the intense flames distorting the air around it. The fireball roared as it smashed into the nearest terracotta warrior, striking its chest. With a loud explosion, flames erupted, and a large hole was burned into the warrior's chest, the edges of the clay melting and dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound. To his surprise, the terracotta warrior merely swayed slightly, then raised its spear and charged at him. Even more terrifying, the damaged area on its chest was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, the newly formed clay writhing as it filled the gap. Such high physical resistance? And it has self-repair? Jiang Yichen's eyes widened in disbelief. This is cheating, right? A stone spear flew at him, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. The spear tip grazed his cheek, the force of the wind stinging his skin. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled out a bronze sword he had picked up on Zhuke Mountain from the ghostly Phantom Tower, clashing it with another terracotta warrior's battle axe with a clang. Sparks flew from the metal collision, and the impact jolted his hands, nearly making him lose grip on the sword. Let us try this. He suddenly retreated a few steps, creating distance, and brought his hands together. Earth release. Yellow spring marsh. This was another jutsu he had learned from Naruto. Instantly, the ground beneath him softened, turning into a viscous swamp. The three terracotta warriors charging at the front immediately sank into it, the mud rising to their knees, their movements becoming exceedingly sluggish. One of them tried to pull its leg out, but sank deeper, and in no time, the muck was up to its waist. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, one of the terracotta warriors suddenly raised its spear and thrust it fiercely into the ground. Boom! A visible shockwave spread out from its center, and wherever it passed, the swamp surprisingly turned back into solid ground. Even more terrifying was that this shockwave carried rocks and dust, shooting out in all directions like a shotgun blast. Damn! Jiang Yichen quickly raised a barrier of spiritual power, and the rocks hit the barrier with a sound like heavy raindrops. A few stray stones grazed his arms and cheeks, leaving several bloody scratches. This thing can even break my ninjutsu? Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched. This is cheating, right? The battle gradually reached a fever pitch. Jiang Yichen continuously switched between various skills from anime and games, trying to find the most effective attack method. Wind release vacuum wave. He quickly formed hand seals, and several sharp wind blades whistled out, severing the arm of a terracotta warrior at the shoulder. The severed arm fell to the ground, fingers still scratching, but soon it wriggled back to the main body and reattached itself. Rubber, rocket cannon. Mimicking Luffy's move from One Piece, his arms suddenly stretched out, elastic like rubber, and his fists slammed heavily into the chests of two terracotta warriors. The tremendous impact sent them flying over 10 meters, crashing into several large trees. But they quickly got back up, the dent in their chests slowly restoring to its original shape. Crescent Moon, Sky Charge. Mimicking Ichigo Kurosaki's attack from Bleach. He raised his bronze sword, and a crescent-shaped sword aura shot out, cleaving one terracotta warrior in half. However, after the two halves hit the ground, they automatically moved toward each other and quickly reassembled, with even the cracks disappearing. This thing even has self-repair? Jiang Yichen gasped for breath, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Using so many skills in succession was quite taxing on his spiritual power. To make matters worse, these terracotta warriors seemed to be getting stronger as the battle progressed, moving more agilely than at the start. At that moment, he noticed a detail. Every time an attack hit, a faint blue light flashed from the chests of these terracotta warriors. Upon closer inspection, he found that they all had a walnut-sized, glowing core in their chests, resembling some kind of energy source. Every time they were attacked, the core would flash, and then the damaged areas would begin to repair. Weak point. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tactics. He stopped attacking in a wide area and focused his firepower on that glowing core. 1,000 birds. A dazzling, lightning light gathered in his right hand, and a piercing bird cry echoed through the forest. He dashed toward the nearest terracotta warrior like lightning, and the lightning directly pierced through its chest. Crack! The sound of the core shattering was crisp and pleasant. The terracotta warrior instantly froze, countless cracks appearing in its clay body, and then with a crash, it crumbled into a pile of lifeless fragments. Just as I thought. Jiang Yichen excitedly pumped his fist. Let's see how you come back to life now. The subsequent battle became much easier. Jiang Yichen skillfully darted between the terracotta warriors, specifically targeting their cores. Spiraling sphere. A blue energy sphere spun in his palm and was directly pressed into a terracotta warrior's chest, crushing its core. Wind after strange gates, chaotic golden strike. Mimicking Wang Ye's move from Mo Dao Zhu Shi, an 8 trigrams array appeared beneath his feet, and one terracotta warrior's movements suddenly became extremely slow, allowing him to easily smash its core. Turtle School, energy wave. His hands formed a flower bud shape, and a dazzling energy wave howled out, directly piercing through 3 terracotta warriors lined up in a row. The battle lasted nearly 2 hours, and the last terracotta warrior finally fell. Jiang Yichen slumped to the ground, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. His arms and cheeks had several abrasions, stinging painfully, but they weren't serious. Refreshing. He lay on his back on the ground, looking up at the sunlight filtering through the tree canopy, a satisfied smile on his face. Although this battle was exhausting, it gave him a clearer understanding of his abilities. He discovered that combining different skills often produced unexpected effects, such as using binding technique to immobilize a target, then striking with 1,000 birds for a guaranteed kill, or using body flicker technique for quick movement, combined with Crescent Moon Sky Charge for a slash. After resting for a moment, Jiang Yichen got up and began to clean the battlefield. Although the weapons of those terracotta warriors were all made of stone, they were exceptionally hard and had an ancient design, so they should fetch a good price if sold. He picked a few well-preserved spears and swords and stored them in the ghost tower. These were genuine antiques. Any one of them would be worth a fortune at an auction house. Time to replenish my energy. He took out a folding table and chairs from the tower, then retrieved the food he had packed from the Spring City Grand Hotel. The braised pork ribs were glossy and tender. The steamed sea bass was snow-white and delicate, garnished with green scallions. The garlic greens were bright green and crisp, exuding an enticing aroma. Most surprisingly, the dishes were still steaming, as if they had just come out of the pot. This is what life is about. Jiang Yichen happily enjoyed the delicious food, occasionally sipping on ice-cold cola. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he took out a portable tent and comfortably lay down inside. The tent was lined with a soft sleeping bag, and the pillow smelled of sunshine, making it even more cozy than a five-star hotel. I'll continue exploring tomorrow. He yawned and quickly fell asleep. Outside the tent, the moonlight cast over the pile of terracotta warrior remains, and faintly, some fragments could be seen trembling slightly. Chapter 44. Crystal Core, the Morning Light. Sweet as honey, slowly flowed through the seams of the tent. Jiang Yichen wrinkled his nose in his sleep as a mischievous ray of sunlight fell right on his eyelids. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to touch a hand full of icy dew. He groggily opened his eyes. The tent was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance, which was the aroma he had brought from a five-star hotel. Stretching lazily, his bones cracked with crisp sounds. The fatigue from last night's fierce battle had mostly dissipated, leaving only a slight soreness in his right shoulder. This tent is quite comfortable, Jiang Yichen murmured to himself as he pulled open the tent's zipper. In an instant, golden sunlight poured in like a waterfall, forcing him to squint. Once his eyes adjusted, the scene before him instantly woke him up. On the battlefield from last night's fierce battle, among the shattered terracotta warriors he had defeated, tiny blue lights sparkled. The light was pure and transparent, resembling gems condensed from the clear summer sky, appearing even more dreamlike under the refraction of the morning dew. Jiang Yichen stepped barefoot onto the damp grass, the chill making him shiver. He cautiously approached the nearest pile of fragments and crouched down to examine them closely. Among the fragments at the chest position of a terracotta warrior, a thumb-sized blue crystal was embedded. The crystal was in the shape of a perfect hexagonal prism, its surface smooth as a mirror, and inside it seemed to have a liquid glow slowly flowing. The moment his finger touched the crystal, a wave of cool energy surged up his arm, causing him to shiver all over. A pure spiritual energy crystal. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened, and he hurriedly cradled the crystal in his hands to sense it carefully. Indeed, the purity of the spiritual energy contained within the crystal far exceeded his imagination. If the spiritual energy he usually absorbed during cultivation was like murky river water, then the energy in this crystal was like distilled water that had been filtered through countless layers, without a trace of impurities. I'm rich. Like a pirate who discovered treasure, he immediately began searching the ground. Each shattered terracotta warrior's chest contained such a crystal, varying slightly in size, but all with astonishing purity. The morning dew soaked his pant legs, and the water droplets on the grass wet his fingertips, but he paid no mind, focusing intently on collecting these blue treasures. 1, 2, 25. In the end, he neatly arranged 25 sparkling blue crystals on the picnic mat. The sunlight passed through the crystals, casting dreamy blue spots on the ground. Jiang Yichen sat cross-legged, picked up the smallest crystal, and placed it in his palm, channeling the myriad phenomena, returning to Ruin's technique to begin absorbing it. The spiritual energy in the crystal surged into his meridians like a trickling stream, and wherever it passed, the subtle damage on the walls of his meridians began to heal on its own. This kind of healing was not forced, but akin to spring rain nourishing parched land, allowing cells to naturally rejuvenate. This effect is at least 10 times stronger than spiritual stones. Jiang Yichen opened his eyes and found that the crystal in his hand had turned to powder. He moved his shoulders, and the soreness from last night had completely disappeared, with the spiritual energy within him now more solid than before. Save it for critical moments. He carefully stored the remaining crystals in the storage space of the Netherworld Myriad Ghost Tower, specially wrapping them in spiritual energy to prevent energy loss. While packing the tent, he noticed something unusual on the ground. The fragments of the terracotta warriors that had lost their crystals were visibly weathering, turning into ordinary dust in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Jiang Yichen thoughtfully stroked his chin. It seems these crystals are the key to maintaining the activity of the relic's creatures, just like batteries for electrical devices. He recalled the skeleton soldiers he encountered in the Zhuke mountain ruins. How did he not notice similar energy cores at that time? Perhaps every relic has different rules. After tidying up, Jiang Yichen continued deeper into the forest. As the altitude increased, the surrounding vegetation gradually changed. Low shrubs replaced towering ancient trees, and a faint sulfur smell began to permeate the air. The soil beneath his feet became soft and warm, leaving clear footprints as he stepped. This place is starting to feel more like a volcano. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a bottle of chilled lemonade from the tower. The bottle immediately condensed a layer of fine water droplets, sparkling in the sunlight. Just as he tilted his head to drink, the bushes ahead suddenly shook violently. Crack! A branch as thick as a wrist was snapped in half. Jiang Yichen quickly put away the water bottle, his right hand already resting on the bronze sword at his waist. Roar! A low growl shook the leaves from the trees. 3 creatures resembling leopards but covered in stone-like scales slowly emerged from bushes. They were more than twice the size of ordinary leopards. Their amber vertical pupils fixed on Jiang Yichen, sharp claws glinting like metal in the sunlight. Stone Shining? The one from Shanghai Jing? Jiang Yichen recalled the relic creatures encyclopedia that Yu Fuyao forced him to memorize. These creatures should live in rocky mountainous areas and feed on magma. The most troublesome part was their scales. Swish! The largest Stone Shining suddenly launched an attack, moving so fast that it left an afterimage. Jiang Yichen hastily raised his sword to block, the bronze sword colliding with the sharp claw, creating a shower of sparks. Clang! The immense impact forced him to retreat 3 steps, his palms going numb. Worse still, the area where the sword blade rubbed against the scales began to redden. Those scales could generate high temperatures through rapid friction. Roar! The other 2 Stone Shinings seized the opportunity to encircle him, one spewing out scorching flames while the other swung its tail, sending several stones flying like cannonballs. Wind escape! Vacuum wave! Jiang Yichen quickly formed hand seals, sending sharp wind blades whistling out. The wind blades accurately struck the joints of the Stone Shining, shearing off large patches of scales. But to his surprise, the scales that fell to the ground turned into scalding magma, burning black pits into the earth. This also has a chemical attack. He quickly retreated, but still got grazed by a flying stone across his cheek, a sharp pain shooting through. The flame spewed by another Stone Shining ignited the hem of his clothes, forcing him to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. Damn it, this outfit was expensive. Jiang Yichen was furious and directly summoned the myriad phenomena Heavenly Shadow, Divine Mask. A flash of golden light transformed him into the appearance of the Red Boy from Journey to the West. Red belly band, sky-high braid, and clutching a fire-tipped spear. 3 realms true fire. He puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a blazing white pillar of fire. The air distorted wherever the flames passed. The 3 Stone Shinings instinctively tried to dodge, but it was too late. The high temperature, capable of melting steel, enveloped them in an instant, causing their stone scales to soften and drip. Sizzle. Amidst the ear-splitting sounds, the Stone Shinings let out wailing cries before ultimately turning into a bubbling pool of magma. When the flames subsided, 3 egg-sized red crystals sparkled within the magma. Hot, hot, hot! Jiang Yichen reverted to his original form and carefully used the tip of his sword to extract the crystals. Unlike the blue crystals from the terracotta warriors, these red crystals felt warm to the touch, with what seemed to be flames flowing inside. He tried absorbing one and instantly felt a warm current surge through his limbs, significantly increasing the speed of his fire element ability cultivation. Good stuff. During the next leg of his journey, Jiang Yichen encountered several more waves of attacks. A group of stone gargoyles that spewed toxic mist, 3 goat-like creatures with human faces, and the most dangerous being a soil insect lurking by a magma pool. This monster resembled a wild bull, but had only 3 legs and could manipulate rocks for attacks. It even stirred up a wave of stones, nearly knocking Jiang Yichen into the magma. In the end, he relied on a combination of the instantaneous movement technique and the spiral sphere to kill it, obtaining a giant yellowish crystal core. By noon, Jiang Yichen found a rocky platform with an open view to rest. Taking out the picnic gear from the tower, a red and white checkered picnic mat, several thermal food containers, and even a delicate tea set. Now, this is called living. He lay comfortably on the picnic mat and opened the food containers. The signature dishes from the Spring City Grand Hotel were all there, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside roasted lamb chops, garlic-scented steamed shrimp with vermicelli, and vibrant green stir-fried seasonal vegetables. The dessert after the meal was a delicate tiramisu with a perfect blend of coffee and wine aromas. While enjoying the delicious food, Jiang Yichen counted his spoils. The different attribute crystal cores sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a small pile of gems. He had specifically used threads of spiritual energy to categorize and string them together, hanging them at his waist for easy access and a particularly cool look. If only Yu Fuyao were here. He gazed at the distant sea of clouds, suddenly missing that silver-haired boy who always looked disdainful. He wondered where the other party had been teleported to and if they had encountered any danger. Just as he was lost in thought, the sky suddenly darkened. Huh? Jiang Yichen looked up and saw that the originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. The swirling clouds resembled a pot of boiling ink. Even more bizarre, flashes of crimson light occasionally flickered through the gaps in the clouds, as if something was peering out from behind them. Something's not right. He quickly put away the utensils, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. The air around him suddenly became stagnant, and even the sounds of insects and birds disappeared, leaving only the increasingly urgent sound of the wind. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the clouds, the shockwave strong enough to make the rocks beneath Jiang Yichen tremble. The trees in the distance were blown sideways by the fierce wind, and leaves flew like rain. The dark clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, and a massive shadow slowly emerged, blocking out the sun. It was a beast the size of a small mountain, its body as black as ink, resembling a fierce tiger, but with wings. The most chilling aspect was its pair of crimson eyes, which distorted the very air around them. Xianxia. Jiang Yichen's teacup fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into several pieces. How could one of the legendary 4 great beasts appear here? The beast slowly flapped its wings, the resulting hurricane uprooting the surrounding trees. It looked down at the tiny human on the rock, its mouth curling into a sinister grin, revealing its gleaming white fangs. A drop of foul-smelling saliva dripped from between its teeth, corroding a large hole in the rock. Jiang Yichen's throat tightened, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. But he still forced a smile, trembling as he raised his bronze sword. Big brother, can we discuss something? I'll treat you to tiramisu. How about you just pretend you didn't see me? Chapter 45. The battle between gods and demons. Jiang Yichen looked up at the colossal beast in the sky, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The dark wings of xianxia blocked out the sun, and each scale shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its crimson, beastly eyes were like 2 blood moons, locking onto the tiny human before it. What a size! Jiang Yichen swallowed, imagining how much cumin it would take to barbecue such a creature. Before he could finish his thought, xianxia suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sound wave swept towards him as if it were a physical force, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble slightly. He hurriedly covered his ears, but still felt dizzy from the impact. In the distance, several ancient trees, over 100 years old, broke in half and crashed to the ground. Hey, big kitty! Jiang Yichen stumbled to regain his balance, pointing at the sky and shouting, "Do you know that disturbing the peace can get you fined? What time is it? Don't the neighbors need to sleep?" Xianxia clearly had no intention of reasoning with him. It flapped its wings, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose, with the flying sand and stones. Jiang Yichen had to squint his eyes. When he opened them again, xianxia was diving down like a meteor. Holy crap! Jiang Yichen rolled to the side, just in time. Xianxia's sharp claws grazed his back, carving 3 deep trenches into the ground. Debris flew everywhere, one piece hitting him directly on the back of his head. Ouch! Jiang Yichen covered his head, gritting his teeth. You dishonorable creature, attacking a 20-year-old comrade like me. Xianxia, missing its target, elegantly turned in midair. Its crimson eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly intrigued by the human who had dodged its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yichen observed his surroundings. The area had been flattened by the earlier battle, and a few broken ancient structures were vaguely visible in the distance. He suddenly noticed an old scar on xianxia's right hind leg, with several missing scales. So it's a limping cat. Jiang Yichen muttered quietly, then don't blame me for not following the rules of the martial world. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Wanxiang Tianing divine mask of the great sage equal to heaven. A golden light burst forth, enveloping Jiang Yichen in a dazzling glow. When the light faded, a figure clad in golden armor and a phoenix-crowned helmet, wielding a golden staff, stood proudly before him. Monster, take this old son's staff. The golden staff expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a giant pillar dozens of meters long. Jiang Yichen somersaulted into the air, swinging the staff with tremendous force down towards xianxia. Boom! With a deafening crash, xianxia was knocked back, crashing into a nearby mountain. As dust and smoke enveloped the area, Jiang Yichen triumphantly waved the staff, saying, "How about that? Now you know the power of Grandpa's son, right?" However, the next moment, a dark shadow burst through the smoke. Xianxia emerged unscathed, with only a shallow white mark on its forehead. It roared angrily, its wing scales standing on end like countless sharp blades. "No way. You're fine after that?" Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. "Is your head made of titanium alloy?" Xianxia no longer gave him a chance to talk. It flapped its wings, launching countless scales like a torrential rain. Each scale spun in the air, producing a piercing sound. "Transform." Jiang Yichen hurriedly used the 72 transformations, instantly creating hundreds of clones. The scales pierced through each illusion, riddling the ground with holes. A few clones were caught off guard and vanished in puffs of blue smoke after being struck. That was close. Jiang Yichen, hiding behind a massive rock, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could sense his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Although the Sun Wukong mask was powerful, it was too burdensome for him at the moment. Xianxia seemed to sense his weakness and suddenly changed tactics. It opened its massive mouth, gathering a dark red energy. The energy sphere grew larger, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. "This doesn't look good." Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. Boom! The dark red energy beam shot out like a laser. In a panic, Jiang Yichen raised his golden staff to block. But the tremendous impact sent him crashing into the ground. The ground within 100 meters collapsed into a massive pit, with molten lava churning at the bottom. Cough, cough. Jiang Yichen crawled out from the ruins, his armor severely damaged. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly, saying, "What do you mean, B rank? I believed it was A rank." Xianxia didn't give him a moment to catch his breath and dove down again. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yichen prepared to fight back, the golden staff clashing against Xianxia's claws, creating dazzling sparks. Each clash sent shockwaves through his hands, and his arms gradually lost feeling. "I can't keep going like this." Jiang Yichen gasped for breath, suddenly struck with inspiration. Got it. He suddenly retreated and pulled out a hair. Transform. Hundreds of little monkeys appeared out of thin air, chattering as they pounced on Xianxia. Some clung to its wings, others climbed on its back, and some even went for its nose. Xianxia clearly hadn't encountered such tactics before and was thrown into disarray. It angrily thrashed its body, but couldn't shake off these pesky little creatures. "Now's my chance." Jiang Yichen seized the opportunity and poured all his spiritual energy into the golden staff. The staff instantly glowed brilliantly, ancient runes appearing densely along its length. "Take this, my sea-stabilizing needle." He exerted all his strength and hurled the golden staff at Xianxia. The staff grew larger as it flew through the air, becoming as thick as a pillar of heaven. Just as Xianxia shook off the little monkeys, it looked up to see this earth-shattering strike. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Xianxia was directly smashed into the ground. The shockwave swept across the area for miles, even causing distant mountains to collapse. Jiang Yichen collapsed on the ground. The mask could no longer be sustained, and he returned to his original form. His face was pale, trembling all over, and he lacked the strength to even raise his hand. This has to be over now. However, the tremors in the ground told him it wasn't that simple. From a deep pit, a blood-soaked claw slowly emerged. Xianxia was still alive, though battered and bruised. The fierceness in its eyes intensified. "No way. You're still not dead?" Jiang Yichen felt like crying without tears. "It's like you activated a bloodlock." Xianxia struggled to crawl out of the pit, each step causing the earth to quake. It fixed its gaze on Jiang Yichen, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Jiang Yichen forced himself to stand, but stumbled due to his depleted spiritual energy. In that critical moment, he suddenly remembered something. "Right? I still have this." He shakily raised his hand. "Wangue Tower, General Meng Tian." A pitch-black tower flew out from his palm, rapidly expanding to 10 zhang high. The tower doors swung open with a thunderous sound, and a killing aura swept out. "This lowly soldier is here," accompanied by a deep voice. A completely black warhorse stepped out, and on its back stood a general clad in heavy armor. He held a black dragon coiling around a crescent blade, its edge gleaming coldly, exuding a murderous aura. "General Meng." Jiang Yichen felt like he had found a savior. "This big cat is up to you." Meng Tian's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Xianxia, coldly saying, "A mere beast dares to act ferociously?" With that, he spurred the horse. The war horse neighed loudly, its hooves striking the air, charging towards xianxia like an arrow released from a bow. Clang! The black dragon crescent blade clashed with xianxia's claws, sending sparks flying. Meng Tian's swordsmanship was powerful and assertive, each strike carrying immense force. Xianxia didn't tee back down, its claws slashing through the air, creating a stench of blood. The man and beast became entangled, the ground within 100 meters continuously collapsing amidst the flashing blades and claws. Suddenly, Meng Tian changes approach. The crescent blade carving a perfect arc aimed directly at Xianxi's throat. Xianxia hurriedly leaned back, the blade grazing its neck and drawing a spray of blood. Roar! Xianxia, in pain and furious, flapped its wings, sending countless black feathers shooting towards Meng Tian like sharp arrows. Unfazed, Meng Tian waved his left hand in the air shield. A massive shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking most of the feathers. However, a few still broke through the defense, deeply piercing Meng Tian's armor. Black blood oozed from the wounds, but Meng Tian didn't even furrow his brow. General, be careful. Jiang Yichen, watching from a distance, felt a surge of fear. Meng Tian snorted coldly and suddenly leaped off his horse, raising his sword high above his head. The black dragon on the blade seemed to come alive, letting out a thunderous roar. Breaking army slash. The blade light, like a ribbon, slashed towards Xianxia with an overwhelming force. Xianxia hastily raised its claws to block, but was forced back repeatedly by the strike, sustaining a deep wound on its front paw that exposed the bone. Xianxia was thoroughly enraged. It suddenly stood upright, its chest scales spreading open to reveal dark red skin beneath. A terrifying energy brewed within. Not good. Meng Tian's expression changed slightly. My lord, quickly dodge. Before Jiang Yichen could react, he saw a dark red beam shoot from Xianxi's chest, several meters in diameter. Wherever the beam passed, space warped. Meng Tian hurriedly blocked with his sword, but the beam pushed him back hundreds of meters. His armor began to melt, and smoke rose from his hands gripping the sword. In that critical moment, Jiang Yichen suddenly thought of something. General Meng, hold on. He forced himself to stand up and activated the Wanxiang divine mask again. This time, he chose the 3 Tans Haijun Great God Neza. With a flash of golden light, Jiang Yichen transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. The wind and fire wheels beneath his feet burned fiercely, and each of his 6 arms held a fire-tipped spear, a Qinkuan circle, a Hunyuan silk, a gold brick, a 9 dragons divine fire cover, and a yin-yang sword. Hunyuan silk, go! With a swing of his arm, the Hunyuan silk flew out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Xianxi's wings and limbs. Xianxia roared and struggled, but the Hunyuan silk tightened its grip, immobilizing it for the moment. General Meng, now! Jiang Yichen shouted. Meng Tian's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed a force to break free from a beam. He leaped into the air, and the black dragon on his black dragon crescent blade fully awakened, transforming the entire sword into a real black dragon. Slash! The blade light flashed, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. Xianxi's movements suddenly halted, a hint of disbelief flashing in its eyes. In the next second, its massive head slowly slid off, blood gushing out like a waterfall. We won. Jiang Yichen collapsed to the ground, the 3-headed, 6-armed state instantly dissipating. His face was as pale as paper, unable to move even a finger. Meng Tian sheathed his sword and returned to Jiang Yichen's side. My lord, although Xianxia is dead, its soul is not yet dispersed. It can be absorbed into the Wan Gui Tower for refinement, and it may serve as assistance in the future. Jiang Yichen weakly nodded. Then, I will trouble you, General. Meng Tian waved his hand, and the Wan Gui Tower flew above Xianxi's corpse. The vortex at the tower's base spun, sucking in both Xianxi's soul and body. After completing this, Jiang Yichen finally couldn't hold on any longer, sitting down on the ground, his face pale as paper. My lord. Meng Tian hurriedly dismounted and supported him. I'm fine. Just exhausted my spiritual power. Jiang Yichen weakly waved his hand. Let me rest for a moment. Meng Tian said solemnly, I will protect you. Jiang Yichen nodded, closed his eyes, and began to activate the ultimate healing technique copied from Stealing Stars in September. A faint green light enveloped his body, slowly healing his injuries and restoring his spiritual power. Chapter 46. Ancestor Talisman. Nurturing ghosts. A thin mist lingered in the forest. Jiang Yichen slowly opened his eyes, dewdrops still hanging on his eyelashes. He moved his neck slightly, and a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, like firecrackers in the silent mountains, particularly jarring. The after effects of this healing technique are quite strong. He grimaced and rubbed his shoulders, the skin he touched smooth as new, with not a single scar left behind. Looking down closely, the wound that was once deep enough to see bone now glimmered like jade, with intricate spiritual patterns faintly visible in the morning light. Goodness! This extreme healing technique from the 9 heavens of stolen stars truly lives up to its reputation. Jiang Yichen clicked his tongue in wonder, suddenly remembering something and touching his face. Fortunately, this priceless handsome face was unscathed. Otherwise, how could he face the eager expectations of countless young girls when he returned? He then deliberately took out a small mirror from the tower and examined himself from side to side. The reflection showed a man with sharp brows and starry eyes, but his lips still wore that characteristic playful smirk. Satisfied, he snapped his fingers and the mirror rippled, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that dissipated in the morning breeze. In the distance, a few clear bird calls rang out, and a mountain stream gurgled. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, feeling his internal organs soaked in rich spiritual energy. After these days of life and death battles, he was surprised to find that his meridians had widened by more than 30%, and there was no longer any stagnation when circulating spiritual power. It seems the novels weren't wrong. Breakthroughs are indeed easiest between life and death. He focused on his dantian and saw that the whirlpool of spiritual power in his qi sea was as solid as mercury, subtly resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. Now he was firmly standing at the lower end of D rank. Just as he was reflecting, he suddenly noticed steady footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw a towering figure slowly approaching through the morning mist. The heavy black iron armor was still stained with dried blood, and the black cloak fluttered in the mountain wind. Meng Tian led a warhorse over, its hooves clattering on the blue stones. "Your Excellency has awakened." Meng Tian cupped his fists in salute, the clanking of his armor ringing out. Jiang Yichen keenly noticed a shocking crack on the armor protecting the general's right arm, with faint black mist seeping out, a scar left by the claw of a xianxia. "General Meng, you've worked hard." Jiang Yichen rarely put away his playful demeanor and returned a serious salute, thanking the general for his protection today. The morning wind stirred the red tassel on Meng Tian's forehead, his resolute face showing no signs of fatigue. "This is within my duties," he said, suddenly kneeling on one knee, "but the claw of the xianxia has likely injured the soul body. I fear. You should return to the tower to rest." Jiang Yichen quickly waved his hand, suddenly remembering something, his eyes brightening. "Wait," with a thought. The devouring ancestor talisman appeared in his palm. The once lustrous talisman now seemed slightly dim, but the spiritual power stored within was still vast like an ocean. This was his savings accumulated before the last relic opened. "General, catch!" With a light shout, the devouring ancestor talisman suddenly radiated brilliant light. The ancient patterns on the talisman lit up one by one, resembling a suspended galaxy. A stream of azure spiritual power surged forth, pouring into the Wan Ghost Tower, floating in midair like a heavenly river. "Your Excellency, no." Meng Tian hurriedly advised against it. "This is your life-preserving item." "Less nonsense." Jiang Yichen beaded with sweat on his forehead, but gritted his teeth and insisted, "You risk your life for me. How could I be stingy?" The transmission of spiritual power lasted a full quarter of an hour. When the last beam of spiritual light entered the tower, Jiang Yichen's legs softened, nearly collapsing, and he quickly leaned against a nearby ancient tree to steady himself. Looking at the devouring ancestor talisman again, it had dimmed to the level of an ordinary jade piece, with only 30% of the spiritual power slowly circulating within. 70% of spiritual power should be enough for the general to recover. He wiped his sweat and revealed his characteristic playful smile, treating it as workers' compensation. Meng Tian stared blankly at the floating tower, where black mist swirled around the tower, faintly revealing countless vengeful spirits cheering joyfully under the nourishment of spiritual power. After a long silence, he suddenly knelt on one knee, his armor clanging as he cupped his fists. "I will not fail your trust." Once Meng Tian's figure disappeared into the tower, Jiang Yichen tenderly kissed the talisman. "Old buddy, I'm sorry for putting you through this." Just then, he caught a glimpse of a mountain of weapons piled not far away. Under the morning light, the bronze weapons gleamed with an ancient luster, some still stained with dried blood. Jiang Yichen's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, and he dashed over, striking it rich. He exclaimed joyfully, rummaging through the pile of weapons like a squirrel that had discovered pine cones. He casually picked up a bronze sword, its blades patterns clear, with turquoise inlaid on the hilt. A light flick of his finger produced a clear dragon's roar. Good sword. This quality would fetch at least 7 figures at an auction. He then picked up a long halberd, its blade shimmering coldly, the leather wrapped around the handle still intact after 1,000 years. Jiang Yichen fondled it lovingly, suddenly noticing 2 small inscriptions on the blade. Wei Wei. What the heck? This is the standard equipment of the Qin dynasty's Imperial Guard? He trembled with excitement, imagining how archaeologists would go crazy if he brought this out. The most astonishing was a gilded short sword, its scabbard covered in fine cloud and thunder patterns. As he drew the sword, a faint blood light emerged from the blade, clearly having tasted much blood. This killing intent. Could it be a general's sword? Jiang Yichen carefully stowed it away, suddenly bursting into laughter as he thought of something. I'll go live as soon as I'm out. Titled Authentic Weapons Tested by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. As he hummed a tuneless song, he stuffed weapons into the tower like harvesting wheat. Each time he collected one, he examined it closely, muttering, "This one would be perfect as a store treasure. This one could be a prize draw. Why does this one have a missing corner? Forget it. I'll sell it as a defect at a discount." After a solid half hour, he finally finished collecting the weapons scattered on the ground. Jiang Yichen patted the tower contentedly, suddenly realizing that the space inside had been occupied by nearly half. It seemed he would need to find time to organize the storage space. He stroked his chin and mumbled, "How about setting up a weapon exhibition room and hiring a few pretty ladies as sales assistants?" While dreaming of riches, he suddenly heard a beast's roar from afar. Jiang Yichen instantly became alert, but then relaxed. After these days of training, he found he could roughly gauge the threat level. Listening to this sound, it was at most an E-rank minor minion. He pursed his lips, took out a meat sandwich from the tower, and started eating, filling his stomach first. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Yichen stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Layers of mountains were shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. But he knew that beneath this beautiful scenery lay countless dangers. It's time to set off. He stretched lazily, suddenly frowning as if recalling something. That expressionless Yufuyan Wu Ti really think I'm dead, would he? Saying this, he pulled out a compass from the tower. It was the standard equipment issued by the Special Adjustment Bureau before entering the relic, said to point to the nearest teammate. But at this moment, the needle was spinning wildly, like a fan going haywire. Great, it's malfunctioning again. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes, thinking he definitely needed to complain to the equipment department when he got back. The mountain wind brushed past, bringing the fragrance of distant flowers and grass. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and stepped deeper into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on him. Although the boy appeared to walk casually, there was already a semblance of military steadiness in his steps, imparted to him by Meng Tian during the pauses between battles. Why get back? I must get the Special Adjustment Bureau to reimburse me for emotional distress. His voice gradually faded. All right, I also need to apply for the most miserable worker subsidy. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to glance at the spot where he had rested. He saw the remnants of last night's campfire on the grass, with a few empty cans scattered nearby. Those were the braised pork cans he had taken out from the tower. TSK, I need to clean this up. Jiang Yichen snapped his fingers, and a wisp of spiritual energy swept by, instantly turning all the garbage into flying ashes. He wanted to be a civilized explorer. As he said this, he suddenly pulled out a bottle of cola from the tower and took a satisfied sip. The moment the bubbles burst on his tongue, he squinted his eyes in contentment. This is what life is all about. On the mountain road, the figure of the young man gradually faded away. However, no one noticed that his seemingly leisurely pace was precisely stepping on the most stable rocks with each step. Every time he turned, he would casually scan the high points around him. These details silently spoke of the transformation of this young man. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Terracotta Warriors. Jiang Yichen hummed a little tune as he walked along the mountain path, holding a chilled cola he had just taken from the Wangita Tower, savoring a sip. Burp, this is life. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, with the occasional bird call echoing from afar. With cola in his left hand and chips in his right, his backpack stuffed with various snacks, he looked just like someone on a picnic. This relic exploration is too easy. Jiang Yichen tossed the last chip into his mouth. Aside from that blind and broke xianxia, everything else is a piece of cake. Just as he said that, he suddenly heard a crackling sound coming from the woods ahead. Jiang Yichen's eyes brightened. Are they delivering equipment again? 5 terracotta warriors marched out of the woods in a neat line, holding bronze spears, with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets. 5? Who do they think they are? Jiang Yichen scoffed. casually placing the Kolakin aside. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball instantly engulfed the 5 terracotta warriors. When the flames dissipated, all that remained on the ground were a pile of charred pottery shards and 5 shiny blue crystals. Is that it? Jiang Yichen bent down to pick up the crystals. Not even an elite monster. The drop rate is too low. He tossed the crystals into the tower and continued humming as he walked forward. He had already dealt with 7 or 8 waves of these terracotta warriors without breaking a sweat. As he walked, Jiang Yichen suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes, his mental energy spreading out like ripples. This was the circular ability he had copied from Hunter x Hunter. 3 kilometers to the southeast. Someone is fighting? He opened his eyes, revealing a playful smile. Finally, he encountered living people. Thinking of this, he immediately perked up. He pulled out a pair of binoculars from the tower. This was a high-tech product he had obtained from the Special Adjustment Bureau, capable of penetrating obstacles to see energy fluctuations. Let me see who is so unlucky. Through the binoculars, he saw a clearing where about 20 young people were surrounded by 30 to 40 terracotta warriors. Among them were a few dressed in Special Adjustment Bureau uniforms, while the rest appeared to be students from various Qi Yuan classes. Oh, familiar faces. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up as he recognized Lu Ming, Zhou Yan, and Lin Xiaoyu. Lu Ming wielded a long sword, crackling with lightning, taking down a terracotta warrior with each swing. Zhou Yan controlled the earth and stone, continuously raising walls to block attacks. Lin Xiaoyu stood in the middle, her hands glowing green as she healed the injured. Wow, what a luxurious lineup. Jiang Yichen put away the binoculars, but it looked like they were running out of steam. Indeed, although this group was strong, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of terracotta warriors. Moreover, these weren't just ordinary cannon fodder. There were several elite warriors in heavy armor wielding long polearms, each charge posing a significant threat. Looks like it's my turn to step in. Jiang Yichen flexed his wrists. Hero saves the beauty. Saving classmates is my favorite. He thought for a moment and pulled out a black trench coat. This was his Neo-style outfit copied from Matrix. Although it didn't have any practical use, it looked cool. Time for a flashy entrance. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, slightly bent his legs, and then leaped into the air. Boom! A crimson pillar of fire shot up into the sky, knocking 3 heavy-armored terracotta warriors to the ground. Lu Ming's long sword crackled with lightning, sending pottery shards flying with every swing. Watch out on the right, Zhou Yan shouted, slamming his hands to the ground. A 3-meter-tall earthen wall immediately rose, barely blocking 5 bronze arrows flying toward them. Lin Xiaoyu's delicate fingers traced green arcs in the air, a soft healing light enveloping 3 injured comrades. Beads of sweat emerged on her forehead, clearly pushing her limits. In the center of the battlefield, over 20 awakeners formed a defensive circle back-to-back. Surrounding them was a tide of advancing terracotta warriors, ordinary ones wielding bronze spears, heavy-armored ones holding shields as big as doors, and further back, dozens of archers drawing their bows. We can't keep this up, Lu Ming shouted, cleaving through a nearby terracotta warrior with his sword, panting heavily. There are too many of them. As if to confirm his words, the ground suddenly shook violently. 4 giant warriors, nearly 3 meters tall, pushed their comrades aside and strode forward, holding long polearms. Their eye sockets flickered with crimson flames, leaving cracks in the ground with each step. Elite warriors, someone exclaimed in terror. At least peak D-class strength. Just as despair enveloped the group, a sudden loud laugh rang out from the sky. Oh, having a party? Count me in. Everyone below froze. Even the terracotta warriors paused their actions, looking up at him in unison. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Yichen struck a pose in midair. Your beloved savior has arrived. Jiang Yichen? Lu Ming's eyes widened. You're still alive? How do you talk? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. How could someone as handsome as me easily bite the dust? An elite terracotta warrior seemed enraged by his arrogant demeanor and hurled its polearm at him. Watch out! Lin Xiaoyu screamed. Jiang Yichen didn't even look. With a casual wave of his hand, he used magnetic control. Bang! The polearm flew back at an even faster speed, pinning the warrior to the ground. What the hell? Zhou Yan couldn't help but curse. What kind of ability is that? This is called the protagonist's halo. Jiang Yichen landed gracefully, his trench coat billowing without wind. All right, leave the rest to me. Like a shooting star, he descended, forming hand signs as he landed. Earth release. Yellow spring marsh. Boom! The ground beneath the 4 elite warriors suddenly transformed into a sticky quagmire, causing their heavy bodies to start sinking. Jiang Yichen landed stylishly in front of everyone, his black trench coat fluttering. Isn't this amazing? Everyone was both shocked and pleased. Stop staring, everyone. Jiang Yichen turned and winked. I'll be the main attacker. You all provide support. How about we go big? Without waiting for a response, he charged toward the nearest elite warrior. The monster had just escaped from the quagmire when it faced Jiang Yichen, his right hand glowing with golden light. Compassionate palm. Bang! The armor on the elite warrior's chest shattered, but it didn't fall. Instead, it swung its polearm in a wide arc. Jiang Yichen flipped in midair, narrowly avoiding the strike. Interesting. He adjusted his posture in the air, quickly forming hand signs. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. 3 giant fire dragons roared forth, engulfing the elite warrior. However, when the flames subsided, the monster was merely charred on the surface and showed no signs of being affected. Such high physical resistance? Jiang Yichen squinted his eyes. Let us try this telekinetic binding. Drawing from Swallowed Star, his mental energy erupted, binding the elite warrior tightly. At the same time, he shouted to the others, "Focus fire!" Lu Ming was the first to react, raising his sword high. Thundercall. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the elite warrior's head precisely. Zhou Yin plunged his hands into the ground. Earth Spike Assault. Dozens of sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, lifting the elite warrior into the air. Other awakeners joined in, launching fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades like a torrential downpour. Under their combined efforts, the first elite warrior finally exploded. Nice! Jiang Yichen whistled. 3 left. Let us keep this pace. However, just then, the archers in the distance suddenly changed formation. Their actions of knocking arrows were synchronized, and the arrowheads glowed with a strange green light. Poison arrows incoming. Quick defend. Lin Xiaoyu warned sharply. Jiang Yichen's eyes sharpened, and he quickly clasped his hands together. Shinra Tensei, an invisible repulsive force field instantly expanded, deflecting the first wave of arrows entirely. But more arrows followed in quick succession, and the cooldown for Shinra Tensei hadn't ended yet. Mirurgota. At a critical moment, a member of the Special Operations Bureau raised a barrier of light. The arrows struck it, making a sound like rain hitting banana leaves, and cracks quickly appeared on the barrier. Hold on. Jiang Yichen quickly thought of a countermeasure and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Zhou Yin, give me a high platform. The ground immediately rose into a stone pillar, lifting him up to 10 meters in the air. Jiang Yichen held his hands out, and a long sword engulfed in blue flames appeared out of thin air. It was the sword of the King of Bronze and Fire from Dragon Clan. Heavenly fire, wildfire. Wherever the sword pointed, a sea of blue flames swept across the formation of archers. The poisoned arrows exploded in their quiver before they could even be shot, triggering a chain reaction. But the remaining 3 clay warriors had already broken through the defenses. One of them swung a halberd at the member of the Special Operations Bureau who was maintaining the barrier. It seemed about to succeed. Chaos Gold Strike. Time seemed to freeze suddenly, and the warrior's movements became extremely slow. Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to flash behind it, and he suddenly found a blood-red long knife in his hand. Demon Slash. The strike, derived from the DNF skill Demon Cry, directly bisected the clay warrior. However, the other 2 clay warriors had already breached the defenses, one charging at the exhausted Lu Ming, and the other heading straight for the healing Lin Xiaoyu. Damn it! Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Got it! He rapidly formed hand seals, and chakra surged wildly. Shadow, clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. 20 clones appeared simultaneously, each assuming a different starting posture. Spiral Sphere, 1,000 Birds, Conqueror's Hockey, Word Spirit, Monarch Flame, Phantom Sword Dance. A myriad of skills erupted at once, engulfing the 2 clay warriors in an energy storm. When the dust settled, only shattered pottery remained on the ground. Is it over? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to respond, he suddenly felt a palpitation. In the distance, dust was flying, and 10 more clay warriors appeared, this time followed by hundreds of ordinary clay figurines. Are you kidding me? Jiang Yichen broke into a sweat, as using high-level skills continuously had drained his spiritual energy. Lu Ming propped himself up with his sword. What do we do? Run or can't run? Jiang Yichen shook his head. They had already formed an encirclement. He looked around at his battered companions and suddenly smiled. It seems I can only use my trump card. Amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, Jiang Yichen slowly rose into the air. He held his hands out, and a pitch-black energy ball floated between his palms. I wanted to save this for tougher foes, he murmured to himself, then suddenly pushed the black ball into the sky. Earth Explosion Star. The black ball began to crazily absorb everything around it like a miniature black hole. Rocks, trees, and even light were distorted and drawn in. The clay warriors were pulled off the ground as if caught by an invisible hand, flying into the air. "Get down," Jiang Yichen shouted, and he also fell from the sky. With a deafening explosion, a rock sphere, nearly 100 meters in diameter, hovered in midair. All the clay warriors were sealed within it, silent. When the dust settled, the scene was eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Jiang Yichen, who was slumped on the ground, with eyes full of shock. This is too exaggerated, right? A member of the Special Operations Bureau mumbled. Lu Ming swallowed hard. When did he get this strong? That. Lin Xiaoyu approached timidly and said, "Thank you for saving us." "You're welcome." Jiang Yichen didn't lift his head and said, "Just remember to give me half of the crystal cores you collected later." Lu Ming's mouth twitched. "You're still so shameless." After resting for a while, Jiang Yichen bent down to start collecting loot. "This is nice. Wow, this elite gear is great," he muttered as he picked up items, completely ignoring the strange looks from those around him. After finishing collecting the loot, Jiang Yichen stood up and clapped his hands. "All right, let us talk about how you guys ended up in such a mess." It turned out that this group had also been randomly transported after entering the ruins and had only managed to gather after a lot of effort. Just as they regrouped, they encountered a wave of clay warriors and had been chased around for a long time. "If it weren't for you, we might really have met our end here," Zhou Yin said with lingering fear. Jiang Yichen shrugged. "So, you should accumulate virtue in your daily life. You see, this is the reward, right? Everyone. All right, since we're all here, let us find a place to rest." Jiang Yichen pulled out a pile of snacks from the tower. "I'll treat you, but it will cost you." Looking at the various foods that appeared out of nowhere, everyone gulped. After wandering in the ruins for so long, they were already starving. Brother Jiang, a student from Qianyuan class, looked at him eagerly. "Can I get it on credit?" Jiang Yichen smiled like a shrewd businessman. "Of course. The interest is calculated daily." Thus, amidst laughter and chatter, everyone temporarily forgot the dangers they had just faced. Only Jiang Yichen noticed that in the distant mountains and forests, something seemed to be watching them. Chapter 48. The Imperial Army asked me to give you a message. Gulp. Jiang Yichen patted his belly in satisfaction and casually tossed the empty bag of chips behind him. The bag suddenly vanished in midair, as if swallowed by an invisible space. "What the hell?" A bespectacled student from Qianyuan class jumped up. "What kind of trick is that?" Jiang Yichen snapped his fingers and confidently recited his prepared lines. "It's the space ability of Otsutsuki, understand? Have you watched Naruto?" Everyone shook their heads in confusion. TSK. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Jiang Yichen shook his head and explained, "Simply put, I can store things in a different space and take them out whenever I want." Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Jiang Yichen thought to himself, "I can't just tell you that the eye of the last relic was stolen by me." As he spoke, he reached into the void and surprisingly pulled out an ice cream cone that was still frosty. "Look, even the ice cream hasn't melted." Lu Ming's eyes twitched at the sight. "So you're using such an amazing ability just to store garbage and ice cream? This is called making the most of what you have, understand?" Jiang Yichen said defiantly as he took a bite of the cone. "Besides, what if one day I'm too poor to afford food? I could at least lick these bags for a taste, everyone." Just then, a member of the Special Investigation Bureau sighed. "Sigh, my sword broke during the fight. This is troublesome." Jiang Yichen's ears perked up, and his eyes lit up like searchlights. "Hey there, do you need a weapon?" He swiftly pulled a gleaming bronze sword from the tower, genuine terracotta warrior style. "Cuts through iron like mud. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times. Everyone was stunned by this sudden display. "What the hell?" Zhou Yin spat out his drink. "Are you really starting a business?" Jiang Yichen quickly spread a cloth on the ground and began displaying various weapons. "Don't miss out. Genuine relic equipment. Not only can it protect you, but it can also be a family heirloom." A girl timidly asked, "How much is it?" "Trade for items." Jiang Yichen rubbed his hands together, smiling like a sly merchant. "Luxury goods like watches, necklaces, gold bars are all fine, preferably something easy to carry." Everyone exchanged glances. Although rumors had long circulated on the forum that Jiang Yichen was a weapons dealer, seeing him set up a stall in the relics still felt absurdly surreal. "I want this one." A student who looked like a rich second generation immediately took off his Patek Philippe. "Is this enough?" Jiang Yichen took the watch and pretended to examine it under the sunlight. It's just passable, since you're the first customer. I'll throw in a small dagger as a gift." Soon, a long line formed in front of his stall. These students came from wealthy families and weren't short on money. Plus, relic equipment was indeed rare. Bringing it back could also earn military merit. So it was a good deal. "Jianggu, Can this knife be a bit cheaper? A boy fondly held a bronze knife. Jiang Yichen glanced at the gold chain around his neck. How about this, since you seem so sincere, the chain plus the ring on your hand, and the knife is yours. Deal. Lin Xiaoyu watched in amazement. This is possible? Lu Ming helplessly facepalmed. You'll get used to it. This guy did the same thing at the Zhuke Mountain Relic in less than half an hour. Jiang Yichen had collected a pile of luxury watches and jewelry. Grinning from ear to ear, he stuffed the loot into the tower and clapped his hands. All right, time to pack up? Just then, sounds came from the distant woods. Everyone immediately became vigilant, and two teams from different directions approached, members of the Special Investigation Bureau and Xianyuan class that had previously been scattered in the relics. Great! Lu Ming rushed over to greet them, having found another group. The team quickly expanded to over 40 people, greatly improving safety. However, Jiang Yichen noticed a middle-aged man in a Xianyuan class teacher's uniform standing out among the new arrivals. Who is this? Jiang Yichen casually asked. Oh, this is Teacher Li from Xianyuan class in Lehigh City. A student explained. Thanks to him, we could safely make it here. Jiang Yichen nodded, but his eyes narrowed slightly at the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from Teacher Li, identical to the sense of being watched he had felt in the forest earlier. Interesting. Jiang Yichen's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. During the next leg of the journey, Jiang Yichen intentionally moved closer to Teacher Li. When no one was paying attention, he suddenly whispered mysteriously, "The Imperial Army asked me to give you a message." Teacher Li obviously froze for a moment, looking at him in confusion. What? Jiang Yichen immediately turned to Lu Ming, waving his hands exaggeratedly. Captain, don't shoot. It's me. The Imperial Army asked me to give you a message. Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Are you going crazy again? Everyone had long gotten used to Jiang Yichen's occasional outbursts and didn't take it seriously. Only Jiang Yichen noticed that Teacher Li's expression stiffened for a brief moment. After a while, Jiang Yichen leaned closer to Teacher Li again and suddenly said, Royal Palace Jade Liquor. Teacher Li, 180 a cup? Jiang Yichen blinked. Jiang, are you all right? Teacher Li forced a smile. Are you too tired? Maybe. Jiang Yichen sighed, then suddenly began to sing. This year's festival does not accept gifts. No gifts. Teacher Li's smile was almost unable to hold. Are you okay? After several attempts, Jiang Yichen could basically confirm that this guy definitely had a problem. A normal person, even if they can't keep up with the joke, would at least find it strange. But Teacher Li's reaction was overly cautious, clearly guilty. As night fell, everyone set up camp in a relatively flat clearing. After arranging the night watch schedule, everyone gradually settled down to rest. Jiang Yichen noticed that Teacher Li was assigned to the night watch in the latter half. The opportunity has come. Jiang Yichen lay in his sleeping bag, pretending to be asleep while remaining highly alert. At 3 in the morning, when the camp was silent, Jiang Yichen suddenly got up, stretching and walking towards the woods, mumbling, "Just need to relieve myself." Sure enough, not long after, he sensed someone following him. Jiang Yichen deliberately walked behind a large tree, facing away from the direction of the person following him, and said in a voice only the two could hear, "The Imperial Army asked me to give you a message." A soft gasp came from behind, followed by the sound of a blade being drawn. Jiang Yichen's lips curled up. He had hooked the bait. Whoosh! A cold light shot towards his back, but Jiang Yichen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, lightly sidestepping to avoid it. Teacher Li, you're quite enthusiastic in the middle of the night, huh? He turned around, smiling at the other party. Teacher Li, or rather the spy disguised as Teacher Li, had a dark expression. You discovered it long ago? Not really, Jiang Yichen shrugged. I just thought someone who can't even catch on to Royal Palace Jade Liquor definitely isn't one of us. The spy clearly didn't understand what he was saying, but realized he had been played. He sneered, and the spiritual energy fluctuations around him suddenly surged, reaching a medium D level. Kid, meddling in other people's business comes with a price. Jiang Yichen sighed. Villains die from talking too much, understand? Before his words fell, he had already formed hand seals. Lightning release. Chidori. Amidst the piercing bird cries, blue lightning tore through the night sky. The spy clearly hadn't expected Jiang Yichen to strike so quickly, and in a panic, could only erect a spiritual barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the spy was knocked back several steps. Just as he steadied himself, he saw Jiang Yichen had transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed Neza. Wait, we can talk. Talk about your grandfather. Jiang Yichen formed seals with 6 arms simultaneously. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A massive wave of fire instantly engulfed the spy. When the flames dissipated, only a charred corpse remained on the ground. Jiang Yichen released his transformation, squatted down to inspect, and retrieved a small communicator and several notes filled with coded messages from the body. It was indeed a spy. He curled his lips and stored the items in the tower. It seemed he needed to remind Lu Ming and the others. Back at the camp, Jiang Yichen quietly slipped a note into each of Lu Ming's trio's backpacks, detailing the situation. Then he glanced at the sleeping crowd and turned to disappear into the darkness. Following the main group was too slow. Jiang Yichen stretched and decided that soloing was more efficient. Under the moonlight, the figure of the young man gradually faded away, leaving only a tune drifting in the night wind. This year, no gift for the festival, no gifts, no gifts. Chapter 49. Thousand Faces Duel with Dual Demons. Jiang Yichen squatted on a crooked tree, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass. Bored as he looked at the few toppled terracotta warrior remnants on the ground. Is that it? He spat out the grass stem, jumped down from the tree, feeling that even warming up didn't count. Since parting ways with the main group, he had only encountered some minor fish along the way. He casually picked up a blue crystal core that had popped out of the ground and held it up to the sunlight. The quality was decent, but unfortunately, there were too few. Throwing the crystal core into the Wangita Tower, Jiang Yichen stretched lazily. Acting alone was indeed much freer. He could go whenever he wanted, stop whenever he wanted, grab some food from the tower when hungry, and even pitch a tent to take a nap when tired. It would be perfect if there was Wi-Fi, he mumbled, pulling out a bottle of ice cola from the tower and popping the tab with a crisp sound. Just as he was drinking, he suddenly thought of something and took out the divine mask from his pocket. The mask glimmered strangely in the sunlight, pulsating as if it were alive. This thing was powerful, but it consumed too much blue. Jiang Yichen rubbed the surface of the mask. With a D-grade spirit energy reserve, it could last at most 3 minutes. A sudden thought struck him. What if he could combine the devouring ancestral talisman with the mask? The ancestral talisman stored spirit energy while the mask consumed it. This idea excited him, and just as he was about to experiment, a violent wave of spirit energy suddenly surged from a distance. The intensity of the wave even made the cola in his hand tremble slightly, with bubbles rising furiously. The cola sprayed all over his face. Damn it! Jiang Yichen hurriedly wiped his face. This was at least the aftermath of a B-grade battle. He focused his senses and faintly heard a rumbling sound, like 3 different forces colliding violently. One of the forces was cold and sinister, clearly Gu Qin's heart-corroding poison. The other 2 were heavy and sharp, and he had no idea where they came from. Could it be spies? Jiang Yichen furrowed his brows. Logically, with his cautious nature, he should turn around and run upon encountering such a battle. However, considering that Gu Qinya was the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau, if something happened to her in the ruins, the others would likely be in grave danger. TSK, troublesome. He irritably scratched his hair, deciding to go see if he could pick up some scraps. With that resolution, Jiang Yichen immediately set off. He didn't dare to teleport directly over, fearing the battle's aftermath would affect him. He could only approach quickly while concealing his presence. As the distance shortened, the sounds of the battle became clearer. The ground trembled, trees fell in clumps, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning and blood. This level of destruction, Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. Was B-grade this insane? Just as he was about to reach the battlefield, all sounds suddenly ceased. The abrupt silence was even more chilling. They finished? Jiang Yichen's heart sank. It couldn't be. He immediately held his breath, minimizing his presence, and cautiously crept forward. As he passed through the last patch of bushes, the sight before him made him gasp. The area within a radius of several hundred meters had turned into ruins. The ground was cracked, trees were shattered, and everywhere were charred marks and bottomless ravines. This was like a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Jiang Yichen shrank his neck, beginning to consider the worst-case scenario. If Gu Qinya was defeated, then the 2 B-grade assassins would likely be injured as well. With Meng Tian's strength combined with his own advantages, he might be able to pick up a bargain. He stealthily hid behind a large rock and carefully peeked out. He saw Gu Qinya sitting on a protruding rock, covered in blood, her qipao in tatters, revealing gruesome wounds beneath. Not far away lay the corpse of a white man, dead in a gruesome manner, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, with a blood hole the size of a bowl in his chest. One less. Jiang Yichen narrowed his eyes. Did one escape? Just then, Gu Qinya suddenly opened her eyes and coldly said, "You dare come back?" Jiang Yichen jumped and leapt out from behind a rock. "Don't shoot, it's me." Seeing it was him, Gu Qinya visibly relaxed, her tense body loosening slightly. "So it's you, this little brat." But the moment she relaxed, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. "Deputy Director, what happened to you?" Jiang Yichen cautiously approached. Do you need help? Gu Qinya wiped the blood from her mouth and weakly said, 2 foreign assassins. Earth type, came this way using Earth escape. The border didn't stop them. She explained the situation in fragments. It turned out the one who escaped was an Earth type awakened, skilled in stealth and assassination. During the previous battle, Gu Qinya had forcibly erupted while injured, killing one and severely wounding another, but she herself was at the end of her strength. He can't run far. We must catch him before he recovers, Gu Qinya said, attempting to stand again, but nearly stumbling. Jiang Yichen hurriedly supported her. You need to heal first. I'll protect you. Gu Qinya glanced at him and lightly nodded, sitting cross-legged to begin recuperating. Jiang Yichen appeared serious and vigilant around him, but his eyes occasionally darted toward the white man's corpse. This was the body of a B-grade powerhouse. If he could collect it into the Wang Gita Tower, his eyes turned and an idea formed. Deputy Director, I'll go check that corpse for any clues. Gu Qinya slightly nodded with her eyes closed. Jiang Yichen immediately scampered over, pretending to search through it. Wow, what a gruesome death. He mumbled while secretly releasing the absorption power of the Wang Gita Tower, examining the wounds and positions. With a barely perceptible flash of black light, the corpse silently vanished. Jiang Yichen forced back his laughter and continued to act. Huh? Why did the body suddenly turn to dust and disappear? Could it be some sort of self-destruct mechanism? Gu Qinya weakly opened her eyes. What? It's nothing. It might be a special method from their organization. The body decomposed on its own. Gu Qinya frowned, but was too weak to delve deeper, closing her eyes again to continue healing. Jiang Yichen turned away, his mouth almost splitting into a grin. He sensed the situation inside the tower. The soul of that B-grade assassin was being refined, and it wouldn't be long before he had another powerful ally. What a huge profit, he thought, laughing wildly in his heart. This was a bloodbath. However, despite his happiness, he remained alert. He kept an eye on his surroundings, fearing that the escaped Earth-type assassin might return. Deputy Director, he asked softly, what does the escaping guy look like? Any features? Gu Qinya, with her eyes closed, replied, Asian features, a scar over the left eye, skilled in Earth escape and assassination. Jiang Yichen silently noted this information while pondering how to deal with that assassin without exposing his cards. Just then, Gu Qinya suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Jiang Yichen was startled. Are you okay? Me fine. Gu Qinya wiped the blood from her mouth, just the heart-corroding poison rebounding. Jiang Yichen hesitated, but ultimately didn't offer to help with healing. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. It was mainly because Gu Qinya was too dangerous. Who knew if she would suddenly turn on him once she recovered? How about you rest first while I scout the area? He tentatively suggested. Gu Qinya slightly nodded. Be careful, that person is very dangerous. Don't worry. Jiang Yichen patted his chest. I'm famous for being the cautious king. After saying that, he quietly retreated to a nearby large tree, where he could see Gu Qiny's situation while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Under the moonlight, the boy's figure merged with the shadows of the tree. He stroked his chin, watching Gu Qinya, who was healing, and the traces of the corpse that had already disappeared on the ground, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. This is getting interesting. Chapter 50. Brick-breaking martial arts. Jiang Yichen crouched on a branch of a century-old locust tree, the moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his face. He had a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, the bitter taste of the grass spreading on his tongue. The night breeze brushed past, bringing the fragrance of unknown wildflowers from afar, mingled with the earthy smell of soil. How long will this healing take? He muttered softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping out a chaotic rhythm on the rough tree bark. Suddenly, a slight vibration at his fingertips made him freeze. It wasn't the wind rustling the leaves, but some kind of rhythmic tremor coming from underground, as if some enormous creature was moving beneath the earth. Jiang Yichen's eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness, like a nocturnal animal spotting its prey. He silently slid down from the 3-meter-high branch, landing without disturbing a single falling leaf. His right hand reached into the ghost tower, pulling out a heavy brick. This dark red brick was covered with fine patterns, and its edges were smeared with some cement residue, clearly taken from a construction site. Hee, this is a divine artifact. He weighed the brick in his hand, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under the moonlight, the shadow of the brick danced on his face, resembling some ancient totem. The ground's tremors grew more pronounced, small gravel lightly bouncing under the moonlight. The vibrations finally stopped 10 meters in front of Gu Qinya, where the soil began to rise oddly, forming a barely noticeable small mound. A hand covered in calluses was the first to break through the ground, followed by an Asian face with a crew cut. A nasty scar running from the brow bone down to the cheekbone, glinting with a bluish-white light in the moonlight. As the assassin revealed half of his head, still with dirt clinging to his eyelashes, a loud shout rang out. Demacia. Bang! The muffled sound was particularly jarring in the quiet night. The brick slammed solidly into the assassin's face, instantly shattering into powder, the bridge of the assassin's nose breaking with a snap, blood gushing out like spilled ketchup, appearing a bizarre purple-black color under the moonlight. Ah! The assassin's scream startled the night birds in the forest. He was knocked backward, his head hitting a protruding rock with a sickening thud. Jiang Yichen was relentless, his left hand already pressing against the mask in his arms. He took a deep breath, his spiritual energy surging towards the mask like a flood. Transform. Neza. In an instant, dazzling golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating a 100-meter radius as if it were daytime. Within the light, Jiang Yichen's figure began to twist and change. 2 identical heads sprouted on either side of his neck, and 4 new arms extended from his shoulder blades. His skin took on a faint golden hue, and a red lotus mark appeared on his forehead. 2 flaming wheels appeared beneath his feet, scorching the surrounding air into distortion. 6 divine weapons emerged one by one in the golden light. In his right hand, he held a fire-tipped spear, its tip flickering with true fire. In his left hand, he gripped the Qianxia ring, the golden ring inscribed with ancient runes. The hunting silk danced around his waist like a living thing. The golden brick hovered above his head, exuding heavy earth-type spiritual energy. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield slowly rotated behind him, 9 fire dragon phantoms swimming within, and the yin-yang sword floated at his side, one half blood-red like blood, the other half pitch-black like ink. You! The assassin stumbled back, covering his nose that was gushing blood, shock quickly replaced by disdain in his eyes. He sensed that Jiang Yichen was only at D-grade cultivation, a cold sneer pulling at the corner of his mouth, daring to challenge a mere D-grade. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yichen's fire-tipped spear was already thrusting toward him. The spear's tip unleashed a 3-meter-long fire dragon, the scorching flames igniting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. In a panic, the assassin pressed his hands to the ground, a 2-meter-thick earth wall rising up from the ground. The flames and earth clashed with a loud explosion, sparks flying like festive fireworks, igniting the surrounding bushes. Interesting. The assassin wiped the blood from his face, his hands suddenly plunging into the ground. Earth sync technique. The ground beneath Jiang Yichen suddenly turned as soft as quicksand, but with a gentle shake of his flaming wheels. He soared into the air. I can fly. The flames from the wheels burned the quicksand beneath him into crystalline glass. The assassin scoffed, forming a complex hand seal, rock spear formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of stone spears, as thick as an adult's arm, shot up from the ground, whistling as they flew toward Jiang Yichen in the air. These stone spears gleamed with a metallic sheen, clearly infused with a large amount of earth-type spiritual energy. Jiang Yichen's 3 heads turned simultaneously, 6 eyes taking in the situation in all directions. His 6 arms moved like those of the 1,000-handed guanyin, the fire-tipped spear carving out crimson arcs, the Qianxia ring spinning to form a golden shield that shattered the incoming stone spears one by one. The shattered stones fell like rain, creating numerous small pits on the ground. It's my turn. Jiang Yichen suddenly tossed all 6 magical treasures into the air. 9 dragons' divine fire shield. 9 vividly lifelike fire dragons roared out from the divine fire shield, intertwining in the air to form a massive fire net. Each fire dragon was as thick as a barrel, with clearly visible scales, their whiskers stirring up waves of heat. The fire net rapidly contracted, forming a flaming cage with a diameter of 20 meters, trapping the assassin inside. The temperature inside the cage skyrocketed to over 1,000 degrees, the gravel on the ground beginning to melt into tiny glass beads. The assassin's skin reddened at a visible rate, bubbling, his hair curling and catching fire. He screamed in agony, his voice distorting in the high temperature. Just a small trick. The assassin suddenly roared, plunging his hands deep into the ground. Earth dragon turn. Boom! The entire earth began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. A giant dragon made of hard rock broke through the ground, its body as thick as a train, each scale the size of a shield. The stone dragon let out a silent roar, directly smashing through the flaming cage. The exploding flames scattered like a meteor shower, igniting all the trees within 100 meters. Amidst the scattered stones and flames, the assassin's figure suddenly vanished. Jiang Yichen's 3 heads turned in different directions, suddenly feeling a tremor beneath his feet. Below, he quickly urged the flaming wheels higher, as dozens of sharp earth spikes suddenly shot up from where he had just been standing. Each of these spikes was as thick as an adult's thigh, their tips gleaming with a ghostly blue light, clearly coated in a deadly poison. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been skewered like a candied hawthorn. Damn it! Playing dirty, huh? Jiang Yichen's forehead broke out in beads of sweat, a chill running down his back. He attempted to connect the spiritual energy of the devouring ancestor talisman with the mask and immediately felt a significant reduction in his energy consumption. The nearly depleted source of spiritual energy gaining a new source. It really works. He secretly rejoiced. The assassin emerged from the ground 30 meters away, his face so dark it could drip water. "Kid, you've really pissed me off." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing. The assassin clasped his hands together, earth elements swirling around him, forming visible yellow light spots. These light spots rapidly expanded, turning into basketball-sized yellow orbs in an instant. Meteor shower. Dozens of burning fireballs suddenly appeared in the night sky, each the size of a truck, trailing long tails as they roared downward. The fireballs covered a 100-meter radius, leaving nowhere to hide. The air was distorted by the intense heat, groaning under the strain. Good timing. Jiang Yichen remained calm, his 6 arms simultaneously forming different seals. As he moved, a massive fire lotus slowly bloomed beneath him. This fire lotus had a diameter of over 15 meters, each petal made of pure true fire, with a platinum flame flickering in the center. The temperature so high that the surrounding space showed signs of slight distortion. True fire of Samadhi, red, lotus explosion. Meteors continuously struck the fire lotus, triggering a series of deafening explosions. The shockwaves overturned the ground, uprooted trees, and scattered debris like bullets. Yet, the fire lotus remained steadfast, firmly protecting Jiang Yichen at its center. The lotus petals swayed gently, dissipating the impact of the meteors one by one. What? The assassin's eyes widened. The scar on his face twisted in shock. This was impossible. As the smoke cleared, the fire lotus continued to rotate slowly, and Jiang Yichen stood unscathed at the heart of the lotus. He grinned, and 6 arms moved simultaneously. "It's my turn." The flame spear spewed a 10-meter-long blaze. Like a fire dragon lunging at the assassin, the Chinquan circle transformed into a golden streak of light, tracing a perfect arc in the air. The mysterious sky silk darted like a spirit snake, skillfully blocking the assassin's escape route. The gold brick swelled in the wind, instantly becoming the size of a door. The 9 dragon divine fire shields spread into a grid pattern, pressing in from 9 directions simultaneously. The yin-yang sword split into 2, 1 red and 1 black, crossing down with sword lights. 6 different attacks came from various angles at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. The assassin hastily summoned layers of rock shields, each half a meter thick, their surfaces engraved with defensive runes. But under such dense and powerful attacks, the rock shields shattered like paper. A gold brick broke through the defenses and heavily smashed into his right shoulder, the sound of bones fracturing clear to hear, causing his entire arm to hang at a bizarre angle. The assassin staggered back, his face pale as paper. He never expected that a D-rank kid could force him. A B-rank expert to this point. Jiang Yichen pressed the attack, suddenly pulling the 6 treasures together. 6 different attributes of spiritual energy intertwined in the void, forming a dazzling energy vortex. Treasure, fusion, red lotus, hellfire. A massive fire lotus with a diameter of over 20 meters blossomed in the night sky. The temperature at its center so high that it ionized the air into plasma, emitting a blinding white light. The fire lotus slowly rotated as it pressed towards the assassin, melting the ground into magma and vaporizing the rocks, even erasing shadows with the intense heat. The assassin's face showed terror as he desperately tried to burrow underground. But the fire lotus had already locked onto him, directly crashing into the ground. At the moment of contact, the lotus petals blossomed layer by layer, releasing world-destroying energy. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, illuminating the night as bright as day. The shock waves spread in a circular fashion, flattening all the trees within a radius of 300 meters, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 50 meters, the bottom filled with red-hot magma bubbling up. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene at the bottom of the pit became clear. The assassin lay at the edge of the magma, charred black like charcoal. His right arm vanished, and his left leg twisted at an unimaginable angle. His chest rose and fell weakly, with only a breath left hanging. Jiang Yichen released the three-headed, six-armed form, his body falling from the air like a deflated balloon. He stumbled upon landing, almost kneeling on the ground. Although he had shared the consumption with the devouring ancestral talisman, this battle still nearly drained him completely. He felt all his meridians aching faintly, as if countless fine needles were stabbing him. A mysterious sky silk. He weakly waved his hand, and the red silk flew out as if it had a mind of its own, binding the dying assassin into a rice dumpling. The runes on the red silk glowed faintly, sealing the assassin's spiritual power tightly. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been healing, finally opened her eyes. She staggered to her feet, leaving bloody footprints on the ground with every step. Approaching the edge of the pit, she looked down at the scene below. A hint of surprise appearing on her pale face. Well done. Jiang Yichen slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. Deputy Director. The finishing blow is up to you. Xianxia nodded, condensing a pitch-black spiritual power between her slender fingers. This spiritual power wriggled like a living thing, exuding a chilling aura, heart-eating goo. A flash of black light struck precisely at the assassin's heart. The assassin's body convulsed violently a few times before finally settling into stillness. His eyes remained open, frozen in an expression of disbelief. Jiang Yichen forced himself to get up, pretending to say, "I'll handle the body," to prevent any tricks. As he spoke, he pulled out the flame spear and shot a flame, while secretly using the 10,000 ghost tower to absorb the body. The blazing fire concealed everything, and Xianxia did not notice anything amiss. Done. Jiang Yichen clapped his hands, only to directly plop down on the ground from exhaustion, feeling utterly drained. His face was smeared with dirt and sweat, his clothes tattered like a beggar, but the brightness in his eyes shone brighter than ever. Under the moonlight, the boy's tired yet triumphant smile was particularly dazzling. This battle not only validated his new ideas, but also netted him a B-rank fighter, a tremendous profit. He gazed at the gradually lightening horizon in the distance, thinking that this relic exploration seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 51. The difficult illness of the beautiful woman. Moonlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting a soft glow on the path in the forest. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the fragrance of grass and trees, while the occasional chirping of birds in the distance emphasized the eerie silence of this battlefield ruin. After taking a short rest, Jiang Yichen looked at Xianxia, who was recuperating. The deputy director's face remained pale as paper, with dry blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth. He cautiously approached her, using his spiritual energy to examine her injuries. "Leader, your injuries." Jiang Yichen frowned, his fingers lightly brushing against Xianxia's paper-white cheek, which felt cold to the touch. "Why don't we find a safe place to rest for a bit?" Xianxia stubbornly propped herself up, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her eyelids. She attempted to stand but stumbled due to excessive blood loss, her slender fingers instinctively grasping Jiang Yichen's sleeve. He could clearly feel the slight tremor from her fingertips, a sign of her extreme weakness. "No need." Xianxia's voice remained cold, but it carried an undeniable determination. The core of the relic must be reached quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly broke into a violent cough. A stream of fresh blood trickling down from the corner of her lips, drawing a stark red line across her snow-white skin. Jiang Yichen quickly caught her as she swayed dangerously, feeling the unusually hot temperature beneath her thin clothing. "This is not nothing." Jiang Yichen couldn't help but raise his voice. "Your insides are probably in tatters, and your spiritual energy is depleted like a desert. If you keep pushing yourself, you might just become the most beautiful corpse in this relic." Upon hearing this, a dangerous smile unexpectedly crept onto Xianxia's pale lips. She slowly lifted her eyelids, her usually teasing eyes now filled with stubbornness and an indescribable emotion. "Little brother." She spoke in a weak voice, yet it still carried a heart-stopping pressure. "Are you concerned about me?" Jiang Yichen was caught off guard by her sudden question, his ears turning red involuntarily. He turned his face away, pretending to sort through the supplies in his backpack. "I'm just afraid that if you die, there won't be anyone to pay my salary. The Special Investigation Bureau's insurance isn't easy to claim." Though he said this, his actions were exceptionally gentle as he took out a clean towel from the Wan Gue tower, dampened it with water, and carefully wiped the blood from Xianxia's face. The warm towel brushed over her delicate brows, her high nose, and finally settled at the blood-stained corner of her lips. Xianxia surprisingly cooperated, but her eyes remained fixed on him, making him feel uneasy. All right, stop looking at me like that. Jiang Yichen felt uncomfortable under her gaze and simply turned around and squatted down. Come on, I'll carry you. He heard the sound of fabric rustling behind him, followed by Xianxia's teasing voice. Are you sure? You want to carry me? What else can I do? Jiang Yichen mumbled without looking back. Should I make a stretcher for you? Or should you try my newly learned sword flying technique? But I have to warn you, I haven't mastered that skill yet. What if you fall halfway? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Two soft sensations pressed against him, bringing a faint fragrance and warmth. Xianxia's slender arms wrapped around his neck, her warm breath brushing against his ear, causing him to freeze. Leader, Jiang Yichen stammered, his ears turning visibly red. What? Xianxia chuckled softly near his ear, her voice laced with a hint of laziness and teasing. Wasn't it you who wanted to carry me? Jiang Yichen felt a rush of heat to his head, clumsily supporting Xianxia's legs as he stood up, almost tripping over himself. Xianxia seemed to enjoy his awkwardness, intentionally rubbing against his neck, her soft lips nearly touching his earlobe. Little brother, she lowered her voice, sounding somewhat enticing. Your heart is beating so fast. This is exercise. Do you understand exercise? Jiang Yichen defended himself, his voice unintentionally rising an octave. Carrying someone up the mountain, how can my heart not race? Besides, your cheap Hal fabric is too slippery. I'm afraid I'll drop you. Xianxia laughed lightly at his words, her laughter like the crisp sound of silver bells. Yet it carried a hint of a sickly hoarseness. She stopped teasing him and gently leaned her head against his shoulder, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering near Jiang Yichen's nose. Northwest, she whispered, her voice growing fainter about 30 miles. Jiang Yichen adjusted his posture and began to head northwest. The mountain path was rugged, and he walked very carefully, afraid of jostling the person on his back. Xianxia's body felt light, like a feather, but Jiang Yichen could clearly feel her faint breath brushing against his neck and the heartbeat emanating from her fragile body. As dusk deepened, the light in the forest dimmed. Jiang Yichen had to slow down, occasionally glancing back to check on Xianxia. Her breathing gradually steadied, but her face remained frighteningly pale, her long lashes casting two shadows on her face, making her look particularly fragile. Leader, are you still awake? After walking for a while, Jiang Yichen couldn't help but ask softly. There was no response. Jiang Yichen's heart tightened, quickly finding a flat rock to set Xianxia down. Under the moonlight, she lay with her eyes closed, her lips pale, her breathing so faint it was almost imperceptible. Jiang Yichen trembled as he reached for her carotid artery, and when he felt the weak but still present pulse, he breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully examined Xianxia's injuries and found that although her external wounds had been treated, her internal injuries were far more severe than he had imagined. All her organs were damaged to varying degrees, her spiritual energy depleted in her meridians, and more seriously, the backlash from the heart-eating goo was eroding her heart meridian. If this situation wasn't treated soon, she might not survive long enough to reach the relic's core. This is really my fault. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth, his hands hovering over Xianxia's body. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Ultimate healing technique. A pale green light surged from his palms, like the softest sunshine of spring, gradually enveloping Xianxia's entire body. This was the seventh sense of Dr. Amy that he had copied from Stealing the Stars in September, capable of healing all injuries. As the green light penetrated, Xianxia's pale face gradually regained some color, and her tightly knitted brows relaxed. The healing process lasted nearly an hour, and Jiang Yichen's forehead was now covered with beads of sweat, his back soaked through. Treating injuries of this magnitude consumed an enormous amount of energy, and every second drained his spiritual power. But he did not stop until he confirmed that Xianxia's internal injuries were completely healed and the backlash from the heart-eating goo was entirely eliminated. Finally done, Jiang Yichen let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He took out the devouring ancestor talisman, hesitated for a moment, but decided to inject the remaining spiritual energy into Xianxia. Let me charge you up a bit. As the spiritual energy flowed in, Xianxia's eyelashes fluttered gently, and the color returned to her pale lips. Jiang Yichen put away the talisman, pretending to be nonchalant as he sat down beside her, taking out a can of chilled cola from the Wangui Tower and opening it with a pop. A soft groan came from Xianxia. Jiang Yichen turned to see her slowly opening her eyes, her usually teasing gaze now filled with a hint of confusion. When she recognized Jiang Yichen sitting next to her, her memories gradually returned. She looked down at her now healed body, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. You healed me? Her voice still carried the hoarseness of waking up, but had already regained its characteristic lazy tone. Jiang Yichen pretended to be calm as he took a sip of cola. It was just a small effort, no need to thank me. If you really feel indebted, just give me a raise when we get back. Xianxia sat up, moved her hands and feet, and found that not only were her injuries completely healed, but her spiritual power had also recovered quite a bit. She stared at Jiang Yichen for a long time, her gaze becoming increasingly peculiar, the corners of her mouth gradually curling into a dangerous arc. Little brother. She suddenly leaned in, almost pressing her face against Jiang Yichen's, her slender fingers lifting his chin. How many secrets do you still have that I don't know? Jiang Yichen leaned back and almost fell off the rock. No secrets. I just know a bit of healing magic. Xianxia let out a light laugh, her fingertips sliding from his chin to his Adam's apple, gently stroking the protruding curve. Such impressive healing abilities, even able to cure my heart-eating poison backlash. Her voice grew lower, carrying a certain dangerous allure. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Jiang Yichen felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Her tone sounded dangerously inviting. He suddenly remembered Lu Yinxia had once meaningfully said it would be interesting to meet Xianxia. Interest in my foot. This was clearly a matter of life and death. Shouldn't we be on our way? Jiang Yichen laughed awkwardly, hastily standing up, the core of the ruins. Xianxia elegantly stood up, her figure tall and graceful under the moonlight. She took 2 steps forward, suddenly turning back with a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful, yet sent chills down Jiang Yichen's spine. Let's go, she said softly, her red lips slightly parted, but you can't escape. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that perhaps it would be better to let this deputy director remain unconscious. Chapter 52. By the Mercury River whoosh. 2 figures swiftly moved through the ruins, and Jiang Yichen was barely able to keep up with Xianxia's speed, exerting all his effort. After regaining her strength, this deputy director seemed like a different person, moving with the wind beneath her feet, her clothes fluttering, embodying the image of a female demon. Leader, can we slow down? Jiang Yichen gasped, calling out. Hearing this, Xianxia stopped, turning around with the hem of her qipao, creating a graceful arc. She looked at Jiang Yichen with a half-smile. Little brother, your stamina is really poor. Jiang Yichen leaned on his knees, panting heavily, mentally cursing. You're a B-rank big shot, and I'm just a D-rank rookie. How can I compare? Of course. He didn't dare to say this out loud. Ever since witnessing Xianxia effortlessly corrode a giant stone into dust with a black beam, he had completely settled down. Let us rest for 5 minutes. Xianxia glanced at her watch. They were just ahead of the core area. Jiang Yichen felt as if he had received a pardon. Plopping down on the ground and gulping from a bottle of mineral water he pulled from the ghost tower, he stole a glance at Xianxia, finding her thoughtfully staring into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the dome above the ruins, casting mottled shadows on Xianxia's delicate profile. It must be said, this woman was breathtakingly beautiful when quiet, if one overlooked her abnormal hobbies. Have you seen enough? Xianxia suddenly turned her head. A dangerous curve at the corner of her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yichen was choked by the water, coughing. I was observing the terrain. Oh. Xianxia approached slowly. The sound of her high heels on the stone slabs felt like they were stepping on Jiang Yichen's heart. What did you observe? I think there's a moat ahead. According to historical records, there are rivers and lakes simulated with mercury in the Qin Shi Huang tomb. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. You know quite a bit. Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly, thinking, ISNT this common knowledge? National treasure has been aired, okay? After the break, the two continued forward. As expected, not long after, a wide river lay ahead. The river shimmered with a silver light, appearing particularly eerie in the dim ruins. It really is mercury. Jiang Yichen crouched by the riverbank, cautiously poking at it with a twig. The moment the twig touched the water's surface, it quickly turned black and decayed, startling him into letting go. Highly toxic, with strong corrosive properties. Xianxia said lightly, if you fall in, you would turn into a skeleton within 3 seconds. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, silently taking 2 steps back. How about we take a detour? Xianxia didn't respond, instead squinting at the opposite bank of the river. There stood a giant bronze door, intricately carved with exotic beast patterns from the Shanhai Jing, likely the entrance to the core of the ruins. There is no other way, she murmured. And before she finished speaking, the calm surface of the Mercury River suddenly began to boil. The silver liquid writhed as if alive, gathering to form a gigantic humanoid monster. What the hell? Jiang Yichen jumped in shock. What the hell is that thing? The Mercury monster stood about 5 meters tall, lacking facial features. But 2 black holes in the head area stared at the two like eyes. It slowly raised its arm, and the liquid mercury instantly solidified into a sharp spear, thrusting towards them. Back! Gu Qinya shouted coldly, her delicate hand flicking to release 7 beams of dark light. The black rays, like venomous snakes, flicking their tongues, carved through the air, simultaneously sealing the vital points of the Mercury giant. Jiang Yichen watched closely. Each beam of dark light was attached to a thread of spiritual energy as fine as a hair. This was Gu Qinya's famed 7 emotions bone corrosion needle. With a hiss, as the black needles pierced the body, 7 bowl-sized cavities appeared on the chest of the Mercury giant. However, the silver body surged like boiling water, and the surrounding mercury seemed to automatically fill the wounds as if it were alive. In the blink of an eye, the injuries healed completely. Physical attacks are ineffective? Gu Qinya narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, lightly tapping her toes on the edge of the stone, her whole body retreating gracefully like a dark butterfly. Her jade pendant jingled, and 12 emerald buttons floated in front of her, each enveloped in a chilling black mist. Seeing this, Jiang Yichen immediately made a hand sign. Thunder technique. 5 thunder, righteous method. 5 purple bolts of lightning shot from his fingertips, intertwining in the air to form an electric net. Amidst the dazzling lightning, the Mercury giant's body trembled violently, countless silver beads bursting from its surface. The liquid metal that detached from its body was vaporized into wisps of blue smoke before it even touched the ground. Effective. The boy's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to press the attack, he saw the monster suddenly swell its arms. The once solid arms liquefied in an instant, transforming into 2 silver pythons that shot towards them. The mercury attacking Gu Qinya suddenly turned into a poisonous mist mid-air, while the one aimed at Jiang Yichen solidified into hundreds of needle-like spikes. Watch out for the mercury poison. Gu Qinya's wide sleeves fluttered, and the 12 emerald buttons shattered in response. The exploding toxic mist formed a barrier, blocking all the silver mist. Her right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and a beam of dark light shot from her fingertip, shattering the silver needles aimed at Jiang Yichen in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yichen formed a seal. Wind escape. Great breakthrough. The violent airflow pulled the remaining mercury mist back, and he quickly bit his fingertip, drawing a blood symbol in his palm. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of fireballs roared out with the wind, crackling as they burned the toxic mist. The mercury giant suddenly sank into the river. The calm lasted but 3 breaths. Then the entire mercury river boiled. Tens of thousands of silver beads shot up into the sky, coalescing into a dense mass of arrows. There's no way to dodge. Jiang Yichen felt his scalp tingle. Just as he was about to summon the ghost tower for defense, he saw Gu Qinya sneer, her hands forming intricate seals. Her hair floated without wind, and a blood-red vertical line appeared on her forehead. All poisons returned to the source. With this light shout, the air within 100 feet suddenly solidified. The suspended mercury arrows bizarrely twisted, and black patterns rapidly crawled across their surface. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened, realizing that each black pattern was filled with writhing parasites. Boom! The arrows exploded simultaneously, transforming into a silver rain that fell into the river. Gu Qinya's face turned slightly pale. Clearly this technique took a toll. She suddenly turned to glare at Jiang Yichen. What are you dawdling for? Use the thunder technique to strike the river surface. Jiang Yichen suddenly came to his senses, quickly forming the complex hand seals. Ugly dog Shinzog Haisin. This was his replication of the thunder escape secret technique from Naruto. Thunder escape. Qilin. A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel suddenly struck down, illuminating the entire ruins as bright as day. The raging electricity spread across the river surface, forcefully driving the hidden giant out of the water. The silver body constantly vaporized in the lightning, shrinking by 1/3 in an instant. Final strike. Gu Qinya suddenly leaped into the air, her hands pressed together, heart corrosion bug, heavenly poison annihilation. A pitch-black beam over 2 meters in diameter descended from the sky, completely evaporating the remaining mercury. The strong shock wave sent Jiang Yichen flying several meters, nearly causing him to fall into the river. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yichen crawled up, covered in dirt, leader. Can you give a warning before unleashing such big moves next time? Gu Qinya elegantly landed. Her hairstyle, not even messed up. Didn't he not fall in? Jiang Yichen. He finally understood. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. After the mercury monster was eliminated, the river's surface returned to calm. The current problem was how to get across. I'll fly you over, Gu Qinya said as she reached to grab Jiang Yichen by the collar. Wait. Jiang Yichen hurriedly retreated. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. He took a deep breath and pulled out a skateboard from the tower. Watch me. Saying this, he sprayed a large amount of freezing agent onto the skateboard, then hurled it onto the river surface. The moment the skateboard touched the mercury, it froze, forming a small piece of floating ice. Wind release, light body technique. Jiang Yichen leaped lightly onto the skateboard and glided across the surface of the mercury with the help of the wind. This maneuver left Gu Qinya momentarily stunned, and then he shook his head and chuckled. However, just as Jiang Yichen was about to reach the opposite shore, an unexpected hidden reef suddenly protruded from beneath the mercury, causing the skateboard to jolt violently. Oh no! Jiang Yichen lost his balance and was about to fall into the toxic mercury. In a critical moment, a shadow flashed by, and he felt a tight grip around his waist as he was lifted off the ground. So eager to embrace? Gu Qinya's voice rang in his ear, his warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Jiang Yichen then realized he was being held in a princess carried by Gu Qinya, slowly floating toward the shore. This position was utterly embarrassing. His face turned as red as a cooked crab. Eddie de. I can walk by myself. Don't move. Gu Qinya tightened his arms. If you fall, I won't take responsibility. Jiang Yichen immediately became obedient, stiff as a board. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Gu Qinya, mixed with a hint of herbal scent, surprisingly pleasant. Upon reaching the shore, Gu Qinya didn't put him down immediately but leaned down and whispered in his ear, I've saved your life. How do you plan to repay me, little brother? Jiang Yichen's body was covered in goosebumps. I can be your servant. Heh. Gu Qinya chuckled lightly, finally letting him down. Remember what you said. Jiang Yichen's legs went weak, nearly kneeling down, and he internally lamented. It's over, it's over. Now I'm really going to be collected by this female tyrant. Is it too late to jump back into the mercury? Chapter 53. The silver-armored battle against the golden men creaking. The bronze giant door let out a long and heavy groan, as if the ancient guardian that had slept for 1,000 years was awakened by an uninvited guest. Jiang Yichen cautiously pushed open a small gap, and a cold wind carrying the scent of rust hit him, causing the strands of hair on his forehead to flutter slightly. He squinted and looked inside, only to see a circular plaza the size of a football field, with 12 giant statues entirely coated in gold arranged in a ring, glimmering with a cold sheen under the eerie blue light of the eternal lamp. Could this be? Jiang Yichen's throat tightened, his voice unconsciously lowered. The legendary 12 golden men? Gu Qinya elegantly stepped over the threshold in her high heels, the sound of her heels tapping on the marble floor echoing in the vast plaza. The records of the Grand Historian states that Qin Shi Huang collected weapons from all over the world and cast 12 golden men, each weighing 1,000 stones, placing them in the palace. She gently traced her fingers over the patterns on the doorframe, not expecting to see the real thing here. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to complain about whether the designers of this ruin had watched too much tomb raiding notes, he suddenly heard a crisp crack under his feet. He looked down and was instantly terrified to find himself standing on a slightly raised bronze tile. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, the 12 golden men simultaneously opened their eyes. Their pupils, embedded with 2 pigeon blood rubies, now glowed with an enchanting red light. Accompanied by the clanking sound of gears turning, white steam shot out from the joints of the golden men, enveloping the entire plaza in a mist. Intruders, eliminate. A mechanically cold voice echoed from all directions, and the 12 golden men simultaneously raised their weapons. The 4 golden men in the front row wielded a giant axe, a spear, a bronze hammer, and a spike club, marching towards the 2 with synchronized steps. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, and small pebbles danced on the surface. Jiang Yichen felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Leader, is it too late to run now? Gu Qinya shot him a sidelong glance, her red lips slightly parting. What do you think? The golden man wielding the axe had already raised the bronze battle axe, the size of a door, high above his head, its blade glinting coldly under the light. Accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing through the air, the giant axe swung down with tremendous force. Dodge! Gu Qinya yanked Jiang Yichen by the collar, and the 2 barely escaped the blow. A black light struck the chest of the golden man, but only left a shallow mark. The giant axe struck the ground, sending stones flying and creating a half-meter deep gash in the marble floor. The physical defense is extremely high. Gu Qinya frowned slightly, her fingertips condensing a jet-black spiritual power. Heart-corroding Gu, poison dragon drill. The black light shot out like an arrow, accurately hitting the chest of the golden man. However, it only left a shallow dent on the gilded surface, and the hissing sound of corrosion lasted less than 3 seconds before stopping. On the other side, Jiang Yichen was forced to retreat repeatedly by 2 sword-wielding golden men. Although these 2 golden men moved clumsily, they coordinated perfectly, blocking his escape route from both sides. Help! These guys don't play fair, 2 against 1. Jiang Yichen rolled away lazily to dodge a sweeping bronze sword, the blade grazing his hair and cutting a few strands. Just as Gu Qinya was about to assist, 3 other golden men had already surrounded her in a V formation. One golden man wielding a spear took the initiative, the 3-meter-long bronze spear whistling through the air as it lunged toward her. Gu Qinya lightly tapped her toes, her figure soaring elegantly into the air, the black xianxia forming a beautiful arc heart corroding Gu. 1,000 threads. She danced her hands, sending countless fine black threads shooting from her fingertips, entangling the joints of the 3 golden men. Their movements slowed down momentarily, but they quickly began to break free from the restraints. Little brother, aren't you supposed to transform? Gu Qinya shouted as she dodged and weaved. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up at her words, pulling out the Wanxiang divine mask from his pocket. Zhao Zilong of Changshan, reporting for duty. A dazzling white light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the young man entirely. When the light dissipated, the previously flustered Jiang Yichen had transformed into a handsome general clad in silver armor and a white robe. The long and bright silver spear was in hand, its tip glimmering like a star. The Qingtang sword hung elegantly at his waist, its sheath ancient and refined. The silver armor shone under the lights, the white robe billowing without wind, exuding an impressive demeanor. Gu Qinya couldn't help but take a couple more glances, her red lips slightly parting. Not bad at all. Of course, the silver-armored young man performed a beautiful flourish with his spear, its tip tracing a silver arc in the air. Watch me. With a swift motion, he shot forward like lightning, arriving before the nearest golden man. The silver spear lunged for the golden man's throat. 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. The spear tip instantly transformed into dozens of afterimages, like a chorus of birds singing, striking the golden man's neck in the same spot repeatedly. The clanging sound of metal echoed continuously, and the golden man's head began to show noticeable looseness. Effective. Attack the joints and neck. Jiang Yichen shouted, sidestepping another golden man's sneak attack and thrusting his spear towards the opponent's elbow. Gu Qinya understood immediately and changed her strategy. She no longer dispersed her attacks, but concentrated the poison of the heart corroding Gu into fine needles, specifically targeting the gaps in the golden men's joints. Heart corroding Gu, 1,000 poison needles, countless black needles, as fine as cow hair, poured down like a torrential rain, accurately hitting the connection points of the golden men's elbows and knees. Although they couldn't destroy the golden men immediately, their movements clearly slowed down, and the joints emitted continuous cracking sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yichen leaped into the air, drawing the Qingtang sword. A sword light cold across 19 prefectures. The sword light, like a ribbon, drew a dazzling galaxy in the dim plaza. With a crisp clang, one golden man's right arm fell off, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, the golden man seemed unaffected, continuing to attack with its left hand holding the hammer, the bronze hammer sweeping towards him with a whistling sound. Damn, so tough. Jiang Yichen hastily blocked with his spear, being forced back several steps by the immense impact. His palms tingling. Is this thing a Terminator? Gu Qinya was also making progress. She keenly noticed a slightly darker area beneath the golden man's chest armor, about the size of a palm, where a rhythmic red light was faintly visible. Attack the core right below the chest, she called out, simultaneously forming hand seals. Heart corroding Gu. All poisons return to 1. A solidified black light erupted from her palm, accurately hitting a golden man's chest just below the armor. The golden man trembled violently, the red light in its eyes flickering, before finally extinguishing completely, crashing to its knees, unable to move again. Hearing this, Jiang Yichen's spirit lifted, and he immediately altered his strategy. He feigned an attack at the golden man's lower body, the silver spear darting towards the opponent's knee. When the golden man bent down to defend, he suddenly changed tactics. 7-strike, snake coiling spear. The silver spear, like a clever snake, pierced into the gap beneath the golden man's chest armor at a tricky angle. A crisp crack echoed as the spear tip seemed to pierce some intricate mechanism, causing the golden man to tremble a few times, the red light in its eyes gradually extinguishing, ultimately freezing in a pose of raising its sword. "We did it!" Jiang Yichen exclaimed excitedly. The subsequent battle, while still challenging, became more coordinated with a clear target. Xianxia focused on restraining and weakening the golden men with the heart-corroding goo to disrupt their movements. Jiang Yichen transformed into the silver-armored war god, galloping across the battlefield and delivering lethal strikes at the right moments. "Leader, how about a combined attack?" Jiang Yichen suddenly suggested, sweeping his silver spear to push back 2 golden men. Xianxia raised an eyebrow, a dangerous smile curling her red lips. "Oh, you used the heart-eating worm to restrict their movements, and I'll make a big move." Xianxia chuckled softly, quickly forming seals with her hands, her fingers dancing like butterflies. Heart-eating worm heavenly net. Countless black threads shot out from her fingertips, wrapping around the limbs of the remaining 6 golden figures like living creatures. The golden figures struggled desperately, their bronze bodies creaking under the unbearable strain, but for the moment, they couldn't break free from the dense bindings. "Now's the time." Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Dragon Dondian silver gun. The gun gleamed with dazzling silver light, and a faint dragon's roar echoed across the square. He bent his legs slightly and then leaped up, transforming into a bolt of silver lightning. The dragon fights in the wild. Its blood is dark yellow. He swiftly darted between the 6 golden figures, each flash accompanied by the thunder of a shot. The tip of the gun accurately pierced the core of each golden figure, producing a series of dazzling sparks. Boom! 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 6 consecutive explosive sounds rang out, and the 6 golden figures stiffened in succession, the red light in their eyes extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Jiang Yichen stood with his gun in hand, his silver armor shining under the lights, his white robe fluttering, exuding an imposing aura that was remarkably handsome. Finally done. He transformed back, sitting down heavily on the ground, his bangs soaked with sweat, utterly exhausted. Xianxia walked over gracefully, looking down at him with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. That move just now was good. Jiang Yichen proudly raised his head, sweat dripping from his chin. Of course, Changshan Zhao Zilong is not just a name. 7 entries and exits at Changban Slope. I mean, the coordination. Xianxia suddenly squatted down, delicately lifting his chin with her slender fingers, her red lips just inches away. "We have great chemistry." Jiang Yichen stiffened, clearly smelling her faint fragrance. "Leader, we can talk this out." Xianxia chuckled softly, releasing her hand and standing up elegantly. "Rest for 10 minutes. Then we continue." She looked around, her gaze landing on the jade gate at the end of the square. The real challenge was still ahead. Jiang Yichen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly pulled out a bottle of mineral water, gulping down several mouthfuls. The cold water flowed down his throat, slightly cooling his overheated brain. Although the battle, just now, was perilous, it must be said that fighting alongside Xianxia was indeed exhilarating. Of course, he would never say that out loud. He stole a glance at Xianxia, who was adjusting her qipao, thinking that this woman was indeed stunningly beautiful when quiet, if not for her bizarre collecting habits. Chapter 54. A Dream of the South Crack. Jiang Yichen's boot stepped on a fragment of a golden figure, and the bronze pieces scraped across the bluestone floor with a piercing sound. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. The shattered bodies of 12 golden figures lay scattered across the square, illuminated by the eerie glow of the blue, everlasting lamp. He wondered what he would encounter next. His voice echoed in the empty hall, tinged with a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Turning his head, he saw Xianxia leaning against a coiling dragon gold pillar, her slender fingers gently brushing away non-existent dust from the hem of her qipao. Her calm demeanor made it seem as if the fierce battle they had just endured was merely a leisurely stroll in the afternoon. "Leader, what shall we do next?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred. The air rippled like water, and the bronze walls began to twist and deform like melting wax figures. Jiang Yichen felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and he plunged into an abyss. He instinctively tried to summon the ghost tower, but found that the spiritual power within him was as solidified as amber, completely unresponsive. A wave of dizziness washed over him. and the world before his eyes shattered like a kaleidoscope, with countless colorful fragments swirling and reassembling in his vision. When his feet finally touched solid ground again, the surrounding scene had transformed completely. A magnificent palace corridor extended before him, with 12 gilded dragon columns supporting the intricately carved dome above. The ground was no longer bluestone, but a dark red Persian carpet interwoven with golden threads. Most bizarrely, the murals on the walls depicting the scenes of the Qin army battling the six states were slowly moving, with dust kicked up by war horses, soldiers wielding weapons, and even splashes of blood, all reenacting the epic of war from 1,000 years ago as if they were living beings. An illusion. Gu Qinya's cold voice came from behind. Jiang Yichen turned around, breath hitching. He realized that at some point, this deputy director had changed into an ink-green Qin-style deep robe, with silver-threaded phoenix patterns glimmering in the candlelight. Her cascading black hair was loosely pinned up with a jade hairpin, accentuating her already breathtaking beauty. Leader, your outfit. Look at yourself. Gu Qinya's lips curled slightly. Jiang Yichen looked down and found that he had unknowingly donned a dark-colored fitted outfit, with a long sword sheathed in sharkskin at his waist. He tried to move his limbs. The attire fit him surprisingly well, as if it had been custom-made. This cosplay is getting a bit out of hand, he muttered under his breath, his fingers unconsciously tracing the delicate patterns on the hilt of the sword. Just then, a blinding red light suddenly illuminated the mural at the end of the corridor. The previously motionless terracotta warriors slowly turned their heads, blue flames igniting in their hollow eye sockets. With a nauseating metallic scraping sound, these figurines grasped long pole arms and began to step out of the mural one by one. Here we go again. Jiang Yichen instinctively reached for his mask, only to find nothing. More terrifyingly, he realized that his connection to the ghost tower had been completely severed. Gu Qinya snorted coldly, her delicate fingers coalescing a familiar dark light, heart-eating. Before the incantation was complete, another transformation occurred. The approaching terracotta warriors suddenly froze in place, then collapsed like sand sculptures, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Meanwhile, the entire corridor began to twist violently. The gilded dragon on the pillar seemed to come alive, restlessly crawling along the column. The Persian carpet on the ground rolled up in waves. Even the dome above them rippled like the surface of water. Hold on to me. Gu Qinya grasped Jiang Yichen's wrist tightly. Her fingertips were as cold as jade, but held an irresistible strength. In the next moment, the world spun violently, and Jiang Yichen felt as if his insides were about to be thrown out. Countless fragmented images flashed before his eyes. Burning cities, galloping war horses, and mountains of corpses. When his vision cleared again, they found themselves in a hellish battlefield. The setting sun was blood-red, dyeing the entire sky a mournful orange. Countless bodies lay haphazardly on the scorched earth, some already mangled beyond recognition by vultures. The distant sounds of war horses neighing and soldiers' dying wails filled the air, which was thick with the stench of blood and decaying corpses. This is the Battle of Chongping? Jiang Yichen recognized the famous historical tragedy from the soldiers' attire around him. The blood-soaked Zhao soldiers were making their last desperate breakout, while the black banners of the Qin army were raised in all directions. A bloodied general staggered up to them, several feathered arrows still stuck in his damaged armor. Report. The Zhao army has broken through 3 of our lines from the northwest. Please make a decision quickly, General. Jiang Yichen, bewildered, pointed at himself. What? Me? General? Before he could process it, the scene changed again. This time, they stood in the center of a massive construction site, surrounded by thousands of laborers moving heavy stones. The bare-chested workers were bent over from the weight of the stones, and the sounds of whips and curses from the overseers filled the air. In the distance, an imposing palace was taking shape, with its flying eaves piercing the clouds. The construction site of the Apang Palace. Gu Qinya squinted, her ink-green sleeves fluttering gently in the wind. We are experiencing the cycles of different times and spaces. Jiang Yichen was about to speak when a burly overseer, with a face full of flesh, came over, brandishing his whip. What are you slacking off for? You won't eat if this block of bluestone isn't moved to the north gate today. Me? Move stones? Jiang Yichen pointed to his nose. Do you know who I am? The overseer scoffed, the whip cracking loudly in the air. Just a prisoner digging graves. If you talk back, I'll give you 30 lashes. Jiang Yichen was furious. Hey, I have a bad temper. Gu Qinya timely pressed down on his shoulder, the coolness from her fingertips helping him calm down slightly. Don't be impulsive. This is an illusion. We need to find a pattern. For the next period of time, the two floated like drifting leaves in the river of history. They had been palace guards and maids in the Qin palace, witnessing the tragic event of burning books and burying scholars. They had also been soldiers in the rebel army, raising the flag of rebellion under Chen, Sheng, and Wu Guang. They even became laborers building the Great Wall, hauling heavy bricks in the biting northern wind. Each scene was terrifyingly real. Jiang Yichen could clearly feel the cold weapons piercing flesh on the battlefield, smell the rich incense in the Apang palace, and even taste the roughness of gravel in the thin porridge he had as a laborer. Most frighteningly, as the cycles continued, they began to inherit the memories and emotions of each identity. In the seventh cycle, Jiang Yichen nearly lost himself completely. It was a scene of a victory banquet. He had become a general of the Qin army who had just conquered the state of Chu. Fine wines and delicious dishes, songs and dances filled the air. And the awe in the eyes of the other generals, the affectionate glances from the palace maidens, and the satisfaction of holding power all wrapped around him like a gentle swamp, pulling him deeper. General Jiang, His Majesty has bestowed wine upon you. When a servant knelt before him with a gilded wine goblet, Jiang Yichen momentarily believed he truly was that distinguished general. Just as he reached out to take the goblet, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Hiss! He looked down to find a black goo worm biting into his pulse. Following the worm's path, he saw Gu Qinya dressed as a palace maid, her cold gaze fixed on him. It's time to wake up, General. Her voice was laced with mockery. Like a bucket of cold water dousing him, Jiang Yichen suddenly awoke. The scene of the victory banquet shattered like a broken mirror, and those fawning smiles, fragrant wines, and enchanting dances all turned into bubbles. Thank you, leader. Back in the cycle passage, Jiang Yichen wiped the sweat from his brow, a lingering fear causing his stomach to twist. Gu Qinya rarely refrained from teasing, only saying lightly, "This illusion exploits human desires. The more one craves something, the easier it is to become immersed in the corresponding scene." Jiang Yichen looked at her thoughtfully. "Then you." "Shut up," Gu Qinya coldly interrupted. But under the moonlight, her ears clearly showed a hint of suspicious redness. In this subtle atmosphere, the scene changed again. This time, they stood on a towering, stargazing platform. Beneath them was a sprawling palace complex stretching for hundreds of miles. The golden glazed tiles shimmered in the morning sun. Countless palaces and towers were built against the mountains, resembling a giant dragon lying in wait. This must be the real Apang Palace. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but exclaim. The magnificent sight before him temporarily made him forget the danger of being in an illusion. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of kneeling came from behind. "Long live your majesty." The two turned around to see a man in a dark dragon robe, standing with his hands behind his back. He wore a 12-crest crown and a taille sword at his waist, his features sharp and defined like they were chiseled from stone. What was most shocking was his eyes, which seemed like bottomless cold pools, yet also seemed to contain the force of thunder. Just being swept by that gaze, Jiang Yichen felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Qin Shi. He instinctively held his breath. Ying Zheng's gaze lingered on the two for a moment before he spoke. "Do you know why I built this Apang Palace and this Great Wall?" Jiang Yichen answered without hesitation. "For pleasure?" "Absurd." The first emperor shouted angrily, shaking the entire space. He waved his sleeve, pointing to the palace complex below. "I unify the 6 states. This is built to stabilize the dragon veins of the 9 provinces and protect the fortunes of Huaxia. You mere mortals, how can you know the greatness of heaven and earth?" As he spoke, a complex star map suddenly appeared on the ground. Each star was made of flowing mercury, corresponding one by one to the positions of the distant palaces. Jiang Yichen's intuition told him this was the key to breaking the illusion. "Leader, look at the ground," he whispered a reminder. Gu Qinya understood, and the two focused on memorizing the direction of the star map. Just as the last star position was lit up, Ying Zheng's figure began to gradually fade away. Surprisingly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of this ancient emperor. "Future descendants, take care." With this long sigh, the surrounding palaces began to collapse. The glazed tiles fell like a torrential rain, and golden pillars and jade steps turned to dust. Gu Qinya suddenly reached out and grabbed a bronze token from the dissipating dragon table. "Hold on to me." Jiang Yichen actively took Gu Qinya's hand this time. As the world spun, they finally broke free from the confines of the illusion. The familiar bronze passage reappeared before them. But ahead was an additional portal emitting a soft glow. The light was not dazzling. Instead, it gave a warm and reassuring feeling. "That is the core," Gu Qinya said softly, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the bronze token that had appeared in her hand at some point. The words of Pang on the token glimmered faintly in the dim light. Jiang Yichen let out a long breath, only then realizing that his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He moved his stiff fingers and smiled wryly, finally out. "Leader, what are you holding?" Gu Qianye tucked the token into her sleeve and gave him a meaningful glance, a gift from the illusion. Jiang Yichen wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. After experiencing so many cycles, he vaguely guessed that this deputy director might have had an unknown conversation with the first emperor in some time and space. But for now, they had more important matters to attend to. "Let's go. It's time to get down to business." Gu Qianye adjusted her somewhat disheveled chi-pao and took the lead towards the light source. Jiang Yichen looked at her back and suddenly noticed a strange jade hairpin among her hair, which was clearly the attire of women from the Qin Palace in the illusion. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, Jiang Yichen quickened his pace to catch up. The light ahead grew brighter and brighter, as if calling to them, and waiting behind the light would be greater challenges and perhaps the ultimate answer to their journey. Chapter 55. The twin dragons seized the celestial cauldron as he passed through the last shimmering gate of light that resembled a curtain of water. Jiang Yichen's pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him was a spherical space with a diameter exceeding a kilometer. The dome above hung like a true sky, embedded with countless luminous pearls arranged according to the positions of the stars, shimmering with a cool, radiant light. The ground was paved with green jade bricks, each intricately carved with cloud patterns, glistening under an unknown light source. At the center of this space floated a three-legged cauldron made entirely of azure gold, its surface engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars that rotated slowly in tune with some mysterious rhythm, emanating a gentle glow that calmed the mind. The heavenly palace open cauldron. Gu Qianye's voice trembled slightly, a rare display of emotion. Her usually teasing phoenix eyes were now astonishingly bright, as the legendary artifact capable of refining all things in heaven and earth was indeed here. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to step forward, he suddenly felt a strange vibration beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw that clear spring water had seeped through the cracks of the jade bricks, rising visibly and soon covering his ankles. Wait, this water. Before he could finish his warning, the calm surface of the water suddenly erupted into two towering columns of water. The deafening roar of dragon cries echoed throughout the space as two enormous creatures burst forth from the water, sending down torrents of splashing waves like a violent rain. They were two serpentine dragons, their bodies entirely a dark greenish-black. Each dragon was as thick as a train car, their elongated bodies covered in palm-sized diamond-shaped scales that glimmered with a metallic luster. Their heads were larger than that of an adult water buffalo, showing off fierce teeth in their gaping jaws, while their lantern-sized eyes glowed with a chilling blood-red light. The most striking feature was the pair of partially formed dragon horns on their foreheads, which shone with a translucent jade-like luster, clearly on the verge of successfully transforming into true dragons. Roar! The slightly larger dragon on the left let out a thunderous roar, creating visible ripples in the enclosed space that made the luminous pearls on the dome tremble. Jiang Yichen felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, and his chest felt as if it had been struck hard, nearly causing him to lose his balance. "Leader," he struggled to swallow, his voice dry. "I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home seems to be left on." Gu Qianye yanked him by the collar, her manicured nails nearly piercing his flesh. "Stop talking nonsense and get ready to fight." Before her words fell, the left dragon had already opened its massive maw, shooting a deep blue water arrow as thick as a bucket towards them. The speed of the water arrow was astonishing, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Fire style, great fire destruction. Jiang Yichen swiftly formed seals with his hands, his chest swelling high before he unleashed a blinding white pillar of fire. This technique was copied from the Uchiha clan's secret arts in Naruto, with flames reaching temperatures over 1,000 degrees, enough to vaporize steel instantly. Swish! At the moment of impact between fire and water, the entire space was filled with steaming white mist. The high-temperature steam scorched exposed skin, forcing Jiang Yichen to squint. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the right dragon swung its spiked tail, sweeping towards them with a force to topple mountains. Heart-eating goo. 10,000 poisons barrier. Gu Qianye's delicate hands traced a mysterious pattern in front of her chest, and dense black spiritual energy surged from her fingertips, quickly coalescing into a translucent black barrier. Boom! The collision between the dragon's tail and the poison barrier produced a thunderous sound like a thunderclap. The barrier, capable of withstanding cannon fire, was shattered, transforming into countless black light spots. The shockwave sent both of them flying several meters away, with Jiang Yichen crashing heavily against the wall. A metallic taste surging in his throat. Cough, cough. He grimaced as he got back up, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. That force was probably more intense than being hit by a high-speed train. Xianxia was not in a much better situation. The hem of her expensive chi-pao was torn open by the fierce wind, exposing her long, fair thigh. But she paid no mind to her appearance at that moment. As the two dragons were closing in from both sides, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Split up, Xianxia shouted, her figure flashing like a ghost to the left. Black light flickering between her fingers. Jiang Yichen understood and rolled to the right, quickly forming seals with his hands. 8 extremes burst. This was a famous combat skill from Do Pe Song Xiong, where he compressed all his spiritual energy to the extreme before unleashing a sudden explosion. His right fist glowed with a blinding white light as he struck upwards with the force to shatter mountains and crack the earth against the dragon's jaw. Bang! In the midst of the dull thud, the dragon's massive head was knocked to the side, several scales shattering and revealing the pink flesh underneath. However, this minor injury was merely superficial to the large dragon, and instead enraged it completely. Roar! The injured dragon let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes locking onto Jiang Yichen as it opened its mouth to spray a torrent of water arrows. Each arrow was as thick as an adult's arm, glowing with an eerie blue light, clearly not ordinary water. Word Spirit, Lord Flame. Jiang Yichen immediately switched to the Word Spirit ability from Dragon Clan, forming a wall of flames in front of him. However, to his surprise, those water arrows pierced through the flame barrier, only slightly slowing down. In a moment of crisis, he had to change tactics again. Mystic Heavy Ruler. A massive black ruler appeared out of thin air. Jiang Yichen swung the ruler in a wide arc, blocking all incoming water arrows. The moment they collided with the heavy ruler, they produced a sound like metal clashing, numbing his hands. This water is problematic. He noticed that the ground splashed by the water arrows began to corrode and smoke, sending chills down his spine. On the other side, Xianxia's battle with the other dragon was even more intense. She pushed the heart-eating Gu to its limits. Countless black threads surged from her sleeves like living creatures, crazily wrapping around the dragon's body. Wherever those black threads passed, the dragon's hard scales visibly began to corrode and peel away. Hiss! The dragon writhed in pain, its thick tail sweeping through, breaking stone pillars that required 3 people to embrace. Xianxia had to dodge frequently while maintaining the output of the heart-eating Gu, beads of sweat already forming on her smooth forehead. Little brother, find a way to get close to that cauldron, she shouted during a moment of evasion. Jiang Yichen glanced at the floating heavenly palace open cauldron in the center, then at the dragon glaring at him, forcing a bitter smile. You make it sound easy. Before he could finish, the dragon suddenly opened its blood-filled mouth, shooting a more solid water arrow than before. Jiang Yichen hurriedly used the instant step to evade, but still got grazed on his left shoulder. Instantly, a piercing pain shot through him, and looking down, he saw that his clothes had been corroded to create a large hole, and the skin underneath began to rot. Damn, this is like Aqua Regia. He gasped in pain, quickly activating his healing ability to mend the wound. The dragon, seizing the opportunity, displayed incredible agility, sweeping its massive tail towards him. Jiang Yichen had no time to fully avoid it, and could only cross his arms to brace for impact. Bang! In a dull thud, he was sent flying like a kite with a cut string, crashing hard 20 meters away and rolling several times before coming to a stop. His entire body protested, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. When a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Jiang Yichen spat out a mouthful of blood foam, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Come out, Su Chu! With his roar, a flame giant over 5 meters tall appeared out of thin air. The giant was bare-chested, muscles bulging, wielding a massive hammer engulfed in flames, embodying the guardian spirit form of the famous General Su Chu from the 3 Kingdoms. Smash it! Jiang Yichen pointed at the dragon. Su Chu let out a thunderous roar, and the flaming giant hammer smashed down with immense force onto the head of the dragon. The dragon seemed to sense the threat, and hurriedly raised its front claws to block. Boom! At the moment of impact between the flames and the scales, a dazzling light erupted. The dragon's head was knocked down, its front claws scales shattered, revealing the charred flesh beneath. Jiang Yichen seized the opportunity and switched abilities again. Infinite Soul weapon Xianxia's Tooth. This was the sole weapon of Yichen from Juji. A crystal-clear, ice-blue long sword appeared in his hand. The blade was surrounded by a bone-chilling cold, and even the air crystallized into tiny ice shards. Phantom sword dance. Jiang Yichen's figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing in front of the dragon, his long sword transforming into countless sword shadows. This was the signature skill of the demon sword master from DNF, and countless sword lights poured down like a torrential rain onto the dragon's face. The dragon hurriedly closed its eyes, the scales on its eyelids clashing with the sword blades, creating dazzling sparks, but several swords still accurately struck the corners of its eyes. Drawing blood, the dragon roared in pain, wildly twisting its body, its thick tail flailing around chaotically, shaking the entire space. Seeing this, another dragon wanted to assist its companion, but was tightly entangled by Gu Qinya. Heart-eating Gu 10,000 poisons devour heart. Gu Qinya bit her tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed into her palm. The blood bizarrely transformed into countless black needles as fine as cow hair, shooting out like a torrential rain towards the dragon's body with a wave of her jade hand. These black needles specifically sought out the gaps in the scales, and once pierced, they released toxins frantically. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dragon let out a painful hiss, its massive body rolling madly on the ground, collapsing several supporting pillars, and debris began to fall from the dome. Now's the time. Gu Qinya's face turned as pale as paper. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained sharp as a knife. Hurry and get the cauldron. Without a word, Jiang Yichen maximized his speed. Shunbu, shave, moonwalk. He simultaneously used movement techniques for various works, such as Death God and One Piece. His figure turned into a blurred afterimage, weaving through the falling debris, heading straight for the Heavenly Palace's Kaiwu cauldron in the center. The two dragons saw this and desperately tried to stop him. The dragon entangled by Su Chu took a heavy blow from the flaming hammer, then turned its head to spray a deep blue water arrow. The other dragon swung its tail directly, trying to cut Jiang Yichen in half. Not a chance. Gu Qinya shouted, her hands forming seals, heart-eating Gu heavenly net. Countless black threads shot out from her sleeves, weaving into a giant net in midair, forcefully blocking the water arrow. At the same time, Su Chu roared and lunged forward, using his body to shield Jiang Yichen from the sweeping dragon tail. Su Chu's spirit was almost shattered by the blow, but he still bought precious time for Jiang Yichen. Hit it! Jiang Yichen leaped into the air, his right hand spread wide, grabbing one of the legs of the floating Heavenly Palace's Kaiwu cauldron. In an instant, the entire ruins shook violently. The two dragons let out unwilling roars, but their massive bodies began to gradually turn transparent. The luminous pearls on the dome extinguished one by one, and the surrounding walls crumbled like sand, revealing the blue sky and white clouds outside. We did it! Jiang Yichen landed back on the ground with a heavy bronze cauldron, turning to look for Gu Qinya. He saw her kneeling on one knee, blood still at the corner of her mouth, but a rare smile appeared on her stunning face. As the ruins completely collapsed, the two felt a flash before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they had returned to the real world at the foot of Lishan. Other explorers gradually appeared around them, all with blank expressions, clearly just having escaped from the ruins. Phew, we finally made it out. Jiang Yichen let out a long breath, handing the heavy Heavenly Palace's Kaiwu cauldron to Gu Qinya. Here, your treasure. Gu Qinya took the bronze cauldron, her slender fingers gently tracing the patterns on its surface, a complex light flashing in her eyes. When she looked up at Jiang Yichen again, the warmth in her gaze made his heart skip a beat. This time, thanks to you, she said softly, her tone unprecedentedly gentle. Jiang Yichen felt uneasy under her gaze, chuckling awkwardly. It was nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll just... He turned around, about to make a run for it, but was caught by Gu Qinya, her seemingly delicate fingers now as firm as a vice. What is the rush? Gu Qinya leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Her voice sweet as syrup. The account between us hasn't been settled yet. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly had a strong premonition of stepping out of the dragon's den and into the tiger's lair. Chapter 56 Invitation to the Trap. Boss. Jiang Yichen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his footsteps discreetly retreating. Suddenly, he remembered that the gas stove at home seemed to be left on. Gu Qinya looked at him with a half-smile, her slender fingers unknowingly holding 3 shimmering silver needles. Oh, is that so? Yes, yes. Jiang Yichen nodded vigorously. My mom said she was going to stew some ribs today, and I need to go back to watch the fire. As he spoke, he edged backward, suddenly feeling something behind him. Turning around, he was instantly terrified to find himself surrounded by a cage made of countless silver needles. These needles floated in the air, their tips glimmering with an eerie purple light, clearly laced with deadly poison. Boss, boss. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We can talk about this. Look, I just achieved a merit. If you arrest me now, it would be really bad for my reputation. Gu Qinya leisurely played with a strand of hair, her red lips slightly parted. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. These words sent chills down Jiang Yichen's spine. His mind raced, and suddenly a light bulb went off. Right? The tripod. There are still mechanisms on the tripod that haven't been unlocked. Before he could finish, Gu Qinya suddenly opened her cherry-like mouth. Horrifyingly, her red lips slowly widened at an unnatural angle, instantly transforming into a dark, gaping maw. What the hell? Before Jiang Yichen could react, he felt an irresistible suction pulling him in. He desperately grabbed onto a nearby tree trunk, but was sucked in along with it. Boss, spare me. I taste terrible. I haven't showered in 3 days. His last scream abruptly cut off as Jiang Yichen was swallowed whole into that abyss-like mouth. In the final moment of consciousness, he finally understood what Lu Hongxia meant by interesting. He was about to be devoured alive. Darkness, dampness, warmth. This was Jiang Yichen's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself in a pink, enclosed space. The fleshy walls around him pulsed rhythmically, transparent liquid occasionally dripping from above. And a faint sour smell filled the air. Am I in Gu Qinya's stomach? Jiang Yichen felt the soft ground beneath him, which felt somewhat like high-end memory foam, but much warmer. He tried to stand up, only to find the space too limited, forcing him to remain in a half-squat position. This woman looks slim, but her stomach is quite spacious. He muttered quietly, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, can I? An evil plan formed in his mind. Jiang Yichen's lips curled into a mischievous smile, but it quickly vanished as he put on a sorrowful face. Help! Let me out! He pounded on the surrounding flesh walls, his voice pitiful like an abandoned puppy. Director Gu. Sister Gu, I was wrong. I won't run away again. Outside in the world. Gu Qinya was elegantly adjusting her slightly disheveled qipao. Hearing the cries from within, she squinted her eyes in satisfaction and gently patted her flat stomach. Be good. Don't make a fuss. Special Operations Bureau Temporary Command Center. Director Gu, the Relic Exploration Report has been compiled. A Special Operations officer respectfully handed over a folder. All personnel have safely evacuated, with no major casualties. Gu Qinya lazily leaned back in her chair, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. Well done. Suddenly, she felt a slight movement in her abdomen, causing her to frown slightly. But it quickly returned to normal as she continued to listen to the report. Regarding the registration procedures for the Tiangong Cao Ding. That's not urgent. Gu Qinya interrupted. First, arrange for personnel to rest. We'll handle it tomorrow. Yes. Once everyone had withdrawn, Gu Qinya gently pressed her abdomen and whispered, Behave, or you'll regret it. Inside her stomach, Jiang Yichen immediately put on a pitiful expression. Sister Gu, it's so dark in here. I am scared. Gu Qinya coldly laughed and left the command center. In a 5-star hotel, presidential suite. Gu Qinya shed her dust-covered qipao and stepped into the spacious bathroom. The warm water washed over her fair skin, easing away her fatigue. She suddenly let out a soft hum, her hands pressed against the tiled wall. The restless little guy in her stomach seemed to be throwing a tantrum, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Yichen, she warned through gritted teeth, if you keep moving, do you believe I'll make the stomach acid rise? Instantly, Jiang Yichen became obedient. No, I'm sorry. I'm just a little bored. Gu Qinya couldn't be bothered to respond, continuing to enjoy the rare moment of relaxation. The warm water flowed over her delicate collarbone, cascading down her graceful curves. She gently massaged her abdomen, tried to alleviate the strange, bloated feeling. Strange, she muttered to herself, I clearly didn't eat much. Why do I feel so full? Because of me, Jiang Yichen replied from within her stomach. Boss, this stomach is quite comfortable, softer than my sofa at home. Gu Qinya rolled her eyes, turned off the shower, and wrapped herself in a bathrobe as she exited the bathroom. On the soft bed, Gu Qinya lazily leaned against the headboard, holding an ancient book in her hands. Her damp, long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. Her abdomen occasionally experienced slight movements, as if protesting against the overly active tenant inside. Sister Gu, Jiang Yichen's muffled voice came through. It's so boring in here. Can I see a book? Gu Qinya snorted. Should I make you a cup of tea too? That would be great. Jiang Yichen eagerly responded. And some cookies would be nice. In your dreams. Gu Qinya ruthlessly refused, but couldn't help the smile creeping onto her face. She gently stroked her slightly bulging abdomen, feeling the lively little guy inside. This strange experience was both novel and pleasurable for her. Boss. Jiang Yichen suddenly switched to a flattering tone. Look, I'm being so good. Can you let me out? I promise I won't run away. Gu Qinya narrowed her eyes. Do you think I would believe that? I swear. Jiang Yichen declared earnestly, if I lie, may lightning strike me. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Gu Qinya. Jiang Yichen. It's purely a coincidence. Gu Qinya sneered, turned over to lie on her side, deliberately compressing the space in her stomach. Looks like someone needs to reflect on their actions. Ouch. Be gentle. You're going to crush me. Jiang Yichen exaggeratedly wailed. Gu Qinya ignored him, engrossed in her reading, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her good mood. Seeing that his act of self-pity was ineffective, Jiang Yichen quickly changed tactics. He began to hum a little tune, his voice just loud enough for Gu Qinya to hear. This year, no gifts for the holidays. No gifts for the holidays, only accepting. Shut up. Gu Qinya snapped. If you keep it up, I'll digest you. Jiang Yichen immediately fell silent, but inside he was overjoyed. He realized that although this deputy director appeared fierce on the surface, she really couldn't do anything to him. Just wait. He secretly chuckled. Once she's had her fun, she'll know what it means to invite a spirit, but find it hard to send him away. Thinking of this, he comfortably lay against the soft stomach wall, even crossing his legs. After all, he wouldn't be getting out anytime soon, so he might as well enjoy this unique lodging experience. Gu Qinya felt a sudden calmness in her stomach, which made her a bit uncomfortable. She gently pressed her abdomen. Hey, are you dead? Not yet, Jiang Yichen lazily replied. I just feel that your stomach is quite comfortable, planning to take a nap. Gu Qinya was exasperated, but helpless. The rain outside grew heavier, with raindrops tapping against the glass, creating a soothing melody. Gu Qinya put down her book and yawned softly. The day's hustle and bustle had indeed left her exhausted. She turned on her side and pulled the down comforter over herself. Jiang Yichen in her stomach seemed to quiet down as well, no longer causing a ruckus. This wonderful state of coexistence surprisingly gave her a sense of unprecedented tranquility. Good night, you little rascal, she said softly, then realized her lapse and quickly straightened her face, adding, I'll deal with you tomorrow. A muffled response from Jiang Yichen came from her stomach, as if he was already half asleep. Gu Qinya shook her head, turned off the bedside lamp, and slowly drifted into a dream amidst the sound of rain. What she didn't know was that the seemingly obedient tenant was brewing a shocking escape plan. Chapter 57. The calamity inside Qian Yi. The morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains and fell on the bed, where Gu Qian Yi lazily turned over. Her long fingers unconsciously brushed over her slightly protruding abdomen, where a faint movement was felt. HM. She let out a soft hum, her brows slightly furrowing. The little rascal inside her stomach seemed to have woken up and was stretching. Good morning, Sister Gu. Jiang Yichen's energetic voice came from within. How did you sleep last night? Gu Qianyi squinted her eyes, a hint of dark energy gathering at her fingertips. It seems someone is quite energetic. No. Jiang Yichen immediately backed down. I was just asking. Absolutely no other meaning. Gu Qianyi huffed lightly, threw off the covers, and got up. Under the silk robe, her flat abdomen had returned to normal, completely unnoticeable that it was hiding a living person inside. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stretched. The morning light outlined her graceful curves, but no one was there to appreciate it except for the little rascal rolling around in her stomach. Boss, the scenery in your stomach is really nice. Jiang Yichen's voice was muffled, but a bit monotonous. Gu Qianyi couldn't be bothered to respond to him and turned toward the bathroom. The warm water washed over her skin, washing away the fatigue of the night. Just as she was enjoying the rare tranquility, she suddenly felt a strange movement in her stomach. Jiang Yichen. She gritted her teeth and pressed down on her abdomen. What are you doing? I'm doing morning exercises. Jiang Yichen declared confidently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. With his chant, a rhythmic pressure built up in Gu Qianyi's stomach, forcing her to lean against the wall. Stop. Her voice trembled slightly. Or else I'll let you taste the bitterness of stomach acid. Jiang Yichen immediately behaved. Okay, I won't do it anymore. Gu Qianyi breathed a sigh of relief and continued her shower. However, just as she lathered up with shower gel, She suddenly felt a warm flow rising up her esophagus. Burp. She uncontrollably burped, a faint sour taste spreading in her mouth. Jiang Yichen. Gu Qianyi enunciated each word, her eyes filled with murderous intent. It was an accident. Purely an accident. Jiang Yichen hurriedly aplanet. I just wanted to see what the esophagus looks like. Gu Qianyi, with a dark expression, rinsed off the foam on her body, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. She decided she had to teach this little rascal a lesson today. Breakfast time. Gu Qianyi elegantly sliced her fried egg on the plate, sipping coffee. Suddenly, her hand holding the fork trembled, and the fried egg fell back onto the plate. You. She pressed down on her abdomen, her expression changing slightly. Inside her stomach, Jiang Yichen was eagerly examining the newly served breakfast. Wow. Fried egg. Coffee. Sister Gu, you're so nice to me. That's my breakfast. Gulin ye giritit hertit. Don't be so stingy. Jiang Yichen grinnet. Anyway. It all ends up with me. Gu Qianyi took a deep breath, her fingertips gathering dark energy, heart corrosion. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden sharp pain twisted in her abdomen. She had to bend over, resting her forehead on the dining table. Didn't he expect that, did you? Jiang Yichen was smug. I wrapped the food in spiritual energy. Your stomach acid can't digest it at all. Gu Qianyi's face turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down her cheeks. She had never encountered this situation before. Though she had devoured in the past, would not last more than 3 hours before turning into nutrients under the effect of the heart corrosion goo. But this little rascal was not only alive and kicking, but also dared to rebel. You think this will stun me? She forced herself to sit up straight, hands forming seals, heart corrosion goo. 10,000 poisons devour heart. Countless thin black needles formed in her stomach, stabbing towards Jiang Yichen. However, ding ding ding. The black needles hit a layer of light blue shield, bouncing off. This is my Dochi armor, specially designed to defend against hidden weapons. Jiang Yichen explained it proudly. Gu Qianyi's expression finally changed. She suddenly stood up, but the abrupt movement caused her vision to darken. The twisting pain in her stomach intensified, forcing her to lean against the wall to steady herself. Jiang Yichen, she said, her voice trembling. You come out. Now you know to beg for mercy? Jiang Yichen laughed, like a little person on a power trip. Weren't you just going to deal with me? Gu Qianyi bit her lip and remained silent, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her condition. She staggered to the side of the sofa and curled up. Oh no, boss, what is wrong? Jiang Yichen feigned ignorance. Do you want to call a doctor? Gu Qianyi forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. Rascal, thanks for the compliment. Jiang Yichen cheerfully accepted this praise and then began his internal sightseeing tour. He first slid into the small intestine through the pylorus of the stomach, where the environment was much narrower than in the stomach, and the intestinal walls constantly twisted, trying to push him deeper. Wow, this is the legendary duodenum. Jiang Yichen exclaimed like a curious child, touching everything. It's much pinker than what is drawn in textbooks. Outside, Gu Qianyi was already in so much pain that she couldn't speak, only rolling on the sofa while holding her stomach. She had never imagined that one day she would be explored from the inside like this. Next is the large intestine. Jiang Yichen joyfully announced. Sister Gu, you eat pretty healthily. The intestinal environment is not bad. Come out. Gu Qianyi weakly ordered, but it had no deterrent effect. Jiang Yichen ignored her and continued his adventure. He arrived near the liver and gently poked this largest detoxifying organ of the human body. I heard the liver can regenerate. He pondered. So a little play should be okay, right? Saying this, he simulated a small hammer with spiritual energy and lightly tapped the surface of the liver. Gu Qianyi suddenly arched her body and let out a painful cry. Stop. Please. Jiang Yichen posit. He didn't expect this strong woman would actually beg for mercy, leaving him momentarily at a loss. I was just joking. He awkwardly withdrew his spiritual energy. How about I go explore somewhere else? Gu Qianyi had no strength to respond, only weakly nodding. Jiang Yichen thought for a moment and decided to check out the lungs. He followed the blood circulation to the pulmonary artery and then entered the right lung. Wow, it's so spacious here. He jumped around between the alveoli. It's bigger than my living room. Outside, Gu Qianyi suddenly started coughing violently, her face turning red. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath like someone drowning. Jiang Yichen. She enunciated each word, tears welling up in her eyes. I give up. Only then did Jiang Yichen realize he had gone too far and quickly evacuated from the lungs. He climbed up through the trachea, stopping to take a look at the heart along the way. TSK, TSK, Sister Gu, your heart is beating so fast. He pressed against the ventricular wall and listened. Did I impress you? Gu Qianyu was too weak to argue back, just shaking her head feebly. Finally, Jiang Yichen arrived at the throat. He cleared his throat. Boss, can you open the door? Gu Qianyu trembled and opened her mouth, and the next second, ugh. Jiang Yichen was sprayed out by a blast of air, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the sofa. Oh, such a warm send-off? He chuckled while tidying his clothes. I'm almost embarrassed. Gu Qianyu slumped at the other end of the sofa, her face pale, the strands of hair on her forehead damp with sweat sticking to her face. She weakly raised her hand, a hint of dark energy gathering at her fingertips. But before she could launch it, it dissipated. Don't bother, Jiang Yichen leaned closer, kindly offering a glass of water in your current state. You couldn't even kill an ant. Gu Qianyu took the cup of water and sipped it slowly. Her gaze towards Jiang Yichen was extremely complex, angry, helpless, shocked, and with a hint of something difficult to detect. Admiration? How did you resist the heart-corroding poison? Her voice was hoarse. Jiang Yichen smiled mysteriously. The devouring ancestral talisman from martial movement in the universe specifically targets various toxins. Gu Qianyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Lu Hongxiao was right. You are indeed interesting. Jiang Yichen took a half step back warily. Leader, you wouldn't still want to. Don't worry. Gu Qianyu waved her hand. A flicker of fear in her eyes. I certainly don't want to experience that again. She slowly straightened her body, though still weak. She had regained her former elegant demeanor. But what? Jiang Yichen asked nervously. Gu Qianyu suddenly broke into a breathtaking smile. You'd better pray not to fall into my hands again. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have provoked an extraordinary existence. Chapter 58. The gentle trap of a Yandera leader. You should rest well. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Yichen tiptoed toward the door, every step cautious, as if afraid of shattering the floor beneath him. Just as his fingers brushed against the cold metal doorknob, a barely audible muffled groan came from behind him. Ugh! This soft sound tightened around Jiang Yichen's heart like a thin string. He froze in place, fingers unconsciously scratching at the slight scratches on the doorknob. After 3 seconds of mental struggle, he slowly turned around, his gaze landing on the curled figure on the bed. Gu Qianyu lay on the disheveled bedding. Her usually neatly tied, long hair now scattered across the white pillowcase, spreading out like ink stains. Her gold-rimmed glasses were askew on her nose, and the lashes behind the lenses trembled slightly. Her long fingers gripped the fabric of her abdomen tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. The silk pajamas wrinkled into a ball. Hey, stop pretending. Jiang Yichen's voice was dry, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. I was clearly holding back just now. Another suppressed gasp escaped. Gu Qianyu's forehead pressed against the pillow, beads of sweat trickling down her temples, soaking into the pillowcase, leaving dark stains. Her lips lost their usual color, trembling slightly as if enduring immense pain. Jiang Yichen's steps suddenly halted. He knew this woman too well. The Gu Qianyu who could crush an enemy's throat with one hand on the battlefield. The deputy director who could turn opponents into blood puddles with a laugh, who would rather bite her own tongue than show any weakness in front of others. What a hassle! He shuffled back to the bedside, the wooden floor creaking softly under his feet. The glass water jug on the nightstand reflected the moonlight, casting tiny specks of light. As Jiang Yichen picked up the jug, he realized his hand was trembling slightly, causing ripples on the surface of the water. Drink some water. He poured warm water into a cup, the clinking sound of ceramic echoing harshly in the quiet room. He handed it over in a deliberately official tone. Even though you're completely to blame for this. Gu Qianyu slowly opened her eyes, the gaze behind the lenses fogged, momentarily unfocused before landing on his face. She trembled as she lifted her hand, but just as her fingertips grazed the rim of the cup, she suddenly lost strength, and the entire cup spilled onto the sheets, the dark water stains spreading rapidly. Jiang Yichen's brows furrowed involuntarily. He refilled the cup, this time sitting at the edge of the bed, one hand carefully supporting the back of Gu Qianyu's neck. Her skin was astonishingly hot, her hair sticking to her sweaty neck, rising and falling with her shallow breaths. Open your mouth, he commanded, but his voice unconsciously softened. Warm water flowed slowly into Gu Qianyu's mouth, and the movement of her Adam's apple as she swallowed was clearly visible. Jiang Yichen's gaze fell on her pale lips, which were slightly chapped from dehydration. Uncharacteristically, he reached out to brush aside the hair sticking to her forehead, only to startle himself with the action and quickly retract his hand. With so many ways to deal with enemies, he suddenly spoke, his voice low, as if to himself, just don't swallow people again. Gu Qinya's eyelashes fluttered lightly, casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. What I can do, someone else might be able to do too. Jiang Yichen stared at the moving reflection in the cup, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the chipped edge. What if I encounter someone ruthless? Before he could finish, his wrist was suddenly grabbed with great force. A cold spiritual energy slithered into his veins like a venomous snake, instantly sealing off the flow of his spiritual power. The cup slipped from his fingers, shattering on the wooden floor, with splattered droplets glimmering like scattered diamonds under the moonlight. Got you. Gu Qinya's voice suddenly turned bright and clear, no longer showing any hint of weakness. She deftly flipped over, pinning Jiang Yichen firmly beneath her, her knee pressing against his waist, and her right hand like a vice gripping his throat. The dangerous glint in her eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses shone brightly, the corner of her mouth curving into a triumphant smile, like a predator finally cornering its prey. You! Jiang Yichen's eyes widened, his pupils constricting violently. Pretending? Correct. Gu Qinya leaned down, her hair falling beside his cheek, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. You made our little hero worried. Haven't you? Her nose nearly touched Jiang Yichen's, her breath carrying a minty and bitter herbal scent. Jiang Yichen could clearly see his own panicked reflection in her pupils, along with the beauty mark at the corner of her eye usually hidden by her glasses. Why did you come back? Gu Qinya asked softly, her fingertips lightly tracing the pulse at his wrist, as if playing with a new toy. You clearly reached the doorknob. I was just... Jiang Yichen stammered, cold sweat breaking out on his back. I was afraid you'd die, and I'd take the blame. The deputy director of the special bureau dies, and as a witness, I'd definitely be interrogated for half a year. Oh, Gu Qinya elongated her tone, her fingertips slowly moving up his arm, like a snake slithering. Then why did you specifically remind me not to swallow enemies anymore? Her nails lightly grazed over his collarbone. So concerned about me? Jiang Yichen's entire body stiffened like a wooden board. This is basic humanitarian concern. The core socialist values require us. Humanitarian concern? Gu Qinya mimicked his tone, suddenly leaning closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his sensitive earlobe. When I was causing chaos in your body. Why didn't you think about humanitarianism? Jiang Yichen's ears turned visibly red, like a cooked shrimp. That was self-defense. You didn't talk about humanitarianism when you swallowed me. Gu Qinya laughed softly, her laughter lightly tickling the nerves. She slightly pulled away, using her index finger to lift Jiang Yichen's chin. The pressure, just enough to prevent him from escaping. Do you know? Over the years, I've swallowed a total of 37 people. Her thumb gently brushed against his lips, her gaze gradually turning dangerous. You are the first to survive in my stomach for 10 minutes. Her fingertips moved to his Adam's apple, applying just the right amount of pressure, and also the first to make me plead for mercy. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Jiang Yichen could hear his heart beating like a drum, along with Gu Qinya's eerily steady breathing. Her body heat, transmitted through the thin fabric, was astonishingly hot. Just now you said. Gu Qinya's voice suddenly turned light and soft, yet sent chills down his spine, not to swallow enemies anymore. Her fingers slowly descended, stopping at Jiang Yichen's carotid artery. So, are you my enemy, Jiang Yichen? Each word was like a heavy hammer, making Jiang Yichen dizzy. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Gu Qinya's pupils slightly constricted in the dim room, like a feline predator zeroing in on its prey, glimmering with dangerous excitement. I. Jiang Yichen's brain raced, suddenly struck with a thought. I am your loyal subordinate, an outstanding student from the Spring City branch of the Special Bureau. Subordinate? Gu Qinya raised an eyebrow, her knee maliciously pressing against his waist, which subordinate would. Her fingertips circled his abdomen. Hold a concert in their leader's stomach? Jiang Yichen forced out a dry laugh. That's a special team-building activity? To enhance the relationship between superiors and subordinates? Gu Qinya suddenly tightened her grip, her nails nearly digging into his skin. Tell the truth. Pain shot through his wrist, and Jiang Yichen winced. It hurts. I'll tell you. I just think what you did was too dangerous. Oh, Gu Qinya slightly relaxed her grip, signaling him to continue. What if one day I swallow someone who can cause more trouble than I do? What if the other party brings a miniature nuclear bomb? What if Jiang Yichen's voice grew softer? What if he encounters someone truly ruthless? His voice suddenly stopped. Gu Qinya's expression changed, the teasing look fading like a tide, replaced by a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the skin on the inner side of Jiang Yichen's wrist, where there were still red marks left by the silver needles sealing his spiritual power. Silence spread between the two. The moonlight outside quietly shifted a little, illuminating the shattered glass debris on the floor, each piece reflecting fragmented light. After a long time, Gu Qinya suddenly released her grip and turned to sit aside. She turned her back to Jiang Yichen, straightening her disheveled collar. Her voice returning to its usual indifference. Get lost. Jiang Yichen was stunned in place, momentarily unable to react to this sudden change. He rubbed his reddened wrist, still marked by Gu Qinya's fingerprints. Are you okay? Do you need me to repeat that? Gu Qinya turned her head, her glasses reflecting a cold light. Tomorrow morning at 8, report on the relic exploration situation in the conference room. Jiang Yichen dashed to the door, and as his hand touched the doorknob, he heard her voice again, Jiang Yichen. He stiffened, his back straightening as if he had been immobilized. Remember what you said today? Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, each word clear. The moment the door closed, Jiang Yichen let out a long breath, slowly sliding down against the wall to sit on the ground. His back was completely soaked in sweat, the t-shirt sticking to his skin, feeling cold. The emergency lights in the corridor cast flickering shadows on his face, breaking his expression into fragmented color blocks. This woman is terrifying. Inside the room, Gu Qinya stared at the shattered glass on the floor, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over her abdomen. There was still a slight discomfort lingering there after the chaos, yet it felt strangely warm. She recalled half an hour ago, when this boy was rampaging inside her, she truly thought she would die. The pain of having her insides stirred, the despair of being deprived of breath. But the moment she opened her mouth to beg for mercy, all the torment stopped. What was even more unbelievable was that, having already escaped to the door, he turned back again, knowing how dangerous she was, knowing she could kill him at any moment. Moonlight seeped through the curtain's gap, casting slender light streaks on her face, resembling trails of tears. Gu Qinya gently pressed her hand against her chest, where something was beating uncontrollably. So foolish, she murmured to the empty room, her voice trembling in a way she didn't even notice. A fleeting smile appeared at the corners of her lips, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 59. The crazy beauty knocks at the door. Mom, I'm back alive. Jiang Yichen dashed out of the hotel and ran 3 streets before daring to pull out his phone to report his safety to his family. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice was filled with joy and tears. You little brat. You've been in a relic for so many days without a word, and you've made my hair go gray with worry. It's all good now. Jiang Yichen scratched his head. Your son is now a D-level expert. Don't get cocky. His mother laughed and scolded. When are you coming home? Your dad said he wants to make braised pork ribs. I'll be back in a couple of days. Jiang Yichen felt warmth in his heart. By the way, tell Dad to add more potatoes. After hanging up the phone, he dialed Yu Fuyao's number. After 3 rings, a familiar cold voice came through. Not dead? Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Jiang Yichen jumped up. I'm just. All right, let us talk in person. Yu Fuyao interrupted him. There's a barbecue place downstairs. Bring Lu Ming and the others. Half an hour later, the 4-man team reunited at their favorite food stall. As soon as Lu Ming saw Jiang Yichen, he gave him a bear hug. Nice job, brother. D-level. Keep it low-key. Jiang Yichen flicked his hair. I'm just a tiny bit better than you guys. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Jiang, why did you suddenly disappear after coming out of the relic? We thought you were captured by some female demon. Jiang Yichen's hand shook, nearly dropping the skewers. What are you talking about? I had an urgent mission. Zhou Yin looked at him suspiciously. What kind of mission can make you not even say goodbye? Special Investigation Bureau Secrets. Jiang Yichen straightened his face, pretending to cough. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. The 3 rolled their eyes in unison, but didn't press further. The topic quickly shifted to their experiences in the relic. Lu Ming recounted their thrilling encounter with the Terracotta Army. Lin Xiaoyu described the strange herbs she found. And Zhou Yin mysteriously mentioned finding a glowing stone. Brother Jiang, what about you? Lin Xiaoyu asked curiously. You must have encountered a lot on your own, right? Jiang Yichen took a bite of lamb skewers and mumbled, it was all right, just had a few fights and picked up some junk. He subconsciously touched the red mark on his wrist, a mark left by Gu Qinya's silver needles. Thinking of that crazy woman, he couldn't help but shiver. By the way, Lu Ming suddenly said, we're heading back to Kyoto after the meeting tomorrow. Since you're D-level now, you have to report to the headquarters. Remember to find us. Absolutely. Jiang Yichen patted his chest in assurance. I'll treat you guys to a feast then. After a hearty meal, The four said their goodbyes. Back in his hotel room, as soon as Jiang Yichen flopped onto the bed, his phone rang. Lu, Yen, Xia, he roared as soon as he answered. Did you know Gu Qinye would eat people? On the other end, laughter filled with schadenfreude came through. So, how does it feel to be swallowed? You're still laughing. Jiang Yichen rolled on the bed in anger. Almost got digested, you know. Come on, Lu Yinxia scoffed. Aren't you alive and kicking? You even helped Director Gu get the Tiangong Kaiwu ding. Jiang Yichen sat up abruptly. Wait, how do you know? Isn't it obvious? I'm also a deputy director, okay? Lu Yinxia said irritably. Do you think everyone is as carefree as you? After bickering for a while, the conversation gradually shifted to serious matters. When Jiang Yichen asked why Gu Qinye was so fixated on that ding, there was a sudden silence on the other end. She didn't tell you? Lu Yinxia's voice grew unusually serious. Tell me what? Another silence ensued. Director Gu's cultivation method is a dual practice of medicine and poison. Lu Yinxia finally spoke. It should have balanced development. But when the Special Investigation Bureau was just established, there were too many enemies. Her voice lowered. To guard the borders, she forcibly cultivated poison techniques and broke through to B level in a short time. The cost was, the balance within her body was completely shattered. Jiang Yichen tightened his grip on the phone. The Tiangong Kaiwu Ding can help her rebuild her foundation, Lu Yinxia continued, and even give her a chance to break through to the legendary A level. After hanging up, Jiang Yichen sat dazed on the edge of the bed. The pale face of Gu Qinye flashed in his mind, along with her light-hearted words. You're the first person to make me plead for mercy. So that is how it is. While he was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened with a beep. Good evening, little brother. Gu Qinye leaned against the door, wearing a dark green cheongsam that accentuated her graceful curves. She twirled a rune card with her fingertip, her red lips slightly curved. Surprised? Jiang Yichen jumped up from the bed. L leader, what are you doing here? What is the matter? Gu Qinye walked closer. The sound of her high heels on the carpet muffled. Didn't you say we're not enemies? With each step she took, Jiang Yichen took a step back until his back hit the wall. Of course. Jiang Yichen chuckled nervously. I'm a bit surprised. Gu Qinye suddenly reached out, her icy fingertips brushing against his wrist. Does it hurt? Jiang Yichen looked down, seeing her inspecting the red marks left by the silver needles. From this angle, he could see her thick eyelashes fluttering slightly, casting a shadow in the light. It's okay, he stammered. Liar. Gu Qinye chuckled lightly, taking out a white jade box from her small bag. The wound from the heart-cutting needle doesn't show on the surface, but actually. She opened the box to reveal a light green ointment. It hurt for 3 days and nights. Jiang Yichen swallowed. And no, that is not necessary. Good boy. Extend your hand. Gu Qinye lifted her gaze to him, her eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Don't make me say it a second time. Jiang Yichen, trembling, extended his hand. Gu Qinye's fingertip, dipped in the ointment, gently brushed over the red mark, bringing a wave of coolness. Do you know why I can't find you? She suddenly asked. Jiang Yichen shook his head, not daring to breathe. First, Gu Qinye slowly applied the ointment. Thank you for helping me find the Tiangong Kaiwu Ding. Second, she suddenly pressed hard on the wound. Ow! Jiang Yichen screamed. This is punishment. Gu Qinye narrowed her eyes. Because you know a secret you shouldn't tea. Jiang Yichen wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was Lu Yinxia who told me. I know. Gu Qinye released her grip and suddenly leaned close to his ear so. Her warm breath brushed against his ear. This is the last tenderness before silencing you. Jiang Yichen froze, cold sweat pouring down. Just when he thought his life was in danger, Gu Qinye suddenly stepped back, elegantly closing the medicine box. I'm just kidding. She blinked. Do I seem like someone who would repay kindness with malice? Jiang Yichen. You really do. Gu Qinye turned to walk towards the door, then suddenly paused, by the way. She turned back, revealing a meaningful smile. See you in Kyoto. The door closed gently, and Jiang Yichen finally let out a long breath, collapsing on the floor. He looked at his wrist. The red mark had disappeared, replaced by a faint scent of medicine. Crazy woman. He muttered softly, definitely has a mental illness. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Gu Qinye caressed the white jade medicine box, her lips unconsciously curling up. After so many years, she finally met someone who made her feel interesting. How exciting. Chapter 60. Military medals and beautiful waists at 6 in the morning. Before the alarm went off, Jiang Yichen jumped out of bed like a carp leaping out of water. He couldn't be late today. While brushing his teeth, he muttered to himself, foam splattering everywhere on the mirror. If that crazy woman catches me. Thinking of Gu Qinye made his hand tremble slightly, and the mint-flavored toothpaste almost went down the wrong pipe. Cough, cough, cough. After some frantic moments, Jiang Yichen finally got himself ready. He adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. Today, he was wearing the Special Investigation Bureau's formal uniform, a navy blue fitted suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, with a degradability badge pinned to his chest. Wow, so handsome. He narcissistically shook his hair. If he walked down the street, how many girls would be charmed? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Yu Fuyao sent a message. Waiting for you downstairs. Don't dawdle. Jiang Yichen pouted, threw the comb into the Wangita, grabbed his room card, and rushed out. In the elevator, he did a final check of his outfit against the metal wall and made a few funny faces to relax. In the hotel lobby, Yu Fuyao was already waiting. He had also changed into formal attire, looking quite dashing. Good morning, Jiang Yichen cheerfully approached. Have you had breakfast? My treat. Yu Fuyao glanced at him. Lu Ming and the others have already gone to the restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with voices, filled with members of the Special Investigation Bureau attending today's meeting. Lu Ming waved at them from afar. Over here, over here. As soon as Jiang Yichen sat down, Zhou Yan stared at his uniform. Nice, Jiang Gu. You look sharp. Absolutely. Jiang Yichen proudly adjusted his tie. Clothes make the man. Lin Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Gu, your tie is crooked. Huh? Jiang Yichen looked down, and, sure enough, it was ridiculously askew. Cough, cough. This is the latest tying method. You wouldn't understand. Amidst everyone's laughter, the waiter brought over breakfast. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to pick up his chopsticks, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. The feeling of being preyed upon by a beast returned. He stiffly turned his head and, sure enough, saw Gu Qinya standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Today, the vice director was wearing a dark green qipao with a black suit jacket, looking both dignified and charming. She seemed to have noticed Jiang Yichen's gaze, her red lips slightly curving as she winked at him. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yichen choked on his soy milk, his face turning red. What's wrong? Lu Ming asked in confusion. In nothing. Jiang Yichen quickly lowered his head to eat. Gotta eat fast. The meeting is about to start. The temporary meeting room of the Special Investigation Bureau could accommodate over 200 people, and it was currently packed. Jiang Yichen and his companion sat in the middle, close to the front, allowing them to see Gu Qinya on the podium. Silence. Gu Qinya lightly tapped the microphone, and the venue instantly fell silent. She looked around, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yichen for half a second, nearly causing him to slide off his chair. First, I will announce the casualty figures from this relic exploration. As Gu Qinya reported, detailed data appeared on the big screen. 27 people were killed, 43 seriously injured, and over 100 lightly injured. Seeing these numbers, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Next, regarding the infiltration of foreign forces, Gu Qinya's tone turned cold as she detailed the espionage activities discovered in the relics. Jiang Yichen noticed that when she mentioned the 2 B-grade assassins that had been eliminated, her gaze unintentionally swept over him. Finally, the commendation segment. The atmosphere in the room finally became lively. Gu Qinya personally read the list, and when she mentioned Jiang Yichen's name, her tone subtly rose a few notches. Award recipients, please come to the stage. Jiang Yichen reluctantly walked up to the podium, not daring to raise his head. When Gu Qinya pinned the lieutenant insignia on his shoulder, her cool fingertips accidentally brushed against his neck, sending goosebumps all over him. Good performance. Gu Qinya said in a voice only he could hear, there will be a reward tonight. Jiang Yichen. He almost shuffled back to his seat on autopilot, barely hearing Lu Ming and the others' congratulations. After the meeting ended, people left in groups. Lu Ming and the others were picked up by family-arranged cars, and Yu Fuyao, rarely showing an apologetic expression, said, someone from home has arrived. I can't go back to Chun City with you. It's fine, it's fine. Jiang Yichen was eager to leave quickly. After sending everyone off, Jiang Yichen let out a long breath, humming a little tune as he walked back to the hotel. He was thinking about how many bowls of his mom's braised pork he could eat after going home and casually tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine. Ding! The door opened, and Jiang Yichen's little tune abruptly stopped. Gu Qinya was elegantly sitting on his sofa, playing with the lieutenant insignia that had just been awarded. Surprised? She tilted her head and asked, her red lips curving into a dangerous arc. Jiang Yichen instinctively wanted to run, but found the door had automatically locked. He forced a laugh. El leader, what are you doing here? What? Gu Qinya stood up, her high heels making no sound on the carpet. Not welcome? With each step she took, Jiang Yichen retreated until his back hit the wall. Of course not. Jiang Yichen's forehead was sweating. I'm a bit surprised. Gu Qinya suddenly reached out, grabbing his wrist and pressing it against her waist. This still hurts. The soft sensation came through the fabric of his uniform. causing Jiang Yichen's brain to short-circuit. Gu Qinya leaned in close to his ear, her warm breath lightly brushing against it. You caused this. And it still doesn't feel good. Should you take responsibility? Jiang Yichen's whole body stiffened, like a puppet that had been struck. Puffed. Gu Qinya suddenly laughed, releasing her grip. Just kidding. She took 2 steps back, elegantly adjusting her collar. I'm here to say goodbye. Jiang Yichen felt as if he had been pardoned. Leader, take care. Goodbye, leader. Gu Qinya squinted. In such a hurry to send me off? No. Jiang Yichen shook his head frantically. I'm just afraid of holding you up. Gu Qinya snorted lightly, stopping at the door before speaking again. Jiang Yichen. Yes. See you later. The door closed gently, and Jiang Yichen's legs went weak, collapsing onto the floor. He touched his wildly beating heart and then looked at his right hand that had just touched Gu Qinya's waist, suddenly feeling that this hand should be insured. 10 minutes later, confirming that the crazy woman had really left, Jiang Yichen dared to start packing his luggage. He stuffed everything into the Wang Gita, not even taking a shower before rushing to the airport. On the plane home, he gazed out at the sea of clouds, finally relaxing completely. This relic exploration was thrilling, but the rewards were considerable. He got promoted, broke through to D grade, and, thinking of that crazy beauty, Jiang Yichen couldn't help but shiver. He decided to bury this experience deep in his heart and never speak of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is about to land. Listening to the announcement, Jiang Yichen smiled. Finally going home, his mom's braised pork, his dad's nagging, and his little bed. As for what Gu Qinya said about see you later, goodbye means being strangers. He mumbled softly, hoping never to see her again. However, when the plane landed, the first thing he did when he opened his phone was see a message from an unknown number pop up. Little brother, can you run away? KY, Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt like he had gotten himself into an inescapable big trouble. Chapter 61. Annie arrives. Jiang Yichen got off the plane, dragging his suitcase as he stood at the airport exit. He stretched lazily, the sunlight warming his face. Taking a deep breath, he sighed. The air of freedom. However, he didn't head home directly. Instead, he pulled out his phone and searched for the nearest luxury goods recycling shop on the map. A sly smile creeping onto his lips. Time to cash in. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the largest mall in Spring City. At the mall, Jiang Yichen stood in front of a high-end jewelry recycling shop's counter, smiling as he took out an exquisite jewelry box from his bag and pushed it toward the clerk. Boss, take a look at this. How much is it worth? The clerk opened the box, and his eyes widened instantly. Inside was a necklace inlaid with sapphires, finely crafted, the gems sparkling with a deep brilliance under the lights. Is this genuine? The clerk's voice trembled slightly. Jiang Yichen remained calm. Of course, I found it in a ruin. It's a family heirloom. The clerk glanced at him suspiciously, but cautiously picked up a magnifying glass to examine it. A few minutes later, he looked up, swallowed hard, and said, Sir, this necklace has a market price of at least 2 million. Our shop can offer you 180,000. Jiang Yichen was overjoyed inside, but frowned on the surface. Only 180? No way. This is my great-grandmother's dowry. It has to be worth more. The clerk. After some back-and-forth bargaining, they finally settled on 190,000. Jiang Yichen happily put away his bank card and took out a Patek Philippe watch from his bag. What about this? The clerk. Half an hour later, nearly 8 million had been deposited into Jiang Yichen's bank account. Whistling a tune, he walked out of the mall, feeling cheerful. Indeed, buying low and selling high is the shortcut to wealth. Back home, as soon as Jiang Yichen opened the door, he heard his mother's delighted voice. Son, you finally came back. In the next moment, he was enveloped in his mother's hug, nearly gasping for breath. Mom, easy there. You're going to suffocate me. Jiang Yichen struggled to say. His mother released him and looked him up and down, her eyes slightly red. You've lost weight. You definitely didn't eat well out there. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but smile. Mom, I've actually gained 3 pounds. Standing nearby, his father didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with pride. He patted Jiang Yichen on the shoulder. It's good to be back. That evening, Jiang's mother prepared a feast. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed fish, all of Jiang Yichen's favorites. He devoured the food, mumbling between bites, Mom, your cooking is the best. Those rations in the ruins were inedible. His mother lovingly served him more dishes. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. After dinner, Jiang Yichen took a comfortable hot shower and then dove into bed. He hadn't rested well during his trip to the ruins, and now he could finally sleep soundly. The next day, when Jiang Yichen opened his eyes, sunlight had already streamed through the curtains into the room. Groggily checking his phone, he exclaimed, "What the heck? It's noon." He sprang out of bed and rushed to the bathroom to wash up. Just after brushing his teeth, he heard his mother's voice from the kitchen. "Son, are you up? Breakfast is on the table. Hurry and eat." Jiang Yichen walked to the dining table and found that his mother had prepared soy milk, fried dough sticks, and a fried egg for him. He asked while eating, "Mom, where's Dad?" "Your dad want to pick someone up," his mother replied with a smile. "Pick someone up? Who?" Jiang Yichen asked, puzzled. "Your aunt," his mother said. "Aunt? Where did I get an aunt?" Jiang Yichen was taken aback. His mother explained, "It's the child of our neighbor back in my hometown, 1 year older than you, so you have to call her aunt. She transferred to Spring City. And since we have a room available, I invited her to stay with us." Jiang Yichen. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the doorbell rang. His mother wiped her hands and quickly walked over to open the door. "She's here." When the door opened, Jiang Yichen looked up to see a tall girl standing at the entrance, her long black hair tied into a neat ponytail, with delicate features and a cold gaze, exuding an aura that seemed to warn others to keep their distance. His mother warmly greeted, "Shushu, come in." The girl nodded slightly, stepped inside, her gaze lingering on Jiang Yichen for a second before she said coolly, "Hello, Jiang Yichen. This aura, why does it feel even colder than Xianxia?" His mother smiled and introduced, "Son, this is your aunt, Shushu." Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched. "Hello, aunt." Shushu slightly nodded in response. His mother continued, "Shushu just arrived in Spring City and isn't familiar with the area, so you should take her out to explore." Jiang Yichen. He glanced at Shushu's icy face and then at his mother's expectant eyes, finally resignedly sighed. "All right then." After lunch, Jiang Yichen took Shushu out. As they walked down the street, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. Jiang Yichen tried to break the ice, so, "Aunt, where do you want to go?" Shushu stared straight ahead. "Anywhere." Jiang Yichen. Scratching his head, he suddenly had a brainwave. "How about I take you for dessert?" Shushu finally turned her head, glanced at him. "You're treating?" Jiang Yichen. "I'll treat." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shushu's mouth. "Okay." Jiang Yichen. "Why do I feel like I've been set up?" That evening, when they returned home, Jiang Yichen collapsed on the sofa, feeling that taking Shushu shopping was more exhausting than battling a fierce creature. This woman was like an iceberg, speaking no more than 10 sentences the entire time, but she did manage to eat 3 servings of dessert. He shook his head, returned to his room, locked the door, and then entered the bag to check his spoils. Inside the bag, xianxia was napping on the ground. Noticing Jiang Yichen's arrival, it lazily lifted its eyelids. "Oh, you're awake?" Jiang Yichen squatted down and poked its head. Xianxia grunted and ignored him. Jiang Yichen didn't mind and turned to look at the other 2 figures. The 2B-level assassins having been refined into ghost generals, now kneeling on one knee, respectfully awaiting orders. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Yichen nodded in satisfaction. He now had 3 more B-level henchmen, and they could grow. He exited the bag, sat cross-legged on his bed, and began to cultivate. After a night of adjustment, his spiritual power finally broke through the bottleneck and successfully advanced to the middle D level. Jiang Yichen opened his eyes and stretched. Comfortable. He looked out the window. It was already dawn. "Forget it. I'll sleep a little longer." Just as he lay down, a thought suddenly struck him. What exactly is Shushu's background? Why does he always feel there's something familiar about her? Chapter 62. Lu Yinxia's wonderful knight Jiang Yichen had been living quite comfortably these days. During the day, he accompanied his aunt shopping and eating desserts. At night, he practiced and studied the spoils from the 10,000 Ghost Tower. Occasionally, he would secretly check the balance in his bank account, grinning from ear to ear. Indeed, the greatest joy in life is to have money, free time, and no one to supervise you. He lay on his bed, propping up his legs, and happily musing on this. However, happy times are always fleeting. That night, just after he finished showering and was about to lie down to practice, his phone suddenly dinged. He picked it up to see a message from Lu Yinxia. "Report back to school at 8 a.m. tomorrow and share your insights after being swallowed. Jiang Yichen." He stared at the message for 3 seconds, then sat up abruptly, gritting his teeth. Lu Yinxia. He clearly remembered how Lu Yinxia had laughed with glee when she found out he had been swallowed by Xianxia, almost celebrating on the spot. No, this grudge must be avenged. Jiang Yichen squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. It was just the right time to test his new ability. He closed his eyes, recalled the transformation from Journey to the West involving the 72 transformations, then silently recited the incantation. With a flash, his body quickly shrank, feathers bursting forth from his skin, and in the blink of an eye, a gray little sparrow appeared on the bed. "Chirp, chirp." Jiang Yichen looked at his wings and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It looked just right. He flapped his wings and flew out of the window, heading straight for Lu Yinxia's house. Lu Yinxia lived in a residential complex assigned by the Special Investigation Bureau, with a nice environment and strict security. But for a sparrow, these were no issues. Jiang Yichen easily flew into the neighborhood and landed on the windowsill of Lu Yinxia's home, peering inside. In the living room, Lu Yinxia was lying on the sofa, casually flipping through a magazine. Jiang Yichen. He nearly fell off the windowsill, because Lu Yinxia had just taken a shower and was completely naked, lounging on the sofa without even a towel. Holy crap! Jiang Yichen's sparrow eyes widened. This is too much, right? He quickly turned his head, but thought better of it and stole another glance. Ahem, I'm just scouting for intel. Definitely not because I want to see. He consoled himself. Lu Yinxia seemed completely oblivious to the sparrow peeping outside, lazily flipping through the magazine, occasionally stretching, revealing her curves. Jiang Yichen felt his mouth go dry and quickly shook his head to calm down. No, I'm here for revenge, not to be a pervert. After thinking for a moment, he decided to change his form. Whoosh! The sparrow disappeared, replaced by a small flying insect that quietly slipped through the window. Inside the room, Lu Yinxia seemed to have tired of the magazine, set it aside, and picked up a cup of coffee from the coffee table to take a sip. The little insect that Jiang Yichen transformed into took the opportunity to land by her feet. I must say, although Lu Yinxia was already 40 years old, she was very well maintained, her skin tight, especially her feet, fair and slender, with rounded toes and lightly painted pink nails, looking particularly exquisite. Jiang Yichen found himself mesmerized and, without thinking, reached out his tiny claw to gently tickle her foot's archum. Lu Yinxia suddenly pulled back her foot, looking around in confusion. What was that? Jiang Yichen quickly hid under the coffee table, secretly laughing. He gotcha? Lu Yinxia didn't notice anything unusual, shaking her head before taking another sip of coffee. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. He zipped into the coffee cup and slid down with the liquid into Lu Yinxia's mouth. Lu Yinxia frowned, sensing something strange in her mouth, but before she could react, it had already slipped down her throat. Cough, cough. She patted her chest, wondering if it was coffee grounds. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen had already slid down her esophagus and into her stomach. Got it. Jiang Yichen excitedly transformed back into his human form, albeit a proportionately smaller version. He stood in Lu Yinxia's stomach, surrounded by pink stomach walls that gently rose and fell with her breathing. The air was filled with a faint sour smell, but was not unpleasant. Cough, cough. Testing. Jiang Yichen cleared his throat and shouted at a normal volume. Deputy Director Lu, can you hear me? Suddenly, the stomach contracted violently, and Lu Yinxia's startled voice came from outside. Who? It's me, your most beloved student Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen grinned, patting the stomach wall, which surprisingly felt elastic. I'm here to visit your belly. Jiang Yichen. Lu Yinxia's voice was filled with disbelief. How could you? Wait, when did you learn this? On the day you laughed at me for being swallowed by Deputy Director Gu. Jiang Yichen deliberately elongated his tone. Didn't you ask me to report? So I thought, I should let you experience this intimate contact too. You little rascal. Lu Yinxia gritted her teeth. Get out of there immediately. No way. Jiang Yichen made a face, even though no one could see it. I haven't even started my tour yet. Saying that, he jumped up and stomped hard on the stomach wall. Ouch. A pained cry came from outside. Jiang Yichen. You. Not waiting for her to finish, Jiang Yichen started running quickly along the stomach wall, deliberately putting more force into each step. Lu Yinxia's stomach felt like it was stuffed with a bouncy ball, churning violently. Stop, Ugh. Lu Yinxia's voice became intermittent, accompanied by obvious dry heaving. I command you to stop immediately. Command ineffective. Jiang Yichen hummed a little tune, intensifying his antics in the stomach. Deputy Director Lu, your stomach's environment is really nice. Much more spacious than Deputy Director Gu's. You. Lu Yinxia suddenly let out a short scream, followed by the sound of her body crashing heavily onto the sofa. Jiang Yichen paused, a bit worried that he might have gone too far. Deputy Director Lu, are you okay? You wait for me. Lu Yinxia's voice was weak, but filled with threat. When I catch you. Jiang Yichen sighed in relief and couldn't help but laugh. Well, you first have to catch your own stomach then. He decided to change locations and continued his sightseeing. Following the stomach exit, Jiang Yichen slid into a narrower passage, the duodenum. The environment here was more humid than in the stomach, with the intestinal walls constantly contracting, trying to push him along. Wow. Jiang Yichen curiously observed his surroundings. So this is the legendary intestines. He reached out a finger and gently poked the intestinal wall, instantly triggering a vigorous peristaltic response. Outside, Lu Yinxia let out a muffled groan, and the sofa creaked as if being scratched. Looks like this place is even more sensitive. Jiang Yichen showed a mischievous smile and began rhythmically pressing against the intestinal walls. Jiang Yichen, Lu Yinxia's voice was noticeably trembling. What? What are you doing? Helping you promote intestinal motility. Jiang Yichen replied seriously. This is a free health check. As he spoke, he increased the pressure and infused a small amount of spiritual energy to stimulate the nerve endings. The effect was immediate. Lu Yinxia's intestines spasmed violently, as if electrocuted. A near screaming cry came from above, accompanied by the sound of her body rolling. Stop! Stop immediately! Jiang Yichen couldn't help but laugh heartily when he heard Lu Yinxia stumbling toward the bathroom. However, he chose not to pursue her further, opting instead for a more in-depth route along the circulatory system, quietly making his way to the vicinity of Lu Yinxia's kidneys. The structure of the kidneys was far more complex than that of the digestive system, so Jiang Yichen carefully controlled the flow of his spiritual energy to avoid causing real harm. He located the renal pelvis and gently injected his spiritual energy into it. Even through layers of tissue, Lu Yinxia's muffled groan was clearly audible. What? What is this feeling? Jiang Yichen mischievously adjusted the frequency of his spiritual energy, gradually intensifying the stimulation from slight tingling to an unbearable itch. Lu Yinxia's reactions became increasingly intense, and he could even hear the sound of the sheets being torn outside. Jiang Yichen, Lu Yinxia's voice was now tinged with tears. I give up. Let me out. Give up? Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. The deputy director Lu would actually give up? I must be hearing things. I give up. I beg you. Lu Yinxia was almost moaning. Please, stop tormenting me. After a moment of consideration, Jiang Yichen decided to call it a day. However, before leaving, he wanted to visit one last place. Following the ureter, Jiang Yichen arrived at his final destination, the bladder. This pear-shaped organ was quite full at the moment, its inner wall stretched thin and transparent. Not bad here. His fingertips glowed with a faint light as he leisurely traced intricate patterns on the soft inner wall. With each stroke, he could feel subtle shivers from the outside and hear a few muffled groans. Finally, he completed a full teleportation mark. This way, he could teleport back to this strategic location at any time in the future. All set. Jiang Yichen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and began to retrace his steps. After a long journey, he finally reached the throat area. He transformed back into a small insect form and, with a cough from Lu Yinxia, was spat into her palm. Returning to human form, Jiang Yichen sat on the ground, looking at Lu Yinxia, who was slumped on the sofa, her face flushed and her body drenched in sweat, and couldn't help but smile. Deputy Director Lu, was this internal exchange still enjoyable? Lu Yinxia weakly raised her hand, her fingertips sparking with dangerous energy. You are dead. Jiang Yichen quickly raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. This was just what you asked for, to personally experience it, to understand the student's feelings. Lu Yinxia took a deep breath, seeming to want to get angry, but suddenly smiled. Good, very good. Jiang Yichen, see you at school tomorrow. That smile sent a chill down Jiang Yichen's back, and he suddenly realized that he might have provoked a more dangerous opponent than he had imagined. I suddenly remembered that I left the gas on at home. Jiang Yichen chuckled awkwardly and backed away. Deputy Director Lu, good night. Saying that, he transformed back into a sparrow and flew out of the window at the fastest speed, with Lu Yinxia's meaningful laughter following behind him. Chapter 63. School starts. The morning sun shone through the curtains, and Jiang Yichen sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from the water. Finally, school has started. He excitedly rubbed his hands, wondering what the food at the new school would be like. He quickly packed his luggage, stuffing snacks hoarded in the Wangui Tower, a change of clothes, and a few antique weapons he had secretly hidden into his backpack. Before heading out, he made sure to fix his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Looking quite handsome. As he pushed open the door, Jiang Yichen was taken aback to see Shu Shu standing in the living room with a suitcase, dressed in casual clothes, her ponytail neatly tied up, looking clean and sharp. Aunt, what are you doing? Shu Shu glanced at him nonchalantly. Going to school. Jiang Yichen. Jiang Fu poked his head out from the kitchen. All right, I forgot to tell you, Shu Shu is also an awakened and goes to the same school as you. Jiang Yichen's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Wait, Dad, why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier? You didn't ask, Jiang Fu said confidently. Jiang Yichen. He turned to Shu Shu, who still had a blank expression, but the slight upward curve of her lips seemed to be mocking him. So, Aunt, What is your superpower? Jiang Yichen asked tentatively. Shu picked up her suitcase and walked out. You'll find out at school. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The Huaxia Special Ability Research Academy was built on the site of the Zhuke mountain ruins. From a distance, the entire academy was enveloped in a layer of pale, blue spiritual energy, looking mysterious and high-end. Wow! Jiang Yichen leaned against the car window, his eyes shining. This setup is impressive. Shu sat beside him, still calm. Country bumpkin. Jiang Yichen. Jiang Fu parked the car at the school gate and patted his son's shoulder. Study hard. Don't cause trouble. Don't worry, Dad. Jiang Yichen patted his chest and promised. What trouble could such an honest person like me cause? Shu scoffed beside him. After completing the enrollment procedures, the two were assigned to the same class, Special Forces Class 1. The moment they pushed open the classroom door, Jiang Yichen saw several familiar faces. Old Jiang. Over here. Zhang Hao waved his arms, his loud voice echoing throughout the classroom. Yu Fuyao nodded at him from her seat by the window. To Jiang Yichen's surprise, Lin Wanyue was also there, still exuding her high-cold goddess aura. Hey, isn't this our top-tier genius girl? Jiang Yichen laughed as he approached. What brings you down to our class? Lin Wanyue shot him a cold glance. Shut up. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to continue his banter, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Shu had somehow appeared behind him, staring at him with a look that clearly said, "Try talking back again." Cough, cough. Jiang Yichen wisely closed his mouth and dragged Zhang Hao to the back row to sit down. Old Jiang, who asked that? Zhang Hao whispered, the new beauty? Jiang Yichen looked utterly defeated. My aunt. Zhang Hao. At that moment, the classroom door opened again, and a burly middle-aged man walked in, wearing a standard combat uniform of the Special Operations Bureau, with a shiny D-Class badge on his shoulder. Everyone, stand up. The classroom immediately fell silent, and everyone stood straight. I am your homeroom teacher and practical instructor, Zhao Taizhu. The middle-aged man's voice was loud and clear from today. You're the first batch of students at Wade Academy. Here, you will learn martial arts, politics, and combat, training according to military standards. Jiang Yichen muttered under his breath, what a grounded name. You in the back. Zhao Taizhu's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Yichen. What did you say? Speak up. Jiang Yichen jumped. Reporting instructor. I said your name is mighty and imposing. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Zhao Taizhu's mouth twitched. Jiang Yichen, right? I'll remember you. Now, everyone gather at the playground for a physical fitness test. On the playground, over 40 students lined up in formation. Zhao Taizhu paced back and forth with his hand behind his back. First item, a 5-kilometer weighted run. The last 10 will miss lunch. Huh? Some people cried out in despair. Jiang Yichen, however, was confident. He had trained his endurance in the ruins, and this training load was nothing. However, when the staff brought out the weighted backpacks, he was dumbfounded. Each backpack was filled with a special spiritual power suppression device. Wearing it would significantly weaken one's abilities. This isn't fair. Zhang Hao complained with a long face. My Palm Thunder could have provided a soundtrack for the run. Jiang Yichen put on the suppression device and immediately felt a heavy sensation all over his body. He sneakily glanced at Shu beside him, who remained unfazed and even had the energy to adjust her sleeve. On your marks, go. With Zhao Taizhu's command, everyone dashed out. Jiang Yichen initially maintained a mid-pack position, but by the third lap, he was shocked to see Shu already at the front, breathing steadily and moving lightly. Wow! Jiang Yichen gasped. What is this anti-mine? Even more shocking was that Yu Fuyao and Lin Wanyue were also running at the front, and even Zhang Hao, usually laid back, was ahead of him by 2 positions. I can't lose face. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth, mobilizing the little spiritual power he had left to accelerate. Just as he was about to catch up to the main group, he suddenly felt his backpack lighten. The suppression device had somehow malfunctioned. Jiang Yichen was momentarily stunned. Then, overjoyed, heaven helps me. He immediately channeled his spiritual power, and his speed soared, like a gust of wind passing by his classmates. This isn't scientific. Zhang Hao gaped at Jiang Yichen's back. Old Jiang, you're cheating. Jiang Yichen proudly turned back to make a face, then bang. Collided solidly with someone. Zhao Taizhu had somehow appeared in the middle of the track, blocking his path like a wall. Student Jiang, the instructor flashed a warm smile. The suppression device is broken, right? Let me help you get a new one. Jiang Yichen. In the end, Jiang Yichen barely maintained his lunch eligibility with the 8th-to-last score. As he gasped for breath crossing the finish line, Shu had already finished a bottle of water, looking at him as if he were trash. Jiang Yichen collapsed on the ground. What exactly is your superpower? Shu Shu wiped her mouth and casually replied, air control. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly understood why Shu Shu ran so easily. She was basically cheating. Reducing her own gravity made running feel like a game. This isn't fair. Jiang Yichen wailed. Em reporting. Someone is cheating. Zhao Taiju walked over and kicked him in the butt. Stop whining. 10 minutes break. Next item, spiritual power control test. The afternoon class was on martial arts theory. In the classroom, the students were all slumped over. The morning's physical test had exhausted everyone. Zhao Taiju knocked on the blackboard. Everyone, perk up. Today we'll discuss the basic operation, route of the wandering through the void formula. Jiang Yichen forced his eyes open and noticed Shu Shu sitting up straight, diligently taking notes. Yu Fuyao also maintained a good posture, while Zhang Hao had already slumped over his desk, snoring. Now, pair up and supervise each other for practice, Zhao Taiju announced. Jiang Yichen, you're with Shu Shu. Jiang Yichen. Shu turned his head, looking at him expressionlessly. Are you ready to embarrass yourself? Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that this study seemed a bit difficult. Chapter 64 Director, when the training ended, the bell rang. And Jiang Yichen collapsed directly on the playground. I'm dead. I'm dead. He flipped over like a salted fish. This is not school. It's clearly a concentration camp. Next to him, Zhang Hao was already foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes and murmuring, I want to go home. Yu Fuyo still looked somewhat composed, just leaning against the wall to catch her breath. But her pretty little face was as pale as paper. The only one who seemed relatively normal was Shu Shu. This woman even had the leisure to tidy up her disheveled hair. Aunt, Jiang Yichen weakly extended his hand, pull me up. Shu Shu looked down at him from a height, then stepped on his hand as she walked past. Jiang Yichen, just as he was about to curse, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out to see a coded message. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, principal's office. Lu. Jiang Yichen jolted upright. What the hell? This tone, this signature, it's clearly that female devil Lu Yinxia. It's over, it's over. He scratched his head. She is not going to take revenge on me, right? Zhang Hao struggled to crawl over. Lao Jiang. What's wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Yichen wore a tragic expression. If I don't come to class tomorrow, remember to burn some paper money for me. The next morning at 7:50, Jiang Yichen was already standing at the principal's office door. He deliberately arrived 10 minutes early to show a good attitude of admitting his mistake. Dressed neatly, with his hair meticulously combed, even his shoelaces were tied in a standard bow. Who? He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Gumin. Lu Yinxia's voice came from inside. Jiang Yichen pushed the door open and instantly froze in place. In the office, besides Lu Yinxia, there was a man. The man sat on the sofa, dressed in a black trench coat, his face sharp and cold, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The most striking thing was the pitch-black long knife resting on his lap, with the words Lanting engraved on the sheath. The director of the Special Investigation Bureau, codenamed Lanting Ho, Xiao Yinchuan. Jiang Yichen's legs began to tremble. What are you standing there for? Lu Yinxia glared at him. Come in and close the door. Jiang Yichen mechanically closed the door, his brain racing. Is the director looking for me? To his surprise, Lu Yinxia stood up. You two talk, I'll step out first. Jiang Yichen looked at her in terror. Deputy Director Lu, don't leave me here. Lu Yinxia twitched the corner of her mouth, lowered her voice. Shut up. The director has important matters to discuss with you. After saying that, she left without looking back, and even kindly closed the door. The room was suddenly left with only Jiang Yichen and Xiao Yinchuan. The air was terrifyingly quiet. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, tentatively opening his mouth. Director, hello. Xiao Yinchuan raised his eyelids. Sit. Just a simple word made Jiang Yichen feel like a knife was pressed against his neck. He carefully moved to the edge of the sofa, only daring to touch half of it. Would you like some tea? Xiao Yinchuan picked up the teapot. Jiang Yichen quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not thirsty. Clang. A dagger suddenly stabbed into the sofa between Jiang Yichen's legs, less than 3 centimeters from a vital spot. I told you to drink tea, Xiao Yinchuan said blandly. Jiang Yichen. He immediately held the teacup with both hands. Thank you, Director. I love tea. Xiao Yinchuan poured himself a cup as well, leisurely tasting a sip. I've been observing you for a long time. Jiang Yichen's hand trembled, spilling half the tea. Zhuke Mountain Ruins, Lishan Ruins. With each name Xiao Yinchuan mentioned, Jiang Yichen's heart raced faster. Your performance has been quite good. Jiang Yichen was stunned. You're praising me? D-level intermediate, able to single-handedly tackle B-level beasts, and can retreat unscathed from Guqinya. Xiao Yinchuan set down his teacup. You have great potential. Jiang Yichen was flattered. No, it's all luck. Do you want martial arts techniques above sea level? Xiao Yinchuan suddenly asked. Jiang Yichen eyes lit up. Yes. Go to Kyoto for duty reporting. Xiao Yichen said succinctly, pass the assessment, and you can choose any technique. Jiang Yichen's spirit immediately wilted. There's still an assessment. Xiao Yichen looked at him. What plans do you have for the future? Plans? Jiang Yichen scratched his head. Protect my family and just eat and wait to die. Xiao Yichen. The room fell silent again. Jiang Yichen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He secretly glanced at the director's expression, only to find the other party seemed to be deep in thought. Director, he cautiously asked, is that why you called me? Xiao Yichen stood up. You can go now. Jiang Yichen felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Director. Goodbye, Director. He turned to run, but suddenly remembered something, turning back to ask, Director, that dagger, it's a gift for you. Xiao Yichen didn't turn back. Jiang Yichen. He looked at the dagger stuck in the sofa, then at the director's back, ultimately deciding not to ask further. Carefully pulled it out and tucked it into his pocket, then hurriedly left the office. Outside the door, Lu Yinxia leaned against the wall, and when she saw Jiang Yichen come out, she raised an eyebrow. Not dead. Jiang Yichen wiped his cold sweat. Almost. Deputy Director Lu. What does the director want with me? Lu Yinxia didn't answer, turned, and pushed the door back into the office. Xiao Yichen stood by the window, watching Jiang Yichen's departing figure. How is it? Lu Yinxia asked. Interesting. Xiao Yichen's lips curled slightly. He has potential for development. Lu Yinxia scoffed. That kid has no ambition, spends all day just coasting. Exactly because of that, he's rare. Xiao Yichen turned around. But he doesn't seem to have that willingness. Lu Yinxia sighed. Should I go do some ideological work on him? No need. Xiao Yichen picked up the long knife. Let it develop naturally. Jiang Yichen jogged back to the dormitory, and after closing the door, he collapsed on the floor. So scary. He touched the dagger in his pocket. This welcome gift is too hardcore. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yu Fuyo. I just met the director. Yu Fuyo replied immediately. Still alive? Jiang Yichen. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window. He opened the window to see Zhang Hao hanging on the flagpole in front of the dormitory, looking disheveled in the wind. Old Zhang. Jiang Yichen leaned out. What are you doing? Zhang Hao had a long face. Instructor Zhao said I was slacking off in training. Jiang Yichen. He suddenly felt that having tea with the director didn't seem so terrifying after all. At least, he could still live a grounded life. Chapter 65. Countdown to the report in Kyoto in the early morning light, with the eastern horizon just beginning to brighten. The dormitory area of the Spring City Academy of Special Abilities was still shrouded in a hazy mist. Jiang Yichen curled up in his blanket, a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of his mouth, lost in a beautiful dream where he held a roasted chicken leg in his left hand, an ice cream in his right, and in front of him was a large plate of braised pork. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced through his dream like a sword. Jiang Yichen jolted awake and reflexively sprang up from his bed. It was already the 7th day since the start of school, and his body had formed a muscle memory. He had to complete the gathering within 3 minutes of the whistle, where he would face the loving education from instructor Zhao Taizhu. Damn! Jiang Yichen hurriedly put on his training uniform, tying his shoelaces while kicking the bed of his neighbor. Zhang Hao, old Zhang, get up. If you don't hurry, you'll end up hanging from the flagpole again. Zhang Hao groggily turned over, mumbling, 5 more minutes. Sleep your ass. Jiang Yichen grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Yesterday, because of you being late, our whole class had to practice until midnight. Outside the window, several blurry figures could be seen gathering on the playground through the morning fog. Jiang Yichen glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside. 5:33. There were only 2 minutes left until gathering time. Gritting his teeth, he yanked off Zhang Hao's blanket and doused him with a mineral water bottle. Zhang Hao jumped up at the start. Old Jiang, are you trying to murder me? Stop talking. Jiang Yichen was already rushing to the door. 58 seconds. As the two of them tumbled out of the dormitory, they found that the playground was already filled with students. Instructor Zhao Taizhu stood like an iron tower at the front of the line, the stopwatch on his wrist ticking away. 5 minutes and 42 seconds. Zhao Taizhu coldly surveyed the two panting boys, noting that they were 11 seconds slower than yesterday. Jiang Yichen straightened his back, not daring to breathe. The training over the past few days had made him realize that any explanation in front of this devil-like instructor was futile. The morning exercise today, Zhao Tieju's voice rumbled like thunder across the playground, is a 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run with sealed abilities. A wave of wails erupted from the team. Jiang Yichen secretly glanced at Shu Shu, who stood at the front of the girls' line, her expression unchanged, even her breathing steady. Turning to the other side, he saw Yu Fuyao, who usually looked lazy, now frowning. Jiang Yichen stepped forward. Hearing his name, Jiang Yichen's heart sank. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward. Here, you lead the team. Zhao Taizhu tossed him a military timer. Complete it in 40 minutes. If you're late by a minute, the whole class runs an extra kilometer. Jiang Yichen caught the timer, sweat already forming in his palms. The 10-kilometer weighted cross-country run was an extreme training exercise, and with the ceiling of abilities, this was a life-threatening task. He turned to look at his classmates behind him. Zhang Hao was making exaggerated faces. Yu Fuyao subtly nodded, while Shu Shu shot him a warning look that said he was dead if he lagged behind. All present, Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Right turn. Start running. In the morning fog, over 40 students lined up like a dragon, heading towards the back mountain of the academy. Jiang Yichen ran at the front, feeling the heavy weight of the military backpack on his back. After sealing his abilities, the weight made every step feel as if he were walking on cotton, with his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Old Jiang. By the 3rd kilometer, Zhang Hao was already gasping for breath. Slow down. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth. Hang in there. Remember yesterday's lesson. Just yesterday, due to poor training results, the whole class had been punished to stand in military posture under the scorching sun for 2 hours. Jiang Yichen never wanted to experience that again in his life. His abilities sealed and suffering under the blazing sun. The mountain path grew steeper, and the students' breaths became heavier. Jiang Yichen felt as if his lungs were about to explode, each breath tasting of blood. Just then, a slender figure silently caught up to him. Is this all you've got? Shu Shu's voice rang in his ear. Though she too was panting, she was far more composed than the others. Jiang Yichen turned to look at her, noticing that not a single drop of sweat was on her forehead. Don't drag the whole class down. Shu Shu quickened her pace and surpassed him. Jiang Yichen was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He adjusted his breathing and quickened his pace again. When the team finally returned to the starting point, the timer stopped at 39 minutes and 28 seconds. Not bad. Zhao Taizhu rarely nodded in approval. Go have breakfast. In the cafeteria, Jiang Yichen stuffed buns into his mouth like a starving ghost. The continuous high-intensity training had greatly increased his appetite, and his tray was already piled high, like a small mountain. Can you pay attention to your image? Shu Shu looked at him with disdain, her mouth full of oil. Yu Fuyao sat across from him, elegantly sipping porridge. Although this usually lazy young master looked just as tired, his demeanor remained poised. Jiang Yichen swallowed his food and mumbled, "Aunt, you wouldn't believe it. I dreamed I was chased by a wild boar for 10 kilometers, and when I woke up, I found Zhang Hao's foot on my face." Puffed. Yu Fuyao suddenly burst out laughing, quickly regaining his cold demeanor and pretending nothing had happened. But Jiang Yichen clearly saw a hint of redness at his ears. Shu Shu exchanged a meaningful glance with the two, but said nothing. Lin Wanyue, sitting not far away, shot a cold glance in their direction before continuing to eat. During the morning's political class, the instructor was explaining the code of conduct for ability users. This middle-aged instructor with black-framed glasses, surnamed Zhou, was said to have been a diplomat in the Special Investigation Bureau, and his teaching style was lively and engaging. Remember, your abilities are not for showing off. Instructor Zhou tapped the blackboard. Last year, a D-class fire ability user tried to impress his girlfriend by performing a trick of grilling steak with his bare hands, and ended up blowing up the entire kitchen. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Jiang Yichen noticed that even the usually aloof Lin Wanyue couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth. Instructor. Jiang Yichen raised his hand to ask, what if it's to save someone? For example, using lightning abilities to charge a phone? Instructor Zhou adjusted his glasses. Theoretically, it's possible, but you must ensure. Or using wind abilities to dry hair. Zhang Hao interjected impatiently. Lin Wanyue coldly added, using ice abilities to make ice cream? Instructor Zhou's forehead twitched. Everyone, shut up. After class, copy the code 10 times. Jiang Yichen. He looked resentfully at Zhang Hao. It's all your fault. Zhang Hao wore an innocent expression. You were the one who started first. In the afternoon, the martial arts training area was covered with thick mats. Zhao Taizhu took off his jacket, revealing a muscular upper body, his bronze skin covered with scars. What is the essence of combat? Zhao Taizhu scanned the crowd. Its prediction. He pointed at Jiang Yichen. You come up. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, steeling himself to step forward. He had already experienced this instructor's strength, even without using abilities. Zhao Taizhu's combat skills could crush everyone present. Begin. Before Jiang Yichen could react, he felt the world spin, and his back slammed heavily onto the mat. Cough. He curled up in pain. Instructor, could you be a little gentler? Will the enemy show mercy on the battlefield? Zhao Taizhu said coldly. Get up. Shu Shu, you're next. Shu Shu stepped forward, adopting a fighting stance. To everyone's surprise, she managed to exchange over a dozen moves with Zhao Taizhu before being subdued. Jiang Yichen widened his eyes. He clearly saw that when Shu Shu was engaged in combat, the air around her produced subtle distortions. She was manipulating the air density to create an invisible buffer layer. Not bad. Zhao Taizhu rarely showed an appreciative expression, saying that using air control in combat was quite innovative. Shu Shu wiped her sweat, but didn't speak. Jiang Yichen rubbed his backside and leaned over. Auntie, when did you become so capable? When you were slacking off, Shu Shu replied. In the evening, the setting sun bathed the training ground in golden light. Jiang Yichen lay sprawled on the grass, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. Yu Fuyao sat beside him, using spiritual energy to treat the abrasions on his knee. I say, brother Yu, Jiang Yichen squinted at the sky. When will this life of ours come to an end? Yu Fuyao paused in his movements. What's wrong? Can't take it anymore? Not really. Jiang Yichen sighed. It's just that the training intensity is getting higher day by day. It always feels like something is about to happen. Just as Yu Fuyao was about to respond, a shout came from a distance. Jiang Yichen, Deputy Director Liu, is looking for you. Jiang Yichen sat up at the start. If she's looking for us, it can't be good. Yu Fuyao frowned. Let's go together. Shu Shu had also approached at some point. I'm going too. Lin Wanyue stood not far away. Although she didn't say anything, she silently followed along. Deputy Director Liu Yinxia's office was on the top floor of the administrative building, spacious and bright, with a view overlooking the entire training ground. When the four entered after knocking, Liu Yinxia was standing by the window, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a golden hue around her. Sit. She gestured to the sofa, her tone much more serious than usual. The four exchanged glances and sat down in turn. Jiang Yichen noticed that Liu Yinxia was wearing formal uniform today, the deputy director's badge on her shoulder glinting. There's a notice. Liu Yinxia got straight to the point. The Unified Organization of D-Level Ability Users in Kyoto will hold a report. You four have all met the standards, and you'll be leaving tomorrow. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. So soon? I thought we'd have at least another month of training. And Mo Yin will come to pick you up. Liu Yinxia continued, her tone resolute and unquestionable. You'll take the high-speed train. A total of 104 people will participate in this report. Yu Fuyao keenly sensed something. This report isn't just about receiving merits, is it? Liu Yinxia gave them a meaningful glance. A slight smile on her lips. You'll know when you get there. Shu Shu suddenly spoke up, her voice calm and clear. Is there danger? For you all. Liu Yinxia smiled, a smile that sent a chill down Jiang Yichen's back. It shouldn't be anything too serious. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense. Jiang Yichen felt his heart racing, his palms starting to sweat. Liu Yinxia's insinuation reminded him of the director's previous warnings. Go back and prepare. Liu Yinxia waved her hand, dismissing them. Tomorrow morning at 6, gather at the school gate. Remember, her gaze swept over the four of them. Bring all your gear. As they walked out of the office, the sun had already set below the horizon. The four walked back to the dormitory in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Do you think? Jiang Yichen finally couldn't hold back and broke the silence. Could it be that they're going to throw us into some secret realm to fend for ourselves? Lin Wanyue coldly replied. Shut up, you jinx. Yu Fuyao glanced at Jiang Yichen. His usually lazy and smiling eyes were unusually serious at that moment. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Jiang Yichen seemed to perceive a hint of unnoticeable tenderness. No matter what, be cautious. Shu Shu suddenly patted Jiang Yichen on the shoulder, with enough force to make him grimace. Get your things ready tonight. Don't stuff your socks in the snack bag like last time. Rubbing his shoulder, Jiang Yichen looked at the expressions of his three companions, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Although the future was uncertain, at least he wasn't facing it alone. Don't worry, he grinned, revealing his signature cheeky smile. With me around, I guarantee you'll eat well and have a good time. What responded to him was 3 pairs of rolled eyes. But Jiang Yichen clearly saw that even the usually aloof Lin Wanyue had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 66. The racing iron cage in the faint morning light. The street lamps in the dormitory area of the Spring City Special Investigation Academy still cast a dim glow. Shu Shu stood at Jiang Yichen's bedside, her delicate fingers grasping a wisp of morning breeze, gently brushing against the boy's cheek. 5 more minutes. Jiang Yichen rolled over, burying his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. Shushu squinted her eyes and concentrated, creating a small ball of compressed air with her fingertips, which she accurately flicked onto Jiang Yichen's earlobe. Ow! Jiang Yichen sprang up like a carp, covering his ears and glaring at her. Annie, are you trying to murder your own nephew? Shushu was already dressed, wearing a fitted black combat suit with a beige trench coat draped over it, her ponytail neatly tied at the back of her head. She tossed a paper bag at him. Shut up, Shushu said coldly, throwing him a set of clothes, change. Jiang Yichen opened it up and was surprised to find a well-tailored casual suit, the fabric feeling quite luxurious to the touch. Wow, he instantly woke up. Annie, have you finally realized that my looks are being wasted in a school uniform? Shushu ignored him and pulled out a comb, hairspray, and a bottle of men's perfume from her bag. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. Wait, are you going to style me? Don't get ahead of yourself. Shushu twisted the cap off the hairspray. I just don't want you to embarrass Spring City. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yichen stood in front of the mirror, barely recognizing himself. His hair was neatly styled, the suit perfectly outlined his shoulders, and even his nails were trimmed neatly. Is this really me? He touched his chin, feeling extraordinarily handsome. Shushu looked away in disdain. Stop being narcissistic, let's go. At the school gate, Yin was already waiting next to a black coaster. The chief steward of the Spring City Special Investigation Bureau was still dressed impeccably in a suit. Upon seeing the four of them approach, he nodded slightly. Not bad, looking sharp. Yin's gaze lingered on Jiang Yichen for 2 seconds longer. Get in the car. The interior of the vehicle was spacious and comfortable, with genuine leather seats exuding a faint leather fragrance. Jiang Yichen plopped down in the window seat, and Shushu immediately shot him a glare. Sit properly. Yes, yes. Jiang Yichen reluctantly straightened his posture. After the car started, Yin turned around. I have a few things to explain. First, this briefing is national, and you represent the image of the Spring City Special Investigation Bureau. Second, the assessment content is confidential. But remember, unity is the most important. Third, Yin glanced at them meaningfully. No matter what happens, safety comes first. Yu Fuyao frowned. Will there be danger? Yin did not answer directly. What you experienced in the ruins was much more dangerous than this. Jiang Yichen's heart sank. The tone of his voice didn't sound like they were just going to receive an award. The VIP passage at the train station was empty, clearly arranged for them. On the platform stood a special train, its body emblazoned with the Special Investigation Bureau's emblem. A special train? Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. Now that's some serious treatment. Yin led them to a designated compartment, a 4-person sleeping area. Although the space was small, it was equipped with everything they needed. My seat is at the front, Yin instructed. Contact me if you need anything. Once Yin left, Jiang Yichen immediately revealed his true colors. Flying onto the lower bunk by the window. This one's mine. Shushu chuckled coldly, lightly curling her finger. Jiang Yichen suddenly felt the bed beneath him become as slippery as if it had been greased, and he rolled straight to the floor. Air lubrication? Jiang Yichen rubbed his backside as he got up. Annie, you're cheating. Lin Wanyue quietly chose the upper bunk, while Yu Fuyao hesitated for a moment before sitting on the bed next to Jiang Yichen. You go. Jiang Yichen leaned over. Shall we sleep together? Yu Fuyao's ears turned red. What nonsense. I'm just sitting for a while. Jiang Yichen grinned, pulling out a large stash of snacks from the Wangita Tower. Come on. Let's play cards to pass the time. The train slowly started moving, and the scenery outside began to recede. The four of them played several rounds of Dodiju, and Jiang Yichen ended up covered in sticky notes from losing the most. This is not scientific. Jiang Yichen tore off the sticky notes from his face. You guys must be cheating. Shushu calmly shuffled her cards. It's just IQ suppression. Yu Fuyao's lips curled up slightly, but quickly suppressed the smile. During this time, he had found it increasingly hard to control his gaze towards Jiang Yichen, having to mask it with indifference. The train stopped at the first station, and a few young people in matching uniforms boarded, apparently other city's briefing participants. Wow, that girl. Jiang Yichen leaned against the window, suddenly feeling a chill at the back of his neck. Turning his head, he saw Shushu's fingertip spinning an air blade, and he quickly corrected himself. Their uniforms look great. Ha! As the train stopped at more stations, the atmosphere in the carriage gradually became lively. Cadets from different branches began sizing each other up, with a subtle sense of competition filling the air. Jiang Yichen suddenly lowered his voice. Did you guys notice that the best young ability users in the country are all on this train? The three of them looked at him with confusion. Jiang Yichen licked his suddenly dry lips. If someone wanted to do harm to the Special Investigation Bureau, now would be the perfect time. Before he could finish, the train entered a tunnel. In the instant darkness, a deafening explosion echoed from the front of the train. The entire train shook violently, and the snack bags on the table flew into the air. Jiang Yichen was thrust forward by inertia, his palm pressing against Yu Fuyao's chest. Time seemed to freeze. The touch from his palm was inexplicably soft, causing Jiang Yichen's mind to momentarily go blank. Yu Fuyao's breath hitched for a moment, and in the dark, Jiang Yichen could feel the other's rapid heartbeat through the thin fabric. Sorry. Jiang Yichen hurriedly withdrew his hand, but at that moment, the train tilted violently again. Shu Shu shouted, "Air wall!" An invisible barrier fixed the four of them in place. Lin Wanyue had already conjured ice crystals in her hand, glowing faintly blue in the darkness. Sounds of fighting and screams came from outside the carriage, and faint sparks of spiritual energy colliding flickered outside the window. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. "My mouth," he muttered. "It can't be that it really opened up, right?" Lin Wanyue coldly said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll freeze your mouth shut." Yu Fuyao quietly adjusted his collar in the darkness, a fleeting, elusive expression crossing his face when his fingertip brushed the spot that had just been touched. Shu Shu was already in battle mode, surrounded by a faint blue airflow. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him. The special train was still traveling through the tunnel, while an unknown danger was closing in. He instinctively touched the dagger that Xiao Yinshuan had given him, hidden in the inner pocket of his suit. "Prepare for battle." Shu Shu's voice was terrifyingly calm. "Looks like your crow's mouth is about to prove itself again." Chapter 67. The blood-red special train, the emergency lights in the carriage suddenly lit up, the flashing red light casting a blood-like hue over the entire space. Jiang Yichen's ears were still buzzing, the aftershock of the explosion making his head throb painfully. Damn. He rubbed his temples, wondering if he should buy insurance for his mouth. Shu Shu had already stood up, her hands pressing down as an invisible wall of air protected the four of them. Her gaze was sharp as a knife. It wasn't an accident. It was an attack. Yu Fuyao grabbed the bronze sword placed beside the bed. It was a gift from Jiang Yichen in the Zhuke mountain ruins. The moment the sword was drawn, a cold light flashed, particularly striking in the dim carriage. "Prepare for battle." Yu Fuyao's voice was as cold as ice. Lin Wanyue said nothing, but a thin layer of frost had already formed at her fingertips, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Jiang Yichen touched the dagger given to him by Xiao Yinshuan at his waist. The dagger felt cold in his hand, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security. Bang! A loud noise erupted as the compartment door was violently broken open. Three masked men in black rushed in with knives, the blades shimmering with a ghostly blue light. "Poisoned! Get down!" Shu Shu reacted the fastest, waving her hand, and an invisible wall of air instantly rose before them. The leading masked man couldn't stop in time and crashed into the air wall, his nose making a crisp cracking sound. "My nose!" Taking advantage of this, Jiang Yichen drew his dagger, the cold light flashing as he stabbed it directly into the shoulder of the second attacker. "Ah!" The black-clothed man screamed in agony and swung his knife back. Jiang Yichen ducked, and the dagger slashed upward, leaving a deep wound on the man's wrist. "Ant! 3 o'clock!" Shu Shu shouted without turning her head, her left hand clenching tightly. The air around the third attacker suddenly compressed as if being gripped by an invisible hand, twisting grotesquely and causing him to spit blood. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was enough to make one's teeth ache. "Damn!" Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, thinking, "Ant, your move is too ruthless." Shu Shu coldly said, "Shut up, there are more outside." Indeed, the corridor was already a chaotic mess. Through the shattered door frame, Jiang Yichen saw the entire carriage embroiled in a melee. More than 20 masked men were attacking the students, and amidst the flashing blades, people kept falling. Blood splattered on the train windows, being pulled into long streaks by the high-speed train. A bloodied student stumbled over Run. "There are too many of them." Jiang Yichen caught him. "Where's Mo Yun?" "In the front carriage. The leading teacher has been heavily targeted." Before he finished speaking, a crossbow bolt pierced through his back, the tip emerging from his chest. "Watch out!" Jiang Yichen yanked Yu Fuyao aside as the crossbow bolt whizzed past her hair, embedding itself in the wall with a buzzing sound. "Damn it!" Jiang Yichen was furious, thinking they were playing dirty. He pulled out a long spear from the Wangita and hurled it with all his might toward the direction the bolt came from. Thud! A scream echoed from afar. "Go! Save Mo Yun!" Shu Shu decisively ordered, her hands waving as several air blades whistled out, slicing the two blocking masked men into pieces. The five rushed out of the compartment and immediately plunged into the chaos. The carriage aisle was too narrow to maneuver effectively. Jiang Yichen's dagger danced, targeting the joints of his enemies. A masked man swung his knife at him, He sidestepped and thrust the dagger into the man's armpit, twisting it viciously. The masked man's entire arm went limp. Learn from this. Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow at Yu Fuyao. This is how you carve up an ox. Yu Fuyao had no time to respond, her bronze sword swirling into a mass of green light, forcing back 3 attackers. Lin Wanyue was even fiercer wherever her sword passed. Enemies were either frozen into ice sculptures or had their throats pierced. The most terrifying was Shu Shu, standing in the center of the group. Her hands moved like a symphony conductor, the surrounding air sometimes forming walls for defense, sometimes turning into blades for attack, occasionally sucking the air out of certain areas, causing enemies to suffocate and fall. Up ahead, Shu Shu warned. 3 black-clad men charged around the corner, raising their knives upon seeing the 4. "Ant!" Jiang Yichen shouted. "Got it." Shu Shu pushed with both hands, and an invisible wall of air blocked the corridor. The black-clad men crashed into it, producing a dull thud. Lin Wanyue seized the opportunity, dozens of ice spikes forming out of thin air, whistling toward the enemies. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of ice spikes piercing flesh was enough to make one's teeth ache. 2 black-clad men died on the spot, and the 3rd barely dodged, but was met with Yu Fuyao's sword piercing his throat. "Go!" Jiang Yichen led the charge forward. Each carriage seemed to have experienced a massacre. Some students had organized defenses, fighting back-to-back. Others were fleeing in panic. The black-clad assassins were clearly well-trained, targeting those who were alone. A scream came from the right compartment. Jiang Yichen kicked the door open and saw a black-clad man aiming a short blade at a female studentess chest. "Stop!" Without thinking, Jiang Yichen threw his dagger. The dagger flew like a black light, accurately piercing the back of the black-clad man's heart. The man froze and slowly fell to the ground. Thank you." The female student stammered, trembling with gratitude. Jiang Yichen pulled out the dagger, wiped the blood on the corpse. "Hurry and find a main group." The fighting grew fiercer the further they went. In a spacious dining car, they witnessed a shocking scene. Dozens of students from different cities had spontaneously formed a defensive circle, fiercely battling dozens of black-clad men. Various supernatural abilities flashed, fireballs, wind blades, and lightning intertwined, illuminating the entire carriage as if it were daylight. "Hold on!" A burly male student shouted, propping up a dirt wall to block incoming projectiles. "Over there!" Yu Fuyao suddenly pointed to a corner. Jiang Yichen saw Mo Yun surrounded by 5 black-clad men. The sea-level expert had already been injured, his left arm hanging limply, while his right hand clutched a short sword, barely defending himself. "Mo, go, hold on!" Jiang Yichen dashed forward, aiming his dagger at the nearest masked man's back. The opponent reacted quickly, turning to block, but didn't expect that Jiang Yichen's move was a feint. Bang! Shu Shu timely created an air blast beneath the man's feet. The masked man lost his balance, and Jiang Yichen kicked him in the knee. As he knelt, the dagger was already at his throat. "Tell me, who sent you?" The masked man grinned maliciously and suddenly bled black from the corner of his mouth, committing suicide by poison. "Shit, a death warrior?" Mo Yun seized the opportunity to take down 2 enemies, panting heavily. "Don't ask. Let's break through. Communications are jam." Just as he spoke, another 7 or 8 masked men surrounded them from both front and back. "Form a formation." Mo Yun forced himself to stand. Jiang Yichen and Yu Fuyao on the left wing, Lin Wanyue on the right wing, Shu Shu controlling the area, and I'll lead the way. The 5 formed a back-to-back battle formation, struggling toward the rear of the train. Along the way, more students joined them. Some were covered in blood. Some were crying for help, but at least they all had D-level combat power. "Watch your head." A masked man suddenly leaped down from the luggage rack, aiming a short knife directly at Mo Yun's head. Without thinking, Jiang Yichen threw his dagger. Whoosh! The dagger accurately pierced the man's eye socket, the tip emerging from the back of his head. "Mo Gu, you owe me a dagger now," Jiang Yichen shouted, feeling pained. Mo Yun had no time to respond, his short sword dancing as he carved a bloody path through the crowd. By the time they reached the rear of the carriage, their group had expanded to nearly 20 people. "Jump!" Mo Yun kicked open the emergency exit at the rear. "Hurry!" The piercing wind rushed in, and outside was the pitch-black night and the rapidly retreating tracks. "This is a high-speed train. Jumping down will kill you," one of the trainees shouted. Shu Shu sneered. "Then you could just wait to die." After saying that, she was the first to jump out, creating an air cushion at the moment of landing steadily. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard and turned to Yu Fuyao. "How about I carry you and jump?" Yu Fuyao's face flushed. "Get lost." And she leaped down. One by one, they didn't cherish their lives. Jiang Yichen mumbled as he jumped down as well. The moment he landed, it felt like crashing into a pile of cotton. Shu had already prepared the air cushion. Auntie is the best. Jiang Yichen was moved to tears. Shu, shut up. Soon, everyone successfully jumped off the train. Mo Yun was the last to jump down, letting out a muffled groan as he landed, his injuries worsening. Go, into the woods. Mo Yun gritted his teeth. They will definitely come after us. Jiang Yichen glanced back. The blood-red special train was still speeding along the tracks, but the windows were splattered with blood, like an injured giant snake, slithering forward in the night. Chapter 68. The healing light in despair in the pitch-black forest. Over 20 figures swiftly moved through the underbrush. Just hold on a little longer. Mo Yun pressed his injured left arm, his voice extremely low. There's a stone forest ahead. We can shake them off. Jiang Yichen crouched in the middle of the group, gripping a short knife he had taken from an enemy. From time to time, he glanced back into the darkness behind them, where he could faintly hear footsteps and the sound of breaking branches. The haunting presence. He spat, the wound on his forehead still oozing blood. Suddenly, the bushes on the left shook violently. Get down, Shu shouted, pushing her hands forward fiercely. An invisible air wall instantly formed, blocking the dozen crossbow bolts that came flying in. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows stuck to the air wall, making crisp sounds upon impact. There's an ambush. Lin Wanyue unsheathed her long sword, frost spreading along the blade. 3 o'clock direction. Spread out, Mo Yun commanded, and everyone immediately fanned out. 5 masked assassins leaped out from the bushes, short knives glinting with a cold blue light. The one in the front charged directly at Mo Yun, clearly intending to take out this C-class combatant first. Seeking death. A cold light flashed in Mo Yun's eyes as his short sword struck like a venomous snake, instantly piercing the opponent's throat. But at the same time, 2 other assassins had already encircled him, one knife slashing toward his back. Be careful, Mo Go. Jiang Yichen dashed forward in a single leap, forming hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. This was a ninjutsu he had copied from Naruto. Boom! A fireball 2 meters in diameter roared out, forcing the 2 assassins back. One of them, unable to dodge in time, had his sleeve ignited and rolled on the ground. Screaming, nice one. Mo Yun gave Jiang Yichen an approving glance, but his expression suddenly changed. Behind, Jiang Yichen felt a chill at the back of his neck and instinctively ducked. Whoosh! A short knife grazed his scalp, cutting off a few strands of hair. Damn it! Jiang Yichen was furious. Do you know how important hairstyles are? He retaliated with a wind blade, a magic he copied from fairy tale. The blue wind blade whistled out, slicing the attacker's weapon in half. On the other side, Yu Fuyao wielded her bronze sword with impenetrable precision, and amidst the flashing blue light, an assassin fell to the ground holding his neck. Lin Wanyue was even more ruthless wherever her sword passed. Enemies were either frozen into ice sculptures or pierced through the heart by her blade. The most terrifying was Shu. She stood still, her hands moving like a symphony conductor, the surrounding air sometimes forming walls for defense, sometimes turning into blades for attack, and occasionally suddenly sucking the air out of a spot, causing enemies to suffocate and fall. An assassin suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning red, then collapsed to the ground as Shu directly extracted the air from his lungs. The battle ended quickly, but everyone's faces were grim. Move quickly. Montak Yun Guspit. Making too much noise will attract more people. The group continued to flee toward the stone forest. Jiang Yichen noticed that Mo Yun's steps were becoming unsteady, and the wound on his back was still bleeding. Mo Guyu, shut up and keep moving. Mo Yun gritted his teeth. The stone forest was more concealed than imagined. Jagged rocks formed a natural maze, and after twisting and turning, they finally found a cave beneath a rock wall. The entrance was hidden behind dense vines, making it nearly undetectable without close inspection. Get in. Mo Yun signaled Shu to use an air wall to seal the entrance, taking turns to keep watch while the others rested. The cave was small, and with over 20 people crammed inside, it felt particularly crowded. Weak moonlight seeped through the gaps in the vines, illuminating the exhausted faces. Count heads. Mo Yun leaned against the rock wall, his voice hoarse. Soon, the count came out, 23 people, 7 seriously injured, and the rest were also hurt. Are we the last ones left? A girl asked with a trembling voice. Silence. Jiang Yichen noticed Yu Fuyao's hand was slightly shaking. Lin Wanyue's nails had dug into her palm, and although Shu appeared calm on the surface, her breathing was noticeably rapid. No way. Mo Yun finally spoke, his voice firm. The other teachers in charge are not to be underestimated. Someone must have broken through successfully. But Jiang Yichen knew in his heart that this attack was too strange. Although the Huaxia Special Investigation Bureau was not the strongest globally, it was one of the top forces. Moreover, several B-class directors had long been stationed at the borders, and domestic security had always been very good. To organize such a large-scale attack and accurately intercept a special train, unless there is a mole, and one of significant status. Jiang Yichen was startled by his own thoughts. If it really was a deputy director betraying them, then these people would likely be in grave danger. We need to find a way to restore our combat power, he muttered to himself. What did you say? Yu Fuyao leaned closer. Jiang Yichen shook his head. Suddenly standing up, everyone listen to me. Everyone turned to him. The situation is critical. Pursuers could find us at any moment. Jiang Yichen's expression was more serious than ever. To survive, they must maintain their best condition. So, I will heal everyone. You? A boy looked at him skeptically. Aren't you a manifestation type? Jiang Yichen didn't he explain? Clasping his hands together and closing his eyes. Extrême ligne technique. This was a power he copied from Dr. Amy in the Stolen Stars. Gentle white light surged from his palms, spreading like flowing water, enveloping the entire cave. The injured were astonished to find their wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. This. Mo Yun stared in shock at the wound on his arm, slowly scabbing over. This is not a manifestation type ability. Jiang Yichen grinned. Who said manifestation types can't heal? The white light lasted for nearly 10 minutes. When the glow faded, everyone felt a sense of ease, and even their fatigue lessened considerably. Impressive, old Jiang. A boy excitedly patted him on the shoulder. If you had this ability, you should have said so earlier. Jiang Yichen didn't respond. His face was pale, his legs weak, and he felt as if all his strength had been drained. Showing off. Yu Fuyao quickly supported him, her tone reproachful but gentle, telling him to lie down and rest. Before Jiang Yichen could react, he was pressed onto Yu Fuyao's thigh. Wait, this position. Shut up. Yu Fuyao's ears turned slightly red. If you talk back, I'll throw you out. Jiang Yichen immediately quieted down. Shu Shu laughed coldly from the side. You deserve it. Lin Wanyue silently handed him a bottle of water. Drink some. Jiang Yichen was moved to tears. Sister Lin cares about me. Choke on it. Lin Wanyue said coldly. A low laughter echoed in the cave, and the oppressive atmosphere finally eased a bit. Mo Yun checked the cave entrance, confirming safety before lowering his voice. Everyone rest. We'll take turns on guard every 2 hours. Jiang Yichen lay on Yu Fuyao's leg, staring at the shadows on the cave's ceiling, lost in thought. He knew that the real danger had just begun. Chapter 69. Counterattack. Jiang Yichen lay on Yu Fuyao's lap with his eyes closed, breathing evenly, looking as if he were asleep. In reality, he was quietly activating the devouring ancestor talisman within him. Threads of invisible spiritual energy gathered from all directions, penetrating his body through his pores. His depleted spiritual power was recovering at an astonishing speed, like a dry riverbed suddenly welcoming a downpour. 20 minutes, he silently calculated, recovering about 80%. Taking advantage of this gap, he attempted to sense the teleportation array he had left in Lu Yinxia's body, which was his last life-saving measure. Jiang Yichen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The sense of the teleportation array disappeared. He stubbornly tried a few more times, but the result was still the same. That tenuous connection was completely severed, as if it had never existed. Something was wrong. He quietly checked his belongings. The Wanshang Tuning Divine Mask was still there, and the Wangita was also floating in his dantian. But when he probed into the tower, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Meng Tian was gone, xianxia was gone, and those 2 B-level assassins were also gone. Only the skeleton soldiers on each floor of the Wangita were aimlessly wandering. The floors that originally held important inhabitants were completely empty. What the hell? Jiang Yichen felt a chill in his heart. When did this happen? He recalled carefully. The last time he confirmed that the Wangita was still on the train. This meant that the change occurred in these short few hours. Space blockade? Or something even higher level? Before he could figure it out, a faint wave of spiritual power suddenly came from a distance. Not one, but dozens of them, approaching rapidly. Enemy attack. Jiang Yichen suddenly sat up, startling Yu Fuyao. What's wrong? Yu Fuyao frowned and asked. Dozens of people are approaching, Jiang Yichen whispered, less than 500 meters away. The cave instantly fell silent, and everyone tensed up. Mo Yun quickly dashed to the cave entrance, cautiously parting the vines to look outside. Under the moonlight, dozens of dark figures could be vaguely seen moving through the woods, encircling the stone forest in a fan shape. They moved skillfully, cooperating seamlessly, clearly trained assassins. Prepare for battle. Mo Yun's voice was as cold as ice. Jiang Yichen, do you have a plan? Jiang Yichen's eyes flicked, and he pulled out a round metallic ball from the Wang Gita. Let's give them a welcome gift. What is this? Lin Wanyue asked curiously. A flashbang copied from Call of Duty. Jiang Yichen grinned. It will definitely blind them. This can also be materialized? A boy's eyes widened. Materialization is just copying. It didn't say you can't copy flashbangs? Jiang Yichen shrugged, winking playfully. Next time, I'll materialize a bomb for you. It will be even more exciting. Shushu rolled her eyes. Childish. As long as it works. Jiang Yichen crouched and moved to the cave entrance. Wait for my signal. Everyone charged together. The assassins were getting closer. They could already hear the sound of branches snapping underfoot. Jiang Yichen silently calculated the distance. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Now, he suddenly pulled the pin and threw the flashbang with all his might. The metallic ball traced a beautiful parabolic arc, landing precisely in the center of the assassin group. Close your eyes, Jiang Yichen shouted, covering his own eyes first. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the entire stone forest. Even with their eyes closed, everyone could feel the brightness before them. The assassins outside weren't so lucky. Caught off guard, they all fell victim to it. My eyes. I can't see. Cries of despair echoed. Go! And Mo Yun was the first to rush out, drawing his short sword, and with a flash of cold light. He cut open the throat of one assassin. The others followed closely behind. The pent-up anger of the students erupted like caged tigers, unleashing their powers on the enemies without restraint. Jiang Yichen didn't rush to attack. Instead, he first cast the Holy Light Guardian on himself. This was a paladin skill from Dungeon and Fighter. A layer of faint golden light enveloped him, instantly maximizing his defense. Look at my spiral sphere. He gathered a blue energy ball in his right hand and slammed it into an assassin's chest. The opponent spewed blood and flew backward, crashing against the rocks, unconscious. Earth-style, earth flow wall. As he completed the hand seals, a wall of earth rose up, trapping 3 assassins inside. Lin Wanyue seized the opportunity to leap onto the wall, swinging her sword to launch 3 ice spikes that accurately hit their targets. Nice! Jiang Yichen whistled. Yu Fuyao's bronze sword danced like a whirlwind, and amidst the flashes of blue light, 2 assassins clutched their necks and fell. Shushu was even fiercer. With a wave of her hands, the air around 5 assassins suddenly froze, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The sound of their bones cracking was sickening. The most ruthless was Mo Yun. The sea-level expert fully unleashed his power, each swing of his short sword spraying blood. One assassin attempted a sneak attack, but was swiftly pierced through the heart by him, the movement clean and decisive. The battle presented a one-sided trajectory. The assassins, thrown into chaos by their sudden blindness, were completely caught off guard, not expecting this group of injured individuals to recover so quickly. Watch out on the right, Jiang Yichen suddenly shouted. A feigning assassin suddenly leaped up, dagger aimed straight at Yu Fuyao's back. Without thinking, Jiang Yichen raised his hand for a lightning slash. Zap! A dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across, piercing a large hole through the assassin's chest, the smell of charred flesh instantly filling the air. Thanks, Yu Fuyao said softly. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. No need to be polite, just treat me to dinner tonight. In your dreams. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. The last assassin, sensing the situation was dire, pulled out a flare from his pocket with his last ounce of strength. Whoosh! Boom! The red flare shot into the sky, exploding into a blinding spark in the night sky. Oh no! Mo Yun's face changed drastically. He was calling for reinforcements. Jiang Yichen rushed up to stab him, but it was too late. The signal had already been sent out, and more enemies would soon arrive. Retreat, Mo Yun decisively ordered, continuing north where there was an abandoned military base where they could temporarily hide. Everyone didn't dare to delay, quickly cleaning up the battlefield, taking usable weapons and supplies, then disappearing into the vast night. Jiang Yichen ran in the middle of the group, glancing back at the corpses strewn across the ground, feeling heavy in his heart. What kind of difficulties awaited them next? Chapter 70, The Arrival of the Ghost God. The night was as dark as ink, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the mountain forest. Mo Yun led the remaining dozen or so people quickly through the dense forest, his expression terrifyingly grim. Logically speaking, the Special Investigation Bureau's response shouldn't be this slow. Several hours had passed since the train was attacked, yet not even a reconnaissance drone had appeared by now. Something's not right, and Mo Yun whispered, The communication has been blocked, rescue is delayed, and the enemy can still accurately track our location. An inside man? Jiang Yichen followed closely behind him, his brow furrowed. Very likely. Mo Yin tightened his grip on his short sword, and it must be someone of considerable rank. The atmosphere in the team grew increasingly tense. Although everyone's previous injuries have been healed by Jiang Yichen's ultimate healing technique, the continuous high-intensity battles and escapes had left everyone's spirits strained to the limit. The signal flare has exposed our location. Yu Fuyao said softly, they will catch up soon. Not just catch up, Shu Shu coldly added, they're already surrounding us. As soon as her words fell, rustling sounds came from the distant thicket. Hide! Mo Yun shouted in a low voice, and everyone immediately crouched down, hiding in the bushes. A few seconds later, a dozen shadows swept through the forest, moving as swiftly as ghosts. They scattered, advancing in a fan shape, clearly searching for the group's traces. Damn it, they just won't go away. Jiang Yichen cursed quietly, clenching his fists. Mo Yin made a gesture, signaling everyone not to act rashly. After that group of assassins moved away, he whispered, change route. Head east. Everyone nodded and cautiously altered their direction. However, they had not gone far when a sharp whistle suddenly sounded ahead. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot through the air, heading straight for Mo Yun's throat. Clang! Mo Yun swung his short sword, blocking it precisely, but immediately after, more crossbow bolts shot in from all directions. It's been exposed. Fight! In an instant, the forest erupted into chaos. Dozens of masked assassins emerged from behind trees, bushes, and even from underground, and amidst the glinting blades. Everyone fell into a bitter struggle. Form up! Mo Yun shouted fiercely, sweeping his short sword, unleashing a sharp sword aura that forced back 3 assassins rushing forward. Shu Shu waved her hands, creating an invisible wall of air around everyone, blocking the first wave of arrows. Lin Wanyue flicked her long sword, and frost spread across the ground, instantly freezing the feet of 2 assassins. Yu Fuyao moved like a ghost among the enemy ranks, each swing of her bronze sword spraying blood. Jiang Yichen stood at the center of the team, scanning the battlefield. There were too many enemies, and they were clearly well prepared. They attacked in waves, one after another, giving everyone no chance to catch their breath. This won't do. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth. He needed to find a way to break the deadlock. He took a deep breath, his hands forming a seal. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, sweeping forward like a tsunami. 5 assassins were instantly engulfed by the sea of fire, screaming as they turned to charcoal. Holy crap! One of the students widened his eyes. When did old Jiang learn to breathe fire? Watch more anime. Sleep less. Jiang Yichen grinned, then quickly composed himself. Don't relax. There are more coming. Sure enough, as the flames dissipated, another wave of assassins charged forward. This time, they clearly adjusted their tactics, sending a few to distract Mo Yun and Shu Shu while the rest focused their fire on the weaker students. Ah! A scream came as a student was pierced through the shoulder by a long knife, blood gushing out. Hold on! Jiang Yichen rushed over, supporting him with one hand while the other pressed on his wound. Ultimate healing technique. A gentle white light flashed, and the wound quickly healed. But before the student could thank him, Jiang Yichen suddenly pushed him away. Watch out! Whoosh! A short knife whizzed past Jiang Yichen's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yichen's eyes, his right hand raised sharply. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. The piercing cry of a bird sounded, and dazzling lightning gathered in his palm. The next second, he shot out like lightning, the lightning directly piercing through the chest of that assassin. The battle grew increasingly brutal. Mo Yun's short sword was already stained with blood, his breathing becoming heavier. But his gaze remained sharp. Shu Shu's control over the air was gradually shrinking, clearly due to excessive energy consumption. Yu Fuyao and Lin Wanyue were also heavily injured, their movements much slower than before, and the enemies seemed endless. It's not working. One student collapsed to the ground, pale-faced, energy completely depleted. Jiang Yichen looked around, his heart sinking to the bottom. They had been completely surrounded. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. It seemed he could only get serious now. He stood up straight, his hands forming seals, energy within him surging wildly. Since you're looking for death. His voice was deep and cold, as if it were a proclamation from hell. Then don't blame me for being rude. In the next second, his figure suddenly vanished from a spot. Instant step. When he reappeared, he was already behind an assassin, his right hand clawing fiercely into the opponent's back. Heart extraction. Blood spurted before the surrounding enemies could react. Jiang Yichen's figure vanished again, appearing on another side. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames ignited out of thin air, and 3 assassins were instantly reduced to ashes. What? Mo Yun's pupils constricted. What kind of ability is this? Shu Shu was also stunned. He had been hiding his strength all along. Jiang Yichen did not stop. His figure flickered among the enemy ranks, each appearance accompanied by a brand new ability. Ice form. Lion King. A massive ice lion roared and pounced, tearing apart the bodies of 4 assassins. Treasure of the King. Countless illusory treasures coalesced in the air, raining down like a storm, creating deep pits in the ground. Dragon explosion. A scorching dragon-shaped flame swept across the battlefield, turning enemies to ashes wherever it passed. The assassins finally panicked. They had thought this group was on their last legs, but they did not expect such a monster to suddenly emerge. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The leading assassin shouted. "Want to run?" Jiang Yichen sneered. Too late. He took a deep breath, his hands pressing forcefully against the ground. Earth explosion star. A terrifying gravitational force erupted from his palms, pulling rocks, trees, and even enemies into the air, coalescing into a massive sphere. Boom! The sphere crashed down, shaking the ground. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Yichen, as if looking at a monster. Is there anyone else? Jiang Yichen gasped for breath, grinning. However, just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More whooshing sounds came from all directions. Oh no! Jiang Yichen's expression changed. Reinforcements. Sure enough, dozens of assassins surged from the woods, and this time, they were armed with specially made energy crossbow bolts, the tips glowing with a strange purple light. Obviously coated with poison. Prepared to break out. Mo Yun gritted his teeth. We can't delay any longer. The group stood back to back, their expressions grave. There were too many enemies. Even if Jiang Yichen unleashed all his power, it would be impossible to take them all down at once. It seems. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath. He could only use that move. He slowly raised his hand, energy within him surging wildly, the air around him starting to distort. A chilling dark aura emanating from his body. Come out. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it were a whisper from the abyss. 7th Demon God. Furashu. Boom. The earth trembles. A gigantic black shadow rises from the darkness beneath Jiang Yichen's feet. It is a terrifying beast that seems to come from hell, completely black, with sharp fangs, and its crimson eyes like 2 blood moons. Roar. Furashu howls to the sky, the terrifying sound wave causing everyone's eardrums to ache. In the next second, it lunges towards the enemy horde. Rumble. The ground cracks, trees topple. Wherever Furashu sweeps past, the enemies are swallowed by darkness before they can even scream. The encirclement is torn open. Go! Jiang Yichen shouts, now's the time. The others, as if waking from a dream, immediately rush towards the gap. Mo Yun runs at the back, glancing back at Jiang Yichen, who stands still. You don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yichen grits his teeth. I'll hold him off. Furashu's duration is limited. He must ensure everyone's safe escape. Mo Yun gives him a deep look, then turns to catch up with the group. When the last person breaks out of the encirclement, Jiang Yichen finally can't hold on any longer and kneels on one knee. Furashu's phantom slowly dissipates, and his spiritual power is almost exhausted. Damn it, I messed up. He bitterly shakes his head, forcing himself to stand up and stagger towards the direction the others left. Behind him is a battlefield in ruins and countless dead assassins. Chapter 71, This Oath. Unwavering in life and death, Jiang Yichen stumbled for a few steps. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Damn it, my spiritual power is depleted. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but his body felt as heavy as lead. Just then, a figure rushed over quickly and caught him. What are you trying to prove? Yu Fuyao's voice rang in his ears, tinged with a hint of reproach, but mostly urgency. Before Jiang Yichen could react, Yu Fuyao bent down and directly lifted him up in a horizontal embrace. Whoa! Jiang Yichen was startled. Brother Yu, this position. Shut up. Yu Fuyao's face was cold, but the tips of his ears turned slightly red. If you say another word, I'll throw you down. Jiang Yichen immediately behaved, but couldn't help muttering, you smell quite nice. Yu Fuyao ignored him and quickly caught up with the team. Jiang Yichen wasn't idle either. He quietly activated the devouring ancestral talisman, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide, rapidly restoring his depleted spiritual power. Phew, that feels good. He sighed in relief, jumped down from Yu Fuyao's arms, and stretched his muscles. Recovered? Yu Fuyao frowned. Of course. Jiang Yichen grinned. How can a man say he can't? Yu Fuyao. At that moment, Mo Yun, who was running at the front, suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. What's wrong? Jiang Yichen squeezed to the front, following Mo Yun's gaze. In the woods ahead, a man stood there, unknown when he had arrived. He was dressed in a black trench coat, hands in his pockets, with a silver-white mask covering his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The most terrifying thing was the wave of spiritual power emanating from him. B-level. And a peak B-level at that. It's over. Someone in the team trembled and said, B-level. Jiang Yichen's pupils constricted, his heart nearly stopping. This sense of oppression, he had only felt it from Xiao Yinchuan. Everyone's hearts instantly sank. What does B-level mean? It represents one of the top combat powers that are few and far between in the world. Even at their peak, it was impossible for them to defeat a B-level, let alone now. Moreover, the pursuers behind them could arrive at any moment. Despair spread through the team. The silver-masked man did not rush to attack, but slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. Surrender. You have no way to escape. Join us, and your potential will be cultivated to the fullest, with resources, status, and wealth. Everything you could wish for. Why throw your life away for a so-called oath? His voice seemed to carry a sort of magic, making people involuntarily want to believe him. In the team, some began to waver. I don't want to die. A boy trembled and said, we can't possibly defeat a B-level. Yeah, another girl lowered her head. The Special Investigation Bureau's rescue hasn't arrived yet. Maybe. Emoyan did not try to dissuade them, but took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I swear. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. I volunteer to join the Dark Domain Special Investigation Bureau, to use flesh and blood as a shield, and supernatural powers as a sword, to protect the lights of 10,000 homes and defend our land. At first, only Mo Yun was reciting, but gradually, some began to join in. Obey orders, keep secrets, fear not sacrifice, fear not strong enemies. If we encounter demons, we must behead them. If we meet evil spirits, we must strike at their hearts. The voices grew louder and more people joined in. Even if we are trapped in the abyss, our souls scattered, we will not betray the star emblem on our shoulders, nor the common people behind us. This oath, witnessed by heaven and earth, unwavering in life and death. In the final line, everyone shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mountains and forests. The silver-masked man's gaze turned cold, foolish. In the next second, his figure suddenly vanished. Be careful, Mo Yun shouted, his short sword blocking in front of his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mo Yun was sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree, blood spurting from his mouth. Brother Mo, Jiang Yichen's eyes widened in anger. The silver-masked man did not stop, darting through the crowd like a ghost, and with every strike, someone fell. We're done for. Jiang Yichen shouted in anger, pulling out the Wangui Tower's Wanxiang Tunning divine mask and slamming it onto his face. Sun Wukong. Golden light surged. His figure instantly grew taller, covered in golden fur, and a golden staff appeared in his hand out of thin air. Take this, old sun staff. The golden staff grew in the wind, transforming into a giant pillar, and smashed down hard towards the silver-masked man. Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge pit, dust flying everywhere. However, when the dust settled, the silver-masked man stood there completely unscathed, holding the golden staff with one hand. Interesting, he sneered, but not enough. With a gentle push, Jiang Yichen and the staff were sent flying, crashing through dozens of trees before he finally stopped. Cough! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Jiang Yichen's golden body state was instantly dispelled, with cracks appearing on his mask. Old Jiang, Yu Fuyao rushed over to support him. I'm Fine. Jiang Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, B-level is indeed abnormal. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Lin Wanyue's ice abilities couldn't even touch the silver-masked man's clothing, and Shu Shu's air manipulation was easily countered. Mo Yun, despite his injuries, barely left a wound on the silver-masked man, but it was quickly crushed by a palm strike that shattered his ribs. Classmates, Mo Yun stood up unsteadily, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he smiled carefree. I'll go first. In the next second, he suddenly lunged at Ingya, and, at the moment the opponent's attack was about to land, he turned and took the fatal blow meant for a nearby student. Brother Mo! Everyone cried out in despair. The silver-masked man did not stop, continuing to harvest lives. 1, 2, 3. Lin Wanyue was pierced through the chest. and Shu Shu had his neck twisted. Yu Fuyao was the last to fall. He used his last ounce of strength to block a strike for Jiang Yichen, then softly collapsed into his arms. The illusion dissipated. The Adam's apple disappeared. His silver short hair turned into long hair, revealing a delicate yet pale face. Run. She struggled to utter her last word, then closed her eyes. Jiang Yichen blankly held her, his mind a complete void. Everyone was dead. Montak Yun, Lin Vanyu, Xia, Yu Fuyao. The companions who just fought side by side were now all cold corpses. No. Jiang Yichen knelt on the ground, his eyes blood-red. The silver-masked man shook off the blood on his hands and slowly walked over. Now, only you are left. Surrender. With your potential, the organization will focus on cultivating you. Your family will also be protected, living in wealth and honor, everything you could wish for. You could even live a carefree life. How about it? Jiang Yichen lowered his head, his shoulders slightly trembling. The silver-masked man thought he was wavering and continued. Think it over. Living is more important than anything. Suddenly, Jiang Yichen raised his head, grinning. Does your country have authentic Chung-style spicy hot pot? The silver-masked man was taken aback. What? If not? Jiang Yichen's smile suddenly turned sinister. Then go die. His body erupted with blinding light, and he shot towards the silver-masked man like a cannonball. Vegeta's final flash, self-detonation. What? The silver-faced man finally panicked, trying to break free, but was tightly held by Jiang Yichen. Crazy? Are you out of your mind? Yes, Jiang Yichen laughed loudly. I've been crazy for a long time. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion echoed through the sky, and the blinding white light engulfed everything. Chapter 72. The end of the illusion. Jiang Yichen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air like a drowning person who had just surfaced. I'm not dead. He instinctively touched his chest, finding no wounds, no blood, and even his clothes were intact. Where is this? He struggled to sit up and looked around. It was an unfamiliar bedroom, simple and clean, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting scattered patches of light on the floor. Awake? A deep voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Yichen stiffened and turned to see a man sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, dressed in a black trench coat, with a stern face and a pitch-black long knife resting on his lap. Xiao Yinshuan, the director? Jiang Yichen's voice trembled slightly. What is going on? Xiao Yinshuan stood up, the long knife gleaming coldly in the sunlight. I know you have many questions, but don't rush. At 2 p.m., in the conference room, there will be a unified explanation. After saying that, he pushed the door open and left, leaving Jiang Yichen sitting on the bed, utterly confused. What is happening? Jiang Yichen rubbed his temples, trying to recall the last scene of the self-detonation, the blinding white light. And then, he was here? He threw back the covers and got out of bed, realizing that all his injuries had healed completely, with not a single scar left. There was a neatly folded set of clothes on the bedside table, along with his phone and personal belongings. The Wangita. He tried to sense it and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The tower was still there, and Meng Tian, Xianxia, and those two B-level assassins were all present, as if they had never disappeared. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yichen mumbled as he got dressed, and pushed the door open to step outside. The glaring sunlight made him instinctively squint, and once he adjusted to the light, he found himself standing in the corridor of a dormitory building, with the training grounds and teaching buildings in the distance, looking like a base of the Special Investigation Bureau. Jiang Yichen. A familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Yichen jolted and slowly turned around. Lin Vanyu, Xia, Montak Yun, and a dozen or so trainees who had sacrificed themselves in the illusion were all standing there, waving at him. Aye. Jiang Yichen opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. He pinched his thigh hard. It hurts. Not a dream. What are you dazed about? Shu Shu walked over and yanked his ear. Have you been sleeping, stupid? Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Yichen grimaced. Auntie, be gentle. Shu Shu released him, giving him a disdainful glance. Hurry up. We're waiting for you. Jiang Yichen stared blankly at everyone, and his eyes suddenly felt hot. You all are fine? Of course. Lin Wanyue snorted coldly. What could happen? Mo Yun smiled and patted his shoulder. We're just as confused as you are. We'll probably have answers this afternoon. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to speak, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking slowly from the back of the crowd. Yu Fuyao, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders. A white dress swaying gently in the wind. Her features were picturesque, with red lips and white teeth. Girl. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened. Yu Fuyao walked up to him, suddenly hugging him, but the next second, she released him as if shocked, stepping back 2 paces with a flushed face. You're okay. she said, looking down, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Yichen's mind went completely blank. Wait. He pointed at Yu Fuyao. How did you turn into a girl? The air suddenly fell silent. Shu face-bombed. Idiot. Lin Wanyue sneered. Mental retard. Montakyun kuhit lightly. We'll go eat first. The crowd dispersed, leaving Jiang Yichen and Yu Fuyao staring at each other. So, Jiang Yichen scratched his head. You were always a girl? Yu Fuyao took a deep breath, seemingly holding back the urge to hit someone. An illusion. I undid my illusion just before I died. Oh. Jiang Yichen suddenly understood. So you were disguised as a man? Yu Fuyao turned and walked away. Hey, don't go. Jiang Yichen hurriedly chased after her. I just wanted to confirm. No matter if you're a boy or a girl, it's good that you're alive. Yu Fuyao paused, her ears turning red again. At 1 p.m., in the conference room, the hall, which could accommodate hundreds of people, was packed, and Jiang Yichen and the others sat in the middle, surrounded by trainees participating in the debriefing. On the podium, Xianxia sat in the center, with a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, political commissar Lin Yinxiu, on his left, and Vice Director He Qinyuan, known for his illusion skills, smiling as he surveyed the crowd on his right. Silence. Xianxia tapped the microphone, and the venue immediately fell silent. I know you have many questions, he said straightforwardly, about the train ambush, about the escape, about death. Jiang Yichen perked up. From the moment you boarded the special train, the assessment began. Xianxia continued. When the train entered the tunnel, Vice Director, he activated his ability, thousand-faced illusion. He Qinyuan stood up and elegantly bowed. My illusion can closely resemble reality, even simulating the feeling of death. Jiang Yichen suddenly realized why the teleportation array couldn't sense anything, why the residents in the Wangita had disappeared, because all of these were outside He Qinyuan's cognitive range. The illusion couldn't simulate them. The purpose of this assessment, political commissar Lin Yinxiu adjusted his glasses, is to test your loyalty and will. The screen began to play footage from the illusion. The train ambushed, leaders leading the charge to break through, everyone taking an oath, one after another falling in battle. Most people passed the assessment. Xianxia scanned the entire room, but there were also some. The scene switched, magnifying the moments when a few trainees surrendered under the silver-faced man's temptation. These people have already been taken away by the enforcement team. Xianxia's voice turned cold. Their abilities will be stripped, never to be employed again. An uproar erupted in the hall. Jiang Yichen noticed that those few trainees who had surrendered were indeed not present. In the following week, Xianxia announced that they would undergo special training in Kyoto, after which there would be practical missions, and they would have to complete them to obtain sea-level abilities. After the meeting ended, people began to leave in groups. Just as Jiang Yichen reached the door, he was called by Xianxia. Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen stopped but didn't turn around. How does it feel to fight alongside your partners? Xianxia asked softly. Jiang Yichen was silent for a moment before uttering two words. Very stupid. After saying that, he strode away, not noticing the slight smile that curled at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. In the corridor, Yu Fuyao and the others were waiting for him. What did the director say to you? Shu asked. Jiang Yichen shrugged. He asked how I felt. What did you reply? Lin Wanyue asked, unusually curious. I said. Jiang Yichen grinned. Can you give me a heads up next time? I almost thought I was really going to die. The crowd burst into laughter as the sunlight streamed through the windows, warming and brightening their surroundings. Chapter 73. Confession for Leniency, Roast Duck Feast. After the meeting, He Qinyuan walked slowly to Xianxia's side, his eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses filled with a hint of amusement. You seem quite interested in that kid? Xianxia looked in the direction Jiang Yichen had left, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. He's a very interesting guy. Indeed. He Qinyuan chuckled lightly. Not many can spot flaws in my illusion, even though he himself isn't aware of it. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other without words. As soon as Jiang Yichen exited the conference room, he was surrounded by a group of people. Mo Yun was the first to step forward, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good kid. This slap nearly knocked Jiang Yichen over. Mo go. Be gentle. You revealed quite a few secrets this time, didn't you? Mo Yun lowered his voice. But don't worry, I'm not curious. He paused, his gaze sincere. All I know is that you're a trustworthy comrade, and that's enough for me. Jiang Yichen felt warmth in his heart. Montak gi. All right. No need for sentimental words. Mo Yun waved his hand. You all arrange yourselves for the next week. I need to report back to the bureau. Contact me anytime if you need anything. With that, he turned and left with a graceful stride, his back straight like a pine tree. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt 3 sharp gazes on him. Shu Shu crossed her arms, her eyes dangerous. Yu Fuyao bit her lip, a smile that was neither here nor there. Lin Wanyue was the most direct, frost already beginning to gather at her fingertips. Jiang Yichen forced a couple of dry laughs. The weather is nice today, huh? Silence. Terrifying silence. Jiang Yichen began to sweat. How about, I treat everyone to milk tea? More silence. Just when Jiang Yichen was about to surrender, the 3 suddenly turned simultaneously and walked away without looking back. Hey, wait for me. Jiang Yichen chased after them like a bullied puppy, babbling all the way. Let me explain. Actually, it's like this. Can't I confess? The 3 ignored him, heading straight for the Special Investigation Bureau's guest house. This Chinese garden-style complex had an excellent environment, with small bridges and flowing water, pavilions and towers. If it weren't for the armed guards at the entrance, it could easily be mistaken for a 5-star resort. As they reached a small bridge made of white marble, Jiang Yichen finally couldn't hold it any longer. I confess everything. He hugged the railing of the bridge, tears streaming down his face. My ability is perfect replication. I can copy any ability I've seen, including those from movies, anime, and games. I don't even know what kind it is. Maybe a variant of the manifestation system? I swear, I really didn't hide anything this time. Only then did he realize that the 3 had already stopped in their tracks, looking at him as if he were a fool. Yu Fuyao was the first to break down, bursting into laughter. Soon after, Shu Shu and Lin Wanyue couldn't hold back either, and the 3 of them laughed together. Jiang Yichen finally reacted. You guys tricked me? Otherwise? Shu Shu wiped away tears of laughter. Look at your cowardly appearance. Yu Fuyao finally managed to stop laughing. We guessed it a long time ago. We just wanted to see how long you could hold it in. Lin Wanyue added. 3 minutes, shorter than expected. Jiang Yichen. Just as he was about to protest, Shu Shu suddenly stepped forward, her expression dangerous. However, if they're essay next time, she made a gesture across her neck. Jiang Yichen immediately raised his hand in a vow. I dare. I absolutely dare. To ease the atmosphere, mainly for his own safety, Jiang Yichen suggested. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a roast duck. Let us invite Lu Ming and the others too. They happen to be in Kyoto. This suggestion received unanimous approval. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the private room of Quan Jude, Lu Ming, Zhou Yin, Lin Xiaoyu, and a few other friends they met at the Lishan ruins had already arrived. And when they saw Jiang Yichen and the others enter, they quickly stood up to greet them. Old Jiang. Lu Ming came up with a bear hug. I heard you all had some fun? Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Fun? I almost peed my pants, okay? Everyone took their seats, and the waiter began serving dishes. The golden, shiny roast duck, with its crystal-clear skin, was served with green onion, cucumber, and sweet bean sauce, filling the air with a delicious aroma. So, Zhou Yin asked while rolling a pancake, you really died in the illusion? Yu Fuyao nodded. It felt incredibly real. So did we. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. But our scene was an abandoned factory, and we were also besieged. Only then did Jiang Yichen realize that all the trainees had been pulled into different illusion scenarios, but the core test was the same. The choices faced in dire situations. Deputy Director, he is terrifying, Lu Ming said. Still feeling uneasy, he can maintain several independent illusions that can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Jiang Yichen deeply agreed. I now suspect we might still be in an illusion, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone simultaneously put down their chopsticks and warily looked around. Smack! Shu Shu slapped Jiang Yichen on the back of the head. You can't shut your mouth even while eating. Jiang Yichen rubbed his head. Looking aggrieved, I just said it casually. The atmosphere became lively again. As drinks were poured, Jiang Yichen noticed Yu Fuyao's eating style was particularly elegant, taking small bites of her pancake, completely unaware that a bit of sauce was smeared at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yichen handed her a napkin to wipe her mouth. Yu Fuyao's face turned red as she accepted the napkin and whispered her thanks. This scene was keenly captured by Lu Ming, who immediately started teasing. Oh, something is going on? Just eat your duck butt. Jiang Yichen grabbed a piece of duck carcass and stuffed it into Lu Ming's mouth. As everyone laughed and joked, Jiang Yichen suddenly felt a bit emotional. Just a few days ago in the illusion, they were fighting for their lives together, and now they could sit together and eat roast duck. This contrast made him unable to resist drinking a couple more cups. Drink less. Shu Shu snatched his cup away. We have class tomorrow. Jiang Yichen chuckled. Auntie cares about me? Get lost. Shu Shu scoffed. I'm afraid you'll get drunk and embarrass yourself. After the meal, everyone reluctantly said their goodbyes. Lu Ming and the others lived locally in Kyoto, planning to meet again on the weekend. Jiang Yichen and the three returned to the guest house. The moonlight was like water, spilling over the garden path. See you tomorrow. Lin Wanyue was the first to walk toward the girls' dormitory. Shu Shu glanced at Jiang Yichen. If you're late, you're dead. With that, she also left. Only Jiang Yichen and Yu Fuyao remained on the path, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Jiang Yichen scratched his head. Thanks for today. Yu Fuyao looked puzzled. Thank me for what? For thinking of saving me at the last moment in the illusion. Jiang Yichen said softly. Yu Fuyao's ears turned red again. Idiot. She turned and ran toward the dormitory, her long hair drawing a beautiful arc in the moonlight. Jiang Yichen stood in place, grinning foolishly for a while before returning to his room. That night, he slept especially soundly. Chapter 74, Devil Training Week at 5 in the morning, before dawn, Jiang Yichen was startled awake by a piercing whistle. Beep! All personnel assemble. Line up on the playground in 10 minutes. The cold voice of Xiao Yinshuan came through the broadcast, causing Jiang Yichen to spring out of bed in shock. What the heck? The director is calling us up personally? He hurriedly put on his training uniform and rushed out the door, just in time to bump into the equally bleary-eyed Yu Fuyao. Good morning. Yu Fuyao rubbed her eyes, her silver hair tousled, her pajama collar askew, revealing a slender white collarbone. Jiang Yichen quickly averted his gaze. Ahem, let's hurry, or we'll be in big trouble. By the time they reached the playground, most of the trainees were already lined up. Xiao Yinshuan stood on the podium with his hands behind his back, his black trench coat billowing in the morning breeze. The iconic Lanting long knife propped beside him. 59 seconds. Xiao Yinshuan glanced at his watch, deeming it on time. Jiang Yichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Starting today, there would be a week of special training. Xiao Yinshuan's voice wasn't too loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. I personally designed the subjects, and Commissar Lin will be responsible for the guidance of techniques. He paused, a dangerous smirk suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. I hope you all can hold on. Jiang Yichen felt a chill run down his back, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Sure enough, the first task was a weighted run with spiritual energy. At Xiao Yinshuan's command, staff members pushed in a cart full of specially designed wristbands. As soon as Jiang Yichen put one on, he felt a heavy weight settle over him, as if he were carrying someone on his back. Can this thing suppress spiritual energy? He tried to jump, only to nearly kneel on the ground. 20 kilometers each. Xiao Yinshuan said, the last 10 will miss breakfast. What? 20 kilometers. Someone cried out in despair. 30 kilometers. The entire place fell silent. Jiang Yichen learned his lesson and kept his mouth shut as he began to jog. But soon, he realized that this wristband not only suppressed spiritual energy, but also increased in weight over time. By the time he reached the 10th kilometer, Jiang Yichen was drenched in sweat, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Yu Fuyao wasn't doing much better, her little face pale. Shu Shu managed to handle it with ease, occasionally using his air abilities to give himself a boost. The one suffering the most was Lin Wanyue, whose ice powers were useless in this training and was relying entirely on her physical strength. Hang in there. Jiang Yichen gasped, thinking about roast duck, thinking about hot pot. Shut up. Yu Fuyao shot him a weak glare. The more you talk, the hungrier I get. In the end, Jiang Yichen barely secured his breakfast qualification, finishing in 11th place from the bottom. As he collapsed at the finish line, Xiao Yinshuan approached him, looking down at him from above. Is this all you're capable of? Jiang Yichen. He wanted to curse, but simply had no energy left. The morning class was a detailed lecture on the myriad forms returning to Ruin's technique, taught by Commissar Lin Yinxiu himself. In the conference room, Lin Yinxiu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and drew a complex diagram of spiritual energy flow on the blackboard. Traditional techniques emphasize gradual progression, but the myriad forms returning to Ruin's technique is different. His voice was gentle yet firm. It is a technique I improved based on ancient traditions, and its key characteristic is speed. Jiang Yichen perked up. The prerequisite for speed is precision. Lin Yinxiu tapped the blackboard. Each time spiritual energy passes through an acupoint, it must be compressed. Like this. He held his palm up, and a ball of spiritual energy slowly appeared, then visibly shrank, condensing until it became a point of light the size of a grain of rice, radiating a heart-stopping aura. Wow! The trainees gasped in awe. Jiang Yichen tried to imitate it, but with a poof, his spiritual energy scattered. Don't rush. Lin Yinxiu walked over, lightly tapping his back. Let the energy settle first. Then move through the governor meridian. Yes, just like that. Under the commissar's guidance, Jiang Yichen gradually grasped the knack of it. By the time he managed to compress a ball of spiritual energy to the size of a walnut, he was already sweating profusely. Not bad. Lin Yinxiu nodded in approval. Keep practicing. Turning to look, he saw Shu Shu had already compressed his energy to the size of a marble. Yu Fuyao and Lin Wanyue were slightly behind him, but still better than Jiang Yichen. This is not scientific. Jiang Yichen muttered, I'm clearly a genius. Genius? Lin Yinxiu happened to overhear and couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know how long it took me to master this technique to perfection? How long? 10 years. Lin Yinxiu pushed up his glasses, so be steady. Jiang Yichen. The afternoon's practical training was even more brutal. Xiao Yinchuan somehow procured a group of mechanical puppets, each one incredibly strong and capable of tactical coordination. Watch your formations. Jiang Yichen shouted as he rolled to evade a puppet's iron fist. Shu Shu control the field. Yu Fuyao left flank. Lin Wanyue, right flank. The four of them worked together seamlessly and quickly dealt with one wave of enemies. But before they could catch their breath, the second wave of puppets charged in, this time armed. This isn't fair. Jiang Yichen yelled while running. Don't they need a rest? Xiao Yinchuan stood off to the side, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. On the battlefield, do enemies talk about fairness with you? Jiang Yichen. He was left speechless. The battle continued until sunset. When the last puppet was shredded into pieces by Shu Shu's air blade, everyone collapsed onto the ground. We'll continue tomorrow. Xiao Yinchuan tossed out this line as he turned to leave. Jiang Yichen lay sprawled out on the ground, staring at the darkening sky, suddenly laughing. Do you guys think the director is going through a midlife crisis? Smack! A snowball accurately hit him in the face. Lin Wanyue said coldly, Idiot, he can hear you. Sure enough. In the distance, Xiao Yinchuan's footsteps paused for a moment. Jiang Yichen. And so, the devil training continued for a full week. Every day started at 5 in the morning with weighted runs, technique training, practical combat, and tactical drills. The schedule was packed, but one must admit, the results were significant. Jiang Yichen could now compress his spiritual energy to the size of a juju pit. Shu Shu's air blades could cut through steel plates. Yu Fuyao's swordsmanship became sharper. Even Lin Wanyue's ice abilities had improved a notch. Of course, during their training breaks, they didn't just rest. In the evenings, the group often went out together to explore the nearby shopping district. Yu Fuyao loved dessert shops, always ordering double servings of mango pancakes. Shu Shu had a soft spot for bookstores, spending half a day there. Lin Wanyue adored a quiet CF. As for Jiang Yichen, boss, another 10 skewers of lamb. At the barbecue stall, Jiang Yichen was eating with grease all over his mouth. Are you a pig? Shu Shu handed him a napkin in disdain. Training is so exhausting, and you still want to let me eat? Jiang Yichen protested. Besides, I'm treating. Yu Fuyao took a small bite of a grill bun and suddenly asked, what do you guys think? Tomorrow's task will be. Everyone fell silent. The week of special training was over, and next up was the practical assessment. Although they didn't know the specifics, they could guess with their toes that it would definitely not be easy. Who cares? Jiang Yichen raised his cola. Whatever comes, we'll face it. Cheers! Cheers! The sound of clinking glasses was crisp and pleasant, and the setting sun cast long shadows of the group. Chapter 75. The Director's Affection at 6:30 in the morning. A thin layer of mist still enveloped the plaza in front of the headquarters of the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau. Jiang Yichen yawned and dragged his heavy footsteps toward the conference room. A week of grueling training left his muscles achingly sore, and even walking felt a bit stiff and unnatural. Jiang Yichen, over here. As soon as he stepped through the conference room door, a cool yet slightly urgent voice reached his ears. Yu Fuyao was sitting in the third row by the aisle. Her silver hair, unusually tied up in a high ponytail today, gently swaying behind her as she waved. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft golden halo around her. Jiang Yichen rubbed his eyes, feeling as if this scene was familiar, like a forgotten dream. He slowly moved over, and as he sat down next to Yu Fuyao, the chair creaked under him, protesting against the weight. You stayed up late watching anime again last night? Yu Fuyao frowned, taking out a pack of wet wipes from her small bag to clean her face, noticing that eye gunk had accumulated on her chin. No way. Jiang Yichen took the wet wipe, the cold sensation making him shiver. I just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare could scare you this much? Shu Shu, sitting in the front row, turned around. Today, she was wearing a light gray casual outfit, appearing less sharp than usual. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to respond, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Yinchuan walked in with steady strides, the hem of his black trench coat swaying slightly with his movements. and the iconic Lanting long sword still hung at his waist. The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Even the sound of breathing became cautious. Stand up. With the command from the duty instructor, nearly 100 trainees stood up in unison. Jiang Yichen stole a glance at Xiao Yichen, only to find the director's gaze sweeping over him, their eyes meeting briefly in the air. In that moment, Jiang Yichen inexplicably felt a chill run down his neck, as if he were being eyed by some dangerous predator. Please sit. Xiao Yinchuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly resonated in every corner of the conference room. Jiang Yichen sat down as if pardoned, only then realizing that his back was already drenched in a thin layer of cold sweat. In the past week of training, everyone performed excellently. Xiao Yinchuan stood at the podium, and the projection screen behind him lit up, displaying various training data. Jiang Yichen noticed his name ranked high on the list for improving spiritual power control, which made him unconsciously straighten his back. But the real test begins now. As Xiao Yinchuan's words fell, the projection switched to the task description. Jiang Yichen squinted his eyes, carefully reading the text on the screen. Practical assessment description: 1. Form your own teams, each consisting of 4 to 8 members. 2. Tasks will be drawn based on team size and corresponding difficulty. 3. Any abilities may be used during the task. 4. The assessment results will directly affect eligibility for obtaining C-level techniques. Now, you have 10 minutes to form your teams. As soon as Xiao Yinchuan's voice fell, the conference room erupted into chatter. Jiang Yichen turned to look at Yu Fuyao, and the two nodded in tacit agreement. Shu Shu and Lin Wanyue also naturally leaned over, and the 4 quickly reached a consensus. Old Jiang, take us with you. Lu Ming's loud voice came from the back row as he squeezed over with Zhou Yin and Lin Xiaoyu. The 7 of them formed a small circle, and Jiang Yichen could smell the faint fragrance of gardenias from Lin Xiaoyu, along with Lu Ming's ever-present mini breath from chewing gum. We're just the right number. Jiang Yichen counted the heads. I'll go draw lots. As he walked toward the podium, he could feel Xiao Yinchuan's gaze following him. The drawing box was an ancient sandalwood box, intricately carved with complex runes, and it felt strangely warm to the touch. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and reached into the box. His fingertips brushed against various task cards, some as cold as iron, others warm as fire. Just as he hesitated over which card to choose, he suddenly felt a card press against his finger, exuding an irresistible aura. The moment he opened the task card, Jiang Yichen's pupils dilated sharply. Eliminate the underground black market in Handong City. Difficulty rating. A task details. The underground black market in Handong City has long engaged in illegal transactions of supernatural items. This organization must be completely eradicated, and its leaders captured or killed. Handong City? Jiang Yichen muttered softly, the name sounding familiar. Returning to his seat, the others passed the task card around. Lu Ming gasped after reading it. The black market in Handong City? I've heard my family mention it. That place is a den of danger. Shu Shu frowned. I heard there's foreign support behind it. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Jiang Yichen confidently patted his chest. Lin Wanyue scoffed. It's dangerous precisely because you're here. Jiang Yichen. As the meeting neared its end, Lin Yinxiu walked to the front of the stage. Today's political commissar was dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his sharp gaze behind golden-rimmed glasses cutting like a knife. This is a real combat mission. His voice was calm, yet it reminded Jiang Yichen of the surface of a sea before a storm. There would be blood, there would be injuries, and even, there could be sacrifices. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Jiang Yichen could hear the sound of his own heartbeat, thumping loudly like a war drum in his chest. Remember your oath. Lin Yinxiu's gaze swept over everyone. If there is resistance, kill on the spot. Xiao Yinchuan coldly added. After the meeting, everyone returned to their dorms to pack their gear. Just as Jiang Yichen stuffed the last piece of clean clothing into his backpack, there was a gentle knock on the door. Yu Fuyao stood outside, her silver hair gleaming softly under the corridor lights. She was wearing a light blue casual outfit today, looking much gentler than usual. For you. She handed over a delicate sandalwood box. Jiang Yichen opened the box to find a silver maple leaf-shaped brooch, exquisitely crafted to astonishing detail. Every vein on the leaf was clearly visible, shimmering with a faint glow in the light. This is a protective talisman. Yu Fuyao's ears turned slightly red. It can withstand a fatal attack. I asked my family for it. Jiang Yichen carefully picked up the brooch, feeling its warm touch against his fingertips. He could sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within. This was definitely not an ordinary item. It's too precious. Shut up. Yu Fuyao interrupted him. Just wear it. Jiang Yichen obediently pinned the brooch to his collar. the cold metal making him shiver. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Fuyao had already retreated to the door, hurriedly leaving, her footsteps fading away in the corridor. Jiang Yichen stood there, and the maple leaf brooch on his chest suddenly felt scalding hot. He touched his flushed ears, wondering if this thing had a temperature-sensing function. Kyoto train station was always bustling with voices. Jiang Yichen and his group were dressed casually, blending into the crowd without drawing attention. Lu Ming was at a vending machine buying drinks, while Zhou Yin and Lin Xiaoyu studied the station map. And Shu Shu and Lin Wanyue sat on a bench with their eyes closed, resting. I heard the spicy hot pot in Handong City is particularly authentic. Jiang Yichen tried to lighten the mood. After we complete the mission, I'll treat everyone to a feast, provided we complete the mission. Shu Shu said without opening her eyes. Auntie, have some confidence. Jiang Yichen leaned closer. Look at how luxurious our team is. We have a top-tier control specialist, a swordsmanship master, and a chatty team leader. Lin Wanyue coldly added. Everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Just then, the announcement for their train's boarding began to play. Let's go. Yu Fuyao stood up and casually helped Jiang Yichen pick up a backpack. The train is about to leave. On the top floor of the Special Investigation Bureau headquarters, Xiao Yinchuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire view of Kyoto. Lin Yinxiu pushed the door open, holding the task confirmation letter he had just received. Did you really give him that task? Lin Yinxiu's voice carried disbelief. The black market behind Handong City was not simple. Xiao Yinchuan did not turn around, merely stroking the lantern at his waist. He needs this kind of experience. But that's an A-level task. Usually, only a C-level team can take it. That's why I had them form a team of 7. Xiao Yinchuan finally turned around, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Besides, who told him to call me stupid? Lin Yinxiu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a light of helplessness. But you are the dignified director of the Special Investigation Bureau. The director is also human. Xiao Yinchuan walked towards the door, leaving behind a final remark. Remember to monitor their movements in real time. After the office door closed, Lin Yinxiu shook his head, suddenly looking forward to seeing Jiang Yichen's expression when he found out the truth. He walked to the window and happened to see a train pulling out of the platform, casting a long shadow in the sunset. Chapter 76. Uninvited guest in the coffee at the train station in Handong City. The crowd surged like a tide. Jiang Yichen carried a backpack, a lollipop in his mouth, squinting as he surveyed the unfamiliar city. This place is quite lively, he mumbled. Yu Fuyao stood beside him, holding a phone for navigation, her brow slightly furrowed. The hotel is booked. It's 2 kilometers from the target location, a 20-minute walk. Shu Shu, dragging a suitcase, said coldly, Hurry up. Don't block the way here. Lin Wanyue glanced at Jiang Yichen. Can you spit out the candy? You look like a delinquent. Jiang Yichen. He silently bit down on the lollipop, swallowed it, and then with a serious face said, That's called replenishing energy, you understand? The others. Lu Ming and Zhou Yin stifled their laughter in the back, while Lin Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. The 7 of them dragged their luggage and walked out of the train station slowly, like a typical college student travel group, heading towards a hotel. The hotel wasn't luxurious, but it was clean and tidy, and most importantly, it was close enough to the target location. As soon as Jiang Yichen entered, he flopped onto the bed, rolling comfortably. Ah, bed? My second hometown. Yu Fuyao looked at him disdainfully. Can you have some ambition? Jiang Yichen turned over and lazily replied. What is ambition? Can it be eaten? Shu Shu kicked him in the butt. Get up, we have a meeting. Jiang Yichen covered his butt and climbed up, looking wronged. Auntie, can you be gentler? Shu Shu sneered. If you keep talking, next time I'll kick you in the face. Jiang Yichen. The group gathered around the coffee table in the room, and Yu Fuyao spread out a map, marking the location of the popular incubation park and its surroundings. According to the intelligence, the black market was hidden in this popular incubation park. Yu Fuyao pointed to the map and said, During the day, there's a large flow of people here, but the real transactions happen at night. Jiang Yichen stroked his chin. TSK, these people really know how to pick a place. Using the popular live broadcast as cover, it's indeed hard to detect. Lin Wanyue said lightly. The problem is, how many people do they have? What's their strength? Jiang Yichen grinned. This is simple, I'll go check it out tonight. Everyone was taken aback. You alone? Jiang Yichen proudly waved his finger. Don't forget, I'm the man who can transform 72 times. Shu Shu frowned. Too dangerous. Jiang Yichen waved his hand. Relax, I'll just turn into a sparrow or a little insect. Sneak in to take a look, I won't confront them head on. Yu Fuyao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Okay, but you have to promise us to retreat immediately if there's any danger. Jiang Yichen made an okay gesture. No problem. In the evening, the group pretended to be tourists and wandered around the popular incubation park to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The incubation park was a 5-story building decorated very stylishly, with a sign for the Handong City New Media Entrepreneurship Base at the entrance. Young men and women came in and out, some carrying live broadcast equipment, others shooting short videos, looking indeed like a legitimate gathering place for internet celebrities. As they walked, Jiang Yichen observed, silently noting down several key locations: back door, fire escape, surveillance blind spots. After a round of exploration, the group returned to the hotel to formulate a detailed plan. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Yichen said, "I'll turn into a sparrow and fly over to check things out first. You all stay at the hotel and wait for my news." Yu Fuyao nodded. "Be careful." Shu Shu coldly added, "Don't do anything stupid." Jiang Yichen. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Yichen stood by the window, taking a deep breath. "Here I go." His figure shimmered and instantly transformed into a gray little sparrow, flapping his wings and flying out of the window. The night wind was slightly cool as Jiang Yichen circled in the air, confirming the direction before flying toward the popular incubation park. A few minutes later, he landed on the roof of the incubation park. "Phew, this wind is messing up my feathers," Jiang Yichen muttered, then extended his consciousness to quietly sense the situation inside the building. Soon, his expression became strange. 70 or 80 awakeners, but they're all E-grade low tier, even some F-grade. This strength wouldn't even meet the standards for interns in the Special Investigation Bureau. It seemed that the domestic regulations were indeed strict. These people could mix in the black market, probably only dealing in low-level spiritual materials or intelligence, Jiang Yichen thought, continuing to sense. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. C-grade middle tier? In one of the innermost rooms, there was a clear spiritual power fluctuation that was significantly stronger than the others. It should be one of the leaders. Jiang Yichen squinted. However, the intelligence stated that there were 5 people above C-grade. Why was only one detected? He carefully investigated a few more times, confirming that there was only this one C-grade inside the building, and there were no other strong auras within a few kilometers. Strange. Where did the other 4 go? Jiang Yichen pondered, could there be an even more concealed hideout? After thinking for a while, he decided to go in and take a look. Transform. The sparrow's form shimmered and turned into an inconspicuous little insect, flying into the building through the ventilation duct. Inside the building, the lights were bright, and occasionally people hurried past in the corridor, most of them holding live broadcast equipment or product samples. Jiang Yichen flew close to the ceiling, avoiding surveillance and crowds, making his way toward the location of that C-grade strongman. Soon, he stopped outside a luxurious office door. The door wasn't fully closed, leaving a crack. Jiang Yichen quietly flew in. The office was decorated very lavishly, with a leather sofa, a mahogany desk, and a jade statue of Apiccio in the corner. In the inner resting area, on a soft large bed, lay a woman. Jiang Yichen focused and looked closely. Wow. It was a middle-aged woman with a beautiful appearance. Slightly plump, wearing a deep red satin nightgown, with only a matching strapless top on her upper body, her white and plump belly completely exposed, and draped with a layer of blue-red gradient sheer fabric. She wore a light-colored jade bracelet on her wrist and was lazily leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. This should be one of the leaders. Jiang Yichen thought. She looked quite well-fed. Just as he was pondering, a knock came from outside the door. "Mr. Buy your coffee." The woman on the bed, Bai Jie, didn't lift her head and said, "Come in." A young girl entered, respectfully placing the coffee on the bedside table, then retreated. Jiang Yichen looked at the steaming cup of coffee and suddenly had a clever idea. He silently flew over and, taking advantage of Bai Jie's inattention, dove headfirst into the coffee. The coffee wobbled slightly, but soon calmed down. Bai Jie put down her phone, reached for the coffee, and with her red lips slightly parted, took a sip. Gulp. Jiang Yichen slid down the warm liquid and into her throat. Chapter 77. The Commotion in the 5 Organs Temple Gulp. The warm and fragrant coffee slid slowly down the esophagus, and Jiang Yichen felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if he had sat on a water park slide, twisting and turning through a soft and slippery tunnel. He instinctively reached out to support himself against the surrounding walls, finding them soft and fleshy, radiating the unique warmth and slight tremors of the human body. This was much more comfortable than that time with Gu Qianya. Jiang Yichen smacked his lips, suddenly realizing he was tasting the other person's gastric juices. Wait, why am I commenting on this? As he descended the last segment, He landed steadily in a spacious room. The fleshy walls around him wriggled slightly, emitting gurgling, digestive sounds. Jiang Yichen touched around, discovering that the space here was much larger than he had imagined, at least capable of holding 3 of him. Goodness, no wonder this black market boss is so impressive. No wonder this black market boss is impressive. The stomach capacity is nearly comparable to a buffet restaurant. He took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. A thin layer of mucus coated the stomach walls, glistening under the light. Jiang Yichen tentatively stepped on the ground beneath him. Jiang Yichen tentatively stepped on the floor beneath him, the bouncy sensation making him unable to resist bouncing a couple of times. MMM. A muffled groan came from outside, and the entire stomach suddenly contracted violently. So responsive? Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Taking a deep breath, he punched the stomach wall beside him with force. Bang! Bai Jia's scream came from above, and the entire stomach shrank suddenly like a startled pufferfish. Jiang Yichen nearly got squished into a meat pancake and quickly used his spiritual power to create some space for himself. What is going on? Bai Jia's voice trembled noticeably as she pressed her hands against her round belly, looking terrified at the unnatural bulge and indentation. More comfortable than a 5-star hotel. Who are you? Bai Jia jumped up from the bed, her silk nightgown slipping down to reveal a large expanse of white belly. It's even more comfortable than a 5-star hotel. What person? Bai Jia suddenly jolted up from bed, quickly grabbing onto a fold to steady himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Yichen from the Special Investigation Bureau, specifically here to investigate your black market activities. I'm going to get seasick. Jiang Yichen swayed inside the stomach and quickly grabbed onto a fold of the stomach to steady himself. Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, suddenly rolling to the bottom of the stomach and kicking hard. Then how come there are Special Investigation Bureau personnel in this legitimate boss's stomach? Bai Jia bent down in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Biting her lip, she dug her fingers deep into the soft flesh of her abdomen. What do you want? Jiang Yichen leisurely strolled around inside the stomach, occasionally poking here and kicking there, listening to the cries of pain from outside, and said slowly, It's simple. Tell me all about your black market strongholds, member lists, and transaction records, and then obediently come back to the Special Investigation Bureau to confess. No way. Bai Jia forced herself to stand, staggering toward the door. Hurry, someone. Jiang Yichen was well prepared, grinning. Don't bother. I've soundproofed the room using a power I learned from X-Men. Saying that, he punched the stomach wall again with force. Ugh! Bai Jia cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, her rounded belly writhing unnaturally. She trembled as she reached for her throat. Ugh. Get out. Hey, don't be so rude. Jiang Yichen was already prepared, grinning. Don't bother. I've soundproofed the room using abilities I learned from the X-Men. Saying this, he punched the stomach wall hard again. Bai Jia gagged a few times in vain, her face now pale as paper. She slumped to the ground, her silk nightgown in disarray, revealing her convulsing abdomen. Stop. Have you thought it over? Jiang Yichen flipped over in her stomach. Are you going to confess honestly? Dream on. Bai Jia gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled out a bottle of pills from the bedside drawer, trembling as she poured out a few and swallowed them. Her silk nightgown disheveled, revealing her constantly twitching abdomen. Stop. Have you thought about it? Jiang Yichen flipped over in her stomach. Are you going to confess honestly? Dream on. Bai Jia gritted her teeth, suddenly pulling out a bottle of medicine from the bedside drawer, trembling as she poured out a few pills and swallowed them. She felt something crashing wildly inside her belly, bringing waves of excruciating pain wherever it passed. Jiang Yichen trudged through the intestines, where the space was much narrower than the stomach, but the walls were softer and thicker, wrapped in a layer of thick fat. TSK. This intestine is well taken care of, like high-end memory foam. He deliberately slowed down, poking at the wriggling intestinal walls. Boss Bai, you must drink a lot of Yakult, right? Your intestinal flora is quite balanced. Get out, please. Bai Jia was already in so much pain, she was incoherent. Her meticulously styled curls soaked in sweat sticking to her face. She futilely pressed on her constantly wriggling abdomen, unable to stop the demonic intruder. You must drink a lot of Yakult, right? Your intestinal flora is quite balanced. Get out, I beg you. Bai Jia was already in so much pain that she was incoherent, her meticulously styled curls soaked in sweat clinging to her face, each advancing in different directions. No. Bai Jia let out a series of inhuman screams, rolling madly on the carpet. She felt as if her internal organs were being stirred by countless red-hot iron rods, nearly causing her to faint. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen's main body continued to explore downwards. But adults want it all. Saying this, he used a technique to create two spiritual clones, each heading in a different direction. No, don't. Bai Jie let out a series of unearthly screams, rolling wildly on the carpet. She felt as if her insides were being stirred by countless burning iron rods. Bai Jie was now in so much pain she couldn't speak, only able to emit intermittent whimpers. Her exquisite makeup was long gone, her face smeared with tears and snot, with the flesh walls being softer and more elastic. He bounced around like on a trampoline, occasionally doing backflips. Boss Bai, your small intestine is truly amazing. He exclaimed sincerely. The elasticity, the softness. It would be a pity not to be a human model. Outside, Bai Jie was already in so much pain that she could barely speak. Her entire body slumped on the ground like a puddle of mud. Please, get out. If you had cooperated earlier, it would have been much better. After having enough fun, Jiang Yichen finally stopped. So, have you thought it through? Are you going to continue holding on? Or confess honestly? ILL talk. He shaped his fingers like a knife and began to carve complex runes into the small intestine wall. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a miniature teleportation array gradually took shape, glowing with a faint blue light. All set. Jiang Yichen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, thinking he could come back anytime he wanted to visit, far more convenient than getting a membership card. Outside, Bai Jie was now lying on the ground, barely alive, without even the strength to moan. Her abdomen was still twitching irregularly, but the intensity had lessened significantly. Jiang Yichen leisurely retraced his steps through the intestines, commenting as he walked, "The liver is well maintained, but there's a slight tendency towards fatty liver. The gallbladder is very healthy, no gallstones. The pancreas is in good condition. Boss Bai, I can give you a score of 80 on this health report." When he returned to the stomach, Bai Jie had completely collapsed on the ground, commenting as he walked, "The liver is well maintained, but there's a slight tendency towards fatty liver. The gallbladder is very healthy, no gallstones. The pancreas is in good condition. Don't play dead. We still need to talk business." Bai Jie weakly opened her eyes, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. This, demon. With only the slight rise and fall of her chest proving she was still alive. "Hey, wake up." Jiang Yichen bounced around in her stomach a couple of times, closed her eyes, and imperceptibly nodded. She knew she was truly in trouble this time, caught in the hands of a madman who didn't play by the rules. Chapter 78. The Art of Interrogation. The black market female boss, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now resembled a quail drenched by a heavy rain, curled up and shivering on the luxurious carpet. Her silk nightgown clung to her body in wrinkled disarray. Her meticulously styled curls were a chaotic mess, and her makeup had long been washed away by sweat and tears. Now this looks like something. Jiang Yichen twisted around in her stomach, curled up and shivering on the luxurious carpet. Her silk nightgown clung to her body in wrinkled disarray. Her meticulously styled curls were a chaotic mess. He suddenly stopped and deliberately coughed twice. "Boss Bai, please open your mouth wide. I'm coming out, and remember not to bite me." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie immediately opened her mouth reflexively like a soldier hearing a military order. Her throat involuntarily contracted, fearing the wrath of the pestilence within her belly. "Off you go." A beam of white light flew out from her mouth, tracing a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily on the carpet. As the light dissipated, Jiang Yichen adjusted his collar and stood there refreshed, not even a hair out of place. He exaggeratedly took a deep breath, still finding the outside air fresh. "Boss Bai, your gastric acid has a nice flavor, though it's a bit too concentrated. I suggest you drink less coffee next time." Bai Jie lay on the ground. Jiang Yichen adjusted his collar and stood there refreshed, not even a hair out of place. He exaggeratedly took a deep breath, still finding the outside air fresh. "Boss Bai, your gastric acid has a nice flavor, though it's a bit too concentrated. I suggest you drink less coffee next time." Bai Jie lay on the ground. Transaction records. The more detailed, the better. Bai Jie reached out tremblingly, but withdrew her hand just before touching the notebook. Jiang Yichen magically pulled out a notebook and a pen from his pocket, tossing them in front of Bai Jie. "Here, write down everything you know. Organizational structure, member list, transaction records. The more detailed, the better." Bai Jie reached out tremblingly, but withdrew her hand just before touching the notebook. With light pink nail polish and a thin gold chain around her ankle. TSK. Boss Bai really pays attention to maintenance." He gently poked her sole, saying, "I've heard there are many acupoints on the feet. press the right ones, and it can cure illnesses but press the wrong ones. No, I'll talk. With light pink nail polish and a thin gold chain around her ankle. TSK. Boss Bai really pays attention to maintenance. He gently poked her sole, saying, Jiang Yichen nodded in satisfaction, but didn't let go of her foot. Instead, he played with it casually. He occasionally pinched her toes or pressed on the top of her foot, as if studying a rare treasure. Whenever Bai Jia slowed her writing, he would increase the pressure slightly, scaring her into speeding up. Name? He suddenly asked. Bai Jia. She wrote on the paper without daring to lift her head. Age? He occasionally pinched her toes or pressed on the top of her foot, as if studying a rare treasure. Whenever Bai Jia slowed her writing, he would increase the pressure slightly, scaring her into speeding up. Name? He suddenly asked. Bai Jia. She wrote on the paper without daring to lift her head. Age? Bai Jia dared not retort and continued to write diligently. Her handwriting was shaky due to fear, but the content was extraordinarily detailed. No wonder you can mix in the black market, he added with a mischievous smile. But it seems your courage is much softer than your ability. Bai Jia dared not retort and continued to write diligently. Her handwriting was shaky due to fear, but the content was extraordinarily detailed, including the smuggling routes of spirit stones she was responsible for, the code words for meetings, and the percentage of profits submitted every month. Jiang Yichen played with her foot while occasionally glancing at the notebook. He found that Bai Jia didn't know much. In this organization, she could only be considered a newcomer. Her toes curling up. Why yes, they usually operate there. I rarely go. Jiang Yichen released his grip, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Interesting. He suddenly leaned closer to Bai Jia, close enough to smell the mix of sweat and perfume on her. Boss Bai. Her toes curling up. Why yes, they usually operate there. I rarely go. Jiang Yichen released his grip, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Interesting. He suddenly leaned closer to Bai Jia, close enough to smell the mix of sweat and perfume on her. Boss Bai. Do you know why I chose to start with you? Bai Jia shook her head in confusion. Because you look the most like a normal person. Jiang Yichen grinned. The others either have a face full of flesh or a gloomy aura. Only you still look somewhat human. Bai Jia didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and could only awkwardly tug at the corners of her mouth. All right. Jiang Yichen stood up, brushing off non-existent dust. He raised a second finger. Opportunities for redemption are rare. Third, Jiang Yichen suddenly revealed a radiant smile. You'll have to give me half of your treasured spirit stones. Bai Jia's eyes widened. What? Just kidding. Jiang Yichen waved his hand. He raised a second finger. Opportunities for redemption are rare. Third, Jiang Yichen suddenly revealed a radiant smile. You'll have to give me half of your treasured spirit stones. Bai Jia's eyes widened. What? Just kidding. Jiang Yichen waved his hand. Our Special Investigation Bureau is a serious department. How can we want your stolen goods? Just as Bai Jia sighed in relief, he added, but if you insist on giving a bit of a reward, I'll 1T refuse. In the end, Jiang Yichen walked towards the window with a notebook full of information, feeling quite satisfied. He turned back to glance at Bai Jia, who was slumped on the ground. This operation went even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Not only did he obtain intelligence, but he also gained a teleportation point. He was already considering whether to write a report to the Special Investigation Bureau titled on the feasibility of establishing a teleportation array inside criminals. This operation went even more smoothly than he had anticipated. Not only did he obtain intelligence, but he also gained a teleportation point. He was already considering whether to write a report to the Special Investigation Bureau titled on the feasibility of establishing a teleportation array inside criminals. In the hotel room, the other 6 were anxiously waiting. Yu Fuyao kept checking her watch, while Shu Shu stood by the window, scanning the night sky sharply. It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't he returned? Lu Ming couldn't help but mutter. Maybe he got into some trouble again, Lin Wanyue sneered. He exaggeratedly spread his arms. I've returned with victorious news. Shu Shu grabbed his ear. Do you know how worried everyone was? Ouch, ouch, ouch. And I was wrong. Jiang Yichen grimaced in pain. I was just doing it for the mission. Yu Fuyao shook her head helplessly and handed him a glass of water. What did you find out? Jiang Yichen grimaced in pain. I was just doing it for the mission. Yu Fuyao shook her head helplessly and handed him a glass of water. What did you find out? Jiang Yichen rubbed his reddened ear and mysteriously pulled out the notebook from his pocket. Black and white, clear as day. The others immediately gathered around, and the notebook was filled with dense information. Jiang Yichen briefly recounted the interrogation process, of course omitting the part about entering the other person's belly, her brows gradually furrowing. This organization is even more complex than we imagined. Bai Jia is just a peripheral member. To some, Psychological techniques? Heh. Shu sneered but didn't press further. Yu Fuyao was carefully reading the notes. Jiang Yichen patted his shoulder. What are you afraid of? With a genius like me around. Lin Wanyue shot him a glance. It's even more dangerous because of you. The real core is in the abandoned chemical plant in the south of the city. 5 above, sea-level supernatural beings. Zhou Yin swallowed hard. Can we fight them? We can definitely try to capture them alive. After completing the planning discussion, Yu Fuyao noticed that Jiang Yichen looked tired and said, Everyone, get some rest early. After discussing for a while, everyone finally decided to focus on taking down those sea-level core members first. As for the E-level and F-level minions in the incubation park, his fingers unconsciously traced runes, recalling the teleportation array he had engraved inside by Jie's intestines. This secret weapon will come in handy tomorrow. But next time, I should prepare some air freshener in advance. He muttered to himself, then chuckled at his own thought. With this absurd idea, he slowly drifted into sleep. Tomorrow, a real tough battle awaited them. Chapter 79, Raid on the chemical plant at 6 in the morning. The sky over Handong City was just beginning to lighten. I should prepare some air freshener in advance. He muttered to himself, then chuckled at his own thought. With this absurd idea, he slowly drifted into sleep. Tomorrow, a real tough battle awaited them. Chapter 79, Raid on the chemical plant at 6 in the morning. The sky over Handong City was just beginning to lighten. Shushu was expressionless as she hung various talismans on her tactical belt, while Lin Wanyue closed her eyes in meditation, a faint chill surrounding her. Lu Ming, Zhou Yin, his voice carrying an unusual seriousness. Behind him came a rustling sound. Yu Fuyao was checking the sheath of the Qingming sword. Shushu was expressionless as she hung various talismans on her tactical belt, while Lin Wanyue closed her eyes in meditation, a faint chill surrounding her. Lu Ming, Zhou Yin, I will find a way to open the ventilation system to create an opportunity for infiltration. Shushu raised her head, her sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the hearts of others. How do you plan to get in? Well, Jiang Yichen rubbed his nose, his eyes wandering. I have my clever ways. I will find a way to open the ventilation system to create an opportunity for infiltration. Shushu raised her head, her sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the hearts of others. Jiang Yichen waved his hands repeatedly. More people will only make it easier to expose us. Besides, what is a mere chemical plant? Lin Wanyue suddenly opened her eyes. It's more dangerous because of you. Jiang Yichen. At 7:30, everyone split up. Jiang Yichen waved his hands repeatedly. More people will only make it easier to expose us. Besides, what is a mere chemical plant? Lin Wanyue suddenly opened her eyes. It's more dangerous because of you. Jiang Yichen. At 7:30, everyone split up. Yu Fuyao led the team to ambush at the perimeter of the chemical plant, while Jiang Yichen stayed alone in the hotel room. He locked the doors and windows, pulled down the curtains, sat cross-legged on the bed, and formed a hand seal. Teleportation array, activate. As spiritual energy surged, a faint blue light enveloped him. The next second, his figure vanished without a trace from the room. Jie was lying on her bed in her bedroom, sleepily turning over. Is it you? Good morning, boss. Bai. Jiang Yichen's cheerful voice came from within her. How did you sleep last night? Are you satisfied with the little gift I left you? Bai Jie's face instantly turned pale, her carefully styled curls frizzing up. You again. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Jiang Yichen circled around in her intestines. This time, I'm here to ask for your help. Bai Jie bit her lip. Are you satisfied with the little gift I left you? Bai Jie's face instantly turned pale, her carefully styled curls frizzing up. You again. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Jiang Yichen circled around in her intestines. This time, I'm here to ask for your help. Bai Jie bit her lip. She knew what this meant, betraying the organization and cooperating with the Special Investigation Bureau. But what terrified her more was the demon inside her that could make her suffer endlessly. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Don't worry, Jiang Yichen coaxed gently. As long as you cooperate, I promise to secure an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. She knew what this meant, betraying the organization and cooperating with the Special Investigation Bureau. But what terrified her more was the demon inside her that could make her suffer endlessly. She recalled the few terrifying sea-level superpowers in the organization and the ruthless methods of the Special Investigation Bureau. Weighing the pros and cons, she gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Wise choice. Jiang Yichen happily bounced around in her intestines. Now, get dressed, we're leaving. She recalled the few terrifying sea-level superpowers in the organization and the ruthless methods of the Special Investigation Bureau. Weighing the pros and cons, she gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Wise choice. Jiang Yichen happily bounced around in her intestines. Now, get dressed, we're leaving. Intestinal probiotic? Baya. Half an hour later, but the constant cramps in her abdomen and her pale face still betrayed her condition. Relax, Jiang Yichen guided her from within. Just think of me as your, intestinal probiotic? Baya. Half an hour later, Bai Jia's red sports car stopped at the outskirts of the abandoned chemical plant in the south of the city. This factory, built in the 1980s, find the main control room of the ventilation system first, then. I know, Bai Jia interrupted him, her voice carrying a hint of determination. But those familiar with the situation knew it had already been transformed into a core stronghold of the black market. Remember, Jiang Yichen whispered in her body. Once inside, the early summer sunlight shone on her pale face, making it especially glaring. At the factory entrance stood 2 guards in work uniforms, seemingly ordinary maintenance workers. I've been in this organization for half a year and know the layout here very well. She took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. The early summer sunlight shone on her pale face, making it especially glaring. At the factory entrance stood 2 guards in work uniforms, seemingly ordinary maintenance workers. But both were E-level mid-tier superpowers. Seeing Bai Jia approach, one of them lazily greeted her. Sister Bai, what brings you here today? There was a problem with the last batch of goods. Bai Jia forced herself to stay calm, the cramping in her abdomen reminding her that the overseer inside was listening. I need to discuss it with old Wu. The guard didn't suspect anything and casually pressed a switch on the wall. The rusty iron gate slowly opened with a screech. Bai Jia stepped into the factory, and a mixed odor of mildew and chemical agents hit her face. The seemingly dilapidated factory had a different world inside. The walls had been repainted, the corridors were equipped with sound-activated lights, and there were even a few running air conditioners. The ventilation system is next to the main control room, Bai Jia whispered, pretending to adjust her collar. We need to pass through 3 checkpoints. Then it's up to you, Boss Bai. Jiang Yichen's voice echoed directly in her mind. Remember, I can give you an intestinal massage at any time. She arrived at the corridor outside the main control room. 2 burly guards stood there, both of E-level upper-tier strength. Sister Bai, one of them blocked her path. Most of these individuals were E-level low-tier superpowers, with low status in the organization, and they did not dare to question a senior like Bai Jia. Finally, she sensed the cramping in her abdomen intensifying. That was Jiang Yichen urging her. I have urgent business, she forced a charming smile. Old Wu instructed that no one can enter the main control room without his hand order. Bai Jia felt fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She sensed the cramping in her abdomen intensifying. That was Jiang Yichen urging her. I have urgent business, she forced a charming smile. The last batch of spirit stones had issues, and the buyer is causing a scene. The guard hesitated. Just then, Bai Jia suddenly clutched her belly. After all, Bai Jia was considered a small leader in the organization, and she indeed looked painfully distressed at the moment. Thank you, Bai Jia said weakly. Can I use the restroom next to the main control room? Just for 5 minutes. The 2 guards exchanged glances and ultimately stepped aside. She pretended to stumble and casually pressed a few concealed switches. Well done. Jiang Yichen's voice was filled with approval. Next, help me lure C-level over. Remember, Bai Jia clutched her belly and staggered toward the main control room. As she passed the control panel for the ventilation system, 10 minutes later, Bai Jia tidied her clothes and walked out of the restroom. She adjusted her expression and walked straight to the East District. At the end of the corridor in the East District was a converted laboratory with a no entry for unauthorized personnel sign on the door. 10 minutes later, Bai Jia tidied her clothes and walked out of the restroom. She adjusted her expression and walked straight to the East District. At the end of the corridor in the East District was a converted laboratory with a no entry for unauthorized personnel sign on the door. Bai Jia gently knocked on the door. Old Wu, it's me. The door opened a crack, revealing a sinister face. Wu Tianxiong, a C-level low-tier ability user. The laboratory was filled with various instruments, and in the center stood a huge melting furnace, emitting a strange glow. Go ahead, what's the problem? Wu Tianxiong closed the door. There's a problem with the last batch of spirit stones. Bai Jia lowered her voice. Can we talk inside? Wu Tianxiong eyed her suspiciously, but eventually stepped aside. The laboratory was filled with various instruments, and in the center stood a huge melting furnace, emitting a strange glow. Go ahead, what's the problem? Wu Tianxiong closed the door, his tone unfriendly. Bai Jia took a deep breath and suddenly showed a strange smile. The problem is, you've been targeted by the Special Investigation Bureau. What? Wu Tianxiong was taken aback, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could react, a strange red light flickered from Bai Jia's right hand, as her material softening ability activated. You. Wu Tianxiong barely managed to utter half a syllable before Bai Jie struck his chest with her palm. His sternum instantly became as soft as clay. Wu Tianxiong's eyes widened as his body began to sway. He attempted to activate his ability, only to find his spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. 3 seconds later, the surveillance just showed that the ventilation system was activated. Is something wrong? The door was pushed open violently. Bai Jie let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the laboratory. Old Wu, the surveillance just showed that the ventilation system was activated. Is something wrong? The door was pushed open violently, and his skin taking on a metallic sheen. You're asking for death. Bai Jie's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively took a few steps back. The three of them quickly understood the situation upon seeing Wu Tianxiong sprawled on the ground, and Bai Jie standing beside him. Bai Zhang Kuang roared, his muscles bulging. A series of rapid footsteps echoed from the chemical plant's ventilation ducts. Yu Fuyao's Qingming sword, Shu Shu's talismans, and Lin Wanyue's ice power. The elite members of the Special Investigation Bureau were rushing in from all directions. A great battle was about to unfold. Chapter 80, Half-Step B-Class Puff. A beam of white light shot out from Bai Jie's mouth, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in midair. As the light faded, Jiang Yichen landed steadily on the ground. The elite members of the Special Investigation Bureau were rushing in from all directions. A great battle was about to unfold. Chapter 80, Half-Step B-Class Puff. A beam of white light shot out from Bai Jie's mouth, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in midair. As the light faded, Jiang Yichen landed steadily on the ground, casually adjusting the hem of his clothes that had been slightly corroded by stomach acid. Cough, cough, boss Bai, your stomach acid pH level is a bit low. His muscles bulging, and his skin instantly glinted with a metallic sheen. I will crush your bones one by one. Bai Yesneded Goldi. Please cooperate with our work. The air in the laboratory seemed to freeze for a second. Bai, you traitor. Zhang Kuang's furious roar shattered the silence, then reformed in her hands into a shimmering silver longsword. Wow, that power is cool. Jiang Yichen's eyes lit up. Boss Bai is really hiding her strength. Before he could finish his thought, the laboratory walls were suddenly sliced open by a streak of azure sword light. Yu Fuyao, wielding the Qingming sword, was the first to rush in, followed closely by Shu Shu, Lin Wanyue, and others. Special Investigation Bureau is on a case. Everyone put down your weapons. Yu Fuyao's voice was crisp and powerful. Go to hell. Chun Mo sneered, spreading his arms wide as dark green poisonous mist erupted from his palms. Die, all of you. Air barrier. Shu Shu snorted coldly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. The air in the laboratory instantly solidified. Yu Fuyao's voice was crisp and powerful. Go to hell. Chun Mo sneered, spreading his arms wide as dark green poisonous mist erupted from his palms. Die, all of you. Air barrier. Shu Shu snorted coldly, crossing her arms in front of her chest. The air in a laboratory instantly solidified, forming an invisible wall that firmly blocked the poisonous mist. The mist collided with the air wall, making a hissing corrosive sound, but could not advance an inch. Ice pierce. Xiao will provide medical support. Li Sun sneered, his body suddenly becoming blurry. You think a few little brats can catch me? Shen Mo's legs were frozen into ice sculptures. Nice job. Jiang Yichen snapped his fingers. Lu Ming, Zhou Yin, you deal with that shadow user. Xiao will provide medical support. Li Sun sneered, his body suddenly becoming blurry. You think a few little brats can catch me? Boom! A loud crash echoed as Bai Jie and Zhang Kuang clashed. The metallic fist collided with the liquid longsword, creating dazzling sparks. Although Bai Jie had a voluptuous figure, her movements were surprisingly agile, every swing aiming at Zhang Kuang's vital points. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Bai Jie and Zhang Kuang clashed. The metallic fist collided with the liquid longsword, creating dazzling sparks. Although Bai Jie had a voluptuous figure, her movements were surprisingly agile, every swing aiming at Zhang Kuang's vital points, instantly solidifying into sharp spikes. Zhang Kuang cried out in pain, blood pouring from his right arm. On the other side, Chen Mo had already broken free from the ice, engaging in a fierce ability duel with Shu Shu. The poisonous mist and air wall clashed continuously, filling the laboratory with hissing corrosive sounds. Stinky woman, how long can your air wall hold? Chen Mo sneered, increasing the output of the poisonous mist. Chen Mo had already broken free from the ice, engaging in a fierce ability duel with Shu Shu. The poisonous mist and air wall clashed continuously, filling the laboratory with hissing, corrosive sounds. Stinky woman, how long can your air wall hold? Chun Mo sneered, increasing the output of the poisonous mist, causing the poisonous mist to falter. Now is the time. Jiang Yichen seized the opportunity, his right hand gathering a swirling energy sphere. Spiral sphere. The blue energy sphere whistled as it hit Chun Mo's back, sending him flying and crashing heavily against the wall. Nice. Jiang Yichen was pleased. The two-dimensional skills are indeed useful. Watch out. Yu Fuyao suddenly shouted. Li Sun, having somehow broken through the encirclement of clones, silently appeared behind Jiang Yichen. A pitch-black dagger aimed at his back. Clang! The Qingming sword timely blocked the attack, and Yu Fuyao's figure flashed like a ghost. Her swordplay was fast and fierce, each strike carrying a sharp sword aura, forcing Li Sun to retreat repeatedly. Thanks. Jiang Yichen winked at Yu Fuyao, but I can handle this. Less talking. A pitch-black dagger aimed at his back. Clang! The Qingming sword timely blocked the attack, and Yu Fuyao's figure flashed like a ghost. Her swordplay was fast and fierce, each strike carrying a sharp sword aura, forcing Li Sun to retreat repeatedly. Thanks. Jiang Yichen winked at Yu Fuyao, but I can handle this. Less talking. One using lightning to interfere, and the other using earth walls to restrict movement, creating opportunities for the main attackers. Lin Xiaoyu moved along the battlefield's edges, ready to heal injured teammates at any moment. Earth vein manipulation. Rock spear array. Zhou Yin stomped hard, and the ground suddenly erupted with dozens of sharp rock spears. One using lightning to interfere, and the other using earth walls to restrict movement, creating opportunities for the main attackers. Lin Xiaoyu moved along the battlefield's edges. Jiang Yichen's eyes suddenly turned into crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan, black flames instantly engulfing Li Sun's right arm. What the hell is this? Li Sun panicked, accurately piercing towards Li Sun's afterimage. Forced to reveal his true form, Li Sun rolled on the ground in a panic, dodging desperately. Amaterasu, the Qingming sword transforming into a streak of blue light, stabbing directly at Li Sun's chest. Shadow escape. Li Sun gritted his teeth and activated his life-saving skill, frantically slapping at the unquenchable black flames, his movements immediately becoming chaotic. Now is the time. Yu Fuyao seized the opportunity, the Qingming sword transforming into a streak of blue light, stabbing directly at Li Sun's chest. Shadow escape. Li Sun gritted his teeth and activated his life-saving skill. Yu Fuyao's form flickered, transforming into 7 afterimages, each bringing a fierce sword aura from different angles to slash at Li Sun. Li Shun Urieli Bloka, instantly adding several wounds to his body. Nice teamwork. Jiang Yichen praised while quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot out, and Li Sun hurriedly dodged, but unexpectedly crashed into the lightning trap laid out by Lu Ming. Li Sun twitched violently from the electric shock, instantly adding several wounds to his body. Nice teamwork. Jiang Yichen praised while quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot out, the spiritual power long sword unleashing countless sword shadows, completely enveloping Li Sun. As the sword light faded, Li Sun lay on the ground, covered in blood. His movements slowed down. Now is the time. Jiang Yichen's eyes gleamed. Demon Sword Master. Phantom Sword Dance. His figure instantly transformed into a streak of light. His poisonous mist was continuously compressed, ultimately backfiring, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. 2 down. Zhou Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just as everyone thought victory was assured, a sudden change occurred. Boom! With a loud crash, Bai Jie was knocked flying by Zhang Kuang's punch, crashing heavily against the wall. His poisonous mist was continuously compressed, ultimately backfiring, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. 2 down. Zhou Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead, tearing open his shirt to reveal his metallic body. You really thought I only had this much strength? A terrifying aura erupted from him. Her liquid, long sword broke into 2, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha! Zhang Kuang laughed maniacally, tearing open his shirt to reveal his metallic body. You really thought I only had this much strength? A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the glass instruments in the laboratory to shatter. This pressure far exceeded that of an ordinary C class, even approaching the threshold of B class. Half-step B class. Bai Jie's face turned pale. Jiang Yichen's expression also froze. Damn it, the director set me up. This is supposed to be a C-class mission? Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. What else can we do? Let's take him down. He quickly formed hand seals, and various energies began to surge around him. Chakra from Naruto, the language of the Dragon Clan, fighting spirit from Do, xianxia. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. What else can we do? Let's take him down. He quickly formed hand seals. Lin Wanyue had already quietly set up a frost shield under everyone's feet, while Lu Ming and Zhou Yan were also ready for battle. Bai Jie struggled to get up. The broken sword in her hand reliquefied, coalescing into a shimmering silver shield. Come on, metal lump. Jiang Yichen grinned, striking a fighting pose. Let me show you the power of the two-dimensional world. With a furious roar, the metallic body charged forward like a tank. The final battle officially began. Chapter 81. Illusory killing intent. The frenzied fragments of the suit danced around him like butterflies. With each breath he took, the spiritual pressure in the air grew heavier, causing dust from the ceiling to fall, accumulating a thin layer on everyone's shoulders. Damn! Jiang Yichen's hair stood on end, resembling a frizz cat. Chapter 81. Illusory killing intent. The frenzied fragments of the suit danced around him like butterflies. With each breath he took, the spiritual pressure in the air grew heavier. The solid concrete floor shattered like a cookie, and the shockwave sent everyone flying. Cough, cough. Jiang Yichen crawled up from a pile of instrument debris, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Wasn't this supposed to be just an A-level mission? That old sly director. Yu Fuyao was thrown to the corner, her Qing Ming sword flying out of her hand. She forced herself to stand, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. What's the use of cursing the director now? We need to find a way to survive first. Her Qing Ming sword flying out of her hand. She forced herself to stand. The frenzied figure approached with a sinister smile, his metallic body gleaming coldly in the light. With each step he took, Shushu fared slightly better. She used an air barrier to cushion the impact at the critical moment. However, her face was unusually pale, clearly exhausted. Be careful. He's coming again. The frenzied figure approached with a sinister smile, his metallic body gleaming coldly in the light. With each step he took, the ground trembled as if a human Tyrannosaurus was approaching. You little brats from the Special Investigation Bureau, today you'll learn what the gap really means. Only left a shallow scorch mark on the metallic skin. Is that all you've got? The frenzied figure countered with a punch, sending Jiang Yichen flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 walls before finally stopping. Yichen! Yu Fuyao exclaimed, rushing over without bothering to pick up her sword. Seeing this, Bai Jie gritted her teeth and stood in front of the frenzied figure. Your opponent is me. Her hands glowed with white light as the liquid metal longsword coalesced once more. Traitor! The frenzied figure roared, his metallic fist smashing towards Bai Jie's face with a whoosh. Bai Jie hurriedly transformed her longsword into a shield to block, but the tremendous force still pushed her back repeatedly, her palms cracking and blood dripping down the sword handle. Air cannon. Shushu seized the opportunity, pushing her hands forward as a highly compressed air projectile whistled out, striking the frenzied figure's back. Bang! The frenzied figure stumbled slightly. Bai Jie hurriedly transformed her long sword into a shield to block, but the tremendous force still pushed her back repeatedly, her palms cracking and blood dripping down the sword handle. Air cannon. Shushu seized the opportunity, pushing her hands forward as a highly compressed air projectile whistled out, striking the frenzied figure's back. Bang! The frenzied figure stumbled slightly. Blocking Shushu, Lin Wanyue pressed her hands to the ground, veins bulging on her forehead. Ice seal. Absolute zero. Crack. The ice wall shattered, but at least bought Shushu some time to dodge. No matter how many ants there are, there's still ants. The frenzied figure laughed wildly. Blocking Shushu, Lin Wanyue pressed her hands to the ground, veins bulging on her forehead. Ice seal. Absolute zero. Crack. The ice wall shattered. This is definitely cheating. Zhou Yan gritted his teeth and formed seals. Earth vein control. Rock prison. Several stone pillars erupted from the ground, attempting to trap the frenzied figure. His metallic skin suddenly turning dark red, the temperature around him rising sharply. Let me show you my true power. Not good. He can control the temperature. Lu Ming exclaimed, completely disrupting their formation. Half-step B-level strength. Indeed not something they could contend with. This won't do. Jiang Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze becoming resolute. He can only use that move now. He took out an ancient mask, the Wanxiang Tianying Divine Mask. The mask was dark gold all over, completely disrupting their formation. Half-step B-level strength. Indeed, not something they could contend with. This won't do. Jiang Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and pressed the mask against his face. In an instant, a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from him, distorting the surrounding air. Devour Ancestral Talisman. Activate. With a low shout, countless black runes appeared within Jiang Yichen, forming a vortex-like pattern. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into him. Jiang Yichen took a deep breath and pressed the mask against his face. In an instant, a violent surge of spiritual power erupted from him, distorting the surrounding air. Devour Ancestral Talisman. Activate. With a low shout, countless black runes appeared within Jiang Yichen, forming a vortex-like pattern. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into him, providing a continuous flow of energy. Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Brilliant golden light erupted, and as the radiance faded, a figure clad in golden armor and wearing a purple gold crown appeared in place. Jiang Yichen had completely transformed, with a fierce face, thunderous mouth, fiery eyes. The frenzied figure was smashed into the ground, causing half of the laboratory to collapse. When the dust settled, he was seen half buried in the concrete floor, smashing down towards the frenzied figure with the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. The force of this strike even caused the space to subtly distort. Boom! The golden staff and metallic fists colliding with deafening sounds. Each confrontation triggered violent shockwaves, causing the laboratory walls to continuously collapse. Quick retreat. His metallic skin showing obvious indentations. Interesting. The frenzied figure didn't get angry, but laughed instead, jumping out of the pit. Now that's more like it. The two instantly clashed. The golden staff and metallic fists colliding with deafening sounds. Each confrontation triggered violent shockwaves, causing the laboratory walls to continuously collapse. Quick retreat. Bai Jie took the opportunity to organize the others to withdraw. This level of battle is not something you can interfere with. Yu Fuyao stood in place. What about him? The frenzied figure laughed wildly, punching Jiang Yichen in the chest and sending him flying. Uffed. Jiang Yichen spat out a mouthful of blood, and the divine mask developed cracks. The temperature rising sharply, and the part of the golden staff that made contact began to melt. Ha ha ha. You think turning into a monkey can win against me? The frenzied figure strode forward, the temperature on his fist turning white. I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth.